Waking up feeling unwell, the guy tries to remember the events of the previous night that led him to such a depressed state. The main character sits on the edge of the bed. He indifferently looks around the room and tries to immerse himself in his inner sensations. Sighing heavily, the guy heads to the bathroom and thinks about how to overcome the internal torment that haunts him. The main character enters the bathroom and orders the system to turn off the virtual screen. The main character's name is Linyu. The guy looks in the mirror and remembers that 3 years have already passed since he rose from the dead. Linyu washes his face and remembers that after his resurrection, he began to cooperate with the system. The guy has trillions of minbi on his balance sheet, which he can only use after his death. The main character looks at his reflection in the mirror and realizes that he does not want to die. Suddenly, the mirror in the bathroom is covered with traces of blood. The guy does not understand what is happening. The blood on the mirror turns into an inscription that informs Linyu that he has become a participant in the game in the cool thriller genre, and the countdown begins. The guy touches the inscription on the mirror. At that moment, a huge monster attacks him. The main character realizes that death is hunting him again. Linyu feels a familiar smell coming from the blood on his finger. The guy tries to calm down. He knows that it is the smell of death. People who get into the game will find themselves in a world full of evil spirits, and will certainly be killed if they break the rules of the quest. In each quest, at least half of the participants die, but survivors can gain the opportunity to control the ghosts and souls of people who died in the game. Linyu sits down at his computer and learns that if there are ghosts in the game world, then most likely in the future they will be able to appear in the real world. Linyu intends to complete the beta quest and gain the power to fight ghosts and monsters before other people. The guy believes that he has enough chances since he has a system. The main character makes the assumption that the so-called minbi system may have arisen thanks to this game. Linyu looks at his wristwatch and realizes that he was not able to prepare well in such a short time. The countdown ends, the room lights up with a bright red light, and the main character realizes that the game has begun. The floor of the room in which Linyu is located is destroyed. The guy falls into a dark abyss. Linyu finds himself in a quest called the Underworld Hotel. The goal of his mission is to work hard and survive for 2 days. The main character carefully watches how other participants in the game materialize in the quest. Linyu examines the participants in the game. He sees in front of him a young guy and an adult man with glasses. Opposite them stands a large, athletic man and a young girl. After some time, the guy notices that another girl is joining those present. She is trembling with fear and timidly looking around. Linyu wonders if he can survive this thriller, the eerie atmosphere weighing heavily on him. The big man looks at the people around him and says that this time, except for him, all the players are new. The girl standing next to her calms down a little. She hopes for the man's help, since this is not his first time in the game. The man tells his new friends that he is in the 4th group of beta players and plays this copy of the game twice a month. Girls admire the man's courage and professional qualities because he was in the game for quite a long time and survived. The man demands not to take the game too lightly. He says that every quest was deadly dangerous, and the survival rate for beginners is minimal. Fear appears in the girls' eyes. They look at the man's wounded hands and realize that they are not on an easy ride. Linyu enters the conversation. He tells the man that he admires him, since he has already completed many quests and remained alive. The main character believes that the man can share his experience with newcomers. The man considers the guy smart and thinks that he will be able to survive the quest. A man tells young people that ghosts and thrillers don't kill for nothing and advises them to remember 2 things. The first rule is that the game's ghosts only kill those who break the rules. Secondly, the basic rules of the game will be suggested to players in the form of various signs. For the main character, such rules are not new information. He learned about this yesterday when he was preparing to go into the game. The creaking of door hinges is heard. The front door of the Afterlife Hotel opens. The young people turn around and look carefully at the strange creature. Coughing loudly, an ugly old man approaches the young people with a shuffling gait. The old man greets the players and thanks the young people for agreeing to work in the Inn of the Afterlife. The old man introduces himself to the young people. He reports that he is the accountant of the Hotel of the Underworld, and on the orders of the hostess, he is going to give the players tasks. Linyu feels the old man's icy breath. The guy realizes that he is an evil spirit. The accountant says that before the players begin work, he must inform them of several rules of the hotel. The main character already knows that the main rule is the rule of death, which cannot be violated in thriller games. The old man tells the young men that they must do their jobs to the best of their ability, no matter where they work, otherwise they will face severe punishment. The old man says that if the rules are broken, the owner of the Afterlife Hotel will not spare anyone. Linyu sees the old man's frightened reaction at the words about the hostess. The guy understands that the hostess is a more powerful spirit than the accountant. The old man informs that it is unacceptable to break dishes and equipment in the hotel, and if the players break anything, they will have to immediately pay for it. The third basic rule is that players are prohibited from disobeying or contradicting the client. In the event of a conflict with the client, the hotel owner will not be able to protect the players. The accountant believes that he has told the players everything in detail and offers to distribute work responsibilities. The young people tensely wait for the ghost accountant's answer. The old man takes his time and carefully examines the players. The accountant points his finger at the big man. He says that he will work as an assistant cook. The man is dissatisfied with this appointment, but he agrees with the decision and silently heads to the hotel of the afterlife. The man turns around, he looks at the main character for a long time, and advises the guy to be extremely careful. The accountant coughs loudly and silently examines the remaining players. The old ghost informs the young guy and girl that he puts them in charge of cleaning the guests' rooms, and orders them to go to the left wing of the building to pick up their tools. An adult man in glasses seems to the ghost to be an educated man with a wealth of knowledge. He appoints him as an assistant accountant and promises to teach him how to reconcile accounts. The main character looks attentively at the accountant. The guy wonders what tasks the ghost will entrust to him. The accountant tells the young people that they are young and look great. The ghost orders them to go into the living room and work as waiters. The accountant tells the young people how to get to the living room. He hopes that the young people will behave well and not make any mistakes. The girl hesitated for a moment. The main character takes her hand and asks her to go to the Afterlife Hotel as quickly as possible. The young people cross the threshold and find themselves inside the hotel. The girl thanks the main character for his support and says that her name is Xiaoli. The main character remembers that the large bearded man did not introduce himself. The guy considers it unsafe to give his real name. He invites the girl to address him simply as brother. The young people find doors leading to the living room. Xiaoli continues to thank the guy and follows him. Linyu carefully examines the room. He is surprised by the complete silence reigning around and the absence of visitors. Xiaoli looks around and asks the young man what they should do next. The main character advises the girl not to worry. He suggests calmly waiting for visitors. The young people hear loud footsteps, and a moment later, the living room doors swing open and an ugly ghost walks inside. The ghost looks at people carefully. He believes that his friends did not deceive him. Living people are working in the Afterlife Hotel today. Linyu smiles at the ghost. The guy calls him master and offers to take the best table. A huge ghost passes by the young people. He says that he is extremely dissatisfied with the quality of service to the guests. Xiaoli is very frightened by the appearance of the ghost. The main character calms the girl and tells her that everything will be fine. The ghost lands on a chair with all his might. The young people are very worried about the safety of the furniture. The ghost takes out 2 coins and demands that a kettle of hot water and a couple of plates be brought to him first. Linyu carefully looks at the copper coins lying on the table and goes to get the teapot. The main character looks with surprise at the dishes standing on the shelf. The cups and bowls are also ghosts. Xiaoli is about to take the kettle standing on the stove, but Linyu removes her hand to the side and says that he will serve the client boiling water himself. The main character takes the teapot in his hands. The dishes come to life and say that she is very hot. Linyu takes the kettle to a waiting customer. The kettle starts screaming loudly and spitting boiling water. A stream of boiling water burns the guy's hand. He loosens his grip and drops the kettle on the floor. A teapot that has fallen to the floor shatters. Young people stand next to the fragments of ceramics and silently look at them. Xiaoli suggests that the guy hide the remains of the teapot before anyone notices what happened. The guy thinks this decision is wrong. He says it won't work. A ghost accountant appears next to the young people. He is very dissatisfied with the fact that the guy has just started working and has already broken the kettle. The ghost tells the young people that this teapot is worth 50 coins. The accountant's hand turns into a huge clawed paw. He extends it to the main character and informs him that he will take his right hand as compensation. The main character orders the ghost to stop immediately. He informs him that he can pay for the broken dishes. Linyu accesses the system. The guy wants to withdraw 50,000 minbi and pay in copper coins. The ghost continues to pull its clawed paw towards the main character, and whirlwinds of pure yin energy form around the guy. The accountant is very surprised that he cannot break through the defense and touch the main character. The ghost does not understand where the young man gets such an amount of yin energy. He believes that the guy's energy potential is greater than that of him and the owner of the Afterlife Hotel. A bunch of copper coins are generated in the air. The young man throws them towards the ghost of the accountant. Linyu reports that the bundle contains 1,000 wen, and this is sufficient compensation for the broken dishes. The ghost does not believe in the reality of what is happening. He does not understand where the newcomer comes from so many coins. The main character looks at the ghost carefully. The guy believes that this amount is enough to buy the accountant's favor. The ghost looks at the main character, in whose hands there are 5 guan. He thinks that the guy is not a beginner. Lin Yu believes that the ghost will worship him thanks to the monetary system. The guy thinks about what will happen to the accountant if he finds out that he has 9 trillion in his account. The main character carefully looks at the ghost's reaction. He understands that in the afterlife hotel, there are restrictions due to which the evil spirit cannot kill and take treasures with impunity. The guy gives the accountant a few more bundles of money. He believes that with the help of the ghost, he will be able to use his funds effectively. The evil spirit tells the guy that he has never seen so much money in his life. He thanks the young man non-stop. A virtual screen of the system appears in front of Lin Yu. The guy learns that he has his first task, which is to ensure that he makes a total expenditure of more than 100,000. As a reward for completing the task, the main character will receive a cashback card and the soul-cleansing wine of hell. Lin Yu believes that the rules of the quest are crystal clear to him, and he intends to complete the system's task as soon as possible. The main character takes a magic plate from the table and asks the ghost accountant how much it costs. The evil spirit smiles at the young man. He says that the plate costs 100 ven. Lin Yu throws a stack of plates off the table with a sharp movement. The plates fly to the floor and scream loudly. The main character gives the accountant a bunch of coins and asks him to accept compensation for the damaged dishes. Lin Yu hands over several bundles of coins to the evil spirit. The guy asks the accountant to take them for safekeeping. Lin Yu walks over to the table where the kitchen utensils are and tells the plates that they are next. The main character hears the voice of the owner of the Afterlife Hotel. She asks the guy to stop immediately and follow the rules. Lin Yu takes a kettle of hot water and heads to the client. The guy realizes that he can no longer spend money by breaking dishes. The main character approaches a huge ghost. He asks him for forgiveness for the wait and offers to pay for the inconvenience caused. The evil spirit asks the guy not to worry and tells him that everything is fine. He is in no hurry. The ghost client thinks that the young man is very rich, and there are very influential people behind him. Lin Yu tells the ghost that it is his fault for keeping him waiting and offers to pay for his lunch in full. Lin Yu points to the restaurant menu and asks the ghost to order the most expensive dishes, including the tonic soup, which costs 100 wen. The ghost accepts the guy's offer and wants to order 1 item from each menu. Lin Yu is pleased with the client's order, but the guy understands that the amount of the order is not enough to fulfill the terms of the task. The main character gives the order to the kitchen and asks the guest to serve 2 servings of each dish costing over 50 wen. The ghosts are delighted with the guy's decision, especially the accountant, who keeps records in the ledger and adds extra value to the client's check. Lin Yu asks the accountant to round up the client's order to the nearest 1,000. The accountant happily fulfills the guy's wish. The main character looks thoughtfully at the dining room. He realizes that he spent only 60,000, which is clearly not enough to complete the task. Xiaoli tries to start a conversation with the main character. The girl's voice gives the guy a brilliant idea. Lin Yu sincerely thanks the girl and asks her to fulfill a small request. A girl stands at the entrance to an afterlife hotel and invites passers-by for a free lunch. After a fairly short period of time, the dining room of the Afterlife Inn becomes filled with a large number of ghosts. One of the ghosts thanks the main character. He reports that thanks to the guy he was able to eat plenty of expensive dishes with a lot of yin energy. The ghosts gossip among themselves. One of them reports that Lin Yu's coins are not only saturated with yin energy, but are also completely new. At one of the tables there is an ugly ghost woman. She asks if the main character is married and intends to marry him. Lin Yu raises a glass of alcohol and offers the ghosts a drink. Xiaoli realizes that the guy is not new to the game. Lin Yu notices a girl walking next to him and asks the accountant to order an expensive tonic soup for her. Lin Yu goes to the reception desk and leaves a bunch of coins on it. The system tells the guy that he has completed the first step of the task. For completing the task, the main character receives a cashback card and 10 bottles of soul-cleansing wine. Lin Yu watches as an inventory board appears in the virtual system, containing his game trophies. The soul-cleansing wine increases the power and spiritual consciousness of ghosts. The guy does not intend to waste time and plans to use the soul-cleansing wine to become a ghost lord. The ghosts in the dining room fall silent. They feel the yin energy emanating from the wine, cleansing the soul. The hellish creatures don't understand where the guy got such rich and pure yin energy. The main character makes solemn toasts and treats the ghosts to magical wine. Lin Yu drinks the soul-cleansing wine and feels a pure and cold aura covering his body. The main character understands that after drinking wine, he opened his spiritual consciousness and became the master of ghosts of the first level. The ghosts continue to drink wine and eat expensive dishes. The system informs the guy about a new task called a spender. in which he needs to spend 320,000 yuan in one transaction. One of the ghosts carefully looks at the main character. He believes that the guy's true essence is a great power with a wounded soul. The ghost approaches the young man, he thanks him for the treat and generosity, and says that from now on he will call him brother. The ghost wants to thank Linyu and hands him a magic mirror. The monster cannot find a use for the magic mirror, but he believes that this item will be useful to the young man. Linyu sees nothing in the mirror. The ghost reports that the object is capable of showing various ghostly creatures and yin energy collection points. The monetary system announces that a new item has been discovered and binds the mirror of soul imprisonment to its new owner. The ghost hopes that his gift will be used for its intended purpose and will be useful to the main character. Linyu thanks the ghost. The guy says that the mirror is really a good thing and will be useful to him in the future. Linyu activates the virtual vault and immerses the soul imprisonment mirror into it. The ghosts carefully watch the main character. They consider him an experienced player with strong techniques. An old ghost sits at the next table. He informs the main character that he also has a gift. Linyu approaches the ghost. The guy thinks that initially he just wanted to complete the quest and did not expect such consequences. The ghost hands the young man a necklace of the skull of enmity, which he bought yesterday at the ghost market. The necklace has great potential and protects the soul from the effects of yin energy. Linyu realizes that he has received an excellent tool that can be used both defensively and offensively. The monetary system tells the guy that the item is tied to the owner. Most ghost visitors cannot give the protagonist anything material, so they offer their primordial yin energy to be stored in his necklace. Huge streams of magical energy are absorbed by the magical amulet. The guy feels how he is becoming much stronger. Linyu crosses his arms and thanks the ghosts for their priceless energy gifts. The ghosts are very friendly towards the main character and ask not to thank them. The accountant reports that thanks to Linyu, today's turnover has increased more than 10 times compared to previous days. The main character understands why the ghosts left the room before nightfall. Changes in yin energy are unsafe for ghosts. The voice of the owner of the Afterlife Hotel is heard. She reports that the day shift is over for today and orders everyone to gather in the hall for a common dinner. Linyu believes that it is time to meet the other ghosts who are in the hotel. The guy hopes that their reaction to money will be the same as that of the accountant. A bloody inscription appears in the air in front of people. The girl asks the main character what this could mean. The bloody inscription informs the young people that there are only 4 survivors. 2 players were killed in one day. The guy believes that the survival rate in this cross is extremely low. Linyu believes that he will complete this quest without any problems. The guy is grateful to the monetary system. If not for it, today, he would have lost his hand. The guy is happy that now, in addition to a huge fortune, he has artifacts with which he can save his life. The accountant tells the guy that a little later, they will all have lunch together. This is a tradition in the Hotel of the Afterlife. The voice of an unfamiliar woman addresses the ghost accountant. She asks why the old man is so respectful of the new player. An ugly ghost woman appears on the threshold. She pushes one of the quest participants with her huge broom. The ghost woman approaches the table and calls the young men slackers who have done nothing all day. One of the participants in the game looks at the main character with hatred. The girl, unlike him, was subjected to severe tests and received numerous wounds. Linyu carefully examines the girl. He feels envy in her heart, but the guy does not perceive the girl as a threat, since with her abilities, she is not able to harm him. The main character carefully looks at the confrontation between the ghost of an accountant and an unfamiliar woman. He understands that not everything is harmonious in the Hotel of the Afterlife. The ghost woman speaks to the protagonist, ordering him to immediately leave the place and bring dinner. Linyu continues to sit at the table. The ghost woman says that now she will teach the guy the rules of the underworld hotel and swings her huge broom at him. Those around him are amazed by the guy's reaction. Linyu, as if nothing was happening, remains sitting at the table and drinking tea. The ghost strikes the main character with his huge broom. He does not reach the target, as a protective aura instantly forms around the guy. Linyu uses the skull of enmity for protection, from which yin energy donated by ghosts emanates. It forms a reliable defense. The ghost is unable to contain her emotions. She's very surprised that the guy has a reliable protective amulet. Linyu looks at the ghost arrogantly, realizing that his energy does not even reach the average ghost level. The ghost wonders where the guy got the middle-class yin energy amulet. The ghost woman calms down. She sits down at the table with a roar and silently carefully watches the main character. Linyu feels that the ghost woman has a grudge against him. If she has the chance, she will kill him. The main character carefully examines the ghost woman. He understands that he needs to get rid of her in the near future. Linyu believes that if he fails to destroy the ghost woman, the owner of the Afterlife Inn will think that he is weak. The entrance doors to the refectory hall open with a roar, and a warlike ghost of enormous stature enters the room. The ghost woman and the accountant bow before the warlike ghost. The main character realizes that he has a high magical level. Linyu takes a close look at the warlike ghost and concludes that he is a cook. The belligerent ghost is called Delu, and he shouts loudly at the male player and orders him to put the pan on the table. The man obeys the cook Delu. The main character notices that his hand is badly wounded. Delu opens the lid of the pan and announces to those present in a loud voice that dinner is served. Young people look with disgust at the terrible brew that is in a saucepan in a saucepan. Xiaoli takes out a piece of an incomprehensible substance from the pan and instantly realizes that it is someone's eye. The girl player examines the strange fibers and cannot determine what kind of ingredient it is. Delu asks those present in a loud voice if they like his dish. The girl player takes glasses from the pan and says that the soup is great. The ghost cook asks the young people why they don't eat if they like his soup so much. Linyu invites the male player to sit at the table. He thanks him and heads to the bench. The protagonist realizes that if he doesn't eat Delu's food, it will make the ghost want to kill him. The cook points his finger at the main character and asks him why he doesn't touch his food. Linyu continues to sit motionless at the table. The ghost chef deduces that the guy does not like his cooking. Delu approaches the main character. He wants to hear the guy's opinion about the quality of the food. The main character gets up from the table. He approaches the cook and takes a cup of cheap sour wine from his hands. The guy pours the wine on the floor and tells Delu that the drink is tasteless, and he shouldn't drink it. The cook is surprised by the guy's impudence and asks Linyu how he wants to die. The ghost woman is happy with the current situation. She hopes that the thug will destroy the main character, and she will not have to do everything herself. Xiaoli carefully watches what is happening. She hopes that the guy's actions are part of a cunning plan. Delu's eyes glow with red fire. He reports that no one has provoked him like this for a long time. Linyu materializes a bottle of wine that cleanses the soul. The room is instantly filled with the purest yin energy. The main character uncorks the bottle. He calls the cookmaster and says that he could not even think about provoking him. The guy tells Delu that his culinary skills are worthy of all praise, and asks to taste the magic wine. The magic cup is happy that it contains magic wine. She smiles and sniffles loudly. Delu decides to crush the young man's head if he doesn't like the wine. The cook picks up a huge cup and agrees that this wine is much better than the sour wine he bought at the tavern. The ghost lifts the cup to his mouth and drinks the entire bottle of wine in one huge gulp. After a moment, Delu begins to experience unreal pleasure. It seems to him that he is in a hot spring, surrounded by pretty girls. The ghost tells others that he is experiencing magical pleasure. The cook hits the cup on the table and says that the wine is good. Thanks to it, he felt how pure yin energy washed his soul. The main character is glad that his plan was a success. He had no doubt that he would bribe the ghost's soul with cleansing wine. Linyu fills a cup with magic wine and invites the cook to drink one more. Delu drinks another huge cup of wine in one gulp and says that the drink is amazing. The main character puts the empty bottle behind his back and orders the monetary system to fill it. Delu sees that the main character has another bottle of wine. He is incredibly happy about this news. Linyu calls the cook his friend and offers to fill another cup with wine. Delu thanks the young man for the offer and calls the main character brother. The ghosts sitting nearby are very surprised by the cook's attitude towards the player, especially that Delu called Linyu brother. The main character tells the ghost that he is very upset. Delu asks the guy what's the matter. Linyu tells the chef that he can't fully enjoy the wine because they don't have any appetizers. Delu promises to figure something out. The guy tells the ghost that his culinary skills are perfect, but the hotel does not have quality ingredients. So no matter how hard the chef tries, he will not be able to prepare the perfect dish. The main character reports that there is a lot of ghostly chi energy in the afterlife hotel, so all the food is spoiled. Linyu tells the chef that food cooked with the help of ghosts is disgusting. Delu agrees with his opinion. Delu understands the reason why his dishes are not perfect, and thanks the main character for the hint. The ghost woman gets up from the table. She demands not to insult the ghosts, and says that the established rules should not be violated in the afterlife hotel. The main character remembers the rules and rejoices that the ghosts in this game have the right to kill their own kind. The accountant tells the ghost woman that she has been acting disgusting lately and is breaking the rules herself. The old man accuses the ghost woman of exceeding her authority and trying to harm his employee, who is under his command. The ghost woman lets out a loud howl and swings her huge broom to strike the ghost accountant. Delu throws his huge sword at the ghost woman. The area around her flashes with bright red fire and throws her towards the wall. The ghost woman screams loudly. She curses the cook for daring to do such a thing. Daelu informs the ghost woman that the underworld inn has a rule that no unreasonable behavior towards staff is allowed during dinner. The cook says that the accountant is an excellent worker who has been working for many years and treats people kindly. He accuses the ghost woman of breaking the rules and pulls out his magic blade from her. The ghost woman falls to her knees and breathes her last breath as a soul crystal materializes above her. The main character did not expect that his new friend would immediately kill the enemy within a few seconds. The cook is carrying the body of the ghost woman. He turns to the guy and asks him to save the wine while he takes care of the ingredients. The main character realizes that the cook is much stronger than expected. He is pleased that today he will not have to worry about an unexpected night attack. Linyu believes that the ghost accountant, with the help of the ghost woman, intended to test his strength. The main character approaches the old man who is sitting at the table. The ghost looks at the main character with a frightened look. Linyu thanks the accountant for standing up for him today. The guy materializes a keg of wine and offers him a drink. The accountant thinks that the guy's proposal is an insidious plan. The ghost believes that the main character will blame him for drinking all the magic wine. The ghost old man does not know what to do. If he drinks wine, the cook will destroy him, and if he refuses, it will be an insult. The accountant carefully looks at the guy's necklace. He is going to appease him with the help of magical artifacts. The old man hands the main character a strange object and says that it has accompanied him since his early years. Linyu reads the accountant's reaction. He understands that the ghost is actually a coward and is very scared. The old man tells the young man that the item is petrified wood, which is a good material for making yin weapons. The monetary system informs the guy that a material of superior yin quality has been discovered. Linyu accepts the ghost's gift. He is very surprised that the accountant did not deceive him, and this item is really good material. The main character asks the ghost what price he is asking for the ancient wood. The accountant reports that it is a gift, and asks him to take it just like that. Linyu tells the ghost that he is a man of principle, and cannot just take such a valuable thing. The ghost thinks that such integrity for the main character is a rule for survival. The accountant is unable to decide on a price and agrees to the one offered by the main character. Linyu announces the price in Guan, and the next moment the monetary system materializes 3 huge bundles of coins. The ghost cannot contain his emotions. He understands that such a chance comes once in a lifetime. The accountant holds the coins in his hands and thinks that his contract with the innkeeper may be cancelled 10 years early. The old man cries loudly. He falls to his knees and non-stop thanks the main character for his boundless generosity. The male player considers the protagonist to be an experienced player, since the beginner is not able to force a strong ghost to bow to him. The monetary system informs the main player that he has successfully completed the task, spending 320,000 coins in one transaction. The cook enters the room. He holds a smoking pan in his hands, and informs the main character that he has finished preparing the dish from the ghost. Daelu talks about the fact that this is the first time he prepares such food. He calls Linyu brother, and offers to try a new dish. Linyu brings a juicy piece of meat to his mouth. He realizes that the cook is really good at what he does. In addition, the food contains yin energy, which is a good tonic for both ghosts and ghost hunters. The main character absorbs a piece of meat. The monetary system informs him that the soul of a strong ghost has been absorbed. This gives a new level of spiritual power. The main character moves to the first level of the Ghost Lord. He thanks the cook and says that his food is tasty and nutritious. Daelu looks carefully at the empty plate. He is glad that the main character liked his food. Linyu fills the cups with soul-cleansing wine and makes a solemn toast. The main character and the cook continue their meal. The monetary system continues to award the guy points of spiritual power. Linyu feels his body being filled with chi energy. The guy is unable to stop eating the magical dish. After some time, the guy manages to empty all the plates. The monetary system reports that spiritual power has reached 200 points. Linyu looks at the cook sleeping next to him, and thinks that Daelu initially seemed to be the biggest threat to the quest. In fact, the soul-cleansing wine brought great benefit and made the ghost an ally. The voice of the owner of the Afterlife Hotel is heard. She informs those present that the mealtime is over. Daelu is very drunk. He lazily gets up from the table and is very worried that the feast is over for today. The cook thanks the main character for the excellent wine, waves goodbye to him and says that he will look forward to the next day. The accountant, in a commanding tone, orders the young people to immediately clear the table. The main character realizes his privileged position. The voice of the owner of the Afterlife Hotel is heard. She asks the main character to go up to the 3rd floor to see him in person. Linyu is very wary as the inn owner conveys messages to him personally. To stay alive in this game, the main character had to use a lot of money. This attracted the attention of the hostess. A young man enters the room in which the owner of the Afterlife Hotel is located. The guy carefully examines the girl and realizes that she is the final boss of the quest. Linyu feels that there is a huge amount of yin energy in the room. The young man greets the hostess of the hotel. He calms down a little since, according to the rules, the ghost cannot immediately kill him. The hostess tells the young man that when he came to the hotel, her servant made a mistake and asked Linyu to do the waiter's job. Linyu tries to turn the conversation into a humorous form, but the guy realizes that the owner is a more severe and powerful ghost than those with whom he had previously communicated. The innkeeper tells the young man that his actions are turning her inn upside down. Linyu offers to pay 10 times the amount for all broken dishes and cutlery. The hostess believes that the dishes and cutlery are trifles. She is more worried about the death of the ghost woman who has worked for her in the hotel for more than 100 years. Linyu apologizes to the owner and says that he is very sorry that the cook killed her in such a way. The owner of the Afterlife Hotel is very nervous. She breaks the handle of the mirror and throws it on the floor. The girl asks how she should react to the person who provoked the civil strife that led to the death of her employee. The voice of the hotel owner is heard. She asks the guy what goals he is pursuing while in the hotel. The girl tells the guy that the ghost woman has made a great contribution to the development of the hotel, and without her, it will be difficult for her to do business. The innkeeper believes that the main character must fully compensate for the damage caused by the dispersal of the ghost's soul. The girl sets a compensation price of 50 guan in new copper coins. Linyu goes into calculations. The guy understands that one strong ghost is equal to 500 broken teapots. The main character turns to the money system to activate the cashback card. The system informs the young man that the card has been used, and the next time the transaction will bring from 2 to 10 random cashbacks. In the next moment, the monetary system materializes a huge number of new copper coins. Linyu informs the hotel owner that he is fully compensated for the damage. He wants to talk to the girl about the cook, as he intends to take him with him. The owner of the Afterlife Hotel is very surprised by such a proposal. She understands that the guy is damn rich. The guy realizes that the harsh ghosts are nothing more than tools for making money in the eyes of the hostess, and thinks that the Delu cook is not happy with this place. The main character hopes that he will be able to find a common language with the chef, and the completed contract will contribute to his transition to the next level. The hotel owner begins to bargain. She says that the cook has been with her for many years, and it will be difficult for her without his help. The girl says that the guy has no idea how much it could cost to break a contract with a chef. Linyu asks the monetary system to cash out another 1 million in new copper coins. The girl watches in fascination at the huge number of materialized coins. The main character asks the owner of the Afterlife Hotel if she agrees to his conditions. The innkeeper agrees to Linyu's terms. She takes the contract out of her clothes and throws it towards the guy. All that needs to be done to free the cook is to destroy the contract. But the hostess does not guarantee that Delu will sign a new contract. The main character heads to the door and asks the girl not to worry. He tells her that this is his problem. Linyu turns around and asks the innkeeper how much it would cost to sign a contract with her or sell the inn. The hostess takes a short pause and answers the guy. The girl says that she and the Hotel of the Afterlife are not for sale. Linyu respects the girl's decision. The guy is glad that not everything in this game can be bought with money. The main character tells the hotel owner that he does not intend to convince her. He says goodbye to the girl and leaves. The hotel owner calls the main character a scoundrel. She is annoyed that the young man did not insist on his decision. Linyu slowly descends the stairs. The guy cannot shake the feeling that he will see the owner of the Afterlife Hotel again. The main character enters the room where all the quest players are. They interrupt the conversation and look attentively at the guy. Linyu informs the players that he has made several deals with the landlady of the Underworld Inn. The man admires Linyu. The guy was able not only to cope with the harsh ghosts, but also charmed the hostess. The girl believes that she should not let her guard down. She thinks that the main character is no less dangerous than the ghosts. The man knows that the main character is new to the game, and demands that the guy admit that he is a member of a secret family. Linyu tells the players that he is just an ordinary guy, and everything that happened was just a series of accidents. The man had heard about such people before, and now witnessed that people can manipulate ghosts. The main character learns from a man about the existence of a forum for players, where they communicate with each other as part of an internal quest. The players ask the man to tell him more about the forum. The man agrees to fulfill the request and begins his story. He says the government has just recently created a new national investigation center called Number 9. Shaoli says that she heard about the investigation center and saw on the news that they began to study this game. The man shows the young people his ID and says that when they leave the game, they can call the investigation center and register with the organization. The main character carefully examines the ID. He understands that the man is a freelance employee of this organization. Next, the man talks about the prospects for membership in the organization. Participants can receive secret information and have the opportunity to exchange weapons and materials. The main character learns that members of the organization eventually become masters of ghosts and enter into their own contracts with them. Young people learn that with the help of the organization, they can go through dangerous thrillers twice a week and change their status. The main character is interested in the question of whether it is possible to contact players of other thrillers on the forum. Bypassing the Investigation Center number 9, the man reports that such an opportunity is available on an anonymous website run by high-ranking ghost hunters. A freelancer says that the game has a rule that no one can tell what the player looks like when they leave the quest and return to reality. After a long conversation, the players take their places and go to bed. The man wishes them good night and good luck in the future. The main character gets in touch with the monetary system. The system informs the young man that the cashback card received a random return with a 5-fold multiplication. Lin Yu decides that he could use an extra 10 million yuan and asks the system for a new task. The next morning comes, the silence is broken by the loud cries of a rooster that has climbed onto the roof. The main character wakes up. He feels tired and overwhelmed, but the guy is ready to begin the next task, which is to complete 3 transactions, each of which must exceed 100,000 yuan. Lin Yu gets up from his bed. The guy is pleased with himself, since yesterday he became the Lord of Ghosts. Following the main character, other players get up and wish each other good morning. Someone knocks on the player's room. The main character says that it is an accountant. The guy comes to the doors and opens them. Lin Yu slowly approaches the old man. He asks the accountant where the cook is now. The ghost tells the guy that Delu is most likely in the kitchen. The old man tries to talk to the young man and remind him about work. The main character ignores the ghost and passes by. The main character hears the accountant loudly scolding the players, ordering them to move quickly and get to work immediately. The man never ceases to be surprised. He decides that the main character is indeed a member of an influential family. Lin Yu enters the kitchen. He approaches the cook, calls him his brother, and wishes him good morning. Delu invites the main character to try the freshly prepared bone broth while it is still hot. Lin Yu thanks his new friend. The guy tells the cook that he came on business. Delu is very interested. He asks the main character what business he is talking about. Lin Yu wants to find out from the cook whether he works in the afterlife hotel of his own free will. The Delu cook tells the main character that he does not intend to hide anything from him, and is going to tell the young man his story. In the past, the cook was a prominent figure in the depths of the ghost world. One day he was attacked, he was wounded, and for several weeks was on the verge of losing his soul. In order to save his life, he turned to the owner of the Afterlife Hotel for help. Delu has healed over the years, but the owner of the Afterlife Hotel was cunning and entered into an indefinite contract with him. The cook stirs his soup and tells the guy that for him there is no longer an outside world where he could taste delicacies and excellent wine. Lin Yu tells Delu that he can give him a chance. He invites the cook to follow him through 2 worlds. The cook believes that the hostess will not let him go. A moment later, the main character takes the contract out of his pocket and shows it to the cook. Delu looks at the main character with great surprise and asks him how he did it. The guy tells the cook that he has money. Lin Yu tears the contract into small shreds and tells the cook that he is now free. Delu thanks the young man. He likes the main character very much. He promises that he will go through fire and water for him. The cook is very excited. He screams loudly and says that he will be glad to be with the guy. Delu enters into an agreement with the main character. The monetary system tells the guy the characteristics of a ghostly creature. The cook continues to prepare his soup. He tastes it and tells the guy that it turned out good. Delu turns to the main character. He bows his knee in front of him and calls him master, promising to follow him from now on. Lin Yu asks the chef to stand up. The guy is against formalities and invites the ghost to drink wine together and have a good time. The main character fills a huge bowl with wine and hands it to the pleased Delu cook. Lin Yu, along with the other remaining players, sits at a table in the Afterlife Inn. A bloody inscription appearing in the air informs that there are only 3 players left in the game. The main character realizes that after he made a contract with the cook, the quest no longer poses a danger to him, unlike the girl who was torn to pieces when she collided with a guest while cleaning. Lin Yu realizes that although he has a monetary system, money, and a pact with a ghost, he is not invulnerable. The guy decides that he needs to become stronger. The main character gets up from the table and goes out into the street. Xiaoli runs out after him. The guy turns around and looks attentively at the girl. Xiaoli thanks the guy with all her heart. She says that if it weren't for him, the very first day would have ended in death for her. The main character tells the girl that he was glad to help her. Xiaoli tells the guy that her family has good connections, and hands the guy a piece of paper with his phone number. Xiaoli asks the young man to call this number if he has any problems in real life, at which time a huge inscription appears in the sky, informing him that the quest is completed. Lin Yu finds himself in his apartment. The guy carefully looks at his watch. 2 days have passed in the game, but in the real world only 1 second has passed. The main character intends to test whether the contract with the ghost works in the real world and calls the cook. Delu appears. The ghost sits in an embrace with a huge barrel of wine and asks the young man what is the matter. The main character breathes a sigh of relief. He understands that the contract with the ghost is stable in reality. In addition, he was able to take the skull necklace and other artifacts with him. Lin Yu is on the roof of a high-rise building. The guy is looking at the city at night. He realizes that the world is no longer a safe place. The main character remembers the words of the bearded man from the quest, who said that players would be called into the game every 2 weeks. The guy understands that he has many secrets. He decides not to contact the administration of the investigation center for now. Lin Yu sits down at his computer. The guy intends to use the forum to obtain information. The main character changes his IP address and goes to an anonymous forum. The guy sees on it a large number of official announcements from the investigation center number 9. Lin Yu believes that the presence of such an organization will help deter ghost hunters, the number of which is constantly growing. Quests exist in a place called the Ghost World. This world is huge, and there are countless spirits living in it. All people and ghosts are divided into different classes depending on their strength and ranks. The main character learns that his contract as a ghost lord is able to ignore the difference in levels. The guy is amazed that more than 100,000 players have already been tested. Many of them were destroyed, but the survivors got the opportunity to find wine that cleanses the soul and become lords of spirits. Players inevitably have a need to trade various materials and artifacts. Lin Yu learns that the forum provides such a platform. Messages arrive in the protagonist's personal account that the forum administration intends to organize a fair. The guy immediately registers in it. The main character chooses a pseudonym called Emperor. He fills out the form and presses the enter button. The monetary system reports that he has received another random cashback. Lin Yu asks the system to open the panel. The monetary system tells the guy that he has 9 trillion coins in his account, a contract with a ghost, and a small amount of weapons tied to him. The main character arrives in an abandoned area on the outskirts of the city, where a magic fair is taking place. The entrance to the fair is guarded by huge creatures. They check the participants' passes and let them inside. The main character puts a mask on his face to ensure anonymity and carefully examines his pass. An unfamiliar man informs the main character that the mask is capable of blocking foreign spirits, and the pass has protection against counterfeiting at the energy level. The ghost checks Lin Yu's pass and informs the guy that the item must be checked at the appraisal office before sales begin. The main character carefully examines the assessment specialists and notices that they have a modern device. Lin Yu plans to test the device soon to make sure it correctly detects the quality of materials and weapons. The unknown man assumes that Lin Yu is a newbie. He tells him about a device that is capable of classifying objects into categories according to their aura. The device is not able to divide some items into classes, such as amulets and elixirs. So for such things, the forum specifically invited 3 experienced players to evaluate. The man asks the main character not to worry and says that this rating system perfectly protects against scammers. Lin Yu realizes that the first batch of players have more powerful technologies than he expected, and the guy hopes that visiting the fair will bring him a lot of benefits. The evaluators conduct an examination of one of the player's weapons and report that his weapon belongs to the lower class and functions like a spell. The stranger, whose name is Bill, tells Lin Yu that even such a low-end weapon would cost hundreds of thousands. Lin Yu touches his necklace and realizes that his mid-range weapon with defensive and offensive functions will be invaluable. The evaluators continue their work. They inform the next player that his ore is not the main material for the weapon. The next player's necklace is of little value as it has lost a lot of yin energy. The main character checks the expertise of the appraisers using the panel of his system. The monetary system confirms the information about the necklace, reporting that it is damaged. The main character's turn comes. He lets Bill go ahead of him and wishes the guy good luck. Bill tells those present that his time has come and throws a magic bandage on the evaluator's table. The device reports that the headband is middle class, but the evaluator cannot determine whether the item is a weapon or a material. A second appraiser joins the conversation, examines the mysterious bandage, and reports that it contains strong yin energy. The chief appraiser notes that he cannot determine where the energy comes from. The man cannot assess the quality and asks Bill to set the price himself. Bill is very surprised by the work of the appraisers and, in an upset mood, leaves in the direction of the shopping arcade. The main character tries to calm the man down. He hopes that Bill will find an interested buyer at the fair. Lin Yu, using the money system, scans the magic bandage. The system informs the guy that the highest quality yin energy has been detected. The item is the ominous bandage of the pharaoh. The main character approaches the table. The evaluators ask the young man what he wants to evaluate. Lin Yu turns to the monetary system and asks for 1 copper wen coin. The system materializes a coin, which the guy places on the appraiser's table. The appraiser tells the guy that 1 coin does not have much power. If there were 100 of them, the total would be the lowest third class. His colleague asks not to rush to conclusions. He reports that the yin energy in the coin is impeccably pure and has no impurities. The appraiser carefully examines the coin. He understands that it was made in the Bank of Heaven and Earth. This currency is used among ghosts. The chief appraiser realizes that the quality of this coin is much better than the coins he has seen previously in quests. If the coins are not approved by the ghosts, then the person will not be able to make exchanges with the spirits with their help. The main character's coins are guaranteed by the Bank of Heaven and Earth and are recognized as spirits, so they can be safely traded in the quest. The appraiser realizes that the protagonist is a strong master, as the ghosts prevent currency from flowing into the hands of human hunters. The evaluator tries to read the name on the main character's badge. The guy introduces himself under the pseudonym Emperor. The appraiser has never heard of a player by that name and asks the young man where he got the coin. The main character tells the appraiser that he spent some time in the game, and the coin is his trophy. The junior appraiser offers the main character to sell the copper coin and sets the price at 2,000 yuan. Lin Yu begins to calculate how much money he will have if he exchanges 2 million copper coins. The appraiser sees that the guy is in no hurry to exchange, and says that 2,000 yuan is a good price. The senior appraiser understands that the copper coin is completely new and intact, and on behalf of the forum is ready to buy it for 3,000 yuan. Lin Yu says that he has a lot of coins. The guy wonders if the forum has enough money to buy back all the coins. The chief appraiser tells the guy that even if he has 200 coins in stock, the forum will be able to buy them back. The main character approaches the table. He opens his bag and dumps a huge pile of coins on the table. The chief appraiser is shocked by the amount and immediately contacts his superiors. The appraiser says that the forum is not able to buy that many coins at a time and asks to sell him some of the coins. Bill is knocked down by a crowd of players. People run to the appraisers and offer a price of 5,000 yuan for 1 coin. A huge crowd of players surrounds the main character, wanting to acquire rare coins as soon as possible. Lin Yu realizes that acquiring the monetary system was the best event in his life. The guy believes that having money is not the most important factor. You need to take into account the organization, the favor of strong people and other factors. Excited players watch as Mrs. Bay approaches. She asks the surrounding people to stop making noise and disperse. The appraisers immediately get up from the table and bow low to Mrs. Bay. The main character carefully examines the girl. Ms. Bay has a strong influence among players and is one of the founders of the forum. The main character understands that the girl is a powerful person. She can force evil spirits to be minions. The guy greets Mrs. Bay. She ignores his greeting and immediately goes to the table with coins. Bay examines the coins carefully. She says they are of excellent quality, and it would be a waste to sell them at the fair. The main character tells the girl that he recently had urgent matters and therefore he lacks some money. Lady Bay asks the protagonist to sell her 1 guan and offers a price of 8 million in cash. Players are discussing Ms. Bay. They know that she is a rank 6 player and has great influence on the forum. The main character intends to make friends with Mrs. Bay, as this can become his saving talisman in the game. Lin Yu agrees to the girl's terms and asks the monetary system to materialize 1 guan. Bay summons a huge ghost toad. The ghost holds a huge suitcase in its teeth and approaches the main character. Lin Yu realizes that the girl intends to test him. The main character calls his cook Delu. The ghost toad spits out the suitcase from its mouth. The suitcase flies at great speed towards the main character, and the cook Delu easily stops it. Delu brings the suitcase to the main character. He opens it and asks the guy to check the contents. Lin Yu congratulates Mrs. Bay on her successful deal and hands her a huge bunch of copper coins. Mrs. Bay throws a bunch of coins into the huge mouth of the ghost toad and tells the main character that she will look forward to the next meeting. Ms. Bay disappears into thin air, and a voice is heard announcing that the offline fair is officially open. Players run to the shopping arcades of the fair in order to have time to take the best places. One of the appraisers approaches the main character. He calls the guy Mr. and asks him if he still has coins. Lin Yu tells the appraiser that all his goods have been sold. The guy calls the appraisers respected people. He says goodbye to them and leaves. The main character received 8 million yuan from his last deal. He walks among the shopping arcades and looks around for what to buy. Lin Yu turns to the money system. The guy asks her to scan the room well and report the best goods. The guy approaches one of the sellers. The monetary system reports that the bloody fruit is being sold without an appraisal, and a fragment of a black bronze glove is broken. The main character understands that he will need to be patient, since most of the goods are not certified or are useless garbage. The money system informs Lin Yu that it has discovered a weapon called the Sinister Cube. It is of good quality and the same grade as the Enmity Skull necklace. The main character finds a seller's table. He approaches a black wooden cube and carefully examines it. The seller informs Lin Yu that he found this item in a quest called the Tomb. The item had a weak aura, and he still does not understand its purpose. The seller asks for 2,000 yuan for an incomprehensible object. The main character, without haggling, buys a black wooden cube. The monetary system informs the main character that the ominous wooden cube is automatically tied to its owner. In a short time, using the money system, Lin Yu acquires the most valuable goods sold at the fair. The main character notices his new acquaintance Bill. The guy sits silently at the end of the shopping row. The main character looks at Bill's goods. He tells the guy that he has a lot of interesting things. Bill reports that he has just a bunch of low-quality desert trinkets, which he intends to sell for very cheap. The main character intends to buy a pharaoh's armband, which the appraisers could not properly evaluate, and asks Bill how much he wants to sell it for. Bill turns out to be an honest man. He tells Lin Yu that the appraisers do not consider the headband an expensive item. The main character asks the guy to forget about the appraisers and name the price of interest. Bill feels sympathy for Lin Yu. He says that he is not going to bargain and gives the main character a pharaoh's armband. Bill considers the pharaoh's headband a useless item, since even experts could not determine its value. A man wants to kill two birds with one stone, get rid of unnecessary things and make friends with a strong, powerful player. The main character takes the bandage into his own hands. He intends to generously thank the man for the gift. Lin Yu throws a bunch of copper coins worth 8 million yuan onto the table. Bill screams loudly. The man cannot contain his emotions. Lin Yu sees great potential in the pharaoh's headband. The guy cannot understand how people can exchange such artifacts for money. Bei and the chief appraiser watch closely as the protagonist acquires an unappraised artifact. The appraiser cannot understand why the guy is buying an unappraised item. The girl thinks that the guy is hiding some secrets. Bei recalls that Lin Yu has a rank 1 spiritual consciousness, but this did not stop him from releasing a ferocious ghost in response to her provocation. The girl believes that the main character knows how to disguise his aura, so that even professionals are not able to see it. In addition, he has the skills to evaluate objects. Lin Yu is pleased that he was able to buy many useful items and spend all the money he earned. Lin Yu's thoughts are interrupted by a loud noise coming from a group of people. The guy decides to come closer to find out what's going on. The players are unhappy with the man sitting at the table. He is not a hunter, and intends to pay well for items that can be used to awaken spiritual consciousness. The players express their dissatisfaction with the man. They consider awakening spiritual consciousness with the help of objects to be gross cheating. The man tells the players that he is willing to pay $10 million if the product has no side effects. The players' reaction changes. They consider this price fair, and are surprised at the wealth of the unknown man. Lin Yu remembers that he has already drunk his quota of soul-cleansing wine, and decides to sell the rest of the drink to the man. The main character informs the man that the bottle contains wine that cleanses the soul, by drinking which you can awaken your spiritual consciousness. The man doubts the effectiveness of the drink, which leads the main character into a state of intense anger. The stranger sees Lin Yu's reaction. He apologizes to the guy and says that he believes him. A man writes a check for $10 million, which can be cashed at any time. Xiaoli is very worried that her father did not allow her to go to the fair. The girl became a participant in the game, and she needs to find protection from the dangers of this world. The girl remembers the main character. She believes that she could meet the guy at the fair. Her father comes into Xiaoli's room and tells the girl that he has bought a remedy that will help awaken her spiritual consciousness. The father hands the girl a magical vessel. Xiaoli understands that this is the soul-cleansing wine that Lin Yu drank in the game. The girl holds a bottle of wine in her hand. She realizes its value, because the main character drank this wine, and even the harsh ghosts appreciated it. Xiaoli uncorks the bottle. The father asks the girl to drink the drink. He wants his daughter's spiritual consciousness to quickly awaken, and she will survive the next quest. With the thought that she will no longer have to depend on other people, the girl empties the magical vessel. Pure yin energy fills the girl's body. She believes that the next time she meets Lin Yu, the guy will appreciate her changes. The main character reflects that in the midst of an addictive game, super rich people are just as vulnerable as ordinary citizens. Lin Yu cannot take the game lightly, even though it has a powerful money system. Ghosts are limited by the rules, but people delve deeper into the world of ghosts, and over time the rules become more and more blurred. This carries mortal risks for players. Linyu realizes that one day the rules will no longer strictly limit the actions of ghosts, and players will have to fight them. The monetary system informs the main character that he has 3 powerful artifacts and is close to being promoted to the 2nd level. Linyu, surrounded by a bright purple glow, feels a surge of power and understands that the game is just beginning, and dangerous challenges await him ahead. The red clock, bleeding, shows midnight, signaling the beginning of a new, terrible stage of the game, where every second could be the last for the participants. Linyu stands in front of a huge screen filled with red light. The guy receives an invitation to a thriller game called Otherworldly Boarding House. The floor under the protagonist's feet disappears. Linyu falls into the abyss and moves into a thriller game. The guy learns that in order to complete the quest, he must survive in the boarding house for 3 days and pay the rent in full. Linyu wakes up abruptly and jumps out of bed. The guy is very surprised by how he ended up in the Otherworldly Boarding House. The main character receives a resident card. This card is the only one, and if lost, it cannot be replaced. The area in which the otherworld is located is not a safe or quiet area, so residents should be careful when opening doors to visitors and try not to open windows. The boarding house has a curfew that starts at 11 o'clock in the evening, so the main character will have to constantly monitor the time. Linyu believes that he has nothing to worry about since he has enough money to complete the mission goal. The main character decides not to sit back and wait for the end of the quest. The guy intends to gain experience to increase his strength. Linyu turns his attention to the huge number of rooms. This surprises him, since upon entering the quest, it was indicated that there were only 3 survivors. The main character thinks that the numerous beehive-like rooms are most likely inhabited by ghosts. Linyu notices an information board on the wall. The guy is about to carefully study the building plan. The main character finds out that the real estate center is on the 3rd floor. He is going to visit it and see what is happening there. Linyu intends to use the elevator. The elevator doors open. The guy sees a terrible picture in front of him. The entire interior of the elevator is stained with blood. The main character realizes that an ordinary person would not dare to ride such an elevator. He is reassured by the presence of his strength and useful artifacts. A creepy voice informs the young man that he needs to pay for the elevator ride. A huge monster appears in the elevator cabin. It makes eerie sounds and approaches the young man. Linyu happily makes contact with the ghost. The guy asks how much he needs to pay. The ghost informs you that you need to pay 1 yuan per person. Otherwise, he threatens to take your body and soul. The main character turns to the monetary system and asks it to issue 101 yuan bills. The young man asks to be taken to the 3rd floor and throws a bill into the ghost's mouth. The ghost happily swallows the bill, after which the elevator starts moving. The ghost looks at the guy in surprise. He cannot understand how such a weak human being could find the money. The elevator ghost tells the guy that he paid in cash. This elevator is part of an otherworldly boarding house and only supports credit card purchases. Linyu believes that the ghost came up with these rules on his own to mislead him. The main character snaps his fingers, and at the same moment the Delu cook materializes in the elevator. The ghost cook tells the young man that he will deal with everything now, and deals a strong blow to the ghost elevator operator. The ghost elevator operator did not expect such a development of events. He asks for forgiveness and crawls back. Delu tells the young man that he has an otherworldly 1 yuan coin and hands it to the guy. The ghost elevator operator says that he was joking and offers the main character and Delu to use the elevator for free. Delu takes out his huge knife. He rushes at the ghost of the elevator operator and stabs him. The cook tells the young man that the ghost is one with the elevator, and if it is destroyed, the elevator will stop. Linyu realizes that they have no choice. He asks Delu to leave the ghost alive. The main character throws an otherworldly coin into the ghost's mouth. The elevator operator thanks the main character for his generosity and kindness. Linyu wants to know what otherworldly membership is and asks the ghost of the elevator operator about it. The ghost talks about how members of the otherworldly society are the most privileged residents of the otherworldly boarding house. The elevator operator reports that privileged guests have access to high-class seats and do not have to follow the rules of the boarding house. Linyu is thinking about how he can join the otherworldly membership. The elevator operator reveals that he is just a low-level ghost, and he does not know such details. Linyu believes that he needs to become a privileged guest, as this will be an important achievement in this quest. The elevator doors open and the ghost informs its passengers that they have arrived on the 3rd floor. The main character asks Delu to leave him. The cook immediately carries out the guy's order and disappears into thin air. Linyu enters the real estate center. The guy carefully examines the work areas and the few clients. The young man thinks that he will be interested in looking at the information department. but first he intends to pay his bills. Lin Yu carefully examines the ghosts who work in the payment department. He realizes that they are first level and weaker than the accountant from the underworld hotel. The guy believes that high-level ghosts are most likely on the upper floors. Lin Yu approaches the ghost. He hands him his card and says that he wants to pay for the room. The ghost reluctantly takes the card from the young man's hands and welcomes the new resident. The ghost reveals that they will need to pay a total of 3,000 minbi for the room, utilities, and maintenance. The main character notices that the prices here are much higher than in the hotel in the underworld. The ghost requires at least 500 wen as a deposit before the curfew begins, and the rest can be paid within 3 days. In case of non-payment of bills, the tenant's flesh, blood, and soul are taken away. The ghost is greatly surprised by the guy's calmness. He sees that the young man is not at all afraid. The ghost tells the main character that he has recently moved in and cannot pay for his services. He advises him to contact the information center to find a job. The ghost begins to loudly shout at the guy. He did not like the fact that the young man did not immediately go to the information center. Lin Yu tries to explain to the ghost that he has money, but the ghost does not understand the guy and demands to immediately go to the information center. Lin Yu decides not to show his power to the ghost so as not to reveal himself. The main character says that he is dissatisfied with the service and demands not to shout at VIP clients who pay their bills. The ghost informs Lin Yu that he is not a VIP client. He thinks that the guy is just a new resident who does not have a penny on his card, and wishes him to become a treat at the restaurant at the end of the evening. Lin Yu tells the clerk that he is able to pay his bills, and throws wads of new bills onto the counter. The ghost screams loudly. He didn't expect that the guy had so much money with pure yin energy. The main character tells the clerk that there are 100,000 wen here. He asks to be credited to his deposit. The ghost's tone immediately changes. He happily takes the money and informs the main character that he is a VIP client. Lin Yu carefully examines his card, which immediately displays the balance. The guy turns around and leaves. The ghost in a plaintive voice asks the guy not to complain about him to his superiors. Lin Yu says that he does not have time for this. The ghost thanks the main character and bows deeply. The guy walks along a deserted corridor. He doesn't know what to do next, since the task of the game has been completed. Lin Yu remembers that there are 2 other players in the game. He sets out to find out who these people are. The doors open and a stern man comes out to meet the main character. The guy notices that he is in symbiosis with a ghost. Lin Yu takes a closer look at the man. He realizes that he is a level 4 hunter and asks him if the floor is safe. The hunter takes a small package out of his pocket and tells the guy that this floor is safe. The man takes out small pieces of meat from the package and begins to feed his ghost, which is located on his hand. Lin Yu realizes that fresh blood and flesh are the price for the hunter's contract with this ghost. The hunter asks the main character how he ended up here. Lin Yu replies that he used the elevator. Lin Yu tells the man that there is an evil ghost in the elevator, which, despite the fact that the fare is paid, always finds a reason to fight. The hunter reports that the stairs are also not a safe place. There are evil ghosts and deadly traps there. The man believes that for a comfortable stay in this otherworldly boarding house, you need a huge amount of money. Lin Yu says that he was at the payment center, and in order to avoid a fine, the hunter needs to put at least 500 wen on the card today, and pay the entire amount within 3 days. The hunter says that this amount is insignificant for him, and he can afford it. Lin Yu invites the hunter to go to the payment center, and then explore the floor together. The man agrees with the guy's proposal. The hunter believes that Lin Yu is a first-level beginner, and this situation suits the main character quite well. The hunter approaches the cash register. He puts his card on the counter and says that he wants to pay his fee. The ghost sees Lin Yu standing behind the hunter, and in the blink of an eye, the disgruntled clerk turns into a friendly and attentive employee. The clerk smiles at the new client and asks how much he wants to top up his account. The hunter says that he does not intend to waste time on trifles, and throws 3,000 yuan in coins onto the counter. The ghost carefully examines the coins. He is pleased with the purity of energy that is present in the money. The hunter is worried about Lin Yu. He says that he has money and invites the guy to contact him if there are problems with payments. The main character remembers that the hunter's name is Bill and he saw him at the fair. Bill cannot remember Lin Yu, since the guy used an anonymous mask. Bill tells the guy that at the fair he met a high-ranking player who insisted on a gift of 1 guan. Lin Yu is pleased that Bill cannot recognize him. Bill asks Lin Yu what his name is. The guy realizes that he cannot say his real name or nickname Emperor. He asks the man to just call him brother. Bill is extremely optimistic. He says that there are already 2 of them and offers to go on reconnaissance. Players enter the information center. There are many screens in the room with a lot of information. The young people notice that there is a ghost administrator in the room, who sleeps at his desk and makes loud snoring. Lin Yu understands that he is in a privileged position, as ordinary players need to sell their items or work for money. Bill believes that working for ghosts carries a potential danger for players. He is glad that they will not have to work. Bill suggests going down to the first floor. The players have no food, so they will have to spend money on local food and water. Lin Yu agrees with the man and suggests using the elevator for convenience. Bill says that his coins are of large denomination. The man doubts that the ghost will give him change. The players enter the elevator. Lin Yu greets the ghost of the elevator operator and reminds him that he and his friends use the elevator for free. Bill is very surprised by how the ghost elevator operator reacts to the appearance of the main character. The man does not understand how the first-rank player was able to calm the ghost. Bill analyzes the ghost's behavior and comes to the conclusion that Lin Yu is either hiding his true power or possesses a powerful weapon. The players descend to the first floor of the building. They exit the elevator, intending to find a grocery store. On the way, they come across a playground where ghost mothers play with ugly ghost children. The players walk along the corridor. They are carefully examined by numerous ghosts. The main character believes that ghosts should not break the rules of the game if they are not provoked. Lin Yu considers the numerous shops and services located on the ground floor. He realizes that there is no access to the street on the ground floor. Players enter the nearest supermarket. The ghost girl greets warmly and invites customers to go inside. Lin Yu cannot breathe normally. The guy covers his nose, as the air in the store is saturated with the stench of spoiled yin energy. Bill is outraged by the quality of the goods and their enormous cost, but he still puts the goods in his cart because he believes that he has no choice. The water in the store turns out to be of even worse quality than the food. Bill says that in the swamp, it is much cleaner. The man asks the main character why he is not buying anything. Lin Yu informs his new friend that he will not rush for now. Bill is going to go up to his room. Lin Yu intends to stay on the first floor and explore the surroundings. Bill thinks that the main character does not have money for food, and invites the guy to come to his room if he needs anything. Lin Yu is left alone. The guy intends to go to an elite grocery store which is located nearby. The main character enters the elevator cabin. He sees in front of him a completely different ghost of the elevator operator. The ghost does not behave aggressively, as a result of which the guy concludes that the ghost from the other elevator told him everything. The main character rises to the next floor. He gets out of the elevator and carefully examines the rich and well-dressed ghosts. Lin Yu thinks that this floor is not bad, and heads to the store, at the entrance of which ghost consultants are on duty. The ghost greets the main character and informs the guy that the store operates on a membership basis and does not serve ordinary residents. Lin Yu tries to find out how much membership in the store costs. The ghost reports that you can become a member of the store automatically when the balance on the card reaches a certain amount. The main character hands his card to the ghost and asks to look at its balance. The ghost is very surprised by the balance on the young man's card. She offers to go to the store, since the guy is already a member. Lin Yu looks at the shelves with quality goods and remembers Bill. The guy thinks that the products that the man bought can be thrown in the trash. The monetary system informs the protagonist that he must continue to complete tasks. He needs to make 3 purchases, the total cost of which exceeds 100,000 yuan. Lin Yu fills his cart with quality products. The ghosts realize that the guy is choosing the most expensive products in the categories. The main character pays at the checkout and is surprised to learn that he spent only 60,000 yuan. A small ghost approaches Lin Yu. He greets the guy and informs him that he is the store manager. The manager informs the main character that the store wants to give him a small gift. The guy watches as 2 movers bring a huge box into the room. The manager says that the box contains expensive tableware, which is very difficult to purchase, since this product is exclusively for club members. The monetary system informs the main character that a weapon of the 2nd category was found in the dishes. The system asks if the guy wants to tie the kitchen knife to his ghostly creature. Lin Yu agrees with the proposal of the monetary system, and the Delu cook instantly appears behind the guy. The chef appreciates the new kitchen knife. He tells the guy that it is a great thing that fits well in his hand. Having taken the kitchen knife, Delu disappears into thin air. The manager carefully examines the aura that is around the main character. The manager thanks the main character for the purchase and offers to take the purchases to the guy's room. The ghost orders the movers to be careful when transporting and not to damage the goods in any way. Lin Yu asks the manager how he can become a member of another world, or join the council of another world. The ghost is very surprised by the guy's desire. To this day, not a single person has been able to join the council of another world. Lin Yu believes that in order to complete the system quest, he must move up to a higher league to increase his expenses. The manager informs the guy that he does not know how to become a member of the council, but he has some information on how to become a member of another world. The Phantom says the conditions are much more complicated than a membership to his high-end store. The manager reports that regardless of the method of joining the club, each applicant is required to pay a membership fee of 15,000 yen. The main character tells the store manager that such conditions have never been a problem for him. The manager shares one of the ways to obtain another world membership. The applicant needs to make a great contribution to public affairs. The guy informs the manager that he must leave the quest in 3 days, and he has too little time for this method. The ghost informs about the possibility of residents voting. Linyu learns the third way, which is that if more than 10 other world members or 3 council members invite an applicant, then he can become a full member. Linyu thanks the store manager for the information and hands him a 50 yuan note. Linyu intends to bribe the council people and become a council member. The guy thanks the manager and leaves the store. The main character is in the elevator. He sits on an improvised chair, made from the tentacles of the ghost of the elevator operator, and thinks about whether this time he will be able to solve everything with money. When the elevator reaches his floor and the doors swing open, the guy sees an unfamiliar young man standing next to Bill. The main character understands that this is a new player. He assumes that he still has little experience. Judging by his spiritual consciousness, he has not reached even a tenth of the strength of a first-rank hunter. Linyu believes that it will be very difficult for a new player to survive this quest alone. Bill asks the main character why he ended up on their floor. The main character explains that he went to the store for information and is now heading to the real estate center to double-check everything. Bill believes that the main character does not have enough money and thinks that the guy is going to get a job in the real estate center. Bill introduces the main character to a new player, a guy named Niall. He has only been in the game twice and still has not become a hunter. Linyu wonders if the man will be able to pay for the new player's accommodation. Bill reports that Niall is now broke. The man is going to take him to the information center so that the guy finds a job. The main character carefully examines Niall. The guy understands that if the new player constantly hides behind the backs of others, then he will end the next game in tears or die. Linyu bids farewell to the players and heads to the real estate center to resolve the council membership issue. The main character runs down the corridor, thinking that he needs to make the most of his powers to achieve a new level. Linyu enters the real estate department and carefully examines the ghosts inside. The young man's gaze stops at the old woman. He realizes that she is in fact a stern ghost. The old woman greets the young man and says that she is an employee on duty at the real estate center of an otherworldly boarding house. Linyu ignores the old woman's words and silently walks past her. The ghost looks at the guy in surprise. Linyu sits down in a comfortable chair and tells the old woman that he wants to apply for membership in the Otherworld's council. The old woman is surprised by the young man's desire. She asks him to wait a little to check the guy's contribution. The ghost asks the main character to provide her with a letter of recommendation. Linyu asks the old woman not to get hung up on the standard rules and suggests discussing alternative options. The main character asks the monetary system to give him 20 banknotes with a face value of 100,000 minbi. The old woman looks at the money carefully and says that the guy has only a pitiful pile of money in his hands, and in addition to the entrance fee, the applicant must fulfill other conditions. Linyu throws the bills into the air. The old woman is very surprised that the banknotes generate pure and strong yin energy. A second later, the old woman realizes that the bills are in denomination of 100,000 minbi, which leads the ghost into wild amazement. Linyu tells the ghost that all the bills are in denomination of 100,000 minbi. The protagonist's contribution is 2 million yuan. The old woman looks in a daze at the money flying at her and realizes that no one has ever made such a huge down payment. A moment later, the old woman jumps up from the sofa and begins to catch banknotes floating in the air. She refers to her old age and apologizes for her inattention. Linyu asks the ghost if he can become a member of the club with this amount of down payment. The ghost asks the main character not to worry and says that this problem can be solved, but she needs to consult with the head of the council. The old woman calls the head of the council and tells him about a newcomer who offered 2 million yuan as a down payment. The ghost informs the head of the council that all the bills have a denomination of 100,000 minbi and emit a huge amount of pure yin energy. The ghost informs the main character that later, the head of the council will meet with him in order to help with the transition to the council of another world. Linyu learned about the features of 100,000th banknotes on the forum. The guy is pleased that such information was very useful to him. The main character leans back in his chair. He believes that the process turned out to be much easier than expected. The head of the council of another world enters the room and begins to piercingly examine the main character. The head of the council approaches Linyu and says that his secretary told him about the guy's intentions. The old woman, with trembling hands, hands the head of the council money and asks him to carefully examine its denomination. The head of the council did not believe the old woman's words until the last moment. He was very surprised that the banknotes really had a denomination of 100,000 minbi. The head of the council asks the main character for what purpose he wants to become a member of the council and spend a lot of money. Lin Yu answers the ghost. He says that he has a large amount of money, but he cannot have a quality rest, since many services are available only to club members. Lin Yu points to the money the council head is holding and asks if his donation is enough. The head of the council puts the money in his pocket and informs the guy that he is the first to make a contribution in the form of a donation. The monetary system informs the main character that he has completed the first point of the task. The old woman believes that a big fish has been caught in their net and offers the head of the council to extract every last penny from the guy. The head of the council hands Lin Yu a membership card and intends to talk about the privileges of his increased status. He reports that from today the upper floors are open to the main character. He will no longer have a curfew and other restrictions. Lin Yu takes his card from the ghost. The head of the council strongly advises the guy not to make noise and not to open unfamiliar doors without permission, and also not to invade other people's rooms. The head of the council gives the main character access to the 28th floor, where the boarding house board and places with exclusive services such as gambling, duels, and specific entertainment are located. Lin Yu thanks the head of the council and tells the ghost that he has one question. The guy asks how much it will cost to be a representative of the council of another world. The head of the council stands up abruptly and says that council representative seats are not for sale at any price. The ghost informs the main character that in order to join the council of representatives, one must pass a series of serious tests. Lin Yu takes out a huge wad of large bills from his pocket. He defiantly counts them and offers to make a contribution to the test. The head of the council cannot take his eyes off the money and tells the main character that he will contact him tomorrow after negotiations with other council members. Lin Yu hopes that he can reach great heights with just money. The main character thanks the head of the council and says that he will look forward to news from him. Lin Yu leaves the room. The old woman asks the head of the council who he thinks the main character is. The head of the council says that Lin Yu's smell is similar to the smell of a ghost person. The old woman makes the assumption that the main character is a player. The head of the council is not sure that Lin Yu is a player, since it is unlikely that a player could have 2 million minbei in 100,000 yuan bills. The head of the council believes that not a single person will come to the afterlife boarding house by chance, and besides, the world of ghosts is of no value to people. The head of the council makes the assumption that the main character is a human spy. He is going to discuss this issue with the council members. Lin Yu heads to his room. The guy sees that the store manager has delivered his purchases to the door. Teenage ghosts run past the main character. They run up to shopping boxes and joyfully jump near them. Lin Yu realizes that the ghosts are the same hooligans that Bill told him about. The ghost girl tells her friends that she was spying on the movers, so half of the loot belongs to her. The girl offers to steal the box while the owner is away, especially since the boarding house rules say nothing about theft. The ghostly teenagers discuss how they can sneak through the landing, where they might be attacked by stronger bullies. According to Bill, a brutal gang was operating on the landing. Lin Yu understands that the man was exaggerating, and the gang is a bunch of young brats. Lin Yu approaches the teenage ghosts and asks them what they are doing here. The ghost girl tells the main character that their affairs do not concern him, and asks him to leave on good terms. Lin Yu tells the ghosts that this concerns him directly, since the box contains his things. The ghosts are surprised by the young man's answer. They do not understand how a first-level hunter could afford to buy such expensive items. The ghost girl asks the main character to prove that these items are his property. The bullies support the girl and tell the guy that the box belongs to them. Ghosts are jumping around the box and screaming wildly. Lin Yu thinks that there is no security service in the boarding house, which is why the teenagers behave so disgustingly. The hooligans grab the box and run towards the stairwell, which they consider their territory. Lin Yu follows the ghosts and enters the stairwell. The hooligans are very surprised. They did not expect a person to enter their territory. The ghost girl shows a stationary knife in her hands and informs the main character that he made a mistake by entering their territory. Lin Yu believes that the stairwell is an ideal place to punish bullies, as the area is relatively deserted and the ghosts will have no witnesses if they complain. The main character asks the ghost's girlfriend why she is holding a knife in her hands and invites the ghost to cut some fruit for him. The ghost girl tells the young man that with this knife she will chop him into small pieces, after which she will absorb his soul. Lin Yu snaps his fingers. Cook Delu appears behind the main character. The hooligans back away in fear. Delu takes out a huge knife. He invites the hooligans to look at a weapon that can cut souls and rushes to attack. The hooligans are very frightened. They try to escape and loudly call for their leader. Daelu throws his knife at the fleeing ghost, the weapon hitting the creature in the back and pinning it to the floor. The two remaining hooligans realize that they are next. They scream loudly and try to hide on the lower floors. Linyu decides it's time to test the effectiveness of the Pharaoh's magic bandage and fires it at the fleeing bullies. The Pharaoh's bandage turns out to be extremely effective. The main character and the cook Daelu go down to the tied-up hooligans. The ghosts demand that they be released immediately, threatening to tell their leader about everything. Daelu stands over the defeated ghosts. He takes out a rope to tie them up. The cook intends to cook food from the ghosts. The main character says that there is no need for this now. Last time he ate a ghost out of necessity, but now there is no need to do this. The cook says that he can guarantee the excellent taste and smell of the dish. It will be perfect, and will nourish the spiritual consciousness well and give a lot of strength. Daelu regrets that there are only 3 ghosts and they are too small to cook several dishes. The voice of a huge ghost is heard. He goes down the stairs and kicks a box. The ghost asks who offended his friends. Linyu encounters a huge ghost with long green hair and an ominous mouth full of sharp teeth. Next to him are other, no less frightening ghosts. The ghost hooligan laughs loudly. She is glad that their boss has come, and tells the main character that he is a corpse. Daelu can barely contain his rage. He is very angry. The main character understands that the cook will now tear the entire gang of hooligans to shreds. Daelu tells the protagonist that he will be back soon. Then he swings his knife and charges at the ghosts in a furious attack. In a short time, the cook manages to beat up all the ghosts, after which he returns to Linyu, dragging the gang leader along the floor. Linyu hands the chef a large box and says that he bought 2 bottles of good wine and a lot of ingredients. He hopes the chef will cook a great dish. Linyu and Daelu go up the stairs to their room. The guy hopes that no one will notice them. However, they fail to pass unnoticed. In the corridor, they meet random ghosts who are watching the main character and his spirit dragging the tied-up hooligans. Linyu does not notice that they were seen. The guy believes that they have safely reached their floor, and there is no need to worry about it. The main character enters his floor. In front of him, there is a turnstile that only allows club members inside. Linyu and Daelu head to their apartment, amazed at the beauty, luxury, and richness of the space around them. The guy cannot hide his surprise. Daelu informs the main character that there is a powerful artifact on the floor that has expanded the space contrary to the laws of physics. Linyu enters his apartment. He is amazed by the luxury and cleanliness that reigns around. The cook says that he has never lived in such expensive apartments. From the window of the room, there is a magnificent view of the world of ghosts. Linyu cannot move away from the window. The guy looks into the distance in fascination. The main character looks carefully out the window, realizing that the world of ghosts is cruel and crazy, in which weak, ghostly creatures become food for stronger ghosts. Linyu muses that the quest rules limit the ghosts, making them more friendly towards human players. The protagonist's thoughts are interrupted by the loud voice of Daelu, who announces that he has set the table. There is a huge number of different dishes on the table, which look very tasty and beautifully served on new expensive dishes. Linyu praises the cook. He says that his talent is now in demand, unlike in the Afterlife Hotel, where it was hidden and unnoticed. Daelu believes that the reason was the wariness of the owner of the Afterlife Hotel, who was afraid of him and did not give him freedom for creative development. The cook reports that his skills have grown thanks to the inspiration he received from the main character, and thanks the guy for providing him with new kitchen utensils. Linyu asks the ghost to stop praising him. He tells the chef that he considers him his friend and invites him to enjoy the delicious dishes in a relaxed manner. An information board appears above the main character's bed, which informs that during the first day, all players survived. Linyu asks the money system to activate the information panel, which reports that he is still a level 1 ghost lord. The guy understands that subjugating ghosts is a very difficult and complex task, but still hopes to move to the 2nd level in the near future. Linyu believes that he is in an advantageous position. He has an almost infinite amount of money, and he can purchase an unlimited amount of yin energy ingredients. In addition to a large number of ingredients, the main character has a ghost ally, so moving to a new level is not difficult and is only a matter of time. Linyu intends to thoroughly explore the elite floor apartments and find the necessary artifacts and materials. With the thought that it is necessary to replenish supplies, the guy puts on his cloak and leaves the room. The main character goes out into the corridor and meets Bill and his new friend there. This is a surprise for the guy, since he does not understand how people ended up on the elite floor. Bill is glad to meet the main character. He happily greets him and asks how he is doing. Linyu asks Bill what happened. The guy wants to know the reason for his joyful and elated mood. Bill hugs his new friend in a friendly hug. and informs the main character that yesterday they found a bug in the system of the otherworldly boarding house. The man switches to a whisper and tells the main character that he has found a way to avoid the curfew rule. Linyu wonders what method they are talking about, suspecting that Bill has learned about membership in the Council of Other Worlds. Bill says that yesterday he received a hidden part-time job from an old ghost at the information center. Now he and his friend can use the night pass to move freely after curfew. Niall is glad that he found a night job, with which the guy was able to earn enough money to pay 500 yuan for the first day of his stay. Linyu calms down. He understands that his new friends know nothing about the Council of Other Worlds. In addition, he received useful information that many shops are open at night. Bill boasts that he is able to purchase magical items at a reduced price, since he is now an employee of the store, and they have such privileges. The man says goodbye to the main character. He says that they need to sleep and relax after the night shift, since today there will be serious work, and the manager in an elite store promised a higher paid position. The main character looks at the players with emotion. He understands that such problems do not interest him, since he has a fortune of billions of minbi. Linyu comes to the information center. The guy comes up to the counter and tries to wake up the half-asleep managers. The main character asks the manager if it is possible to transfer the balance from the original card to a new one, since his status has been upgraded to a club member. The ghost manager carefully examines the young man's card. He does not believe that in such a short time the guy has become a member of the club. The manager begins to reissue the card. He asks Linyu what else he can do to help, and at the same time smiles, trying to be as friendly as possible. Linyu appeals to the monetary system. He asks for 100 bills with a denomination of 10,000 yuan. The main character hands the manager a wad of new bills, from which a huge amount of pure yin energy emanates. The ghost smiles welcomingly at the main character. He says that he will immediately top up the account, and stretches out his hands to the money. The manager realizes that he has 1 million yuan in his hands. He screams loudly and immediately covers his mouth, fearing that the main character will complain about his behavior to management. Linyu is amused by the ghost's reaction. In a serious tone, he demands the manager to quickly top up his account and says that he is in a hurry. The main character looks attentively at the ghost. The guy believes that these little offended ghosts are ants in the huge and creepy world of ghosts. Linyu is in an upscale grocery store, slowly filling his cart with expensive items as the store manager watches him closely. The main character hands the manager his new card. The ghost cannot believe that the guy is a member of the Club of Other Worlds. The ghost tells the young man that there is a revolving restaurant on the upper floors for people like him, and recommends that he definitely visit it. Linyu understands that this restaurant is of a higher rank. The guy thinks that he really needs to go there. The store manager informs the protagonist that his cousin works at this restaurant, and he will ask him to give the protagonist a discount. Linyu asks the manager not to worry. The guy says that he is not interested in discounts and is ready to pay the full price. Such behavior is beyond the understanding of the ghost. He believes that people are always looking for discounts and various bonuses. Linyu puts his purchases into virtual storage. The guy intends to drink good wine tonight and have a great time in an expensive restaurant. Approaching the doors of his apartment, the young man is very surprised. He sees a girl who has been waiting for him for a long time. The girl greets the young man. She waves her hand to him and asks if he really lives in this room. Linyu carefully examines the girl. The guy is surprised by her beauty and does not understand for what purpose she came for him. The girl says that her name is Bai, and she is the secretary of the 5th advisor of the otherworldly boarding house. Bai informs the protagonist that her mistress has decided to meet with him this evening to discuss various aspects of cooperation. Linyu tells the girl that he is glad to meet you, and says that he plans to have dinner at the revolving restaurant tonight. Bai asks the young man to wait 1 minute. She picks up a strange-looking amulet that is on her chest. Linyu carefully examines the amulet. He understands that with its help the girl maintains contact with the 5th advisor of the council. Bai informs the guy that the advisor will be waiting for him tonight at 10 o'clock in a separate room of the restaurant located on the 32nd floor. Linyu thanks the girl for the invitation and promises to treat her new acquaintances to a good dinner. Bai looks at the guy carefully, realizing that the main character is indeed very rich. The girl turns around and starts to leave. The main character asks her to stop immediately. The girl stops and asks the young man what's wrong. Linyu points his finger at her chest and asks how much it costs approximately. Bai tells the young man that she does not sell her body, and if he needs special services, he can use the entertainment facilities located on the 29th floor. Linyu apologizes for the misunderstanding. He explains that he wanted to know the cost of a jade pendant that allows communication from a distance. Bai understands that there was a misunderstanding. The girl calms down and says that the pendant was given to her by the fifth advisor, and she cannot sell it. Lin Yu watches the departing girl. The guy thinks that even in the world of ghosts, there is a place for beauty. The main character believes that he needs to visit the 29th entertainment floor because it is a great way to spend a lot of money and have a magical experience in a real-life setting. Lin Yu understands that the meeting with the three advisors, which will take place in the evening, although it does not pose much danger, requires careful preparation. Bill is near the elevator. The man asks Niall to hurry up so as not to be late for his new job. Niall finds out that they will have to work on the upper floors. The guy is very afraid and considers this place very dangerous. Bill tells his friend that they are in a quest game, and by definition there is no safe place. The man tries to calm Niall down. He explains that work is a great opportunity to become stronger, and promises that if everything goes well today, then tomorrow he may not go to work. The players enter the bloody elevator. Bill hugs the young man by the shoulders and asks him not to worry, promising that he will cover for him if anything happens. Lin Yu is in a casino. The guy is practicing card games and confidently spending a huge amount of money. The main character lost a large amount of money, but the guy remains calm. A nearby ghost says that this is the first time he has seen such a huge loss in the entire time that he is in the boarding house. Lin Yu believes that the visit to the casino was not in vain, as gamblers are well informed about the board members and exclusive news. The main character understands that if 3 council members are going to meet with him, it means they take him seriously. The guy decides that the board members are not of much importance. His main task is to spend a lot of money. With these thoughts, he bets his entire bank on red. The main character calls the ghost girl over and tells her that he intends to have dinner. The ghosts thank the guy for the company. They hope to play with him next time. Lin Yu enters an expensive restaurant. He watches as rich ghosts enjoy elite wine and exquisite dishes of rare cuisine. Bill and Niall work part-time as waiters in this elite establishment. They stand silently near the wall, waiting for commands from customers. Niall is very frightened. He examines the visitors and realizes that among them there are many evil and harsh ghosts. One of the ghosts draws attention to Niall and asks him to come to the table. The young man experiences wild horror that paralyzes his body. An ugly ghost taps a glass with his finger and asks the waiter to fill it with wine. Niall understands that he has no choice. The guy finds the strength to approach the table, taking a bottle of wine in his hand. He fills the glass. The ghost carefully examines the young man, then asks if Niall is human. Niall is unable to control his fear and tries to lie that he is not human. The ghost tells the player that he is lying because he can smell human scent from a great distance. Niall realizes that he has been figured out. A strong trembling breaks through his body from fear. He can barely stand on his feet. Niall turns his attention to a bottle of wine, from which a poisonous snake emerges. It hisses loudly and prepares to jump. The next moment, a poisonous snake jumps out of the glass and rushes towards Niall's face. The young man's body is paralyzed with fear. He covers his face with his hands and does not even try to dodge. At the last moment, Niall finds the strength to resist and tries to fight off the snake. He drops the bottle, which falls on the client's table. The bottle of wine slowly approaches the table. If it falls, it will ruin the client's mood and lead to a scandal due to poor service. Bill notices the current situation in time. He rushes to the table and deftly grabs a falling bottle. The man quickly wipes up the spilled wine and apologizes to the client. He asks the young employee to forgive him for his clumsiness. Niall realizes that he has just become a victim of an illusion. The guy is glad that he did not stain the client's clothes. Otherwise, the ghost could have taken advantage of the situation and eaten him. The ghost does not intend to forgive the waiter and demands compensation for the spilled wine, since the bottle costs a lot of money. The ghost wants to eat the young man's thigh as compensation. Bill claims that this is against the rules and promises to compensate with a bottle of wine by settling the issue with the restaurant owner. The ghost reluctantly agrees and calls the restaurant owner to his table. At this moment, Lin Yu and Bai enter the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant immediately approaches the young man. He greets him and offers the best table. The owner of the restaurant tells the main character that he heard about him from his cousin, and he likes to deal with respected people, such as members of the Council of Other Worlds. The secretary informs the restaurant owner that the council members will arrive soon, and she asks to be escorted to their reserved table in the Red Moon Hall. Lin Yu notices that his friends work as waiters and are faced with a conflict situation at the next table. Lin Yu asks the restaurant owner what happened at this table. The owner promises to immediately look into it and quickly resolve the situation. The main character tells the restaurant owner that he wants to figure out what is happening on his own and heads to the table. The ghost complains about the waiter's ineptitude and invites the restaurant owner to give the young man to him to eat. Linyu offers to fully compensate the ghost for the damage and asks how much the bottle of spilled wine costs. The ghost notices that the main character only has the first level. He believes that the guy does not deserve his attention. Linyu approaches the restaurant owner. The guy is surprised how such a rude customer can dine in their establishment, and asks about the cost of wine. The restaurant owner reports that this wine is made from shadow vine grapes, and costs 600 minbi per bottle. The ghost doubts that the main character will be able to buy such expensive wine. Linyu takes out his card and orders 10 bottles. The restaurant owner promises to resolve the situation himself and asks the young man to return to his table. The ghost is surprised that the restaurant owner knows Linyu and does not understand how a level 1 hunter received such privileges. A ghost waiter approaches the table with a cart containing 10 bottles of expensive wine. The ghost reminds the main character that in addition to material compensation, he also needs an apology for the moral damage caused. Linyu assures the ghost that he will now fully satisfy his demands. The guy picks up the bottle and swings it to strike. The main character strikes. The ghost screams loudly. Glass shards fly to the sides. The secretary is very surprised that Linyu dared to hit the ghost. Bill's voice is heard, which encourages the main character. The ghost calls the young man a bastard. He raises his paw and rushes to attack. Linyu instantly reacts to the ghost's attack. The guy activates the pharaoh's magic headband and shoots it at the ghost. A huge flow of pure yin energy blocks the ghost, while the pharaoh's bandage securely binds his body. Linyu uses his left hand to materialize 3 huge screws and shoot them at the ghost. A moment later, the shocked ghost finds himself on a chair, securely bound with a pharaoh's bandage and nailed to the chair with huge screws. The main character takes another bottle of wine in his hand and tells the ghost that he deserves to die. Linyu tells the ghost that today he will treat him to a huge amount of expensive wine and stabs him. Bill watches what is happening in surprise. The owner of the restaurant approaches the main character, hands him a towel, and invites the guy to dry his hands. Linyu turns to his friends. The guy invites them to treat the impudent ghost with expensive wine. The players gladly accept the guy's invitation. They grab bottles of wine and hit the ghost on the head with them. The ghost asks for forgiveness for his actions. He begs the players to spare him and leave him alive. Linyu tells the ghost that there is no forgiveness for such acts, and all he can offer the ghost is a quick death. Bill fully supports the decision of the protagonist, Niall, standing behind him, thanks the guy for saving him. Bill realizes that Linyu is a powerful player who is hiding his true powers. The man promises to keep it a secret after completing the quest. Linyu apologizes to the restaurant owner for having to annihilate the ghost in his establishment. The restaurant owner assures the guy that everything is fine. The ghost does not regret the death of a low-ranking client. The secretary points out that Linyu did not use his spiritual energy in battle, but at the same time wielded 2 artifacts with yin energy. The secretary looks carefully at Linyu. The girl believes that the 5th advisor was indeed right. One of the players violated the rules prohibiting spirit lords from being in the world of ghosts. Bai believes that the main character is a high-level ghost lord and carefully hides his abilities. The girl thinks that Linyu is very hungry and invites him to go to the table to have dinner. The main character sits at a large dining table and carefully studies the menu, which lists expensive dishes costing several thousand yuan. Linyu places the menu on the table and informs the restaurant owner that the listed dishes and drinks are a little inappropriate for the status of a council member. The guy asks the owner if he has anything with a higher price, like a set menu or something like that. The restaurant owner is angry at the guy's prank. He considers him a rich upstart and offers a table of 18 dishes, without a discount, for 110,000 yuan. Linyu asks if the restaurant has signature drinks or century-old wines. The guy demands the most expensive alcohol. The waiter brings a barrel of wine into the room. The owner reveals that the best wine he has is the wedding wine, originally intended for his brother. The owner of the restaurant says that the bill will be more than 150,000 yuan. The main character says that this price suits him, and hands the owner his credit card. The monetary system tells the young man that the old task is completed, and he receives a new task. The task of the new task is to make one purchase worth more than 1 million with 100 spectators. Bai pours a cup of coffee for the main character. The girl knows that the dinner costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. She is once again convinced that the guy is damn rich. Members of the Council of Another World appear in the room. The 5th advisor has the highest rank. The rest of the advisors treat him with great respect. The board members enter the dining room. Bai's secretary bows to the guests and tells them that everything is ready for the meeting. The main character carefully examines the arriving advisors. The guy understands that the 9th and 13th advisors are stronger than the woman's secretary and are at the level of a stern ghost. Lin Yu's gaze lands on the fifth advisor. The young man realizes that he belongs to the same class of ferocious ghosts as the Delu cook. Lin Yu greets the advisors. He decides not to tell them his name, and introduces himself as the Emperor. The main character says that he is glad that the council paid attention to him and is interested in him. The guy intends to discuss all the issues of interest to the ghosts. The ghosts silently examine the young man. The fifth advisor tells those accompanying him that the guy has a strange name. Lin Yu asks the advisors why they are in robes. The fifth advisor considers the guy sincere and decides that they will no longer hide their faces. The main character looks with amazement at the fifth advisor, who turns out to be a little ghost girl. Lin Yu watches as Bai approaches the fifth advisor. He believes that the secretary is reporting on what he just did in the restaurant. Bai actually tells the fifth advisor that Lin Yu kills ghosts in a second and spends hundreds of thousands of money. The fifth advisor believes that the guy is an expert in the spirit world under the command of the mighty Ghost King. The Otherworld Council is closely connected with great powers and controlled by its Ghost King. The fifth counselor believes that Lin Yu wants to establish cooperation between the two clans. The fifth advisor makes the assumption that the organization behind the main character has well studied the influence of the Otherworld Council on the boarding house. Lin Yu is quite happy with the fact that the Otherworld Council considers him a representative of a powerful secret organization. The fifth counselor intends to waste no time and get straight to the point. She tells Lin Yu that the power and financial resources that his organization possesses fascinate the Otherworld Council. The fifth advisor tells the young man that the council needs time for internal negotiations and suggests starting with small-scale cooperation. Lin Yu tells the council members to be honest. He wants to know what they can offer him and what they will demand in return. The fifth advisor tells the guy that the council has enormous intelligence capabilities in external strongholds and controls the activities of other organizations, including manhunters. Lin Yu tells the fifth advisor that he is not interested in Minbi. He is interested in working towards intelligence and information. The advisor tells the main character that they will be happy to share secret information, but the council has many restrictions associated with other organizations. Lin Yu tells the counselors that he understands everything and asks them not to rush into an answer, inviting the council to contact him for help at any time if they need it. The fifth advisor smiles sweetly at the guy and tells him that she is glad to hear such words. The fifth advisor calls the secretary to him. Bai approaches the girl and obediently leans towards her. The secretary approaches the main character and hands him a small object in her hand. In Bai's hands is the distinctive sign of the Council of Another World. The girl asks Lin Yu to accept the sign. The advisor informs the young man that with this sign, all the possessions and branches of the council will be at his complete disposal. The main character pins the insignia on his chest. He is pleased that from today on, he is an honorary member of the council. Waiters come out from the kitchen into the dining room. They announce that dinner is ready and bring numerous dishes and expensive drinks to the table. Lin Yu fills a glass with expensive wine. He raises it above himself and makes a toast about fruitful and long-term cooperation. Lin Yu takes a close look at the secretary's jade amulet and tells the fifth counselor that, as an honorary member of the council, he should be given a method of communication. The fifth advisor winks at the main character and tells him that he has excellent taste. The fifth advisor understands that the hero has just recently arrived at the boarding house and does not have a competent assistant. She allows Secretary Bai to follow him. The main character just wanted to get a jade pendant to communicate with the council, but he doesn't mind the fact that along with the pendant, he also got a secretary at his disposal. The advisor asks the main character if he has a blank contract form with him. Lin Yu snaps his fingers and a blank contract form materializes in the air. The contract form flies up to Bai. The girl writes her name on it and puts her signature. The main character thanks the secretary and informs the girl that from this day on she will follow him. Council members say goodbye to the young man and ask him to seek help at any time if anything is needed. Lin Yu thanks the board members and also offers to help them if they encounter any difficulties in the future. The fifth advisor does not understand why such a big man as Lin Yu appeared in a boarding house, the cost of which is only several tens of millions, on a reconnaissance mission. The fifth advisor believes that her organization needs to expand. She intends to use Lin Yu to penetrate the human world. The girl advisor suggests that the organization behind Lin Yu also intends to infiltrate the ghost world and take control of its objects. The main character asks the money system to scan the secretary Bai. The system reports that the girl has the level of a severe ghost. B believes that collaborating with the main character will take her to great heights, and she thinks that she made the right choice. Lin Yu asks the money system to open the information panel. The guy finds out that his level of spiritual power has increased, and he has become a second-rank ghost lord. The main character is pleased with his improvements. Now he can easily destroy an equal ghost. The young man holds his ghost contracts in his hands, happy that the Minbi's power has finally transformed into his fighting power. A day later, the otherworldly boarding house quest was completed. The main character learns that all 3 players survived. The guy, along with his ghosts, is going to leave the location. Lin Yu returns from the quest victorious and with good loot. The next morning comes. Lin Yu stands at the entrance of a large mansion with his secretary. The main character allocated 10 million yuan to Bai for rent, but the girl was able to rent a house for only 3 million. Bai says that she fulfilled all the guy's conditions, which were privacy, large space, and the absence of noisy neighbors. The main character praises his secretary. Despite the fact that the house has a bad history, the previous owner of this villa committed suicide, and the house is rumored to be haunted. Bai tells the young man that this is her job, and remembers that the 5th advisor, although she treated her well, never praised her. Lin Yu heads to the house. Bai reports that she has collected information about human hunters and games. The girl reports that the 3rd game, in which the main character will participate, is the final one for new players. Lin Yu tells the girl that he heard that you can add friends after completing the beginner stage. Bai reveals that in addition to this, players will be given full access to the thriller space. Bai warns the guy that the complexity of the 3rd quest is not the same as the first 2. The survival rate of players is only 30%. Lin Yu takes this information very seriously. The guy has 1 week before the start of the game. He is going to rest and prepare well. The main character is not going to waste time. He intends to use it for training, and invites his ghosts to be his sparring partners. Delu agrees with the guy's proposal, and in the next second inflicts a strong straight blow on the main character with the right. Lin Yu managed to come to his senses after being hit by Delu. The guy moves to a safe distance and shoots a magic screw at the ghost. A week of rest and training flies by. The main character finds himself in a game called Train Number 44. Lin Yu is in the carriage of a moving train. He carefully reads the inscription in the air, which reports that there are 15 players in the game. The main character carefully examines his carriage and thinks about how many players will survive this quest. The guy listens to the instructions coming from the speaker of the car. The voice greets the passengers and asks them to follow the rules and norms of behavior on the train. The main character is ready to take on the challenge. He wants to see how treacherous this 3rd quest will be. One of the rules is that passengers take their seats according to their tickets. Lin Yu takes his seat, attracted by the noise coming from the guy in the neighboring seats. Opposite the young man is a huge female controller. She asks the guy whether he understood the rules or not. The ghost sitting opposite the main character says that people are ungrateful creatures. Lin Yu does not take his eyes off the controller. He understands that the woman is a stern ghost. The main character wonders why the guy so quickly got into an altercation with a ghostly creature. Because players who survive to the 3rd quest should have some experience. The controller tries to explain that according to the instructions, all passengers, whether human or ghost, must take seats in accordance with the ticket. The guy hands the ghost his ticket and asks the ticket inspector to stop pestering him. The ghostly creature tells the guy that he only has a ticket for 1 passenger, and the ghost on his leg is missing a ticket. The guy is very surprised that the controller was able to detect his well-disguised ghost. The eyes of the ghostly creature light up with a bright fire. The conductor informs that there are fines for violating the train rules. The guy apologizes to the ghost. He is going to issue another ticket and asks how much Minbi it costs. A powerful energy funnel appears around the stern ghost. The ghost informs the guy that there are no extra train tickets. The ghostly controller grows in size. She grabs the guy by the hand and tells him that passengers who do not buy a ticket will be kicked out of the train. The guy demands leniency. He promises to pay any money to stay on the train. The stern ghost agrees to the player's plaintive requests. She rips the guy's leg off and throws it out of the window of a moving train. Lin Yu considers this quest quite complex and original. Nowhere in the rules was it stated that the player's ghost must have a ticket. The guy considers this a well-hidden trap. The ghost controller heads towards the main character. The guy believes that he has reliably disguised his connection with the ghosts. A stern ghost approaches Lin Yu. The controller asks the main character to show his travel card. Lin Yu tells the controller that he heard that there are no regular tickets left. The guy asks if there are more expensive tickets. The ghost carefully studies the main character's ticket. She says that for the poor bastards all tickets are sold out. The controller does not believe that the guy can afford a separate compartment for 10,000 Minbi. The ghost returns the ticket to Lin Yu. The guy understands that there are no ghosts in this world who are not interested in money. The controller does not understand how the guy can be so calm and informs him that in order to get an upgrade, he needs to go to car number 5 when he arrives at the next station. Linyu sees that a player has appeared in the carriage, whose leg was torn off by the controller and thrown out the window. Two large ghosts with scary looks and bright hair attract Linyu's attention. They begin to aggressively make fun of him and the other players, trying to intimidate them. The ghost points to the main character and several other players and invites them to play cards. The ghost's friends also persuade players to play. If they refuse, they advise people not to show themselves to them. The atmosphere is heating up. Linyu understands that this quest will be much more difficult and dangerous than the previous ones. The guy understands that he will have to be careful and think through his every step. The main character decides to test how powerful the three petty evil ghosts are, who dared to provoke him. Linyu approaches the table where the ghosts are sitting and asks them how much one batch will cost. The ghost reports that the bet is 10 minbi. If the players do not have money, then they can pay with weapons, materials, as well as their flesh and soul. The guy agrees to the conditions. He offers to stop chatting and immediately move on to the game. The ghosts are very aggressive. They look with evil glances at the main character. They are irritated by the excessive arrogance and impudence of the young man. The ghost, who is at the distribution, tells Linyu that he likes him, since the guy behaves calmly and remains calm. The legless man and the girl sitting next to him are trembling very much. They are very scared. The ghosts are wondering why they are afraid, because the players can win and take money from the ghosts. The players look at the main character. They are very surprised why the guy is so calm. A ghost with bright hair carefully shuffles a deck of cards, grinning and watching the reactions of Linyu and the other players. Cards fly to the players with a whistle. The main character feels a sense of tension and threat emanating from the game. Linyu deftly intercepts the flying cards. The guy is confident in his skill. He intends to take advantage of his advantages in the game. Linyu looks at his cards. The main character understands that the combination he has drawn will not allow him to win this game. The main character sees the cards of the players next to him. He notices that the man got a more winning combination. Linyu looks at the ghosts carefully. He is alarmed by their calmness and self-confidence. The guy senses something is wrong. The ghost in the hand smiles joyfully and invites the players to show their cards. Unlike people, all ghosts have a very winning combination of cards. They smile slyly at people, pretending that this is an accident. The man thought that he would win this game, but he was very upset that the ghosts had higher cards. Linyu casually throws the cards on the table, realizing that there can be no justice in a game started by ghosts. The ghost tells the players that they have lost and, according to the agreement, must pay for the lost game. The ghosts praise each other and congratulate each other on their win. They talk about how lucky they are and that the cards they drew were a coincidence. The man takes the last money out of his pockets and hands the ghosts a few crumpled banknotes and the last coins. The ghost sees that the man has very little money. He is very annoyed and asks the man if he still has money. The girl tells the ghost that she is giving away her last money and has only 5 minbi left. The ghost demands immediate payment for the game, and with a sharp movement snatches the money from the hands of the frightened girl. The blow dealt by the ghost was strong and powerful. It damaged the girl's finger. She is in severe pain. The girl tries to scream. The main character takes out an apple and covers her mouth with it. Linyu asks the girl not to scream. He explains that a loud sound will attract the conductor's attention, and she will not like the consequences. The ghost informs that if the players do not have a minbi, then materials with yin energy, blood, or soul will do, all of which they can use to pay for the game. The ghosts laugh loudly and make insulting jokes at the main character. They tell him that now it is his turn to show the cards. The necklace on Linyu's neck begins to glow dimly. The guy believes that by putting pressure on him, the ghosts are running into trouble. Linyu activates his necklace. Streams of yin energy turn into toothy monsters and are directed towards the ghosts. Yin energy attacks the ghosts sitting opposite. They do not understand that the impact and damage is caused by streams of yin energy. The ghosts begin to feel bad. They do not understand the reason for this, and do not realize what is happening. The ghosts look closely at Linyu and conclude that the main character is the possible reason for their poor health. One of the ghosts pays attention to the apple that the guy gave to the girl. He feels that the apple has the effect of feeding yin energy. Linyu hands the ghosts 100 minbi note, and tells them that this is the smallest money he has. The ghost is surprised that the guy does not have small denomination money. He looks at the young man suspiciously, and warily takes the bill. The elder ghost is glad that the main character has money. He orders to put it on the table and continue the game. One of the ghosts continues to watch the main character warily. He associates an apple filled with yin energy and 100 minbi note with an artifact that Linyu keeps with him. The elder ghost believes that there is no reason to worry. He believes that the guy is an insignificant second-rank hunter. The ghost intends to squeeze all the last money out of Linyu, and then bleed him and eat him. The ghost tells the main character that he is tired of playing for small bets and offers to play for big ones. The ghosts offer the main character to raise the stakes to 100 minbi per game and ask him if he agrees to these conditions. The guy reports that this is no problem for him. The players sitting next to him are very surprised by the young man's answer. Linyu tells the ghost that the players next to him are poor and poor, capable of playing with only 10 minbi. The guy asks to drive them away so that they do not interfere with the game. The main character winks at the players and uses hidden signs to explain to them to take advantage of the situation and leave quickly. The players are grateful to Linyu for saving them. They immediately get up from the bench and move to the opposite part of the carriage. The ghost announces that it is time for the second game and begins to energetically shuffle the deck of cards. The main character carefully examines the deck of cards in the hands of the ghost. The guy understands that these are not simple playing cards. Linyu holds the cards in his hands. The guy understands that they are a magical artifact. He believes that there is no way to win ghosts in a fair game. Linyu puts the cards on the table and tells the ghost that the bets are too small. He invites them to raise them immediately. The ghosts begin to get very angry. They are unhappy with the guy's arrogant behavior and the fact that everything is not going as they planned. Linyu takes out a wad of money from his pocket and offers to raise the bets to 1,000 minbi. The passengers in the carriage carefully watch the young man's game with the hooligans. They are surprised that the guy makes such big bets. Two ghosts are talking to each other. They believe that the guy is looking for trouble. The hooligans are regular passengers on the 44 train, and the newcomer is brazenly challenging them. The ghost tells his friend that a bet of 1,000 minbi is very risky. He wonders if they have that kind of money to bet. The leader of the hooligan orders his subordinates not to worry. He believes that they should under no circumstances refuse to play, since in this case, they will be considered weaklings and destroyed. Linyu provokes the hooligans. He reports that he has a lot of money and is not going to leave. The leader of the hooligans thinks Linyu is a stupid young man. He tells the guy that he is glad to see a player who enjoys the game. The cards in the hands of the bully are filled with yin energy, with the help of which the ghost is able to change the suit and numbers on the card at its discretion. The leader of the hooligans understands that if the main character gets good cards, he can always change his cards to stronger ones. The monetary system informs the main character that an ownerless artifact with yin energy has been discovered. The bully throws the cards into the air. The guy realizes that the ghost has changed the meaning of the cards. In this game, victory will go to the one who has more energy. The total energy of the three ghosts allows them to change the value of the cards to 3 aces. The leader of the hooligans is very pleased with himself and invites the players to show their cards. The main character realizes that he needs an energy boost and calls the Delu cook for this. The contract allows the protagonist to use the yin power of his ghost. Linyu orders Delu to share his spiritual power. The surrounding space is filled with the radiance of yin energy. The main character throws his cards onto the gaming table. Passengers in the carriage feel a sharp surge of yin energy and carefully observe what is happening. The ghost wonders where the guy has such power, since he is only a second-rank hunter. The leader of the hooligans realizes with horror that the power of yin energy that he poured into the playing cards has disappeared. The ghost examines his cards. He sees that they are different from the ones he changed. The accomplices look at the leader of the hooligans. They notice that something is wrong with him. His face expresses surprise and confusion. The ghosts are trying to understand what happened. Linyu asks the bully why he changed his face, and asks if he got good cards when he was dealt. The main character tells the hooligans that he got very bad small cards. The ghosts look at their cards. They see that they have been replaced, and do not understand how a second-rank hunter could do this. The bully cannot understand what secret method the young man used to increase his strength in such a short time. The ghost throws a bill at Linyu and says that the guy is just lucky. He hopes that the guy won't last long in the game. Linyu informs the ghosts that they have played for a bet of 100 minbi, and invites the bullies to continue playing for a raise. The bully hopes that the main character's trick will end soon, and invites the guy to bet everything he has. A tall ghost walks through the cabin of the carriage. He calls the hooligans fools who are looking for their death. The leader shuffles the deck of cards and encourages his accomplices, saying that a second-rank hunter will not be able to cope with 3 spirits. The ghost tries to change the cards, and is surprised to realize that he cannot use his yin energy. The evil spirit looks closely at the main character, and cannot understand how the guy could release so much yin energy of such a high level. The leader of the bullies makes the assumption that Linyu does not use secret methods to increase strength. The reason is that the guy is not human. Linyu asks the bully what happened to him, and asks him to deal the cards quickly. The ghosts wish the guy a quick loss and hope that in the third game he will lose all his savings. The leader of the hooligans informs the young man that they are stopping the party and are not going to play with him anymore. The accomplices consider the behavior of their leader strange. Lin Yu is a little surprised by the ghost's decision. He asks to explain the reason for the refusal. The guy says that he just got excited and asks the ghost not to spoil his fun. Lin Yu touches the deck of cards with his finger and imbues them with a huge amount of yin energy. After a moment, the deck of cards begins to emit rays of luminous energy, which paralyze the ghosts sitting opposite. The monetary system informs the main character that a high-quality artifact has been discovered, which is cheating cards. The guy looks at the ghosts struggling in convulsions. He learns from the system that with the help of magic cards they connected with the power of the ghost kingdom. Lin Yu just wanted to teach the evil spirits a lesson, but he had a wonderful opportunity to learn about the hidden powers of the quest. The ghosts can no longer endure the extreme pain. They ask Lin Yu to stop the energy attack and free them. Lin Yu sets out to teach the ghosts a lesson by implementing their own methods. The guy uses card swapping and wins the game. The ghosts with trembling hands offer their last money to the main character. The main character, in a joking tone, apologizes to the ghosts. He asks them not to give in and to play to their full potential. Lin Yu stares at the ghosts and tells them that it is time for the next game. One of the ghosts cries bitterly and informs his leader that they no longer have any minbi left. Lin Yu reminds you of the rules of the game. You can pay for a loss with artifacts, yin materials, blood, and soul. Evil spirits ask the main character to stop. They say that if they continue playing, the cards will use power and tear their souls out of their bodies. Lin Yu fills the deck of cards with a powerful stream of yin energy and begins the distribution. The ghosts are unable to resist the super quality artifact. They lose the game and disappear into space. Lin Yu thanks Delu for his help. The cook says that it was a joy for him to deal with the evil spirits. The monetary system informs the main character that a rare yin artifact is automatically tied to the owner. In addition, the guy's energy level increases, since he received the souls of evil spirits. The ghosts in the carriage believe that Lin Yu has powerful strength and a cruel heart. They intend to be careful and in no way offend the guy. The player is grateful to the main character. He tells the girl that if it weren't for Lin Yu, the evil spirits would certainly have dealt with them. The girl remembers that this quest is an examination for beginners, and says that all players must be beginners. The guy answers the girl. He says that he has no idea how such a strong person ended up in the ranks of ordinary players. The player watches the main character pass by and thinks that Lin Yu may not be an ordinary player, but is carrying out a secret mission in the quest. Despite numerous attempts, one of the ghosts was never able to discern the potential of the protagonist's energy power. The train is approaching the next station, on the platform of which there is a girl smoking a pipe, with her ghost present next to her. The girl player gets up from her seat. She bows to the main character and respectfully calls him Elder. Lin Yu asks the girl not to address him with that name, considering it wrong, and tells her that he is an ordinary new player taking a quest exam. The guy looks carefully at the players, realizing that they have come up with and got it into their heads that he comes from some noble family of ghosts. The players communicate with each other. They believe that the main character has great charisma and feels like a duck to water in the quest. Players gather around Lin Yu. They call him an expert and ask him what to do next, and also ask him for advice. One of the players shows his ticket, paid only for the station of the blind awnings, and says that the goal is 4 stops short. Lin Yu reports that this is one of the main tasks. According to the rules, to complete the task you need to pay for a ticket to the desired station. The protagonist tells the player that an alternative option is to find a way to get to the station without paying for a ticket. The players are upset by such news. They are not confident in themselves and are very scared. They say that they do not have much strength, and there are ferocious and evil ghosts in this quest. Lin Yu believes that since the players are in this quest, it means they already have some experience. The guy offers to observe the changes taking place in the carriage. The main character says that the new task will not be long in coming, and invites everyone to find out the rules of the quest and hidden patterns together, after which the players will have confidence in their own actions. The girls thank the guy, calling him an expert. His opinion and informativeness cause them admiration. Lin Yu believes that it is not enough just to study the rules of the quest and find weaknesses in them. You must have enough strength to win. The guy decides to save up his strength before the dangerous and strange third quest and take a wait-and-see approach. The lights in the train car begin to go out. Surprised and frightened cries of passengers are heard. Those present do not understand the reason for what is happening. An energy portal appears in the door of the carriage. Cold energy envelops the entire carriage. Passengers express their dissatisfaction with the safety of the train. The player looks at the main character. He believes that the guy is really from the family of great ghosts, as he remains calm and unperturbed even in the midst of such a strange phenomenon. Lin Yu carefully studies the ghost's reactions and realizes that this is an unusual situation that rarely occurs on the number 44 train. The main character remembers that during his card game a powerful ghost was walking around the carriage. The guy concludes that such a ghost has no need to sit idle in a carriage with small ghosts. He believes that there may be powerful demons nearby. One of the ghosts carefully looks at the energy portal and rejoices that they have finally arrived. Lin Yu notices the ghost's reaction. He understands that he is aware of the events and has been secretly waiting for the arrival of the transformed ghosts all this time. The main character activates his amulets. The guy expected that the exam quest for beginners would involve real serious tests. A girl from the station comes out of the energy portal at the beginning of the carriage, slowly walks along the carriage, and sings a children's song. The main character notices that the girl is smoking an unusual pipe, exhaling rings of magical smoke, and asks the passengers if they want to buy anything. Ghosts immediately fall under the influence of magical smoke. Their state of consciousness instantly changes. They joyfully scream and dance. Lin Yu realizes that the girl used a powerful mind control technique and summons the money system. The system informs the main character that it has detected a first-level artifact, which is a sapphire tube for imprisoning restless souls. Lin Yu hopes that he will receive a super-quality yin artifact that no player or ghost would refuse. The guy continues to carefully examine the girl and her strange ghost. He is tormented by the question of what they are selling. The entire train crew, including the driver and mechanic, enters the carriage, which greatly surprises the young man. The employees of train number 44 bow to the owner of the Chamber of Commerce and greet her with all their hearts. The train driver reports that according to the rules, representatives of the Chambers of Commerce cannot enter the carriages. He apologizes and states that he is obliged to comply with the rules. The girl tells the driver that the guarantor of the safety of her business is not small people. She tells the driver that she trusts him and hopes that he will change his decision. The girl says that the train has been in operation for many years and the crew is professional. She offers the driver to take care of her safety. The driver takes responsibility. He agrees with the conditions of the owner of the Chamber of Commerce and promises her to make every possible effort to ensure safety. The driver takes the speakerphone in his hand and informs the passengers of the carriage that in front of them is the hostess Lu from the Chamber of Commerce. Passengers will learn that hostess Lu will show them rare goods during the journey, and those interested can have a great time bidding and purchasing goods. The ghost tells his friend that the house representatives have a frightening yin energy, and this is the first time that train number 44 stopped halfway to pick up passengers. Lin Yu overhears the conversation of ghosts. The guy learns that the Chamber of Commerce has appeared on the periphery of the ghost world. Its goal is not to kill people or hunt, but to do business and increase wealth. Lin Yu considers the girl's plan successful, since a large number of wealthy ghosts have gathered in the carriage, and, apparently, they have all heard about the Chamber of Commerce. The main character understands that he has a good opportunity to complete the task, because the Chamber of Commerce conducts its business through an auction, and this plays into his hands. At auctions, the one who makes the highest bid always wins. The guy believes that he is destined to get out of the shadows. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce materializes a table for lots in front of her, and envelops it in magical smoke. The main character is looking forward to the start of the auction, as he has received a new task, which is that he needs to spend a lot of money to demonstrate wealth. The first lots appear on the auction table. Lin Yu asks the system to immediately evaluate them. The first item is a magic lamp, the oil of which, once ignited, helps the user improve their skills. Lu informs the passengers that the magic lamp can simultaneously increase the rate of development of yin power and knowledge of energy. The ghosts cannot contain their emotions. They are very interested in the artifact, which can increase the results of training. The main character believes that the Chamber of Commerce evaluates objects better than people. Even the monetary system gave only general characteristics. A nondescript ghost approaches the owner of the Chamber of Commerce and asks Lu how much the lamp costs. Lu informs the auction participants that the starting price for the lamp is 50,000 minbi. Many ghosts are eager to acquire this artifact and immediately begin to raise their bids. The tall ghost intends to overtake his competitors by placing a bid of 60,000 minbi. A voice is heard from the passenger's bench, raising the price of the magic lamp to 70,000. Lin Yu realizes that he made the right assumptions. Not all the ghosts in the carriage are as poor as the three gamblers. The main character raises the bet to 80,000 minbi, realizing that this money is mere trifle compared to his fortune. The auction continues. Lin Yu is not going to waste time and doubles the bid, setting the price of the lamp at 200,000. All the ghosts in the carriage immediately pay attention to the young man. They are surprised by his bidding tactics. The ghost carefully examines the main character. He did not expect that the player could do something like that and increase the bet twice as much as him. The players are very surprised by the wealth of the main character, because many of them cannot even get the money to buy a ticket. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce takes a drag from her pipe and begins to count down the price offered by the young man. Lu pronounces the price of the magic lamp 3 times, during which time no one outbids. And the owner of the Chamber of Commerce informs the participants that the artifact has been sold. The lamp immediately moves towards the main character, leaving behind a powerful energy trail of yin energy. Linyu takes the magic lamp into his hands and feeds the money to the little ghost delivery man. The monetary system informs the main character that an artifact of the 3rd rank has been discovered, and it is automatically tied to the user. Linyu opens a portal and puts the lamp in a virtual storage. A ghost sitting next to him says with envy that the guy saw a cheap trinket, could not resist, and immediately began to spend his money. The main character regrets that there are not hundreds of spectators in the carriage. Otherwise, he could have spent 1 million and completed the task. Linyu decides to complete the tasks in stages, hoping that more viewers will join the auction. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce talks about the next lot, which is called the Pearl of the Immaculate Soul. This artifact can be used by both people with spiritual energy and ghosts with yin power. The main character gets up from his seat. He raises his hand to attract attention and says that he is buying this item. None of the ghosts are able to outbid Linyu. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce reports that the item has been sold. The 3rd item is the Jade Soul Heart. Wearing it helps maintain composure, and is also used to make artifacts and pills with the corresponding effect. Linyu immediately sets the maximum price and buys the 3rd artifact without much competition. The ghost watches the main character in surprise, considering it suspicious that the player spent a huge amount of money in the 1st round. The ghost cannot understand how a 2nd-rank hunter can have such resources. Linyu moves the artifacts to a virtual storage. The ghosts nearby are gossiping. They consider the guy a member of one of the powerful organizations. Linyu notices that due to his wasteful behavior, there are more and more ghosts in the train carriage. The guy is happy about the increase in the number of spectators and participants, but this is not enough, and in the 2nd round he intends to further shock those around him with big expenses. Treasures of the 2nd round appear on the auction table, which are much stronger than the previously exhibited artifacts. Lu suggests purchasing a trace-returning liquid. You just need to apply it to the target, so that it tracks the object, no matter how far away it is. Linyu believes that such an item will be very useful in group operations. The guy intends to use it in the future, or resell it to someone. The starting price of the liquid is set at 300,000 minbi, and active trading begins in the hall. Linyu immediately sets the price for the artifact at 700,000. Which shocks the owner of the Chamber of Commerce and her ghost. The ghostly creatures cannot hide their surprise and irritation. The main character again sets a maximum price that no one can beat. Linyu is counting the money. The guy intends to set the maximum price in the 2nd round, so that other participants would not even think of keeping up with him. Trading of a new lot begins. The main character immediately sets the price at 700,000 minbi. Shoots of crystal blue grass, capable of devouring souls, go to the main character. The final lot of the 2nd round is the most interesting. It is a magical war blade. Linyu carefully examines the blade, realizing that he still does not have his main weapon. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce reports that the soul-taking blade is a top-level artifact. The blade was forged on the periphery of the ghost world, and is modeled after the blood sword, a similar blade used by the bloody ghost queen. The ghosts in the carriage learn that after killing an enemy with this blade, his yin energy is redirected into the body of the winner. With its help, he replenishes his strength and heals his own wounds. Lu says that this item is very valuable and sets its starting price at 500,000 minbi. Many ghosts want to buy this artifact. They gradually increase the bid. Linyu understands that the ghosts are not his competition. The guy is in no hurry and closely monitors the auction. The main character is immersed in his thoughts. He thinks about the artifacts that he has and their capabilities in battle. Linyu believes that the blade will take its rightful place in his collection of artifacts. A huge, gloomy ghost rises from his seat and offers a bet of 750,000 minbi. The ghost carefully watches the main character. He hopes that the sword does not attract his attention. The ghost thinks that this time the guy will not buy it, and the sword will go to him. The ghost's dreams are not allowed to come true. Linyu gets up from his seat and voices a bet of 900,000. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce is counting down the protagonist's bet. She continues to be amazed by the young man's capabilities. The voice of a ghost is heard. The creature demands to stop the auction immediately. Lu doesn't understand what's going on. She asks the ghost to explain his behavior. The ghost thinks it's quite strange and outrageous that the player is charging huge prices. He thinks that the guy is going beyond all permitted limits. A large number of ghosts have gathered in the carriage. They are actively discussing what is happening. Linyu decides that there are enough spectators and intends to complete the task. The main character informs the owner of the Chamber of Commerce that he sets the price of the sword at 1 million minbi. The ghosts open their mouths in surprise. They have never seen a participant outbid himself. Ghostly creatures express their dissatisfaction. They consider such behavior disgusting and do not understand how they can outbid themselves. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce cannot hide her surprise. She has been involved in trade for many years and has never seen anything like this. Linyu believes that by outbidding himself, he in no way violated the rules of the auction. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce confirms the guy's words. She tells him that he can outbid his price indefinitely. The main character holds a combat sword in his hands. The monetary system congratulates him on completing the task. The guy made a purchase for 1 million in front of 100 witnesses. Linyu sends the sword to the virtual storage and prepares for the third round of the auction. He is completely calm, since he has already completed the task. The monetary system informs the main character that he has been given the next task. He must spend a total of 10 million minbi, and the difference between competitors' rates should not be very large. After completing this task, Linyu will be able to open the doors of the freezing space and enter quests at will. The guy believes that completing this task is just a matter of time. Another problem when completing the task is that the main character cannot take the initiative to raise the price himself. A new auction lot appears. The carriage room is saturated with a huge amount of powerful ki energy. Lu invites participants to purchase 2 light yellow pills called Return to the Afterlife. These pills were prepared by the old Ghost King and can restore any ghost to its original maximum level. The main character understands that many ghosts are interested in these pills, as they affect knowledge, strength, and spiritual skills. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce shows the participants a small box of pills and informs them that the starting price is 1 million minbi. A huge ghost with a large horn on his head immediately enters the auction and offers 1,100,000 for the artifact. Linyu carefully examines the ghost, realizing that he has not yet participated in today's auction. The ghost turns around and looks at the main character, fearing that the guy will set a higher price. Linyu follows the betting ratio proportions given to him in the task and sets a price of 2 million minbi. The ghosts discuss the behavior of the protagonist. It remains a mystery to them where the young man got such resources. 2 million is too much for the horned ghost. He understands that his savings are not enough to compete with the guy. The ghost looks at the one-eyed participant standing next to him, and a cunning plan comes into his head. The horned ghost starts a conversation with the one-eyed one. He finds out that he wants to buy pills, but understands that Linyu will still outbid him. The ghost offers to join forces, since it is very difficult to compete with the main character alone, and offers to win the lot together, and then divide the pills equally. The one-eyed ghost believes that working together can lead to victory at the auction, and agrees to the proposal. The ghosts count their finances and realize that they have 3 million minbi. They are going to bet the entire amount. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce counts the price offered by the main character. The ghosts outbid the bid and add 200,000 minbi to it. Lu is glad that there is at least some competition, and the auction did not turn into a purchase for one person. The ghosts are happy about what is happening. They have not seen such unpredictable trading for a long time and are enjoying the tense atmosphere. Linyu realizes that he was wrong in his initial feelings, when it seemed to him that the fierce ghost was not at all interested in bidding. The one-eyed ghost turns to the main character. He looks at him carefully and smiles maliciously. Linyu immediately realizes that the two ghosts have decided to team up to defeat him in the auction. The main character decides to play along with the ghosts and, without violating the rules of the task, raises the price of the lot by another 100,000. The ghosts believe that the protagonist is running out of money as, unlike previous rounds, he increases his bet little by little. The ghosts' mood rises. They outbid the young man, and the price reaches 2.5 million. The ghosts thank the brave souls who challenge the impudent young player and hope for their victory in the auction. Linyu tries to mislead the ghosts by pretending that he is very worried about the fact that he has no money. The guy raises the bet by only 50,000. The ghosts, standing nearby, rejoice. They believe that the guy is really running out of money. The ghost hopes that the main character is running out of money and raises the bet to 2,700,000. Linyu continues to pretend. The ghosts believe that he spent a lot of money in previous rounds and is not able to raise the bet. The ghost tells the players that he considers people stupid creatures, since the further the round, the more expensive the item, and in auctions you need to be more prudent. Lu counts down the bet, realizing that the main character, judging by the completed rounds, only had about 7 or 8 million. She believes that the guy overestimated himself and retreated when the real bidding began. Despite this, the owner of the Chamber of Commerce believes that the guy should not be underestimated. He is a man with large capital, and perhaps is under the patronage of a serious organization. Lin Yu continues his pretense. The ghosts surrounding him insult him and ask where his courage went. The main character believes that it is time to teach the ghosts a lesson, and removes his hand from his face. The ghost does not understand what happened to the guy, and why he had such a frightening expression on his face. The guy intends to increase the bet. This information shocks the ghosts and makes them tremble. The main character intends to cash out 3 million nimbys. The surrounding space is filled with the purest yin energy. The ghost feels enormous energy pressure. He does not understand what the main character is going to do. The monetary system reports that the cashing was successful. The guy is holding 3 banknotes with a face value of 1 million. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce smiles faintly. She understands that the main character has been playing ghosts all this time. The one-eyed ghost asks his companion what they will do in this situation. The shadowy creature accepts his loss and tells his companion that they have no chance. Lin Yu wins the auction. He holds the magic pills in his hands and feels their colossal energy potential. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce finds the young man interesting and intends to get to know him better later in order to begin a fruitful cooperation. The latest acquisition makes Lin Yu very happy, because with the help of these pills, even the dead can be brought back to life. In a thriller game, this will be a very serious insurance. The monetary system informs the main character that he needs to continue completing tasks in order to improve his cashback card. A ghost approaches Lin Yu. He asks the guy to do a favor and give him the next lot. The next item to be auctioned is an iron ingot that appeared at the junction of the borders of the Ghost Kingdom. Lu talks about how this ingot can be used to make high-quality weapons that will give a huge advantage in the battle against ferocious ghosts. Lin Yu understands that compared to previously sold pills, this material is much less attractive to most buyers. The guy carefully examines the old ghost who dared to approach him, and realizes that the ghost is very interested in the ingot. Lin Yu raises his hand and sets a price of 2 million nimbi, which greatly shocks the ghost nearby. The ghost was very infuriated by the behavior of the main character, because he approached the guy and asked him to give up the lot on good terms. Lin Yu tells the ghost that the highest bidder will receive the material, as this is the rule of the auction. The ghost realizes that he cannot compete with the main character, and asks the guy to sell him the bullion later, when he has saved up enough money. Lin Yu is very surprised by the ghost's offer. The guy understands that this ingot is undervalued. The ghost tells the guy that he has a large amount of financial resources, but he does not have all the information. Lin Yu says that this material is just a piece of second-level metal. In the future, he will find a blacksmith who will make an artifact from it. The ghost shares information that this material has many possibilities, and if it falls into the hands of the right blacksmith, its value will increase significantly. The main character understands that there is a ghost blacksmith in front of him. There are very few good blacksmiths in the ghost world, and they are all hiding. Lin Yu believes that he does not need to spoil his relationship with the blacksmith, since this ghost can be very useful to him in the future. The ghost confirms the guy's assumption. He tells him that he is a famous blacksmith named Dingliang. Lin Yu tells the ghost that he does not have enough money to repurchase the materials. The guy invites the ghost to enter into a contract with him, for which he can give him this ingot for free. Dingliang refuses the protagonist's offer. He says that he does not intend to recognize anyone as his master. The blacksmith invites the young man to become his student, in which case he promises to teach him a lot, including the technique of making weapons. Lin Yu says that in this case they have nothing to discuss, and confirms his bet of 2 million. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce informs those present that the auction is ending and the next lot will be the last. The final item is a top-tier ghost mask that takes camouflage to the next level. Despite the fact that the initial price of the mask is 1 million, there are a large number of ghosts who want to purchase it. The one-eyed ghost joins the fight. He makes a bet of 1,250,000. The ghost urges those around him not to let the human being take all the goods at the auction. The one-eyed ghost sees a huge ghostly creature next to him. He asks him what he is quietly laughing at. The huge ghost says that he doesn't mind if the human player takes all the lots, as it will make his job easier in the future. Auction participants gradually increase the price of the item. The main character waits for the moment to name the final amount. Lin Yu activates the cashback system and sets its bet in the amount of 3 million minbi. The one-eyed ghost cannot contain his emotions. He expresses anger towards the main character and cries. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce informs those present that the auction is over. She tells her ghost that she has never seen one person take all the goods. Lu carefully watches the main character. She understands that the guy doesn't care how much money he spends. She doesn't see his feelings of bitterness from the loss, only sincere joy from the process. Linyu is pleased with the auction. This time the guy not only captured the attention of a large audience, but also bought amazing things. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce approaches the main character. The girl says that she is impressed by the financial capabilities of the young man and is going to meet him. Linyu follows the rule. He does not give his real name. The guy suggests that the owner of the Chamber of Commerce call him Emperor. Lu silently looks at the young man. The girl hopes that with his help she can quickly move up the career ladder of her Chamber of Commerce. Lu makes the main character an offer to become a VIP member of the Chamber of Commerce and take advantage of special offers. The main character is ready to become a VIP person of the Chamber of Commerce if the girl does him one favor. Lu tells the main character that she will be happy to listen to his request. Linyu informs the girl that he does not need to make any discounts. He is ready to pay full price for all goods. Lu finds the young man's request very strange. She reports that the rules of the Chamber of Commerce are that VIPs have an automatic 20% discount. The monetary system tells the main character that this discount will not affect the volume of consumption in any way. Linyu agrees to the girl's conditions. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce asks her ghost to give the guy an ID. The next moment, the ghost materializes and throws an individual VIP client badge towards the guy. Linyu carefully examines the sign, and it seems to the guy that the Chamber of Commerce may be closely connected with the otherworldly hotel. The main character remembers a ghostly hotel and its owner. He believes that the same organization is behind the hotel and the Chamber of Commerce. A small ghost approaches the young man. He meets Linyu and offers the guy his services. Linyu agrees to seek help from a new acquaintance if necessary. The ghost is very glad that he met an influential young man. Following the little ghost, a huge creature approaches Linyu. It bows and tells the guy that he is the manager of the lower paradise. The manager says that their organization specializes in transactions with necromancers. He invites the guy to visit the lower paradise and choose something. The main character thanks the ghost and says that if he has time, he will definitely visit their organization. The manager shakes the young man's hand and wishes him a pleasant trip. The main character is surrounded by a large number of ghosts. Everyone wants to meet a successful and rich young man. The players idolize Linyu. The man promises to write a separate story on the forum about the main character and today's adventure. A huge, ferocious ghost walks along the carriage. He roughly pushes everyone in his path. A huge, ghostly creature approaches the main character and asks him if he really is a man named Emperor. Linyu confirms his fictitious name. At the same moment, the train begins to shake sharply, and he makes an emergency brake. The main character watches the transformation of the ghost and understands that new dangerous trials will now begin. Lu informs the train driver that her strength is limited by third-party influence of yin energy. The girl cannot use her abilities and is unable to leave the train. The driver picks up the radio and tries to contact the conductor and mechanic of the train. Linyu turns to a huge ghost. The guy wants to find out who he is and for what purpose he is on the train. Train employees enter the carriage. They ask passengers to remain calm and promise to fix the problem as quickly as possible. The driver informs the mechanic and the conductor that a huge ghost with a scar on his face may be involved in the incident. A train mechanic approaches a ghost with a scar on his face. He asks him to stay where he is and not move. The ghost with a scar on his face lets out a quiet laugh and snaps his fingers loudly. The interior of the carriage is illuminated with bright red flashes of energy and is shrouded in thick black fog. A gang of huge, ghostly robber creatures appears inside the carriage. The gang leader approaches the owner of the Chamber of Commerce and tells her that he has heard a lot about her. The girl warns that a serious organization is behind her. The gang leader laughs and tells the girl that the Chamber of Commerce is just a bunch of money-hungry rats. The ghost informs those present that they have isolated the train and reduced the power of the ghosts inside to normal levels. Lu informs the bandits that the bag of treasure is the property of the Chamber of Commerce. The bandit leader reports that he does not respect the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, especially after seeing how a certain person was able to buy all the items at their auction. Lu tells the gang leader that his accomplices have no right to touch VIP clients of the Chamber of Commerce. The gang leader believes that today there will be a rich catch and demonstrates his deadly weapon to those around him. The gang leader has a chain blade. The money system informs the main character that a high-class weapon has been discovered. Two bandits approach Linyu. The main character understands that a fierce battle is about to begin. The ghost mocks the guy and asks him to be a good boy. Linyu thinks it's time to call his ghost for help, and Delu appears behind him. One of the bandits is very surprised. He did not expect to see a fierce ghost who intends to protect the guy. The bandit is surprised that the second-rank young man was able to tame the ferocious ghost. Delu tells him that the best defense is offense and strikes. The carriage is illuminated by flashes of powerful flows of chi energy, and a blow of incredible force throws the bandit to the end of the carriage. The bandit gets to his feet and comes to his senses. He praises Delu and tells him that he has a good shot. Delu slowly approaches the bandit leader. The ghost tells the cook that he knows him. The leader says that he saw Delu on the periphery of the ghostly world. He remembers him in a dirty apron and with a butcher knife in his hands. The bandit looks at the cook looming over him and believes that Delu is not as strong as in the past. The creature thinks that his opponent is just a ferocious ghost like him. The bandit leader's eyes burn with hellish flames. He wishes for Delu's death and stabs him with his chain blade. Delu concentrates a huge amount of energy around itself and launches a counterattack at the enemy. Opponents deal powerful blows to each other. Huge streams of energy scatter in different directions of the car, sweeping away everything in their path. A carriage passenger looks at the main character and is surprised that the guy has curbed such a ferocious ghost. The players are hiding behind the surviving seat. The girl is quietly crying. She believes that they will all die. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce is serenely smoking her magic pipe. The girl did not expect that a simple person could subjugate such a ferocious ghost. The train mechanic shares his opinion with Lu. He believes that the main character is talented and very lucky. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce understands that at the moment their magical powers are blocked. She offers to join forces and fight back the bandits together. The mechanic agrees with the girl's words. He suggests not to hesitate and to rush everyone together to attack. The driver, mechanic, conductor, and other train personnel attack the bandits. Linyu tries to generate a protective field around himself. The guy hears a voice that tells him that he won't be able to hide. The bandit warns his accomplice. He asks him to be careful and says that the young man has a lot of trump cards hidden up his sleeve. The ghost says that, despite the huge amount of money, the guy is just a second-level player. The bandit takes out a knife and tells the main character that now he will profit from his flesh. Linyu looks at the bandit disdainfully. He sees him as an ordinary ghost who thinks a lot about himself. The main character materializes 2 huge screws and launches them at the enemy with great speed. The bandit experiences a feeling of shock. He sees the spinning screws approaching him and cannot dodge them. The screws hit the bandit's head. The ghost grabs it with his hands and screams loudly. Linyu uses a huge jump to reach the enemy and strikes him with his sword. The main character appreciated the sword in battle. The guy believes that it was not in vain that he paid a lot of money for it. One of the bandits, being on the ceiling of the carriage, just saw how Linyu killed his brother. He considers the guy a dangerous opponent. The ghost continues to carefully watch the main character. He intends to find a way out of this situation as soon as possible. The bandit wants to attack the main character from behind, but he's worried about the huge amount of yin energy controlled by the young man. Linyu notices that a ghost is closely watching him. He provokes the creature and asks it to show everything that it is capable of. The ghostly creature mutates. It takes in lungfuls of air and shoots powerful sound waves at the young man. Delu and the bandit leader continue their furious duel. Their forces are equal. No one can win the fight. The leader sees his accomplice releasing sound waves and tells Delu that his master will soon die. Delu tells the ghost to take care of himself. He says that his master can only die in the ghost's dreams. The bandit on the ceiling of the carriage continues to generate powerful sound waves. Despite their destructive power, Linyu continues to resist and slowly approaches the ghost. The ghost cannot hide his disappointment. He realizes that the guy has a weapon that protects him from the soul's attack. The bandit sees that there is a necklace on the main character's neck. He believes that the guy needs it not only for beauty. The necklace has the function of not only protection but also offense. Linyu uses it to attack the ghost. The necklace generates streams of energy that transform into flying skulls. They reach the bandit and begin to tear him apart. The ghost intends to take the protagonist with him to the grave if he is destined to die in this battle. Linyu thinks it's time for the deadly screws and sends the pair into the bandit on the roof of the carriage. The ghost laughs quietly. He tells the guy that these are useless tricks and suggests that he not seriously think that he can hit him with such a weapon. The main character understands that the bandit was right. The ghost's combat level allows him to easily dodge the screws. Linyu asks the ghost not to be too happy. The guy takes out an ice soul sphere from the virtual storage and tells the ghost that he will like the taste of this weapon. The guy throws a sphere at his opponent. The entire space around the ghost turns into ice. Linyu slowly approaches the ghost, the guy realizing that this is the first time he has seriously used his spiritual power since he awakened. The main character concentrates his spiritual power, spiritual consciousness, and combat experience into a single whole. Linyu wishes the disgusting ghost to die and strikes with his sword. The next moment, a hand appears from behind the ghost, which grabs and blocks the blade. The main character cannot hide his surprise. He believed that he would destroy the ghost with his blow. The ghostly creature laughs quietly. It tells Lin Yu that he is not the only one with aces up his sleeve, and promises the guy that today he will die in agony. The ghost begins to scream loudly and imbues its body with a huge amount of chi energy. The back of the ghostly creature begins to mutate. Cocoons appear on it, from which long-clawed paws appear. After a moment, the creature transforms into a huge arachnid monster. The creature tells the guy that he will be a good addition to his collection of souls and rushes to attack. Lin Yu activates his necklace, intending to use it to fend off the vile creature's attack. With the help of the necklace, the main character manages to throw the ghost away from himself. The creature is perplexed as to how the artifact can combine the mixing of yin and qi energies. Despite the many paws growing from the ghost's back, the main character continues to move forward, mercilessly cutting them off one by one. Deprived of much of its energy, the ghost feels acute pain and can no longer fight. Lin Yu carefully approaches the creature and asks where all his strength, energy, and fighting spirit went, why he lies and does not attack. The creature reports that it has an innate gift that allows it to transform all its pain into a destructive burst of chi energy. The monster tells the main character that his trinkets are no match for his strength and rushes to attack. The guy uses the burning technique and hits the ghost. The creature dodges the blow, calls Lin Yu a cursed man, and plans to take his head with him. The ghost simultaneously strikes with 24 of its spider-like legs. Low-level ghosts are hiding in the corner of the carriage. They believe that after the bandit deals with the man, he will take on them. The players are no less scared than ordinary ghosts. They are sure that they will be next after the monster deals with Lin Yu. The bandit's body convulses. His huge spider legs deliver chaotic blows in different directions. The monster realizes that he cannot strike. His paws are stuck in the broken window of the carriage. He cannot get them out of there. This makes him unable to move. The main character imbues the surrounding space with energy and summons his second ghost, Secretary Bai. The girl materializes in space. She greets her owner and asks how she can help. Lin Yu orders the secretary to use the energy of hatred. The girl accumulates a dense flow of this energy and directs it at the bandit. The monster, feeling the blow of the energy of hatred, emits a heartbreaking cry. It is shrouded in dense fields of energy and cannot move. Passengers on the train wonder how the main character connected two different fierce ghosts, one of which is a pretty girl, and the other a powerful warrior. The bandit finds the strength to overcome his fear. He says that these are just ghosts, and strikes with his free paws. Lin Yu tells the ghost that he is already quite tired of him, and uses a sword to cut off the paws attacking him. The ghost is greatly surprised. He realizes that he is no longer able to regenerate his spider legs. The main character uses the pharaoh's bandage to immobilize the ghost and slowly approaches him. The ghost realizes that he has no chance. He is tightly bound by the pharaoh's bandage, and the energy of Bai's hatred does not allow him to regenerate his paws. Lin Yu imbues his combat blade with energy. A bright red light fills the entire surrounding space. The guy deals a powerful blow to the ghost. The bandit, having lost all his spider legs, lies on the ground. He quietly whines, calls the main character brother, and begs to spare him. The ghost promises to stop the attack. He reports that his two brothers will listen to him, and all passengers on the train will remain safe and sound. The main character smiles. He slowly approaches the monster. The ghost continues to persuade the guy to save his life. Lin Yu holds a shining sword in his hands. The guy tells the ghost that he is very bad at lying. The bandit threatens the young man. He declares that if he dies, his older brother will tear the guy into small pieces and scatter his soul throughout the world of ghosts. The main character gets tired of listening to the threats and lies of the ghost. He strikes the monster with a sword. Lin Yu asks the monetary system to give him a talisman of extermination. The magic sign instantly appears in his hands. The guy places a magical talisman of extermination on the body of the defeated enemy. The ghost begins to writhe in convulsions and scream loudly. A train passenger jumps up from his seat and happily informs his neighbors that they have defeated the bandit. Passengers admire the main character. He not only killed one of the 3 main bandits of the bandit squad, but also used a spell that completely expels the soul. Dingliang seems to have a good idea, and believes that the main character has great potential. The gang leader stops his fight with Delu. He turns around and realizes that one of his accomplices is dead. Delu laughs loudly, happy that his master burned the soul of the gang leader's brother. The ghost screams loudly and curses the main character. In a fit of wild rage, he rushes at the guy. The gang leader raises his chainsword to strike, and tells Lin Yu that he will now take his soul. Lin Yu notices a ghost approaching him. The guy in a sarcastic tone advises him to take care of himself. Delu rushes to the aid of the main character. He concentrates the energy shield and directs it towards his master. The energy shield blocks the gang leader's blow. after which Delu deals a crushing blow to the bandit with his huge fist. The force of the impact is so powerful that the gang leader breaks through the roof of the carriage with his body and flies out. The robber finds himself on the roof of the carriage and wonders how such powerful passengers ended up on such an inconspicuous train. Delu climbs onto the roof of the carriage and heads towards the gang leader to finish off the robber. The fierce battle continues. The opponents inflict powerful blows on each other. Bright energy flashes illuminate the entire space around. The ghost looks through a hole in the roof and orders his accomplice to immediately come to his aid. A magical seal is formed around the ghost in the carriage. He tells the leader that he will now join the battle, and the two of them will defeat Delu. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce sees the robber's plan. The girl jumps in the air and kicks him. The ghost easily reflects the blow of the owner of the Chamber of Commerce and jumps onto the roof of the carriage with lightning speed. A powerful blow from the ghost throws Lu aside. Lin Yu catches the girl and saves her from falling. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce thanks the guy for his help and asks what he is going to do. Lin Yu tells the girl that he has destroyed one ghost. But the situation is serious, since Delu will have a hard time resisting two ghosts. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce understands that it will be quite difficult to deal with two ferocious ghost bandits. Lin Yu tells the girl not to worry. The guy orders Secretary Bai to look after her and rushes to Delu's aid. An unequal battle continues on the roof of the carriage. The main character cannot allow the bandits to unite and kill his ghost. He immediately enters the battle. Lin Yu uses the Pharaoh's headband to attack. He imbues it with magical energy and shoots one of the bandits. The bandit considers the protagonist a stupid person who, being only a second-rank overlord, dares to interfere in the battle. Lin Yu relies on the power of the Pharaoh's headband, considering it a first-class yin weapon, and believing that its magical power will be enough to suppress the ferocious ghost. The main character turns out to be right. The Pharaoh's bandage securely binds one of the bandits and completely immobilizes him. The bandit leader is very unhappy that Lin Yu is interfering in the fight. He advises Delu to take his master and run for his life. Delu tells the robber that he is very mistaken and invites him to turn around and look at his accomplice, who is captivated by the Pharaoh's bandage. The leader turns and sees a tied-up ghost behind him. He sends angry curses at the main character and Delu. The robber intends to free his accomplice and then destroy his opponents. With these thoughts, he rushes to attack and strikes. The bound ghost is trying with all his might to free himself, but his yin power is blocked, and he realizes that he has been captivated by a first-class artifact. The robber sees Lin Yu approaching him. He fears that the young man may have other artifacts. The main character materializes a huge number of soul exorcism spells and covers the robber's entire body with magical signs. A heart-rending scream of a ghost is heard, and a moment later, there is an explosion of enormous power. The main character is sincerely surprised by the power of the explosion. The guy suggests that the joint use of spells and artifacts sums up the power of the impact. The ghost insults the young man with his last words, inviting him to fight in a fair fight without the use of artifacts. Lin Yu tells the ghost that they fought honestly all the time, and offers to save the robber's life if he recognizes the main character as his master. The ghost flies into a wild rage. To the guy's surprise, the robber manages to dispel the magical power of the artifact. A bandit approaches the main character, threatening to eat his body and destroy his soul. Delu comes to the aid of the young man in time. The ghost jumps over his opponents and comes to Lin Yu's defense. Delu informs his master that things are bad. One of the robbers has fallen into a berserker state, so it is useless to talk to him, and he can only be stopped by destroying him. Lin Yu believes that there is no reason to worry. The guy orders Delu to fight the leader, and he intends to deal with his accomplice on his own. The main character tells his ghost that he has a few more tricks up his sleeve. Delu begins to be frightened by the power contained in the young man, but at the same time he feels relieved, since the guy will definitely not be lost in the battle. Lin Yu recognizes its advantage, which lies in an endless stream of high-quality artifacts that can have a key impact on the course of battle. The robber, who has fallen into a berserker state, lets out hellish screams and approaches the main character. Lin Yu tells his ghost that the battle is entering the final stage, and asks Delu to use all the powerful techniques he has. Delu's eyes emit a huge amount of energy. He screams loudly and rushes to attack. Lin Yu is glad that in this battle he will see all the combat power of his ghost. The guy materializes a portal and plunges his hand into it. The main character takes out a deck of magic cards from the portal, believing that a third-order artifact will allow him to win this protracted battle. The robber looks at the energy sign and realizes that the magical compass has gone astray under the influence of external forces. Lin Yu confidently holds the shining magic cards in his hands. His eyes are full of determination. The guy is preparing for a decisive attack. The main character shuffles a deck of cards and prepares a powerful spell that should change the course of the battle. The enemies begin to get nervous, realizing that the situation is getting out of control. The leader of the bandits is eager to obtain an artifact of the highest rank. With its help, the strength of the squad will increase many times over, which will make future attacks more successful. Delu threatens the bandit and orders him not to approach his master, intending to protect the guy at all costs. The deck of cards, being a powerful artifact, creates a strong energy field around the young man. The bandit activates a magic sign and uses the magic compass technique to perform teleportation. The robber successfully teleports and ends up behind the main character. He is full of anger and is preparing to attack the guy from behind. The main character notices the teleported enemy. Linyu quickly reacts and throws a magic card at him. The ghost believes that the main character thinks too much of himself. He sees a card flying at him and uses teleportation to avoid the blow. Linyu uses his spiritual powers to break through the rogue's defense. The magic card hits the target. The ghost realizes that this was a cunning magical attack. The card penetrates his body and releases a huge amount of destructive energy. The robber is not worried about this. He considers this wound a minor scratch and rushes to the attack. Suddenly, numerous playing cards begin to fly out of the ghost, destroying the bandit's energy shell. He loses a lot of energy and looks stunned. The main character juggles cards in front of him. The guy realizes that this artifact is unpredictable in battle. The gang leader, seeing his partner under attack, explodes with rage and threatens to destroy his opponents. The ghost screams loudly, and with the help of a magic circle generates a huge amount of energy, which nourishes his body and makes him incredibly strong. Having gathered enough energy to teleport, the ghost intends to disappear from the battlefield and suddenly appear in another location to attack. Delu barely resists the gang leader's blows, preventing him from coming to the aid of his comrade. The robbers disappear into thin air. Delu warns his master about the critical situation. He understands that the opponents pose a serious threat. Suddenly, the robbers appear behind the main character. Their eyes glow with hellish fire, and they confidently rush to attack. Ghosts surround the protagonist. Delu tries to warn his master as the train enters a dark tunnel, aggravating the situation. The main character activates monster mode, which allows him to see in pitch darkness. The guy prepares for a fight in conditions of limited visibility. With the help of monster mode, the main character sees his opponents in complete darkness, which allows him to effectively dodge their attacks. Linyu counterattacks using a magical deck of cards, fanning them out around him. The cards randomly and with great speed deliver numerous blows, breaking through the energy fields of ghosts. The eyes of the gang leader burn with furious fire. He says that even if they die, they will take the guy with them. The main character considers ghosts to be naive and frivolous. He knows that he has a sufficient number of artifacts to resist his enemies. Linyu uses a soul-holding talisman in conjunction with a spirit-killing talisman. The leader is unable to block the effects of these magical signs. The use of two talismans causes an explosion of enormous power, at which point the train leaves the tunnel. The gang leader, completely consumed by magical fire, stretches out his hands to destroy the main character. Delu comes to the guy's aid in time. The effect of the talismans intensifies. The ghosts are engulfed in magical flames. Bright rays of energy burst out of their bodies. Soon the flashes of energy go out and disappear into space along with the ghosts. The main character and Delu stand on the roof of a moving carriage and watch as the remains of the ghosts gradually dissipate in the air. Delu kneels before the young man and asks for forgiveness for failing to protect his master and ensure his safety. The cook says that due to his negligence and inattention, the main character had to face two ghosts face to face. The guy believes that such unforeseen situations often happen in battle. He claims that he had the fight under control the entire time and asks Delu to get back on his feet. The cook cannot forgive himself for his mistake and is ready to accept any punishment for his misconduct. The main character offers Delu, for leaving him to fight alone with two ghosts, to cook a delicious dish for lunch. The cook considers this punishment insufficient. Linyu suggests that in this case he punish himself by giving up alcohol for 3 days. The passengers realize that the carriage has stopped shaking. They calm down a little, look around and look at each other in fear. One of the players recalls that terrifying sounds were heard from the roof of the carriage. He believes that both sides used all their strong capabilities. It is difficult for the guy to understand who won. The mechanic tells the owner of the Chamber of Commerce that there were 2 fierce ghosts on the roof, and it would be very difficult for one person to defeat them. He fears that the bandits have gained the upper hand. The main character, together with his ghost, jumps from the roof of the carriage and confidently declares to the owner of the Chamber of Commerce that this will never happen. Linyu demonstrates two bright energy balls in her hands, attracting the gaze of the owner of the Chamber of Commerce. The girl asks the young man what these unusual objects are. The ghosts in the carriage are surprised that the main character survived and was able to defeat opponents of superior strength. Lu is impressed by Linyu's fighting prowess and admires the fact that he was able to defeat two fierce ghosts. Linyu asks the train passengers to calm down, telling them that the danger has passed and there is no reason to worry. The train driver senses a change occurring in his body and informs those present that the magic level blockage has been lifted. The remaining ordinary members of the gang look at each other in fear. They understand that inevitable punishment awaits them. The driver feels a surge of energy, and together with his team, is going to deal with the remnants of the gang on his own. The train crew turns on low-level gang members and brutally kills them. The main character carefully observes the train driver. He considers the magic level blocking to be a good weapon. Secretary Bai approaches Linyu and reports that she has found the weapon with which the bandits suppressed the powers of the ferocious ghosts. The girl hands Linyu a wooden box. The monetary system instantly reports the discovery of a high-level artifact called the Soul Castle. The guy opens the box and observes a sparkling artifact in it, which is capable of taking spiritual energy from the target and placing it in captivity. The train staff cleans up the interior of the carriages. The conductor deeply apologizes for the fact that the passengers were attacked, and as compensation she offers everyone a free lunch. The main character does not like this news. He understands that the ghosts will prepare dinner from bad products and waste. The train mechanic approaches Linyu and asks if he really is the man named Emperor. Linyu responds affirmatively to the ghost. The train staff bows to the main character and thanks him for the help provided and saving the passengers. As a token of gratitude, the train mechanic hands the main character a bag containing the souls of dead ghosts. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce says that she is also indebted to Linyu and suggests turning to her for help at any time. Linyu thanks the staff for their trust and says that he wants to share his thoughts. The guy says that the weapon that the bandits used to suppress magical powers was powered by a powerful egregore. Lu realizes that the attack was well planned and a powerful organization is behind it. Lu arrives at her station. The girl says goodbye to the main character. She intends to report the incident to her Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce once again invites the guy to seek help, and together with her ghost, disappears into thin air. The main character turns to the conductor. The guy tells the ghost that he has a small request. Linyu explains that his ticket was paid only to the intermediate station, and he needs to get to the final station. The train staff reassures the young man that this is not a problem. The ghosts thank him for saving the train and offer to give him a free ride. The ghost gives the main character a VIP client card and informs him that he can board the train at any station. In addition, a separate room with a soft, comfortable bed will always be waiting for him, as well as free food in the restaurant car. The train staff advises Linyu to immediately upgrade to the most luxurious room on the train, and the conductor promises to arrange a sumptuous lunch as soon as possible. Linyu thanks the staff and unobtrusively reminds that there are other passengers in the carriage. The guy asks to take them all to the final stop. The players are very worried. They understand that their tickets have only been paid for to the next station, and the conductor will immediately drop them off the train. At this moment, the conductor appears in the carriage. She addresses the players and asks to show their tickets. Players ask the conductor to extend their trip by at least a few more stations. The conductor informs the young people that they have the opportunity to extend their journey to the final stop. Players learn that the cost of a trip to the final station is 500 minbai. They realize that they do not have that kind of money. The young people ask the conductor if they can pay with some items or artifacts. The conductor informs the players that they do not have to pay a fare. She will not charge them a single minbai, as Linyu personally asked her to issue tickets for all players to the final station. The main character has a fun time in the company of his ghosts. They drink quality coffee and play cards in a separate compartment. The game is interrupted by a knock on the door. Bai's secretary gets up from her seat to open the door. The main character is wary. He doesn't know who it is. The girl opens the door. Dingliang is standing on the threshold. He says that he urgently needs to talk with the main character. The blacksmith explains to Linyu that he greatly underestimated him and offers friendship and cooperation. Dingliang offers a deal. He asks to sell him an ingot of metal, and he will make the strongest artifact from it for free. The main character understands that the ghost is not interested in money. He sincerely loves to forge iron and is a master of his craft. The main character invites the ghost to sign a contract with him, promising to supply the best materials for forging with a lot of yin energy. The ghost thinks about it. He does not want to lose his freedom, but understands that he needs materials and artifacts. The main character assures the ghost that he will not exploit him, as he appreciates his skill. Dingliang is worried. He has never thought about signing a contract because it means losing his freedom. The ghost thinks about it. He doesn't want to sign the contract because he doesn't want to have an owner, but he needs materials and artifacts, which makes the offer tempting. Lin Yu promises the ghost not to limit his actions and give him complete freedom in creating and improving artifacts, as well as supplying him with the best materials. The main character assures that he will not exploit the ghost and make money from him. Since he has enough money, Lin Yu tells the ghost that he appreciates his skill and suggests that he carefully consider the offer. Dingliang is glad that the young man saw in him a great master, for whom art and skill are more important than money. The blacksmith asks if Lin Yu is afraid that the artifact-hungry ghost will try to deceive him. Lin Yu answers the ghost. The guy says that he trusts him, and that a perfectly drawn-up contract allows him to not worry about anything. Dingliang takes the contract and examines it carefully, weighing all the pros and cons of cooperation. The blacksmith believes that he made the right choice, and voluntarily swears allegiance to the main character, using Lin Yu's money system to scan Dingliang's capabilities. The guy learns that the blacksmith's skills are better than he thought. The ghosts happily accept Dingliang into their squad. The main character informs the blacksmith that from now on, he is responsible for materials with yin energy. The locomotive arrives at the final station. The quest called Train 44 is completed. Lin Yu teleports to his apartment. The game system reports that 8 people survived the quest along with the main character. Lin Yu recalls the events of the quest. The guy believes that this game was a good test for beginners. The main character has emerged from the status of a newcomer, and in the near future he will have to face the real world of ghosts. The guy decides that before that, he needs to have a good rest. At the center of investigation number 9, the girl is monitoring the player's forum. She carefully studies new message threads, systematizes users and their messages. The girl believes that the third task was a serious test for beginners. Many players died, but those who managed to escape gained invaluable experience. A stranger has been seeing only plaintive messages from newcomers on the forum lately. The girl hopes that she will soon come across brilliant players. The girl finds a message in which the user asks whether high-level players can appear in a task for beginners, and talks about the events on Train 44. A forum user describes in detail the auction at which the main character bought all the artifacts. He further reports about the attack on the train by a group of bandits, and how a player named Emperor dealt with the ferocious ghosts. The player boasts that the main character asked the conductor not to charge him and take him to the final station. Many users on the forum doubt the player's story. The girl who participated in the quest confirms the guy's words and says that she saw it all with her own eyes. The stranger leans back in her chair contentedly. She considers the messages on the forum to be true and is going to check the information. The girl considers this not a difficult task, since only 8 people survived this task. Xiaoli is also present on the forum. The girl understands that the player under the nickname Emperor is Lin Yu. She is surprised that the guy spent tens of millions at the auction and defeated 2 fierce ghosts. The girl remembers that in the first quest, she gave her phone number to Lin Yu, but the guy still hasn't called her. Bill furiously taps on the keyboard. The man confirms that the player under the name Emperor, while at the fair, generously paid for his goods with the purest copper minbi coins. Many forum participants doubt the veracity of Bill's message. The man writes in the topic that he knows a person who can confirm his words. Bei comes out of the bathroom, feeling great relief after taking a hot shower. A player forum is open on her computer, and she notices a lot of activity in a thread about a player named Emperor. The girl reads the forum messages and holds in her hands the minbi copper coin that the main character used to pay. Bei responds to skeptics on the forum. She writes that Lin Yu copper coins have ideal chi energy, and that, having a ferocious ghost at your command, you can easily deal with other ghostly creatures. Bei has information that the ghost world is a large and complex space where everything is interconnected with the real world. Her friend named Xiaobai runs into Bei's room. The girl is in a joyful mood and wants to share interesting news. Xiaobai hugs her friend tightly. Bei asks what is the reason for her strange behavior. Xiaobai says that she came to talk about the invasion of ghosts. The girl says that supernatural events have occurred in the city, and the whole prefecture is on edge. The girl intends to gather a group of people to investigate the incident and take the necessary measures. Bei believes that a player with at least level 4 or higher can lead the team, and suggests making an announcement about the recruitment of the team on the forum. Xiaobai is afraid that the media will publish this news, which will make the number 9 investigation center look helpless, causing its reputation to suffer greatly. Bei understands that her friend has an action plan and asks her to immediately tell everything. Xiaobai turns her computer screen to Bei and tells her friend that she intends to contact a popular player under the nickname Emperor. Lin Yu is having dinner in his country house. The guy praises himself for being able to quickly eliminate the evil ghost in the last quest. The main character believes that the time has come to prepare to explore the real world of ghosts, and goes to visit the gaming forum. Linyu sees that he has received a personal message from Bei. The guy understands that something serious has happened, since it is unlikely that one of the founders of the forum will bother him over trifles. The main character carefully reads the message, which tells that due to the expansion of the game's influence, ghosts are beginning to influence the real world. Linyu responds to Bei. The guy says he needs information regarding a supernatural incident. Bei makes an appointment in the ghost space. The guy agrees and ends up in the game location. The main character is in a public area of the ghost world, which does not belong to either people from the real world or creatures from the ghost world. Linyu intends to protect himself and uses a ghostly mask to hide his true appearance from people. A message appears in the air in front of the main character, which requires the guy to give his nickname. Authorization is successful. The game makes a friend request. Linyu accepts the invitation and ends up in the room where Bei is located. Linyu greets the girl. Bei unsuccessfully tries to make out the young man's face hidden behind a ghostly mask. Bei admires the young man's skills, as the guy was able to hide his true appearance. The girl expresses gratitude to the guy for responding to her request, and invites him to look into the supernatural incident that recently occurred in the city. Linyu says that such incidents are trivial to him and asks for detailed information. Bei makes an appointment for the young man for tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the railway station, and says that Linyu will be met by a person who will provide detailed information. The girl hands the badge to the main character. The guy looks at it carefully, and understands that this is the certification badge of Investigation Center Number 9. Bei wishes Linyu a successful journey. The room in which the young people were located begins to gradually disappear. The main character finds himself in a public space. The guy finds these features of the forum very useful and intends to explore other functions in the future. Linyu receives another friend request. The guy realizes that he has become very popular on the forum. The main character learns that Xiaoli sent the request. He understands that the girl awakened her spiritual consciousness and survived the task for beginners. Linyu adds Xiaoli as a friend. The girl at the same moment appears in public space. She runs up to the main character and joyfully greets him. The girl thanks the guy for the bottle of wine, with the help of which she awakened her spiritual consciousness and increased her strength. Xiaoli tells the main character that she used all her skills to deal with the smoke ghost and passed the beginner tests. Linyu tells the girl that yesterday he read a topic dedicated to the smoke ghost. The guy was a little surprised that the hero who dealt with the creature turned out to be Xiaoli. The main character asks the girl how long she has been in the true world of ghosts. Xiaoli answers the guy. She says that she came here quite recently, after carefully studying the information on the forum. The girl also says that her father helps her, who acquires valuable information from experienced players. Xiaoli says that for beta players, in addition to opening up the game space, a system of friends and guilds is being added, in which there are points. Points can be used to purchase artifacts such as early completion cards or hint cards. Linyu believes that although this feature does not add performance, it is nevertheless useful. The girl exchanges the points she earns for the use of the gym for public training, and to create a private space. Linyu learns that you can only get points after completing the task. Xiaoli boasts that she was awarded 240 points for the previous 3 tasks, and invites the guy to check his points balance in the information panel. Linyu activates the game function and brings up the information panel. The main character is surprised to learn that he was awarded 150,000 points for completing past tasks. Xiaoli asks the guy how many points he earned in previous quest games. The guy decides not to tell the girl about his balance, and tells her that he hasn't earned that many points. Xiaoli points to the 2 towers, and explains that there are opportunities to earn points in the public space. One of the towers is called the Tower of Afterlife Spirits. The tower standing next to it is the Tower of Purgatory. Linyu is going to look into the Tower of Afterlife Spirits, which has 100 difficulty levels. Xiaoli believes that with the powers that the guy has, this task will not be difficult, and says that she will feel safe next to Linyu. Young people go inside the Tower of Afterlife Ghosts. On the first floor, they are greeted by a huge stone monument. A player who has recently completed the exam quest intends to fight ghosts, and get into the ranking of the strongest players. Linyu stands in front of a stone slab and carefully studies the ranking of winners. First place is taken by the player who completed the task in 10 seconds. Linyu knows that Bei is a 6th level Ghost Lord, but she is only ranked 3rd in the rankings. Xiaoli talks about how if a guy wants to challenge the tower, you just need to put your hand on the stone and mentally say the phrase, "I'm ready." The girl asks the main character to be extremely careful. The guy asks not to worry about him. Linyu approaches the stone slab and touches it with his hand. The guy confirms his desire to challenge. Lin Yu moves to the location. The guy stands in a deserted arena and prepares for the upcoming test. The main character looks with alarm at the approaching ghost in long robes. The creature is surrounded by a magical glow. The guy realizes the seriousness of his intentions. A moment later, the main character finds himself surrounded by a group of ghosts, each of whom is ready to attack. The guy calmly takes a fighting stance. In this fight, he relies on his increased strength and skills. Lin Yu materializes the screw-throwing spikes, proven in past battles, and aims them at the attacking ghosts. Screw spikes prove to be an effective weapon against low-level ghosts. They are unable to dodge or repel them. Lin Yu carefully examines the energy clots left behind by the ghosts. The guy considers the creatures to be unreal, and thinks that they are just puppets filled with grievances and yin energy. The main character calls Delu and asks if he wants to kill ghosts. The cook says that he will complete this task with pleasure, since this is his specialty. Lin Yu finds this tower very useful, since in between quests, he can participate in simple challenges and receive a constant income. The main character returns from the gaming arena. The system reports that he cleared it in 2 seconds and awards him 100 points. Xiaoli asks the young man how it went. The guy says that it was too easy since there were only 5 low-level ghosts on the first floor. One of the players points his finger at the information display and informs others that the rating has changed. The anonymous player completed the floor in 2 seconds. Xiaoli looks at the main character with admiration. The girl realizes that the anonymous person who took first place is Lin Yu. The guy hears a conversation of people nearby. They say that the tower is closed for technical reasons. The nearby players are very perplexed, since this is the first time they are faced with such restrictions. Lin Yu realizes that the game is tied to the real world of ghosts, which have many logical rules. The guy wonders who created this huge system of rules and why it came to the human world. Lin Yu looks at the virtual screen of the monetary system. The guy believes that the system and his resurrection are connected. The main character hopes that one day he will be able to understand this strange world. With these thoughts, he and Xiaoli leave the ghostly tower. Lin Yu is in the carriage of a moving train. The guy prefers the ease and comfort of the human world rather than the tension and thrill that he experienced on the 44 train. The main character's thoughts are interrupted by a message. Lin Yu takes out his phone and sees that this message is from Xiaoli. The guy is very pleased that the timid girl has become more courageous and decisive. Xiaoli tells Lin Yu that he knows that Section 9 has invited him to investigate a supernatural incident. Lin Yu tells the girl that this is indeed true and asks her how she knew about it. Xiaoli's father is the owner of the shopping center where the incident occurred, so the girl has access to information. Xiaoli informs the main character that this is an unusual case and asks him to be extremely careful. The shopping center did not suspend its activities, since the incident was isolated and was immediately reported to the police. Xiaoli says that 3 days ago, an incident involving the death of an employee occurred at a shopping center owned by her father's company. The girl reports that this was the wrong decision, since the next day, there was a mass death of people in the shopping center, including both employees and customers. Xiaoli continues his story and informs the main character that during the first murder, a similar incident occurred at the same time in another part of the city. The girl says that the patterns of yin energy in both places had a common origin. In addition, the method of murder seemed similar, so the investigation team assumes that it was all done by the same ghost. The girl considers this the strangest moment. She does not understand how a ghost could commit 2 murders at the same time in different places. Lin Yu thanks the girl for the information provided. The guy is going to arrive at the scene and inspect everything. The main character immediately goes to meet with people from the 9th Department to unite and examine the crime scene together. Lin Yu, using the Department Number 9 icon, finds the people he needs. The icon is a device. It can perform a geolocation function. The main character approaches the group of Investigative Department Number 9 and casually greets the detectives. The group leader immediately notices that the main character is using the object to hide his identity. Lin Yu introduces himself to the 9th Department under the name Emperor. The department senior tells the guy that he is glad to meet you and extends his hand to him. The head of the department introduces the main character to his subordinates, who are a young man and a pretty little girl. The head of the department asks you to quickly get into the car, as the matter is serious and requires immediate investigation. A team of detectives heads to a shopping center. An oppressive silence reigns inside the car. The girl hands the main character a folder and informs him that it contains all the information about the incident. Lin Yu carefully studies the materials given to him. The guy is surprised that there is no information in it about a simultaneous murder on the other side of the city. The team leader tells the main character that the main version is the death of the hunter who lost control of the ghost. Lin Yu does not understand why the report does not mention the second simultaneous incident. The guy intends not to talk about it, so as not to frame Xiaoli. The employee behind the wheel expresses the idea that ghosts must follow certain rules or a chosen pattern of killing people. The leader of the group wonders how these rules are respected in the real world. Linyu believes that a low-level ghost is not capable of simultaneously committing about 100 kills over long distances in 3 days. The team of the investigation department number 9 is very surprised by the statements of the main character. They do not understand why the guy thinks that the killer is a low-ranking ghost. The girl makes the assumption that such a number of deaths is due to the fact that the rules for killing people can easily change in the real world. Linyu tells those present that he is not sure about this yet, and is lost in his thoughts. The main character is disturbed by the strange behavior of a ghost. In the real world, ghosts do not have enough yin energy to instantly move long distances. The investigation team arrives at a shopping center, where a small group of people are waiting for them at the entrance. A man standing at the entrance hurls sarcastic remarks at the detectives, saying that he didn't think the people from Section 9 had the guts to seek their own death. Linyu asks the senior squad who these daring people are. The man replies that these are local ghost hunters. The main character learns that the daring ghost hunter used to be in prison, and after accidentally becoming a hunter, he became very arrogant. Linyu suddenly realizes that only ghost hunters know about the parallel murder. The authorities were not notified of the second incident. The hunter tells the main character that he looks like a young brat, and believes that the guy intends to make a career for himself by working for the government. The chief hunter's subordinates believe that the government is of no use, and the investigation team has not even reached rank 4. Linyu says that the incident is very serious, and advises the hunters to tell him all the known information, and then leave immediately. The young hunter reports that his commander is a 4th-rank specialist and owns his own ghosts. The young hunter behaves extremely aggressively, and pushes the main character with his hand. Linyu deftly twists away from the blow. The hunter commander spits out a cigarette. He considers Linyu a young, arrogant upstart. The hunter invites Linyu to measure their strength, and see who will be the first to find the evil spirit and deal with it. The Ghostbusters call the government team idiots and go inside the mall. The main character thinks that they do not have the slightest chance, and believes that it is not worth stopping the hunters from dying. A little later, the investigation squad of the 9th Department enters the premises of the shopping center. Linyu touches the entrance doors with his hand. The guy feels a huge amount of yin energy inside the building. Slowly moving inside the room, Linyu never ceases to be amazed that the yin energy is literally gushing in all directions. A junior member of the squad asks the main character if he was able to detect the evil ghost. Linyu believes that the illusory rules of killing people are a mystery. He understands that everything will have to be tested from his own experience. The investigation team stops when they hear the heart-rending screams of people. The young people decide to go to their source to find out what happened to the ghost hunters. Detectives see a team of hunters silently examining the mutilated body of a young man. One of the people has become a victim of an evil ghost. His stomach is very swollen, and multicolored foam is released from his mouth. Linyu realizes that this is the work of the same ghost, and past victims had exactly the same symptoms. The young hunter can barely restrain his gag reflex. The commander tries to bring the guy in order and calm him down. Linyu realizes that without understanding the rules of killing, ordinary people are exposed to mortal danger at every turn. The hunter commander continues to calm his subordinate and demands that he pull himself together. The girl from the hunting party has witnessed many deaths, but this is the most terrible she has ever seen. The guy tries to calm the girl down. He puts his hand on her shoulder and says that their commander is with them, so there is nothing to worry about. At the same moment, a huge evil ghost materializes behind the guy's back. He hisses loudly and stretches out his huge paws towards the guy. Linyu notices the evil ghost appearing and throws his throwing screws at it. Fear paralyzes the young hunter. A ghost standing behind him sees a deadly screw approaching him. The ghost dodges the weapon flying at him, and at the same instant disappears. His commander approaches the guy and asks how the young hunter summoned the evil spirit. The young hunter begins to make inarticulate sounds. A huge amount of multicolored foam is released from his mouth, and his stomach swells to enormous sizes. Linyu watches the young hunter's agony and realizes that the ghost managed to deliver the killing blow before disappearing. The young hunter screams loudly. He spews out a huge amount of multicolored foam and falls to the floor. Linyu examines the body of the young hunter and informs those around him that the guy is dead. The hunter commander asks a nearby subordinate how the dead hunter was able to summon a ghost. The young man is shaking violently, and in a trembling voice he says that he didn't see anything. The squad leader of the 9th Division asks Linyu what he thinks about this. The main character has very little information. He cannot answer the question, relying only on what he saw. The young detective says that before the ghost appeared, the dead guy tapped the girl on the shoulder. Lin Yu believes that in this situation, no versions can be rejected, and informs the young detective that this cannot be ruled out. The main character approaches the young detective. Lin Yu begins to pat the guy on the shoulder. After this manipulation, the ghost does not appear. The young detective looks at Lin Yu in fear and sighs with relief. Lin Yu approaches the girl from the government squad and also pats her on the shoulder. The main character decides to continue checking. The guy approaches the commander of the government detachment. Lin Yu lets others know that a tap on the shoulder does not bring out an evil ghost. The detectives tell the main character that this check was very exciting. The main character reassures those present. He assures them that while he is nearby, the ghosts do not pose a threat to them. This helps to slightly reduce the tension in the team. The situation is becoming more and more tense. The girl from the hunting party begins to get hysterical. She was counting on a simple mission, like in a quest, but the reality turned out to be completely different. The young hunter warns his commander that the squad has already lost 2 fighters in a matter of seconds, and that they must retreat immediately. He believes that it is too dangerous to remain in the building any longer. The girl approaches her commander. She grabs his leg and says that she does not want to die. The commander rudely pushes her away. He says that both hunters died while next to her, and demands not to touch him. The girl is hysterical. She cannot understand why everything happened this way. The hunter commander feels the pressure of the evil yin energy. He thinks that this time the evil ghost has come for him. The man calls upon his ghost. The room lights up with flashes of energy, and a huge, gloomy creature appears behind him. The ghost of the hunter commander uses his skills to construct an energy shield around his master. Lin Yu is surprised that the hunter commander has his own ghost, but the guy believes that he will not help him, and the man is unlikely to be saved. The evil ghost delivers a powerful blow to the energy shield, trying to break through it and reach the hunter commander with its paw. The evil ghost manages to break through the shield. The creature grabs the frightened man by the stomach. The hunter commander falls to the floor with a crash. He writhes in convulsions and groans loudly. Pain and horror are displayed on the man's face. He says in a quiet voice that he does not want to die. The young people are shocked by how easily and quickly the evil ghost dealt with their powerful commander. The guy helps the girl get to her feet. He says that they were here only because of the arrogance of their commander. If he had known what dangers awaited him, he would never have gone inside. The girl says that the hunters failed and asks the main character what they should do next. Lin Yu slowly raises his head and says that he has understood the rules of killing a ghost. A huge evil ghost circles around the young people with the intention of attacking. The main character calmly awaits the start of the attack. The ghost rushes at Lin Yu. The guy aims a huge throwing screw at the creature's head. The throwing screw reaches the ghost. He deftly dodges it and disappears into space. The young people watch how the yin energy remaining after the ghost's attack slowly dissipates. The hunter asks the main character if he was able to kill the ghost with his throwing weapon. Lin Yu answers the guy. He says that the ghost is still alive, but he scared him away for a while with his counterattack. The squad leader admires the ease with which Lin Yu repelled the attack of the evil ghost. A young detective asks the main character to tell him what signs a ghost uses to choose its victim. Lin Yu turns to the girls and informs them that from now on, they are forbidden to talk. The girls glance at each other and look at the main character with bewilderment. Lin Yu informs those present that after talking with the girl, the ghost attacks the guy who spoke to her. The young hunter asks why the ghost did not attack him, since he was also talking to the girl. Lin Yu claims that the guy was just lucky. The ghost's attack on men after talking with women was not an accident, but a pattern. The guy says that after the leader of the hunting party spoke to the girl, a ghost appeared and killed him. Lin Yu once again asks the girls to keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, others may suffer the same fate as the commander. The hunter agrees with the conclusions of the main character. Previously, he thought that the ghost began to go on a rampage because of the death of Yoni. The main character learns that Yoni is a deceased hunter who participated in an incident with a rampaging ghost. The detective commander says that Yoni was a third-rank hunter. He knows little about him, but he knows that the guy maintained friendly relations with one of the secret organizations. Lin Yu realizes that the young hunters are hiding a lot and demands to immediately tell them everything they know about Yoni. The young hunter says that he has had little contact with Yoni and doesn't really know anything about him. Lin Yu orders to immediately stop pretending. The guy says that the ghost killed 2 people in different places at the same time. The hunters knew about it, but did not report it to the police. Lin Yu considers the hunters' act unworthy, since they are trying to take revenge on the person who asked him for help. The young hunter states that they had no choice, as it was their commander's order. Lin Yu advises to tell everything in a good way, especially since the commander of the hunters is already dead. The young hunter claims that the commander deceived them, saying that his ghost was strong enough to cope with the evil spirit. The guy standing next to him agrees with the hunter's words and says that Yoni was the best in their team. The guy also mentions that Yoni had a girlfriend whom he dated for over 4 years. Lin Yu became interested in such information. The guy concludes that this is directly related to the rule according to which it is forbidden to talk to the opposite sex. The last time the hunter saw Yoni, he was in a bad mood, and later heard that his girlfriend had left him. The detective commander makes an assumption about who the Yoni girl might be and immediately informs others about it. The man tells the hunters the girl's name Yoni. The young people are very surprised and confirm this information. The Yoni girl was the first victim of the ghost, who was discovered by the investigation team of Department Number 9. The young detective makes the assumption that Yoni died before his girlfriend. The detective commander is skeptical about the guy's version, since Yoni was an extraordinary hunter and could easily cast a suspended animation spell on himself. The young people realize that they are dealing with a third-rank hunter who knows how to control a ghost. The main character thinks that Yoni deliberately hid his power and faked his death. Lin Yu warns those around him. The guy says that now they will be dealing with a fully formed ghostly creature. The commander of the investigation squad asks the main character if he has any yin artifact that can destroy the ghost. Lin Yu does not rely on artifacts, as there is an excessively high concentration of energy in the room, which creates an ideal safe space for a ghost. The main character orders the young people not to scatter around the room, but to group around him. The heroes stand in a defensive circle. Suddenly strange sounds are heard in the darkness, causing them to tense up. The squad watches the approaching girl with tension. People are trying to understand what brought her here at such a dangerous moment. A frightened girl cries and screams loudly. The child calls her dad for help. One of the hunters looks at the girl and tells her that she is mistaken. He is not her father. At this moment, the girl's eyes begin to burn with hellish fire. Everyone understands that in front of them is not a girl, but a ghost. The main character warns everyone that they have been attacked by the corpse of a child controlled by a ghost. The hunters are amazed by this news and realize that the ghost opposing them has unique cunning and power. The room is filled with ominous energy. The young hunter feels that the ghost is already next to him. Not even a moment passes before the ghost appears next to the guy. The main character resolutely declares that he will not allow his comrade to die and stands up for his defense. Lin Yu quickly resorts to using his effective weapon. The guy launches energy screws towards the ghost. The main character realizes that his touch causes the ghost to dissolve and leave the battlefield in panic. The guy takes out a bottle of water that leaves marks from the virtual storage and pours it on the ghost's hand. The next moment, the ghost emits a heartbreaking scream and disappears into the energy portal. The young hunter feels great relief. He cannot hold back tears of joy, realizing that he survived in a dangerous situation. Hunters standing in a defensive circle hear the stomping of ghosts approaching them. They prepare for a new challenge. Lin Yu orders not to react to the words of ghosts and not to start a conversation with the dead of the opposite sex, as this will immediately trigger the mechanism of death. A ghost child emerges from the darkness and approaches the young detective, calling him daddy and asking for help. The ghost asks the detective why he didn't help her and tackles him to the floor. The detective believes the main character and hopes that Lin Yu will come up with some way to confront the ghosts. Lin Yu generates an energy protective field around itself, and with its help scatters attacking ghosts in different directions. The main character does not understand where such a huge number of corpses came from in the shopping center. The guy thought that they all had to be collected by the police. Using the liquid that leaves traces, Lin Yu tries to track the evil ghost. He sees that the ghost was moving around the shopping center, but now it is not here. The main character waits for the ghost to appear in order to deal him a decisive fatal blow. A ghost girl runs up to the main character. She tries to talk to the guy and calls him daddy. Lin Yu rudely throws the ghost away and says that he would not want to have such a daughter. The hunter wonders why Lin Yu is not afraid to talk to the ghost, because this can summon the main ghost, which will trigger the mechanism of death. The detective understands that the main character did this on purpose to lure a ferocious evil spirit. The detective turned out to be right. A moment later, a ferocious ghost appears behind the protagonist. Lin Yu uses the pharaoh's headband to trap and immobilize the ghost. In a matter of seconds, the pharaoh's bandage wraps around the ghost's body and securely fixes it. The commander of the investigation team cannot hide his joy that Lin Yu finally managed to catch the ghost. The main character approaches a captive ghost, who is unsuccessfully trying to free himself from the magical shackles. Young people admire Lin Yu's skills, as the guy was able to catch a high-level ghost alive. The young hunter was very surprised that the detective called the main character the Emperor. The detective confirms his words. He informs those present that a powerful player is taking part in the operation, who has the nickname Emperor on the forum. The hunters do not hide their joy. They have heard a lot about the Emperor, as they spend a lot of time on the forum. The girls understand why all this time the main character behaved completely calmly and always took the initiative. The detective commander approaches the main character and asks why the guy has not yet destroyed the ghost. Lin Yu informs the detective that before destroying the ghost, he plans to interrogate him thoroughly. The main character watches the ghost's futile attempts to escape. He advises him to stop resisting, since the thing that suppresses the evil spirit is a powerful yin artifact. The evil ghost does not understand where a hunter of such a high level came from, who is able to control ghosts and has many artifacts. Lin Yu shows the ghost an energy throwing screw and orders him to immediately tell him where Yoni is. The ghost informs the main character that he is bound by a contract with his owner. The creature hopes that as soon as his owner finds out about everything, he will come and rescue him. Lin Yu suggests that the ghost start talking, since just one throwing screw will be enough to make the ghost's soul suffer furiously. In addition to the stick, the main character also intends to use a carrot. The guy shows the ghost a hefty wad of money and promises to pay generously if the owner's location is reported. The girls admire the main character since the guy was able to catch the ghost alive, intimidated him, and now he is also trying to bribe him. Lin Yu thinks that there can be no friendship between a hunter and a low-level spirit. There is only submission to a contract. The captive ghost is interested in money. He understands that when he returns to the world of ghosts, with this money he can buy himself a ghostly yacht or an expensive mansion. Suddenly, the evil spirit changes its intentions. It begins to release a large amount of energy and destroy the pharaoh's bandage. The main character watches as the ghost begins to disappear. The guy does not understand how this could happen, because the evil spirit was well fixed by the pharaoh's bandage. The young detective reacts nervously to what is happening. He asks Lin Yu what is happening. The main character understands the reasons for the disappearance of the ghost. The hunter Yoni remembered him and found a way to call him to himself. The detective commander approaches the main character. He is interested in what happened. The man personally saw how the ghost was securely bound with the pharaoh's bandage. Lin Yu says that he does not yet have an answer to this question. Captive ghosts cannot even move into ghost space. But this ghost was able to move in the real world. Detectives make the assumption that the Yoni hunter is alive and has the skill of moving a ghost in the real world. Unlike the detectives, the main character is not sure that the ghost is subordinate to the Yoni hunter. The young hunter remembers that Yoni was only able to control evil ghosts, and this ghost was on the level of ferocious. Lin Yu asks the detectives to provide him with all the secret information that is available at the No. 9 Investigation Center. After studying secret documentation, the main character comes to the conclusion that this ghost does not simply dissipate yin energy, but can transfer it to its owner. Lin Yu informs those present that he has several versions that need to be checked. The main character says that he has an idea that the key to the solution is the death of the hunter Yoni. The young detective suggests that Yoni is still alive. Lin Yu agrees with the young man and says that Yoni has been resurrected. The detective is perplexed and asks the main character how this could happen. The main character thinks that Yoni has indeed been resurrected after death, but not in the form of a person, but in the form of a ghost. This information will greatly shock the detectives of Department No. 9 and the young hunters. Lin Yu considers this explanation to be the most reasonable. Yoni combined his level as a hunter and the energy of the ghost himself, which allowed him to perform actions inaccessible to simple evil spirits. As a ghost, Yoni's possession formed a death rule that prohibits speaking with the opposite sex, and he is still able to control his ghosts and force them to obey him. Lin Yu believes that a ghost under contract was operating in the shopping center, killing people and increasing the power of both spirits, while Yoni committed crimes in other places. The chief of detectives sees the logic in the guy's words, but he says that there has not yet been a single case known of a hunter becoming a ghost after death. A young detective wonders how a hunter and a ghost can use the power of yin in two places at the same time. The main character reports that this is a mystery, but they will be able to solve it soon. The detective commander intends to immediately call for reinforcements as they deal with two ferocious ghosts in separate locations. Lin Yu intends not to wait for reinforcements, since Yoni can take advantage of the sluggishness of the detectives and continue committing crimes to strengthen his forces. The main character reads information from the liquid that leaves traces and reports that their ghost has teleported to a community on the outskirts of the city. The commander of Investigation Unit 9 orders his subordinates to immediately go to the community. The hunter makes the assumption that it is unsafe to leave the shopping center without security. The main character replies that the ghost will not return here in the near future, since he considers this place dangerous. Lin Yu orders the hunters to stay in the mall. The guy doesn't want the young people to put their lives in danger. The ghost hunters praise the protagonist and thank him for his great virtue. After some time, a car with detectives and the main character approaches the community. Lin Yu feels that a ghost is here. Lin Yu observes the ghost's energy signature and orders detectives to immediately evacuate people while he deals with the ghost. The main character runs, following the energy trail left by the ghost. He feels that the evil spirit is somewhere nearby. The guy stops abruptly and slowly raises his head up. Two ghosts are sitting on the wires above him. Lin Yu approaches one of the ghosts and asks if his name is really Yoni. The ghost looks at the main character with an angry look and says that he will not be able to deal with him as easily as with his subordinate in the shopping center. Lin Yu asks his ghost Daily to lend his power. Daily redirects the guy a huge flow of energy, which forms a powerful energy funnel around the guy. Yoni tells Lin Yu that he is impressed by his skills, but if he wants to run away, the young man will not be able to stop him. Lin Yu considers it shameful to speak such cowardly speech in an arrogant tone. Lin Yu decides to start a conversation with the ghost. The guy knows that Yoni was dumped by the girl and explains that this made the ghost feel unhappy. Yoni gets furious. He swears at the main character and asks how the guy knows this personal information. The main character says that the reason Yoni broke up with his girlfriend was his new profession as a hunter. Yoni considers the girl stupid and ungrateful, who did not appreciate his love for her, and her betrayal makes the ghost furious. The main character sees in the ghost only a former hunter of the 3rd rank, who, without a protective aura, is not much different from ordinary people. Yoni claims to be smarter and more resourceful than normal hunters, and is proud of his two-way contract with the ghost. If Yoni dies, a two-way contract will help him stay alive. He will turn into the ghost with whom the contract was made. Yoni believes that he needs to thank his ex-girlfriend, because without her there would not be a grudge lurking in his heart, and he would not have become the owner of the power of a fierce ghost. The main character believes that the bilateral contract is somehow connected with secret forces in the world of ghosts. Yoni refuses to share information with Lin Yu. He believes that the guy will not be able to cope with him, since the ghost is under the protection of the most powerful organization in the ghost world. The main character is very surprised by the fact that Yoni is collaborating with a secret organization. Powerful ghosts liked Yoni's talent and entered into a two-way contract with him to destroy people in the real world. The main character considers Yoni a scoundrel who conspired with ghosts to enslave the human world. Yoni is no longer tormented by moral questions, and he is no longer interested in women. He only values the power he has. Yoni's ex-girlfriend began to notice strange changes in the guy and left him. Yoni says that after he finally became a ghost, he killed her first. Yoni's second victim was the boyfriend of his previous girlfriend. The ghost believes that he also deserved to die. Yoni tells the main character that he wants to kill all the guys who communicate with the girls. At the beginning, Lin Yu had some sympathy for the ghost, but now he considers Yoni a disgusting creature. Yoni intends to complete the last task and go to the world of ghosts, where he plans to live carefree. He decides to return to the world of ghosts to report to his master about Lin Yu and wants the organization to put the guy on the wanted list. Lin Yu orders the ghost to take his time and activates the virtual storage portal. Yoni lets out a demonic laugh and tells the protagonist that he cannot stop him. Yoni believes that even the strongest artifact will not be able to contain him and his contract ghost at the same time. He thinks that he can run as far as he wants. The main character takes out a deck of cards from the virtual storage. The guy tells Yoni that he wants to play with him and throws the cards at the ghost. Magic cards are a high-level artifact that allows you to set new rules for ghosts. Yoni, along with his ghost, falls to the ground. He does not understand why his two-way teleportation did not work. Lin Yu tells the ghost that he wants to play cards with him and tells him a new rule that the ghost cannot leave until they complete the game. Yoni is aware of the presence of artifacts that can block the power of yin energy. However, he does not sense any aura emanating from the playing cards. According to the new rule, if an opponent is given an invitation to play a game, he is not allowed to refuse and run away. Yoni understands that the main character in the world of ghosts has more rights than him, and this causes wild despair and rage in him. Lin Yu tells the ghost that this is not the most important thing to worry about right now, and suggests that he concentrate on the game. Yoni obediently agrees with the main character. He remembers that he used to work as a croupier in a casino, and asks the guy what the rules of the game are. Lin Yu says that the rules of the game are the same as in poker and makes a bet of 1,000 minbi. Yoni is very surprised by the bet. He says that such amounts are very large for him. Lin Yu recalls that Yoni was going to offer a bounty on his head, and believes that the villain has enough money to bid. The main character tells Yoni that if there is not enough minbi to bet, you can bet artifacts and materials with yin energy. A small gaming table materializes in front of the players. Yoni accepts that he must follow the rules. Yoni watches the game intently, while Lin Yu masterfully lays out the cards on the table, showing off his confidence and skill. The ghost deftly catches the card thrown by the main character. Mixed feelings of fear and admiration are read in Yoni's gaze. Yoni suddenly gains confidence. He grins widely and loudly announces his bet, holding several cards in his hands that seem to be winning. Linyu calmly looks at Yoni. The guy picks up 3 cards, each of which turns out to be an ace, and demonstrates his absolute confidence in victory. Yoni suddenly notices that his initial combination of cards has changed. The ghost accuses the guy of cheating. Linyu responds to the ghost. The guy says that he has no reason to do this. Yoni annoyedly gives the main character the lost money. He says that the guy was just lucky and is going to win back in the next game. Linyu believes that his opponent has problems with his head, since he, knowing that the cards are a high-class artifact, treats them like ordinary playing cards. Yoni is very dissatisfied with the combination of cards dealt to him. He feels a strange sensation and notices that too powerful yin energy comes from the cards. With a sharp movement, the ghost casually throws the cards on the table and says that there is something wrong with these playing cards. Linyu warns the ghost that if he doesn't follow the rules, he will end up badly very quickly. Yoni loses again. He grumbles dissatisfiedly and gives 1,000 minbi to the main character. The ghost tells the guy that he hasn't lost several times in a row for a long time, and believes that something is wrong with the hand. He demands to complete the hand himself. Yoni begins to realize that the main character is using the power of yin to influence the cards. Linyu shows off a 3-ace hand and says he has no reason to cheat, he's just lucky. Yoni intends to combine his power with that of the contract ghost. He bends down to his spirit and orders the yin power to be transferred to him. Yoni realizes that even after joining forces with his ghost, he cannot compete with the main character. Linyu expected Yoni to resort to the help of his accomplice. The guy is ready to resist the combined energy of the ghosts, and shows a combination of 3 aces. Yoni says that he has run out of all his money. Linyu offers the ghost to use his things to pay off his gambling debt. Yoni realizes that during his life he was only a 3rd-rank hunter, and was unable to acquire expensive property. The ghost intends to show Linyu the item in his pocket. He believes that after this the young man will stop acting arrogantly. Yoni takes out a badge from his pocket, very similar to the insignia of the Council of Otherworlds. Linyu asks Secretary Bai to carefully examine the ghost badge. The girl reports that the badge is an identity card and belongs to one of the powerful organizations, 2 of whose directors hold positions of advisors to the ghost world. Linyu believes that although Yoni is a 4th-level employee, he has no prospects, and he will never become one of the managers in a secret organization. Yoni invites the main character to immediately let him go if the guy does not want to become an enemy of a powerful organization. The ghost offers to forget today's incident if the guy lets him go. The main character is going to show Yoni his badge. Linyu takes out his alien council badge from his pocket and tells the ghost that his badge is slightly different. Yoni's face expresses fear and surprise. He understands that this is the sign of the Lord of Ghosts, and his organization is just a 3rd-rate office compared to the Council of Otherworlds. Linyu tells the ghost that he is an employee of an organization subordinate to him. The guy believes that no one will object to him if he wants to eliminate Yoni. The ghost understands that if the main character gives an order, the entire organization will begin to hunt him. He falls to his knees, says that he was wrong, and asks for forgiveness. Yoni informs the main character that he can be very useful. The ghost offers to win over the evil spirits to the guy's side and share the secret information that he possesses. Linyu believes that the villain still has not realized what situation he is in. Being a 4th-level employee, he is trying to impose his conditions on his senior rank. The main character tells the ghost that he can kill a scoundrel like him without any consequences. The guy believes that a ghost who has taken hundreds of lives cannot be forgiven and released. Linyu activates a deck of magic cards and tells the ghost that it is time to continue the game. Reinforcements arrive for a group of detectives from the investigation squad of Department Number 9. The handsome man tells detectives that he has read the report and believes this incident is clearly not a simple one. The man is going to call on senior hunters from all departments in order to form an elite unit and take control of the situation. The boss demands the detectives to be careful and use all the strongest techniques to eliminate the evil spirit. The detectives are full of determination. They run into the alley in which the main character and Yoni are located. The employees of Department Number 9 look at the protagonist's card game in bewilderment and wonder what is going on here. The head of the department realizes that there is a player in front of him under the nickname Emperor, and asks his subordinates why he is playing cards with a ghost. The head of the department notices that Yoni has a terrible combination of cards, and the playing cards radiate colossal power. The man wonders what kind of deck of cards this is and where it came from. His subordinates make assumptions that it is a rare artifact. The young detective asks what they should do, The commander suggests not to interfere, since the protagonist's artifact is too powerful, and they have no way to influence it. The head of the department looks at the calm expression on the protagonist's face, and concludes that the guy doesn't need their help at all. The ghost loses another game. Linyu knows that Yoni has no money left, and offers to pay with artifacts or yin materials. Yoni tells the main character that he has nothing left. He even had to give his badge to the organization. Linyu says that if the ghost cannot repay the gambling debt, he will be severely punished. Yoni bursts into tears. He says that he does not intend to break the rules and asks to forgive him. The main character deals a powerful blow to the ghost's hand. The space around is instantly illuminated by a bright flash of energy. A powerful blow cuts off the ghost's hand. Yoni screams loudly, trying to block the chi energy flowing from his body. Employees of the investigation department are surprised by the scale of the main character's power. They witnessed how the guy easily cut off the hand of a ferocious ghost. The young detective concludes that the guy is at least on the 5th level, and even the fierce ghosts cannot resist him. The department employees are amazed at what they see. The main character forced 2 fierce ghosts to bow their heads and be obedient. Linyu shuffles the deck of cards and tells Yoni that it is time for the next game. Yoni picks up his cards from the table and realizes that if he loses, he will have to pay with his body and soul. Yoni loses the next game and instantly loses his entire right hand. The ghost plaintively begs the main character to spare him and save his life. Yoni falls to his knees and writhes in pain. He asks for his life and says that the severed hand is enough to pay for his actions. Linyu orders the ghost to immediately return to the game and says that the ghost has not yet realized the punishment it deserves. The main character believes that after killing hundreds of innocent people, Yoni has no right to life at all. Yoni reaches for the cards. He understands that any game will be lost and decides, since he is facing imminent death, to fight to the end. Taking advantage of the fact that the main character was distracted for a second, the ghost grabs cards from the table and throws them at the guy. Yoni believes that the power of the rules must have a certain range. He intends to break out with his ghost and use the teleportation technique. The main character energizes magic cards and launches them at the ghosts running away from him. The bodies of the ghosts begin to slowly disintegrate into small particles. Yoni understands that this rule does not have any restrictions on its application. After a few seconds, the bodies of the ghosts are annihilated. The main character takes 2 soul cores for himself. The investigation department team approaches the guy. The boss asks Linyu if the guy is really a player under the nickname Emperor. Linyu informs the department that 2 ghosts are dead, and this supernatural incident can be considered closed. The young detective tells his partner that they came to the boarding house in vain, since Linyu did all the work himself. The detective introduces Linyu to the boss and tells him that the guy saved the city. Without his participation in the operation, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Linyu agrees with the guy's opinion. He believes that the team from the 9th department could not do anything with the ghosts. The boss thinks that supernatural incidents have become more frequent lately, and intends to expand the department as soon as possible. The investigation department employees bow to the main character in unison. They sincerely thank him for his help in the investigation and promise to give the guy a reward as soon as possible. Linyu smiles and says that he does not need any rewards. The guy thinks that he has hundreds of millions of coins in his account. Xiaobai brings a folder containing a report of a supernatural incident to his boss. The girl says that it was not a problem for Linyu to deal with 2 fierce ghosts. The head of the department tells the girl that he is very worried about the cards that Linyu owns. The report states that these cards have the power to set rules. Xiaobai confirms that the protagonist has a top-class artifact that is capable of generating the power of rules. The man believes that a person with such strength should be at least a 7th-rank hunter. He thinks that Linyu hid his identity for a long time, but decided to investigate the district-level incident and thereby voluntarily gave himself away. The boss believes that Linyu did all this in order to contact his department. He asks the girl to organize a personal meeting with the guy in the near future. Xiaobai promises to take care of it immediately. The girl takes the phone and dials Bai's number. Linyu hears the phone ringing. The guy slowly picks up the phone and answers. Xiaoli tells the young man that she heard about his success in resolving the supernatural incident. Linyu confirms this information. He reports that the threat has passed, and he easily dealt with the 2 fierce ghosts. Xiaoli thanks the main character for his help in the investigation, and offers to have dinner together in the near future. Linyu believes that he has no reason to refuse the girl. Besides, it is always good to have a reliable friend in the game. Xiaoli says that he knows an excellent restaurant, and says that he will send a car for the young man in the evening. Linyu looks at his watch and realizes that there is still a lot of time until the evening. He decides to pass the time by sitting on the forum. The young man logs into his account and sees a message of congratulations from Bai. Lin Yu understands that the girl is knowledgeable and concludes that the forum is very closely connected with Department Number 9. The guy answers the girl. He writes that there is no need to thank him. Bai offers to meet in the evening in the horror space to give him a reward. Bai also invites the protagonist to take on the quest of a large-scale confrontation next week. The large-scale confrontation quest is a quest that is only awarded after clearing the 10th floor of Purgatory. It is completed in locations outside of the ghost world and involves hunters from other countries. Lin Yu is very interested in such a proposal. Previously, the guy had only heard about similar quests on the forum. The girl reports that in the quest called Confrontation, in addition to completing the main task, you will need to fight with hunters from other countries. Bai says that usually hunters from different countries are separated and play on different servers, and only in special quests are everyone called together. The main character understands that in order to survive the quest, the hunters need to destroy each other. Bai tells the guy that, unfortunately, this is true. Players are limited by the rules of the game, and if the player does not kill, he will be destroyed himself. Lin Yu understands that the girl is inviting him to join her group to help deal with hunters from other countries. The girl says that she will be glad to have Lin Yu participate in the quest. She reports that there is a generous reward for participation, and there are still 2 places left on the team. Lin Yu wants to explore the world of ghosts in detail as soon as possible. The guy believes that he cannot miss the opportunity to enter such a large-scale location. Bai tells Xiaobai that she has fulfilled the girl's request, and she can meet the main character in person. Xiaobai is incredibly happy that such a strong player as Lin Yu will join their team, which has long been outsiders. The girl hopes that their team will be able to take leading places. A premium class car drives up to an expensive, fashionable restaurant. Lin Yu slowly gets out of the car, amazed at the luxury and decoration of the establishment. The manager invites the young man to go inside and informs him that Xiao Li is waiting for him in the hall called the Noble Hermit. A group of young people standing nearby carefully examines the main character, wondering why the manager behaves extremely politely with him. One of the young men notices that Lin Yu arrived in a car belonging to the Xiao Li family. The guy tells his friend that he knows about the feelings he has for Xiao Li. Young people assume that Lin Yu is the scion of some rich family, since Xiao Li cannot communicate with some poor person. The guy previously sent flowers to Xiao Li, but the girl said that she was not ready for a relationship since her life was devoted to the game. The guy makes the assumption that Lin Yu is a distant relative of the family, and perhaps even an illegitimate son. Friends tell their friend that he has a very rich imagination. One of the young people believes that information about an illegitimate son can greatly undermine the image of the Xiao Li family, and this can be used to their advantage. The young man believes that if the Xiao Li family's business begins to experience difficulties, he could be the person the girl needs most. The guy has a friend who is a ghost hunter, and he is going to give Xiao Li several artifacts received from the hunter to melt her feelings. The young people take a decisive step towards an expensive restaurant. They are going to find out who their new acquaintance Xiao Li is. The main character enters the dining room. He immediately notices Xiao Li. The girl happily waves her hand and invites the guy to go to the table. Xiao Li invites the guy to sit at the table. The girl is going to thank the young man with an expensive dinner. The girl understands that today's meal is nothing compared to the help the guy provided. Lin Yu believes that he did not do anything special. Moreover, everyone in his place should have done this. The main character asks Xiao Li how much spiritual power she has now. The girl reports that she is a second-rank hunter. Lin Yu learns that thanks to his soul-cleansing wine, the girl was able to catch one ghost. The main character believes that with the contract ghost Xiao Li is able to compete with players of higher ranks. The guy remembers that Bai talked about 2 free spots on the team and intends to invite a girl. Lin Yu tells the girl about a new international game, and says that if she completes the quest, her strength will double. Xiao Li strongly doubts her abilities. The girl believes that their levels are strikingly different, and she does not want to be ballast in the team. Lin Yu asks the girl not to belittle her abilities. He informs her that she can control a ghost, and this is already a good result among hunters. The guy believes that it is best to play the quest with someone you know rather than with someone unknown. And besides, he doesn't have many acquaintances among the hunters. Xiao Li agrees with the protagonist's proposal and says that he trusts the guy. Lin Yu asks the girl not to worry too much. He says that he will always be there and will immediately come to the rescue in case of danger. Xiao Li intends not to miss such a rare chance. The girl wants to become a full-fledged partner for the main character, on whom he can rely. A loud knock is heard on the front door. Lin Yu asks the girl if she is expecting guests. Young people burst into the dining room. The guy asks the manager to step aside and says that he is not aware of his personal relationships. Xiaoli informs Linyu that the young man is the son of her father's business partner. The girl says that he is very annoying and promises to get rid of him quickly. The guy approaches Xiaoli. He tells the girl that he passed by and wanted to know how she was doing. The girl answers the guy. She says that everything is fine with her, and says that she has a business meeting and is very busy. The guy carefully examines the main character and asks Xiaoli who the young man is. Xiaoli tells the guy that they have a business meeting and the main character is her friend. The guy tells the girl that Linyu is an unusual friend, since the manager treats him with such respect. Xiaoli answers the guy. The girl says that Linyu is a strong hunter who has saved her life more than once. The guy understands that the girl is not indifferent to hunters, and is very upset because he himself is not one. The young man tells his friend that Linyu does not have the overwhelming aura that many hunters have. He concludes that Linyu is not that strong. The guy really doesn't feel Linyu's cold, oppressive aura, and besides, he notices that Linyu is using some kind of method to hide his face. The young man says that he considers Linyu a powerful hunter and asks him to demonstrate some artifact. The main character tells the guy that he does not have artifacts, since they are very difficult to get. The guy is very surprised by Linyu's answer. He reports that currently artifacts can easily be obtained on the black market, and offers his services. Xiaoli gets fed up with the young man's obsessive behavior. She pushes the guy in the back and says that she only invited Linyu to dinner. The young people leave the restaurant. They believe that a second-rank hunter should have at least one artifact with him, and they conclude that Linyu is an inexperienced beginner. The guy believes that the newcomer should not fool his beloved, and is going to call a hunter he knows. A young man calls his acquaintance named Wang and asks him to deal with one hunter. Wang receives the necessary information from the young man, and promises to immediately drive up to the restaurant. The guy tells Wang that he will not let Linyu escape, and together they will expose the swindler. Xiaoli invites the main character to try the chef's best dish. The girl says that her father treats big clients with this dish. Linyu thinks this dish is not bad, but it cannot compare with what Chef Delu prepares. The main character says that the food is very tasty. Xiaoli is glad that the guy liked the treats. Linyu invites the girl to visit him. The guy says that he rarely goes to restaurants because he cooks very well. Xiaoli is happy that her boyfriend invited her to dinner and believes that their relationship will become more serious. Linyu believes that there is no point in inviting the daughter of a rich businessman to an expensive restaurant. The guy intends to resort to the help of Delu and treat the girl to home-cooked food, which will contain a large amount of spiritual power. Xiaoli promises the main character that when she is in his area, she will definitely come to visit. The dissatisfied voice of the manager is heard. The doors to the dining room open, and a group of young people enters the room. Xiaoli asks what's the matter and tells her old friend Chen that she's already pretty tired of him. Chen tells the girl that she is not the only one who has a hunter friend. The guy brought Wang with him so that the hunters get to know each other better. Xiaoli apologizes to the main character. The guy says that everything is fine. The young people just want to test his strength and will not do anything to him. Chen thinks Linyu is arrogant. A hunter appeared next to him, and the guy doesn't pay any attention to them. Chen tells his fellow hunter that Linyu is a second-level specialist, but he has no artifacts. Chen sees how his friend's face has changed a lot. The young man asks the guy what's the matter. Wang cannot contain his emotions. The guy did not expect to see a player with the nickname Emperor in front of him. Chen realizes that the situation is awkward. Linyu tells the young people that he really is a player under that nickname. Hunter Wang begins to bow to the main character and says that they have not seen each other for a long time, and he is glad to see him. Linyu reports that not much time has passed since their last meeting. The guy asks the question if the hunter really got bored so quickly. The young people do not understand what is happening, and ask Hunter Wang about his strange behavior. Wang greatly regrets what he did. The guy believes that he should not have listened to Chen and come here. The young hunter tells the main character that he did not want to interfere with his meal, and asks how he can make amends to him. Chen finally realizes the seriousness of the situation. He realizes that in front of them is a legendary and powerful hunter. Chen's friends are very frightened. The young people begin to slowly move towards the front doors. Linyu understands that rumors about him are flying fast, and many people have heard about his exploits. Chen bows to the main character. He says that he was wrong and asks for forgiveness for the trouble he caused. His friends join in the apologies. The young people continue to bow deeply and synchronously say that they were wrong. Linyu tells the young men that they have had enough of apologies and asks them to go about their business. Wang tries to leave the restaurant premises as quickly as possible. The guy thinks that if Chen did not belong to a rich family, he would make the young man eat his shoes. Chen understands why Xiaoli has been so calm all this time. The reason is that the girl is in a close relationship with a player under the nickname Emperor. Chen realizes that in the world of the future, the influence of powerful hunters will only increase, and his rich family will not be able to oppose anything to them. The main character looks at his watch and realizes that it is time to enter the horror space to meet Bei. The main character is enveloped by dense flows of energy. The game system reports that Bei has invited him into her personal space. Linyu confirms the invitation and finds himself in a small, cozy room, where a girl is waiting for him at the tea table. Bei thanks the guy for uncovering the supernatural incident and hands him a bank card with a balance of 50 million. Linyu takes the card and thanks the girl. Then the guy suggests discussing a new task. The girl reports that the task of a large-scale confrontation is called Yin Hell Prison. The main character tells the girl that the name of the prison sounds very intimidating. Bei says that according to the information she received from the prediction map, this place permeates the entire realm of ghosts. Linyu asks the girl if he buys a fortune card, will he be able to obtain new information with it? Bei says that you don't have to buy a prediction card, since it is available to selected players, and once they decide on a team, every player will be able to use it. The girl asks Linyu if he has found a second worthy player to help him. The main character is worried that Xiaoli may be too weak for the upcoming tests. Bei says it's important to have new players on the team because the game's formula is to increase winnings if you have enough new players. Linyu is surprised by the rules of the new quest when he finds out how many advantages appear in the game when there are newcomers. The girl is going to find the necessary balance, since the presence of two strong players will lead to an increase in the complexity of the task. Bei believes that this game will provide invaluable experience for beginners. They will be close to professionals and will learn from their experience and practice. Linyu asks whether this quest will be too simple for him. The girl answers the guy that despite the concessions for beginners, the rules of the game must be strictly followed. Otherwise, you can lose everything. The main character realizes that, despite following the rules of the quest, sooner or later, they will still have to face hunters from other countries. Bei offers to invite other players to discuss future plans together. The guy agrees, realizing that a collective strategy will increase their chances of success. A few minutes later, candidates for the team appear in the room, each of whom has unique abilities. Bei begins the discussion by talking about the key tasks and possible strategies in the Yin Hell Prison. One of the invited players makes suggestions for the distribution of roles and resources. Bei invites players present to say their names, introduce themselves. One of the players is called Wentian. He is not going to reveal his skills and secrets, since this is the first time he sees the people around him. The guy standing next to me is very negative about such statements. He says that now is not the time to maintain confidentiality, because they are all teammates. The guy's name is Hylan. He is going to be open, and reports that he is a second-rank hunter and is especially good at telling fortunes. Wentian is skeptical of the fortune tellers. He tells Hylan that he is a charlatan. Hylan laughs loudly and states that he is higher level than Wentian anyway. The young people begin to swear and quarrel. One of the players present asks them to stop and continue discussing the game. The guys fall silent. The remark is made by a player named Shangqing. He is a 35th generation student of the martial arts school. Xiaoli introduces herself to the players and says that she is a rank 2 hunter, and she has subdued a ferocious ghost. Xiao Bai says that she also has a fierce ghost under her command. The girl reports that she is a 5th rank hunter. The main character learns that Xiao Bai is one of the founders of the Hunters Forum. It's the turn of the main character and Bei to introduce themselves and talk about their characteristics. Wentian reacts emotionally to the fact that the founders of the forum invited a player under the nickname Emperor to the team. Shangqing does not sense spiritual vibrations in the protagonist's body. However, he pays attention to his breathing, which is restrained and saturated with a large amount of qi. The players are happy with the composition of the team. They believe that with the help of powerful and experienced players, they will pass the tests without any problems. The main character believes that, despite the presence of newcomers to the team, its overall composition is not weak. Bei informs those present that she has collected information about the team and uploaded it to the database. Now players can use prediction cards. The fortune card is activated. Linyu looks at it with interest, since he has never used such an artifact before. Bei reports that the goal of the game is to escape from prison and kill as many international hunters as possible within a week. From the prediction card, Wentian learns that after entering the quest area, all players will appear in different rooms. Xiaoli learns that there will be more than one person in the cell, since they are all double or quadruple. Young people learn the rules of the prison. Players must strictly adhere to the daily routine and are prohibited from beating other prisoners at will. Bei advises its players to beware of their cellmates, as, despite the existing rules and restrictions, they pose a great danger. Linyu carefully studies his prediction card. Bei asks the guy what they predicted for him. Lin Yu replies that the card predicts that he will meet a powerful enemy on the second day of the game, and advises him to be extremely careful. Bei says that most of the predictions can come true, so it is necessary to carefully prepare for each stage. The team continues to discuss their plans, emphasizing the importance of teamwork and mutual assistance. Xiaobai believes that Lin Yu will be able to cope with a powerful opponent, since the guy already has experience in destroying ferocious ghosts. The main character reports that the fortune card mentioned that the prison has a fierce warden who has the status of invincibility. Xiaobai believes that this ghost can only be defeated as a team using extraordinary techniques. Lin Yu agrees that the combined forces of the team will give them a significant advantage. Xiaobai reports that the fortune card told her that in prison, wealth could play a key role at some point. Xiaoli realizes that Lin Yu is rich, and this could provide access to resources and artifacts that could make completing tasks in the Yin Hell prison much easier. Lin Yu believes that you shouldn't place too much hope on him. The team can face anything and they need to prepare for the worst. Bei hopes that Lin Yu will be able to properly use its financial resources to successfully complete all tests. Wentian considers the protagonist's statements to be correct. He suggests not hiding behind the backs of strong players and trying to solve problems on your own. Bei knows that they will have to fight with players from other countries. The girl doubts whether the newcomers will be able to emerge victorious in the fight. Bei advises players to collect as much information as possible and share it during prison walks. The girl understands that they have already discussed all the issues and invites the players to return home and prepare for the game. The main character leaves the personal space of Bei and finds himself in his cozy apartment. The guy understands that this time he must act perfectly, since the whole team relies on him. Lin Yu is going to prepare as best as possible, since this game is the first difficult task after a series of missions for beginners. The main character understands that in the new game he cannot do without powerful weapons, and calls upon his ghost of the blacksmith, Ding Liang. The blacksmith greets Lin Yu and asks the young man how he can help him. The main character informs Ding Liang that the time has come to make a high-quality artifact with yin energy. The young man hands the blacksmith an ingot of ghostly metal. Ding Liang informs the guy that he will forge the metal perfectly. The ghost says that this metal is a high-quality second-class material, but it has some negative effects. Ding Liang informs the protagonist that additional materials will be needed to make high-quality weapons. The blacksmith suggests using a sword that absorbs souls to improve the characteristics of the new product. Lin Yu activates the portal and takes out a soul-absorbing sword from the virtual storage. Ding Liang thanks his master for his trust. The blacksmith says that if there are any other materials, he can combine all this and improve the quality of the new weapon. Lin Yu takes out the sickle-shaped sword from the virtual storage, which he took from the bandit on train number 44, and gives it to the blacksmith. Ding Liang takes a close look at the sickle sword and tells the guy that the two items are not compatible with each other. The main character intends to demonstrate to the blacksmith all the artifacts he has. Ding Liang falls into a state of boundless joy. The ghost has never seen so many high-quality materials in one place. Lin Yu keeps his promise. He says that the ghost will never be without a job. Ding Liang originally wanted to make a simple artifact, but with this amount of high-quality materials, he intends to make a masterpiece. The blacksmith intends to use the ice soul bead to compensate for the resistance of other materials. He asks the guy if he has a higher quality material with similar characteristics. The main character opens a portal and fills the room with a huge amount of materials with yin energy. In a huge pile of expensive materials, the blacksmith immediately notices a cube of gloomy thousand-year-old oak. The main character recalls that the accountant of the Afterlife Hotel gave him this most valuable thing for almost nothing. Ding Liang talks about how wood has absorbed enormous amounts of energy for thousands of years, and can now withstand powerful energy attacks. The blacksmith realizes that the dark thousand-year-old oak goes very well with the essence of iron. Lin Yu asks the ghost what the value of iron essence is. The blacksmith tells the guy that if you add it during forging, the strength of the finished artifact will double. Ding Liang is trying to feel the energy of the iron essence. He has only seen this expensive material once in his life. Lin Yu understands that the soul of ghosts can be easily bought with the help of magical materials. Delu is conquered by wine that purifies the soul, and the blacksmith is conquered by iron essence. Ding Liang once again thanks the young man and reports that by using the combination of these materials, the side effects of absorption will be minimized. The main character tells the ghost that this is not all. The guy opens two portals and intends to demonstrate the remaining artifacts. In the hands of the young man, there is a ball of golden silk, devouring the soul, and a liquid of perfume. Ding Liang warns his master that using the soul-eating golden silk is very dangerous. Lin Yu calms the blacksmith and tells him that he is safe, and making the artifact will not provoke the King of Ghosts. Dingliang does not understand where the young man got such a huge ball of golden silk. In his entire life, he has only seen a few hairs of this material. Lin Yu says that this golden silk was thrown during a grand battle, and then found by the players and bought by them at the fair. The main character wonders if golden silk can suppress the side effects of a new artifact. Dingliang grabs the ball and states that the suppressive power of golden silk is inherited from the Ghost King. It is enough to suppress the side effects of any material. Lin Yu did not expect that this material would inherit the power of the Ghost King. The guy believes that if he has to fight the Ghost King in the future, this material will be of great benefit. The main character asks to evaluate the spirit essence liquid that he received for completing a task in a revolving restaurant. Dingliang finds it difficult to answer, but he believes that this liquid may be more valuable than the silk of the Ghost King. Lin Yu invites the blacksmith to examine the liquid. The guy gives him a flask and says that he has another one just like it. Dingliang accepts the gift and tells the protagonist that he will study this material as much as his skills allow. Lin Yu asks the ghost not to rush. The guy says that he still has many artifacts in stock, and he will need to evaluate each one and determine their quality. The main character is interested in what the ghost will eventually be able to create. The guy hopes that he will have a super artifact. Lin Yu completely forgot about the soul-blocking mirror. The guy carefully takes it out of the pile of artifacts dumped on the floor. Lin Yu has still not been able to determine the class of this artifact. The guy made a request to the monetary system several times, but it cannot determine the class of the item. The main character hands the mirror to the blacksmith and asks him to look at the mysterious artifact. Dingliang slowly approaches the mirror and concentrates his evaluator skills as much as possible. The magic mirror shoots powerful streams of energy at Dingliang. The enormous force throws the ghost aside. Dingliang's body shakes violently. He tries to come to his senses and hears the voice of a guy who wonders if he's okay. In a trembling voice, Dingliang asks the main character where he found this mirror. Lin Yu remembers that the mirror was given to him by the ghost of a glutton from the Inn of the Underworld. Dingliang reports that the mirror is scarier than he thought. Firstly, the mirror can absorb yin energy, and then it will show nearby ghosts, as well as their assemblage points. Secondly, the mirror contains its own space, and has an unlimited amount of absorption. It can absorb not only energy, but also artifacts, materials, and even ghosts. Lin Yu is very surprised by the information that the mirror can absorb living ghosts. Dingliang tells the guy that when he looked into this mirror, he felt real animal fear. The blacksmith makes the assumption that the mirror can not only absorb, but also emit energy, objects, or ghosts. Lin Yu examines the mirror, thinking about how powerful the artifact is and how he can use it to improve his abilities. Dingliang, shocked by the power of the mirror, rubs his eyes and tries to calm down. He realizes that he will need to be very careful when handling such a powerful object. Lin Yu realizes that possessing such a powerful artifact brings not only benefits, but also huge risks, since the mirror may contain very powerful ghosts. Dingliang says that his version is just a vague guess, but he can confidently say that this item greatly surpasses him in magical power. Lin Yu decides to conduct an experiment. He wants to see if the mirror can absorb the sickle sword. The guy points the mirror at the sickle-shaped sword. Quite a lot of time passes, but nothing happens. The main character begins to doubt his decision. At this moment, the magic mirror is activated. A terrifying absorption of the chi energy stored in the weapon occurs. The main character feels that after absorbing the energy, the connection between him and the magic mirror has become much stronger. The soul lock mirror begins to emit a huge amount of bright energy. Dingliang asks the protagonist to be careful. The blacksmith tells the young man that something is starting to come out of the mirror. The energy released by the mirror begins to materialize into a huge nebulous figure. Lin Yu is surprised to notice that the aura of the forming creature is much stronger than that of the ferocious ghost. The emission of energy suddenly stops. The main character and his ghost look at the magical object in surprise. Lin Yu realizes that the soul-locking mirror goes beyond the rules of the ghost world, as it is capable of detecting ghosts, imprisoning them, and freeing them. The main character puts the mirror away in his virtual storage. He is pleased that he has another ace up his sleeve. The time to prepare for the quest flies by. The main character looks at his watch and realizes that there are only a few minutes left before heading to the game. The space around Lin Yu is destroyed. The young man is plunged into a large-scale task called the Yin Hell Prison. The next moment, the main character lands with a crash on a bunk prison bed. Lin Yu looks around and realizes that he is in a 4-person cell. The loud voice of a huge warden is heard. He knocks on the cell bars and tells the prisoners that it is time to get up. The warden calls the players lazy animals and demands that they leave their beds immediately. The main character looks at the table with the rules next to his bed. He realizes that in such places there are many unwritten rules that are not mentioned in the instructions. Lin Yu carefully examines his cellmates. They turn out to be a ghost and two young men. The main character notices that the ghost of his cellmate has some kind of yin energy limiter on his belt. Lin Yu looks at the two players and assumes that they met in the cell and did not know each other before. The elusive man tells the players that it is quite rare for three people to be in the same cell together. The main character asks the ghost if he can improve his stay in prison for money. The ghost tells the guy that it is very difficult for people to survive in the world of ghosts, and the only way to escape is money. The ghost tells the protagonist that he can get necessary items such as cigarettes, alcohol, and basic necessities. Lin Yu asks the ghost to sell him a pack of cigarettes and hands him a new 1,000 minbi note. The ghost looks at the bill in surprise. He did not expect that the young man could have such sums. The ghostly creature carefully examines the main character and concludes that the guy is a powerful hunter. He hands Lin Yu a pack of cigarettes and says that they are of the best quality and only cost 60 minbi. The ghost asks the main character if he has less money, since he is unlikely to collect change. The young people are very surprised. They don't understand where the main character gets so much money. One of them thinks that completing the task with money is as easy as shelling pears, and rudely asks Lin Yu where he got so much money from. There are players in the game who speak different languages, but the location makes it easy to perceive a foreign language. Lin Yu understood the cellmate's question and answered him that it was none of his business. The foreign player is very dissatisfied. He believes that Lin Yu has no right to talk to him in such a tone, and calls the guy rude names. Lin Yu is offended by the young player's statement. He stops and asks the guy to repeat what he said. The foreign player repeats his insult. The main character immediately strikes him in the face. The ghost thinks the foreign player is a jerk and believes his time in the cell won't be boring anytime soon. The second foreign player sensed the strength of the protagonist's aura and concluded that Lin Yu had the same magic rank as him. The player intends to provoke civil strife between the foreigner and the main character, and then, when the opponents weaken, deal with both of them. The player approaches his beaten comrade and tells him that Lin Yu is not much stronger than him, and he was just lucky, and the guy attacked on the sly. The foreign player invites his cellmate to immediately take the money from the main character in order to progress through the task more efficiently. The foreigner suggests joining forces and attacking Lin Yu together. The cellmate replies that prison rules prohibit fighting. The guy points to the guard and says that they won't have to fight. He intends to use the prison rules to his advantage. The guy suggests provoking the main character, and after Lin Yu beats them, inform the guards about it. Players approach the main character and try to talk to him about casual topics in order to divert his attention. Lin Yu realizes that his fellow inmates have joined forces against him and realizes their evil plan. Young people activate their energy auras and imitate an attack on the main character. Lin Yu generates a protective shield, and with the help of a powerful stream of energy, the guy throws the attackers to the wall of the chamber. The attention of a huge guard is attracted by blows and screams coming from the cell. Foreign players shout loudly and inform the warden that the main character is breaking the rules of the prison and beating them. The warden approaches the cell bars. He is very dissatisfied with the fact that one of the people is breaking the rules right in front of his nose. The ghost goes inside the chamber and tells those present that now they will taste his favorite club. The warden swings his baton. The main character asks him not to be angry and hands him a pack of cigarettes. The ghost stops. He looks carefully at the cigarettes and asks the young man how he knew his favorite brand. The ghost takes a pack of cigarettes from Lin Yu. He tells the main character that he forgives him for the first time and asks him not to break the rules of the prison in the future. The huge ghost turns to the foreign players, calls them small insects and orders them not to cause him trouble in the future. The warden opens a pack of cigarettes and is surprised to find 200 minbi inside. The ghost praises Lin Yu. He tells the guy that he knows how to please the poor old warden. The warden's eyes begin to glow with rage as he glances at the foreign players. The ghost starts beating the foreign players with his huge club and tells them that they annoy him. The warden approaches the player and tells him that breaking the rules in prison will result in severe punishment. Lin Yu generates fire from his finger. The guy respectfully calls the warden sir and asks him to calm down. The ghost lights a cigarette, carefully examines the main character, and concludes that the guy is a representative of a powerful family from the ghost world. The ghost tells Lin Yu that his name is Warden Wu and invites the young man to contact him if there are any problems. Lin Yu decides that the prison guards have a very small salary, since for only 200 minbi he received such an amazing effect. The cellmate is very surprised by how everything turned out. Based on his knowledge, Lin Yu, with the help of a pack of cigarettes, would at most have saved himself from punishment. But the guy not only met the warden, but also enlisted his support. Lin Yu asks the ghost to sell him all the best quality goods he has. The ghost reports that now he only has one pack of cigarettes left. He asks to give him a little time and promises to fulfill any wishes of the guy. The main character talks with a cellmate and learns from him that there is a daily routine in prison, as well as mandatory work outside the prison. The ghost says that if you are on good terms with the supervisors, then during compulsory work you can do whatever you want or leave the work site. Linyu believes that the ghost has good connections. The guy invites him to become an informant. The ghost reveals that his name is Fujian and tells the guy that he doesn't mind making extra money. Linyu shows Fujian a hologram of his team and asks the ghost to find out where these people are. Fujian looks closely at the girls. He says that he is unlikely to be able to find them, since the women are kept in a separate wing of the prison. Linyu asks the ghost what forced labor consists of. Fujian says that it is mainly work in the mine or various unskilled labor. Loud commands from the guards are heard. They order the prisoners to leave their cells to line up. Fujian advises the main character to hurry up, as the guards punish very harshly for being late. Prisoners emerge from their cells and line up to be checked in and receive instructions. Linyu scans the surrounding space and realizes that there is a certain force in the prison that suppresses spiritual energy. The protagonist realizes that the power of his Delu ghost has increased beyond the level of ferocious, so this restriction will not have an effect on him. Fujian asks the main character to turn around and look to the side. He reports that he found the people the guy asked about. The main character sees that Wentian and Hylan are among the foreign players in the ranks. Linyu notices that the young men have numerous abrasions and wounds on their faces. He concludes that they were attacked by foreign players in the cell. The main character breaks ranks and approaches the members of his team, which causes them genuine amazement. What surprises players is that the main character is not at all afraid of punishment from the guards. Linyu asks the players of his team about the fight with foreigners. The guys answer that the foreigners have nothing to do with it. They fought with each other. The main character asks the players why, in this case, foreigners also have bruises and abrasions on their faces. Wentian reports that after they entered the cell, Hylan began to insult him and a fight ensued. The guard heard the sounds of a fight. He came into the cell and thought that the foreigner was beating his cellmates. The guard demanded that the foreign player abide by the prison rules and severely beat him. Hylan believes that all this was not in vain. The main character is very surprised by the existing relationships between the players. The foreigner finds the behavior of Wentian and Hylan very strange, since hunters from China are always united and stand behind each other like a wall. A foreign player intends to join forces with other players to jointly take on the Chinese team. One of the foreign players sees that Linyu is out of order. He demonstratively coughs loudly in order to attract the attention of the guards. The guards turn their attention to the main character. Wentian asks Linyu to immediately return to his place in the ranks. The foreign player watches with a malicious smile as a huge guard approaches the main character. Linyu passes by a huge ghost and greets him friendly. The warden does not show aggression and passes by. The players cannot hide their strong surprise. They sincerely do not understand why the warden did not punish the main character for such a gross offense. Columns of prisoners move along dark, narrow corridors. The warden loudly shouts at them and orders them to move faster. The prisoners approach the huge gate. The shutters slowly open with a creak, and bright daylight rushes into the room. Linyu feels genuine curiosity. The guy wants to get acquainted with the place where forced labor takes place. The warden reads out their job descriptions to a group of prisoners and informs them of the minimum amount of work that must be completed per working day. The ghost warns that prisoners will be severely punished for shirking work and disrupting their schedule. Linyu observes a terrible picture. The guy sees how some of the prisoners are carrying the bodies of the dead, dumped in a huge pile, into the crematorium. Fujian runs up to the main character. The ghost reports that he has a bottle of excellent wine worth 800 minbi. Fujian tells the guy that this is the best alcohol that has ever been found in the prison. Linyu takes the bottle of wine into his hands and asks the ghost if the guards will like this wine. Fujian informs the main character that the guards did not drink wine worth more than 200 minbi. Linyu thanks the ghost for his work and hands him a new 1,000 minbi bill. The warden approaches the main character and asks in a rude tone why the guy isn't working. Fujian apologizes to the supervisor for taking them away from their work and says that they will continue immediately now. The ghost asks the protagonist to get to work immediately, since the overseer's whip is a very powerful yin weapon. Linyu is not going to listen to the ghost's requests. The guy passes by and says that he has urgent business. The behavior of the protagonist leads the warden into a state of wild rage. He intends to immediately teach the offender a lesson. Linyu believes that it only takes a little money to bribe all the prison guards. The warden swings his huge whip to strike at Linyu. At this time, sweeping away everything in his path, Wu approaches them. Warden Wu stops his colleague and informs him that Linyu is not an ordinary prisoner. Wu tells his partner that the guy has a lot of money and talks about how the main character gave him a brand new 200 minbi bill. The guards think that Lin Yu is a member of a serious organization and arrived at the prison on some kind of secret mission. They carefully examine the main character, thinking that a general-level ghost is behind his operation. The warden apologizes to Lin Yu and asks him to forgive him for being too impulsive. Lin Yu shakes the ghost's hand and tells him that he is glad to meet him. The main character intends to use money to bribe not only ordinary guards, but also the prison management. The guy invites the guards to tell them about their problems and promises to solve them as soon as possible. The guards accept Lin Yu's offer and invite him to immediately go to the captain's office. Foreign players secretly watch the main character, believing that the guards are taking the guy away to be executed. The foreign player believes that the only way to victory is for them to unite against the Lin Yu team. The main character enters the captain's office. The employees there look carefully at the young man and the guards accompanying him. Lin Yu scans the captain's aura. The guy realizes that his strength is on the level of a ferocious ghost, and he is the leader of the prison guards. The captain does not understand why the guards brought him an insignificant human being. The ghost invites the guards to join them for dinner and taste the corpses of ghostly beasts filled with yin energy. The captain asks the guards why they brought a human being into his office. Wu tells the captain that Lin Yu is his friend, and that the young man is not as simple as he seems. In addition, the ghost reports that the guy is very generous. The warden thinks that the main character can solve all their current problems. The captain was interested in the words about the generosity of human beings, but he continues to be skeptical of the warden's arguments. Lin Yu believes that the time has come to move from words to action, and takes out a bottle of expensive wine from the virtual storage. The guards lustfully look at a bottle of wine, from which a huge amount of pure chai energy emanates. Lin Yu tells the guards that he wants to share the wine tasting with them, which will bring him great pleasure. The guard reports that this wine is of very high quality, and is highly valued even in the outside world. The overseers think that this bottle of wine, paired with the stewed ghostly beasts, will be simply delicious. The captain is glad that the new prisoner is rich enough, but he believes that wealth alone cannot solve problems. The captain says that the prison business is huge and you cannot rely on the financial resources of one person. Lin Yu invites the captain to get straight to the point and report the issues that concern him. The jailer continues to remain silent. Lin Yu says that if the captain does not tell anything, then he is unlikely to be able to help with anything. The captain says that the basis of the prison business is the mine in which magic ore is mined. The Phantom reports that despite the fact that their organization is a prison, they maintain many contacts with the outside world. The captain says that a ghost from the outside world who collaborated with them suddenly died. Wu reports that even though they are supervisors, they are involved in the ore mining process, and if the required sales volume is not achieved, they are the first to be punished. The captain sent many representatives to various organizations in order to sell the ore, but there is no demand for it anywhere. The main character, after listening to the story of the jailers, declares that he knows how to solve the problems with ore sales. The captain tells the main character that he intends to listen to him carefully. Lin Yu asks the jailers to look at a very interesting object and takes out the sign of the Council of Another World from his pocket. The captain jumps up from the table. He cannot believe that the main character is an advisor to another world. Lin Yu informs the captain that he has the opportunity to contact people from the Ministry of Energy. The captain is incredibly happy to cooperate with a person of such a high level. He understands that he will not have to worry about losing contracts with small partners. Wu thanks the higher powers for stopping in time and not punishing the main character. Otherwise, he would have become an enemy of such a powerful organization as the Council of Other Worlds. Lin Yu offers the prison management long-term cooperation in the field of mining. The captain cannot hold back his tears. He believes that the main character was sent to him from above. The captain shakes Lin Yu's hand and tells the main character that he doesn't even know how to thank him. Wu believes that Lin Yu has come to the prison to carry out an important matter, and asks the main character about it. Lin Yu does not intend to reveal the truth to the warden, and says that he arrived at the prison for a special mission. The prison staff invite the main character to contact them with any problems, and promise to do everything in their power. Lin Yu gives the guards the information cards of his team members, and says that first he needs to find several people who are in prison. The captain asks the main character not to worry. He reports that the guards will find his people and ensure their complete safety. The captain gives an order to his subordinates. He demands to find the players of the Lin Yu team as soon as possible, free them from correctional labor and feed them well. Wu informs the main character that from today he has unlimited free time and can meet with any people whenever he wants. Lin Yu raises his glass of wine, glad that he has freed himself from the annoying prison rules that severely limited him. The main character leaves the premises, hoping that the guards will keep their promise. The prison staff bow respectfully in response. Wentian and Hylan are working hard at the mine. The young people have collected a cart full of ore and intend to take it to the processing plant. Young people are not able to communicate in a friendly manner. They constantly quarrel and make caustic remarks to each other. Wentian can barely restrain himself. Hylan's leadership habits and his caustic remarks throw the guy off balance. Young people hear strange sounds coming from a nearby cave. The guys believe that they have moved too far from the work area. Hylan takes a cart full of ore and suggests going back immediately. Players see a group of ghosts approaching them from a cave, who in a sarcastic manner ask the young people to take their time. 5 ghosts approach the players and tell them that they have been waiting for them for a long time. Wentian and Hylan are very frightened. The young people realize that the ghosts were deliberately tracking them down. The gang leader informs the players that the territory is under their control, and all the ore they mined belongs to the gang. The players inform the ghosts that fighting in the prison is against the rules. Besides, it is working hours and they are on prison grounds. The ghosts laugh loudly. The gang leader says that the rules only apply in prison cells and do not apply to the mine. Wentian says that if they die, the guards will immediately find out about it and suspect bandits. The leader of the gang reports that in the mines of the prison, many prisoners die every day from overwork. Because of a couple of missing workers, the guards will not cause a commotion. Hylan activates his magical skills. The young man is about to test his predictive calculations. The gang leader orders the guy to immediately stop his magical manipulations and come to terms with the fact that the ghosts will now eat them. Hylan demands the ghosts to stop immediately. The guy reports that in a minute, he will tell the prediction. Hylan begins to laugh loudly. He informs the gang leader that he has finished his calculations, and can confidently say that today, it is not they who will die, but the ghosts. The gang leader demands the young man to repeat his words. Hylan happily repeats that the ghosts will be dead today. The gang leader rudely insults the player, and tells him that they are not 3-year-old children to believe such nonsense. Hylan tells the ghosts that he does not force them to believe, and reveals that he is a fortune teller who can read fate. Fear appears on the faces of the ghosts. Hylan is pleased with himself. The guy knows that ghosts strongly believe in supernatural forces. The bandit asks his leader if the information the young man said is true. The gang leader is confused for some time, after which he decides that he will not allow the young people to leave. The ghosts try to catch up with the departing players, at which time a huge skull materializes in the air and pounces on them. The gang leader cannot understand how the second-rank players are able to control such a powerful ghost. The skull emits a large amount of yin energy from its mouth, which exerts powerful pressure on the ghosts. The ghosts are unable to resist the streams of energy emitted by the skull, and regret that they attacked the young people. Wentian and Hylan take advantage of the current situation and hide in one of the caves. Hylan believes that they are lucky, since the ghosts believed his bluff. Thanks to their imagination, his contract ghost was able to transform a believable illusion. The players turn around sharply because they hear someone approaching them from the depths of the cave. Wentian and Hylan realize that it is Linyu. They rush to the guy, tell him about the ghost attack and ask him for help. Warden Wu previously told Linyu about the presence of a gang that uses loopholes in the rules and operates in the mine. The guy reports that this is not news to him. Hylan says that he used his ghost to create an illusion. It caused enormous damage to the gang, and now it is necessary to return and finish off the ghosts. Hylan offers to use himself as bait. He plans to lure out the ghosts and deal them a surprise blow. Wentian is categorically against this plan. He believes that his friend is defenseless against the ghosts and they will immediately destroy him. Linyu smiles as the guy states that he already has a plan of action and shows confidence in the face of danger. Linyu tells the players that he is taking control of the situation and tells Hylan and Wentian to listen carefully and follow his instructions. A ghost imitator belonging to Hylan is tied to a cart with magic ore. He plaintively asks the bandits to spare his life. The robbers are surprised how such a small and defenseless ghost could create a huge, terrifying illusion. The gang leader carefully examines the Hylan ghost and realizes that his powers do not reach the level of ferocious. He concludes that the player used some tricks to deceive. The leader intends to use suppression talismans. His subordinate reports that they only have 2 such artifacts left and suggests not using them on obviously weak opponents. The ghost turns around and sees Linyu and his friends approaching them. He is outraged that people dared to return. The gang leader tells his accomplices that people are stupid creatures who themselves have come to be devoured. The contract ghost Hylan sees his master. He cries loudly and asks him for help. Hylan asks the main character to immediately release his ghost. Linyu asks the guy not to worry and says that he has everything under control. The gang leader shows the main character a talisman of suppression and declares that his behavior is tantamount to suicide. With the help of the suppression talisman, the ghosts remove the prison restrictions on their magical power and rush to attack the players. Hylan sees the seriousness of the situation. He considers the forces unequal and asks the main character what they should do next. Linyu orders players to suppress their fear and generates a powerful protective energy field around itself. The bandit leader sees that Linyu has a fairly high level of strength, but he does not consider this a problem since the prison restrictions will apply to the guy. The main character snaps his fingers. At the same moment, the ghost of Delu appears behind him. The cook greets his master and asks how he can help him. Linyu believes that his ghost needs to exercise a little, since he's been lazing around in the ghost space for a long time. Players look at a huge, ferocious ghost. Amazement appears on their faces. They do not understand how the main character was able to bypass the prison restrictions. The robber senses something is wrong. He sees that Delu's aura and power are not suppressed by prison restrictions. The gang leader asks his accomplices not to be afraid. He says that Delu is just an illusion, and they are subject to mental influence, like last time. The ghosts believe that this illusion looks very realistic. If not for the words of the gang leader, they would believe that Delu is a real ghost. Linyu calls the bandits idiots and asks his ghost to deal with them. The bandit leader believes that the players will not be able to deceive them a second time. He raises his huge hammer to strike and rushes to attack. Linyu asks Delu to eliminate the leader first. The ghost gladly carries out the order of his master. Delu deals a crushing blow to the gang leader. The robber tries to dodge, but he fails. Delu's blow hit the ghost's hand. He watches in horror as his body begins to collapse and lose yin energy. The main character forms a powerful energy field and directs it at the wounded bandit leader. A moment later, the ghost's body dissipates in space. Linyu holds the soul core of the defeated ghost in his hands. The robbers watch in horror. They believed their leader and thought that Delu was just an illusion. Delu grows to a colossal size and slowly approaches the terrified bandits. The ghost invites the robbers to find out whether he is an illusion or not. The robbers are aware of the mortal threat. They understand that in front of them is not an illusion, but a powerful, ferocious ghost. The security captain senses the ferocious ghost's aura fluctuating and is troubled by the fact that he cannot see the limit of Delu's power. After some thought, the captain decides that as long as the main character and his ghost do not kill the rest of the prisoners, he should not care. The main character believes that the contract ghost Hylan has great potential, as he is capable of causing mass hallucinations. Since birth, the Hylan ghost has the ability to create illusions. Using this skill, he saved the guy's life many times. The guy tells the robbers that if his ghost were inflicted with any injuries, he will brutally deal with them. One of the robbers falls to his knees. He admits his guilt and asks the players to be merciful. The robbers say that they will not cause any more trouble and ask the main character to let them go. Linyu thinks about it and tells the ghosts that he can let them go, but first they must convince him of their usefulness. Players believe that there is no point in keeping ghosts alive, since they are creatures of low rank and are quite helpless. The robbers report that they are ready to do any work, and will unquestioningly carry out any order of the protagonist. Linyu remembers that an important part of the game's mission is to confront hunters from other countries. He believes that it would not be a bad idea to have a controlled gang outside the prison. The main character orders the ghosts to give him a talisman that allows him to bypass the blockage of yin power. With trembling hands, the robber hands the talisman to the main character, informing him that such talismans are very rare, and they only have 2 left. Linyu takes the suppression talisman from the ghost and tells the bandits that he is giving them a chance. The guy tells the ghosts that from now on he is their commander and demands that they unquestioningly follow orders. Linyu throws information cards of his team players to the ghosts and tells the robbers that these people are his friends. The guy orders them not to touch them under any circumstances. The main character allows the ghosts to do whatever they want with the rest of the prisoners and, at the first opportunity, kill the strongest players of other teams. The ghosts show fear on their faces and consider Linyu to be a terrifying person, since he orders them to kill other people. Hylan and Wentian thank the main character. They believe that if it weren't for Linyu, they would be dead today. Linyu asks the young people to be more careful, and reports that the guards have released him and the team players from mandatory work. Hylan and Wentian are very surprised by the information that they will no longer have to work. They do not understand how the main character managed to do this. Linyu informs the young men that he helped the chief warden a lot, so from now on some prison rules do not apply to their team. The young people leave the cave and are met by the warden at the exit. He informs the main character that lunch is ready, and the quality of the dishes meets the highest standards. The warden invites Linyu to go into the dining room. Nearby players watch in surprise the interaction of the protagonist with the wardens. The protagonist's team passes by numerous prisoners who continue to do hard physical work. Foreign players do not understand why the main character's team does not work and is not afraid of punishment from the supervisors. One of the players suggests informing the guards about the violation of the rules. The cellmate says that there is no point in this, since Lin Yu bribed the guards. The young people believe that the threat from the protagonist's team is too great, and intend to team up with hunters from other countries. The main character's cellmate begins to approach other prisoners and get to know them. Lin Yu picks up a piece of ore that is mined in the prison mine. He intends to understand how expensive it is. The main character thinks that he may not need to use his influence in the Council of Other Worlds. If the ore turns out to be of good quality, he can buy it for himself. Lin Yu calls Dingliang. The guy wants the blacksmith to carefully study samples of magic ore. Dingliang happily greets his master and announces that his new weapon is ready. The main character is pleased with this news and thanks his ghost for his diligent efforts. The main character believes that the weapon will not interfere with the completion of the task. He opens a ghostly space in order to evaluate the artifact as soon as possible. Lin Yu takes out a combat spear of colossal magical power from the portal. Lin Yu realizes that he has a first-class superclass yin weapon in his hands. Dingliang reports that he only used high-quality materials to make the weapon, so only the mirror of the soul can resist it. The main character learns from the blacksmith that, thanks to the golden thread that devours the soul, the artifact contains a hidden attribute. The Phantom tells of a powerful king who can accurately replicate the movements and skills of his opponents, his skill deeply sealed in the golden thread. Lin Yu realizes that with the help of the golden thread, he can store the strength of his opponents, and then release it and return it to his body. Dingliang reports that the spirit liquid that was used last in making the spear turned out to be more valuable than all the materials combined. The main character learns that the liquid's effect can destroy even the King of Ghosts. Lin Yu holds the battle spear tightly in his hands, and is about to fully feel the aura of the artifact. After some time, the young man realizes that the spear has its own consciousness. Dingliang says that this is scary to realize, but apparently it is so. The spirit liquid was able to endow the object with consciousness. Lin Yu believes that in his hands is one of the most powerful artifacts existing in the world of ghosts. Dingliang talks about how if a weapon has consciousness, it becomes much easier to use. In addition, it is independently capable of increasing its strength and characteristics. Lin Yu does not at all regret that he signed a contract with Dingliang at one time. The guy hopes to continue to receive increasingly high-quality artifacts and grow to an incredible level. Dingliang informs the young man that in order to use such a weapon, one must first become acquainted and befriended with it. At this moment, a virtual screen appears, with the help of which the system informs the main character that the new artifact is automatically tied to the owner. Dingliang is shocked by how quickly and bypassing various rules, the new weapon recognized the main character as its master. Since the new weapon has consciousness, the protagonist thought about a name for it, and after a short thought decided to call it the Grave Eater. Lin Yu believes that the Grave Eater will help him become a super powerful warrior, capable of coping with any opponents and overcoming the most difficult challenges. The guy is sure that in the near future, he will reveal the greatest power of the battle spear. Satisfied with the result, the main character puts the Grave Eater into a virtual storage and tells Dingliang that he has not regretted for a second that he entered into a contract with him. The ghost blacksmith is also happy with the current situation, since he receives rare artifacts from his owner. With their help, he can realize his creativity, creating unique and powerful objects. Lin Yu once again thanks his ghost for his work and promises to provide him with even more high-quality materials in the future so that he can improve his skills. The main character asks Dingliang to urgently evaluate the magic ore located in the mine. The ghost picks up a small piece of stone from the ground and tells the main character that it is silver ore that can be used to create protective artifacts. The second type of ore is called the Humble Soul Crystal. It is used for medical purposes to purify elixirs of toxic impurities. Lin Yu learns that such materials are inexpensive, usually used in large quantities and sent to large factories. The guy believes that if he fails to sell the ore, then with the help of his huge financial resources, he will buy it for himself. The main character leaves the cave. The system reports that a new task has appeared. The guy needs to spend at least 10 million minbi, and he should not be the initiator of the price increase. At the entrance to the cave, Lin Yu discovers Shanking. The young man greets the main character and says that he is glad to see him. Shanking is very surprised that his team no longer needs to work in the mines. Lin Yu tells the players that he is on good terms with the prison guards, so they no longer need to waste their energy on useless work. A foreign player tells his captain that he has won over a large number of American players. The captain of the foreign team is pleased with the work of his player. He believes that the Americans have outstanding skills. Foreign players believe that they have an absolute advantage in numbers and strength, so it's time to deal with Lin Yu's team. Young people are in the prison canteen. They look with horror at the disgusting food that the prisoners are fed. The warden invites the Lin Yu team to go to a special restaurant where food of the highest culinary level is prepared. The warden says that ordinary prisoners are not allowed to enter the restaurant. Only VIPs and respected people use it. Players are surprised by the huge amount of fresh and expensive products found in the restaurant. Lin Yu invites the prison guard to join him for lunch and enjoy the delicious dishes. The warden informs the main character that this does not comply with the rules of the prison. The guy suggests that the ghost not think about the restrictions, since there are no strangers here and no one will see them. Lin Yu promises the warden to talk to his commander if he has problems. In the end, the ghost agrees and takes the tray of food from the hands of the main character. The main character watches as the guards release ordinary prisoners onto the first floor. The ghosts order the prisoners to move faster and constantly insult them. Foreign players are furious to see the protagonist's team eating separately on the second floor. Lin Yu watches foreign players and asks his team players to be extremely careful. The main character talks about how the Americans have entered into temporary alliances with other foreign teams. Shanking finds this strange, since the whole point of the task is to destroy the hunters of other countries. Lin Yu says he has good connections with prison authorities, so foreigners are afraid to attack individually. Shanking realizes that the situation is unfavorable. Each team has 7 players, and if they unite, the young people will be attacked by 21 fighters. The guy believes that the team cannot cope with so many opponents. He asks the main character what they will do. Lin Yu believes that his team has a real chance of winning, since the combined forces of the enemy have the strongest player at level 6, and the majority are at level 3 or lower. Lin Yu thinks about whether he can cope in battle with ordinary artifacts, or whether he will have to use the Grave Eater spear. The foreign player throws a tray of disgusting food on the table. He is very angry that they have to eat waste while the Lin Yu team feasts. The American player says that Lin Yu bribed the prison guards, and at the moment there are practically no restrictions on him by prison rules. The captain of the foreign team asks his players to calm down. He tells the young people that the protagonist's team does not have long to enjoy life. The player is surprised by his captain's words and hopes that he has a clear plan of action. The alien captain says that he does have a plan, but they need to wait for the right moment, since acting in front of the prison guards is like seeking death. Shanking believes that their team's behavior is very defiant, and this greatly irritates and angers foreign players. Lin Yu says that if foreigners have any grievances, they can come and voice them. The warden thanks the protagonist for the delicious lunch and says that he is forced to leave because he has urgent unfinished business. The warden leaves a young trainee in his place. He instructs him and hopes that the newcomer will cope. The intern tells the prisoners that he is not an evil guard, but if the rules are broken, everyone will taste his rubber truncheon. Lin Yu watches as the guards leave the cafeteria, leaving only one trainee to guard the prisoners. The American player sees that all the guards have left and is going to urgently inform his commander about this. Their captain approaches the table of American players. He wants to find out from his subordinates what they are heatedly discussing. The leader of the American ghost hunter team is named Kane. He is a high-level hunter. The captain of the Korean team takes a close look at Kane. He is horrified by how frightening aura the American emits. The captain of the Korean team shakes Kane's hand. He understands that as soon as they strip together with the Lin Yu team, the Americans will immediately begin to attack them. The man hopes that the battle will weaken the power of the American team and the Lin Yu team, after which he will destroy them individually. The captain of the Korean team tells Kane that he has a plan, but to carry it out he needs a very powerful ghost hunter. Kane listens carefully to the man, and then gives orders to his player. The American player gets up from the table. He begins to push the prisoners aside and provokes them into a fight. The American player achieves his goals. The ghost prisoners are outraged by his behavior. They intend to attack the players. Players activate their energy fields and prepare for the upcoming battle. Shanking's attention is drawn to noise coming from the ground floor. The guy informs his friends that there is a massive fight going on in the cafeteria. Hyland suggests not to pay attention to this and continue having dinner, since they are under the protection of the main character. Lin Yu carefully examines Kane. The guy tells the players of his team to be extremely careful with him. Hyland reports that Kane does not feel much stronger than him. Lin Yu says that the man is a 6th-level ghost hunter. Lin Yu understands Kane's plan and orders his players to prepare for the duel. The new guard tries to stop the mass brawl. He threatens the prisoners with violence and orders them to stop immediately. 2 American players simultaneously deliver strong energy strikes to the warden. The room is illuminated by a bright explosion of energy. The explosion generates a large burst of energy that throws prisoners and objects in all directions. The prisoners scream loudly as hellish energy pressure throws them high into the air. Lin Yu orders the players to prepare to repel the attack. Hylan does not understand how foreign players will be able to penetrate the second isolated floor. Kane concentrates his magical energy and the man takes a running start and jumps high into the air. Kane jumps on players in the air and uses this trick to reach the second floor. Having reached the second floor, the captain of the American team throws down a strong energy rope. The combined team of foreign players immediately rushes to the rope to climb to the second floor. In a short period of time, foreign players reach the second isolated floor. Lin Yu tells the foreign player that he was quiet in the cell, but after the appearance of a powerful commander, the player began to behave defiantly. The foreign player tells the main character that he himself is hiding behind the backs of the bribed guards, and without their protection, he is nothing. Lin Yu considers the foreign player to be a stupid and narrow-minded young man. Kane asks the main character how he was able to bribe the guards, who grovel before him and even treat him to a delicious dinner. Lin Yu says that he is a simple hunter of the 3rd rank, which allowed him to buy out the entire mine where foreign players are working. Foreign players consider the main character a liar. They do not believe that the guy was able to buy out an entire mine. Kane flies into a rage. The man believes that the young man is joking and mocking him. Lin Yu tells foreigners that telling the truth and believing it or not is their own business. Kane believes that the main character must die, regardless of whether he is telling the truth or lying. A bright red aura glows around the captain of the American team. He approaches Lin Yu and believes that he can cope with the guy using only half of his strength. The main character believes that he is underestimated. He tells his opponent that he can cope with all the foreign players alone. Lin Yu moves from words to action and launches a throwing energy screw at the attacking foreign players. Kane places a defensive block to deflect the attack with a long-range artifact. The captain of the American team dodges a flying artifact that hits an ordinary player standing behind him. Lin Yu's spiritual strength and yin energy level have increased greatly recently. The guy can shoot 5 hate screws at the same time. The screws released by the main character hit foreign players and cause irreparable damage to them. Energy screws of hatred instantly drain the spiritual power of the players. One of them reaches out to his master, asks for help and says that he does not want to die. Lin Yu has 2 last screws of hatred left, which he shoots at the captain of the Korean team. The man says that he should not be underestimated. He takes out a combat sword and tries to fight off the screws of hatred flying at him. The captain of the Korean team deflects 1 screw, but the second one reaches its target and inflicts a powerful energy blow on the man. Kane looks at the defeated players and concludes that the main character has artifacts of at least an average level. Kane doesn't understand how a 3rd-level player has access to so many middle-class artifacts. The commander of the American team believes that Lin Yu has used all his artifacts and activates the energy bracelet on his hand. Kane believes that without the protection of mid-level artifacts, it will be easy for him to deal with the main character. The captain of the American team, using a bracelet, directs an energy field at the Lin Yu team. The main character is not affected, but it causes strong energy damage to his team. Kane is pleased with himself. The man believes that with the help of his exhausting soul bracelet, he will quickly finish off the Lin Yu team. The main character tells his opponent that he has disappointed him and activates the death bracelet around his neck. Kane cannot understand why his artifact does not work on the young man. Lin Yu asks the captain of the American team if he has anything more serious than a bling bracelet. Kane praises the main character. The American says that Lin Yu is starting to surprise him. He claims that there is a huge gap between the main character's power and his that can never be bridged, and summons his ghost demon. Lin Yu carefully examines the demon ghost, which is clearly stronger than the guards, and concludes that Kane is worthy to be called a 6th-rank hunter. Kane asks the Korean team leader why he is standing aside and not helping him. The commander of the Korean team intends to pretend to be wounded in order to save strength and then finish off the wounded and weakened players. Kane realizes that if he can defeat Lin Yu, he will become the most powerful player in the prison. Lin Yu asks the commander of the American team why he summoned the ghost, because earlier he intended to cope with it on his own and with half his strength. Kane tells the protagonist that the words of his opponent cannot be trusted and orders the ghost demon to attack the young man. Lin Yu is about to use an artifact of the highest order to capture the ghost. He takes out the magic bandage of the pharaoh and throws it at the demon. In a matter of seconds, the pharaoh's magical bandage wraps around the body of the demon ghost and drops him to the ground. Kane can't believe that a rank 3 player has a top-tier artifact. The man begins to doubt that Lin Yu is a 3rd-rank hunter. He thinks that the guy carefully hides his real power. The main character asks Kane how he can be the leader of the team if he alone cannot even cope with him. Kane is about to resort to extreme methods. A magic sword appears in the man's hands. The monetary system informs the protagonist that a higher-order yin artifact has been discovered. Kane believes that the guy poses too much of a threat to him. He tells the young man that today is the day of his death and rushes to attack. Lin Yu teleports the Grave Eater's spear from the virtual storage and instantly cools the ardor of the commander of the American players. The leader of the Korean team feels the colossal power of the aura of a powerful artifact. Kane looks at the superclass weapon and cannot believe what is happening. Lin Yu asks the commander of the American players if he wants to continue the fight. Kane answers the young man. He says that he is a 6th-rank ghost hunter, and the guy will not intimidate him. Lin Yu replies that in that case it won't be difficult for Kane to win the duel, since he is only a rank 3 player. Prison guards run into the dining room. They are very surprised by what is happening and ask what is happening here. Lin Yu sees the guards approaching them. The young man understands that the battle will be over. The main character apologizes and tells the guards that they have arranged a friendly duel. Warden Wu looks at the foreign players being beaten to death and says that the friendly fight looks very strange. The warden, standing next to the main character, says in a stern voice that the players have violated prison rules by staging a fight here, and they will have to answer for this. Kane's gaze, filled with anger, is directed at the main character. He intends to take serious revenge on the young man. Hylan watches Kane leave. He turns to the main character and says that the man should not be let go, as it will jeopardize the safety of everyone involved. Lin Yu reports that he does not want to kill opponents in front of the guards, since this will entail serious responsibility. Wentian is delighted with the fight. The guy is impressed that the main character has a powerful top-class weapon. Hylan informs Lin Yu that he has never seen a top-class weapon in his life, and asks him to hold it in his hands. The main character says that such a weapon recognizes only its owner, and manipulation with it can pose a mortal danger to outsiders. Warden Wu asks the protagonist for forgiveness, for failing to respond to the prisoner's attack in time and putting him in danger. Wu tells the guy that the guards have found the female part of the protagonist's team, and the girls are waiting for them in the next room. Lin Yu praises the warden for his care and work and gives him a bottle of expensive wine. Wu refuses the gift and tells the young man that he was only doing his job. Lin Yu tells the warden that he has no right to refuse the gift, since he does it from the bottom of his heart. The warden accepts the gift and tells the main character that the girls are waiting for them outside the door. Lin Yu enters the room with the players. The girls joyfully greet the young people. Xiaoli informs the main character that they were released from compulsory work, and she knows that the guy greatly helped the captain of the guards. Bei still cannot understand how such a powerful organization as the Council of Otherworlds appointed a human to the position of guardian. Lin Yu confirms the information that he is the keeper of the Council of Otherworlds, and says that the team has reached a new level since he began working with the prison administration. The main character asks Bei what living conditions the girls have and what happened to them in the near future. Bei says that the girls were divided into different cells, and a 6th-rank hunter was in the cell with her. The main character understands that there are a large number of high-ranking hunters in the prison who will soon unite together to destroy them. Xiaobai is greatly outraged by this strategy of her opponents and considers the conclusion of such alliances to be an immoral act. Bei asks the protagonist if they can withstand the attack if they deal with several 6th-rank hunters. Lin Yu says that he has already met the commander of the American team, and he is taking on this 6th-rank player. The young people tell the girls about how the main character fearlessly fought Kane during lunch. Bei knew that the main character has high-class artifacts, but she is very surprised that the guy owns high-class weapons. On the work site, the supervisors brutally beat the players. They insult them and order them to work more quickly and efficiently. The foreign player tells his captain that it is necessary to act immediately, since such conditions and hard work have a bad effect on the team's mood and, in addition, drain them physically. The Korean team captain sets out to find out how Lin Yu and his team gained privileges in prison. The man tells foreign players that they need to follow the main character and find out as much information about him as possible. The foreign player is carefully hiding. He is watching the Lin Yu team and trying to eavesdrop on the conversations of the young people as much as possible. Lin Yu has long noticed a foreign player following him. The guy is going to find out what he is planning. The main character watches how a foreign player is hiding from him and is going to have a little fun. Lin Yu picks up a piece of ore from the ground and tells Hylan that in his hands there is very high-quality ore filled with yin energy. The young man says that if they sell it, they will get a lot of minbi for it. The main character defiantly puts a piece of ore in his pocket. Wentian informs that stealing ore is strictly prohibited. Lin Yu wants the foreign player to hear him. The guy loudly says that this is a large mine, and if several pieces of ore disappear, no one will even notice. Lin Yu turns towards the foreign player who is spying on them and asks the young man what he will do here. The foreign player says that he saw everything and reports that stealing ore is a deadly violation of the rules. Lin Yu tells the player that he has a good relationship with the guards and strongly encourages the player to pretend he didn't see anything. The foreign player believes that the main character only bribed ordinary guards, so he is going to tell the captain about the theft. The young man runs up to the captain of the guards, who is nearby, and says that he has very important information. The captain of the overseers asks the foreign player what he is doing here and why he interrupted his work. The guy tells the captain about the theft of ore and asks the captain of the guards to severely punish the main character. The captain greets Lin Yu and tells the guy that the quality of the ore in this area is much better than outside the center of the mine. The foreign player is shocked by what is happening. He realizes that Lin Yu was not lying when he said that the mine belongs to him. The captain of the overseers orders the foreign player to get to work immediately and not interfere with important people in the future. The foreign player says that there was a misunderstanding. He asks for forgiveness and promises to immediately return to his workplace. The player apologizes too loudly. Lin Yu informs the guards that prison rules prohibit making too loud noises. The captain agrees that this is a violation of the rules and orders his subordinates to severely punish the foreign player. The guards take the player aside and immediately begin brutally beating him. The captain of the overseers promises the main character that in the near future he will solve the problems with discipline at the mine and invites the guy to go to the warehouse in order to assess the ore reserves. The captain leads Lin Yu to one of the warehouses and says that at the moment there are 5 completely filled hangars with magic ore. Lin Yu hands the captain a 100,000 minbi bill and asks how much ore he can buy for that money. The ghost looks lustfully at the large banknote and informs the main character that with this money, you can buy 3 warehouses with ore. Lin Yu realizes that he needs to complete the task as quickly as possible and informs the captain that he will buy back all the ore in the warehouses. The main character tells the ghost that this will only be his first order. A little later, he will be able to sign a long-term cooperation agreement. The captain of the guards tells the main character that he needs to immediately report this to the warden. The working day at the mountain site ends. The warden calls the prisoners rude names and orders them to return to their cells. Shanking informs the main character that after he left, the guards severely beat the foreign player. He died because his comrades could not help him, because they were limited by the rules. Hylan thanks the main character for allowing them, unlike foreign players, to demonstrate team cohesion. The leader of the American team approaches the young people, greets the players and says that he wants to discuss some things. The main character suspects that Kane intends to change his strategy. The warden informs Lin Yu that he does not need to go to the general cell, since from today on he will live in a clean solitary cell. The protagonist's friends will be happy to learn that they are also provided with superior solitary confinement cells. Lin Yu is in his solitary confinement. He calls for Secretary Bai. The girl asks the young man how she can be useful. Lin Yu asks the girl if she has ever bought real estate. The young man intends to buy a couple of warehouses to store magic ore. Bai reports that it knows many real estate agents and can contact them at any time to select warehouses in the right location. The main character asks the secretary if there is an alternative way to contact them right now, since the usual communication in the prison is not working. Bai says that in prison there is a magical rule prohibiting contact with the outside world. However, if you move to a ghostly space, then this rule will not apply there. Lin Yu is pleased with the secretary's advice, as he previously did not know that the ghost space ignores the rules of the prison. Lin Yu asks the girl not to worry about the cost. He wants to purchase 2 huge modern warehouses with good logistics. Lin Yu believes that the time has come to develop his own business in the world of ghosts, and trading magic ore is not the worst option. The main character has no shortage of money. He intends to invest it in new sources that will bring him even more money. Lin Yu considers the ghost world to be very similar to the real human world, except for the incredible concentration of energy and strange rules. The main character is not satisfied with simple passive survival from task to task. The guy intends to dive deeper into the ghostly world and become part of it. Lin Yu hopes that he will soon understand the nature of the game and answer the questions of why people from the real world are constantly called here, and why the monetary system chose him. The main character's thoughts are interrupted by fluctuations in the energy field, and a strange portal forms next to his face. A second later, a strange little ghost jumps out of the portal, with the body of an insect and the head of a killed foreign player. Lin Yu realizes that the ghost has been watching him all day and only now decided to attack. The ghost opens its ugly toothy mouth and quickly approaches the main character. Lin Yu thinks the ghost's behavior is crazy. The guy tells him that he can't even hold a candle to him, and shoots an energy screw at the evil spirit. The energy screw hits the ghost directly in the head. a bright flash of energy occurs, and the struck creature falls to the floor. The main character understands that while he is in prison, foreign players will not leave him alone and will constantly try to harm him. Linyu believes that after today's events, foreign players should begin to realize his strength. With these thoughts, the guy walks to the bed and goes to bed. The next morning comes. The main character and his team are leisurely walking along the mountain area. The guy feels that today, the relationship between the teams can change a lot. The captain of the American team approaches Linyu and says that he wants to cooperate with the main character in order to jointly deal with the Japanese and Korean teams. Shanking believes that Kane is up to something. The young man warns the protagonist. He reports that Americans have always been deceitful and vicious people. Linyu asks the American why he wants to team up with him, since not so long ago they fought each other. Kane suggests being sincere. He tells the guy that they are pursuing the same goals, and only together their teams can easily destroy competitors and score the maximum number of points. The main character tells the captain of the American team that they are also competitors, and he perfectly remembers his words that he said in the dining room. Kane realizes that his recent alliance with other players is causing the protagonist to mistrust him. In the afternoon, the American intends to give a surprise that will change the guy's mind. The main character informs Kane that he needs to consult with his team. The American hopes that the main character will tell him good news in the afternoon. Linyu, together with the players of his team, decides to discuss the American's proposal. The main character notices that Xiaoli has a bandage on her eye. He asks the girl what happened to her. Bai says that Xiaoli took on some of the energy pressure. The girl says that last night there was a fight that got out of control. Xiaobai reports that the guards, having learned about the status of the main character, immediately began to communicate with them very politely. However, later the Japanese and Korean teams managed to lure the warden to their side, and with her tacit consent, the foreign players started a brawl after lights out. While the girls were fighting with high-level players, Xiaoli repelled the attacks of 8 low-rank hunters to cope with them in an unequal battle. The girl summoned her ghost. Xiaoli used too much spiritual energy in battle and suffered an adverse reaction in the form of temporary loss of vision. The girl asks not to worry about her, since her vision should be restored within a few days. The main character asks for forgiveness from Xiaoli. The guy is very worried because he brought the girl into this harsh game and could not protect her. Linyu promises to take care of the deputy prison guards who sided with the foreign players. The girls are inspired by the determination and fearlessness of the protagonist, as he accepts the challenge regardless of the strength and rank of the enemy. Linyu comes to the working site of the mine. The guy believes that it is not worth openly confronting strong opponents, and is going to implement his plan with someone else's hands. Ghost bandits approach the main character and ask how they can help him. Linyu knows that these ghosts have been in prison for a long time, and asks them to tell everything they know about the women in prison. The ghosts think the young man wants to have fun and report that the hottest woman in prison is the sister with broken wings. The main character hands the bandits a thick wad of banknotes and asks the evil spirits to remember what he told them earlier. Linyu throws a wad of money to the ghosts. The guy orders them to beat and destroy all the people who are not members of his team. The bandits assure that they will complete the task, since there is enough money to bribe the guards, and there will still be left for their own reward. Wentian runs up to the main character. The young man is very excited. Linyu asks him to calm down and tell him what happened. The captain of the American team appears behind him. The main character looks at his hands and realizes that Kane has killed someone. Kane laughs loudly and reveals that he just attacked the Korean team, and his ghost absorbed all their spiritual energy. Wentian informs the main character that the Americans dealt a surprise blow to the Korean team. The American believes that his action will help to conclude an alliance, and extends his bloody hand to the main character. Wentian learns that the main character knew from the very beginning what the American would do. The young man takes this information to heart. Linyu believes that sooner or later he and his team will have to destroy foreign players. The guy intends to do this with the help of the Americans, and extends his hand to Kane. The main character thinks that the American team will be an effective tool in his hands. Kane suggests not to waste time and immediately attack the Japanese and Korean teams, since there is not much time left until the end of the game. The American proposes to start eliminating the players from the Japanese team, since their leader is currently in the women's section of the prison. The main character agrees with Kane and tells the American that this is a good option. Linyu tries to leave, but the American stops him and asks for help, since there are the fewest Americans among all the teams in the men's section of the prison. The main character refuses Kane's help. He says that this is his plan, so he must carry it out on his own. Kane reveals that there are 5 level 6 players in the prison, and if they join forces against him, he is unlikely to be able to survive. Linyu tells the American that if he is unable to deal with this problem, then their teams should not cooperate. The main character invites the captain of the American team to choose which team he will oppose. Kane chooses the Korean team. Linyu believes that he has discussed all issues with the American. He bids him farewell and orders him to immediately begin to act. Kane thanks the main character and wishes him an easy victory over the Japanese team. Wentian tells the protagonist that he doubts that collaborating with the American team is a good plan. Linyu sees right through the American and will not allow him to realize his insidious plans. Hyland did not like the players of the Japanese national team from the very beginning, and he intends to get rid of them with great desire. Linyu considers the American to be a two-faced creature. Kane previously entered into an alliance with the Koreans and then vilely attacked them. The guy believes that the American is playing a double game with the Japanese team. Shanking informs the main character that he fears that all the teams will unite against them. Linyu reassures his friends and says that they have a secret trump card, which are the Ghost Bandits. They will make a serious contribution to the upcoming battle. Linyu intends to meet with the captain of the guards. In the corridor, he observes the captain of the American team, who is talking with an ordinary guard. Kane tells the warden that he came to their captain to discuss a tempting offer and present a gift. The main character slowly approaches the warden. The ghost says that Kane is shirking from work and refers to the fact that he is the main character's partner. Linyu confirms Kane's words and asks to treat the American accordingly. The American tries to hide a bottle of wine behind his back. The main character says that he saw it, and he is not against such gifts. Kane is surprised that they decided to visit the captain of the guards at the same time, and invites Linyu to go to him together. The main character and the captain of the American team enter the warden's office. They see that the ghost is fast asleep at his desk. The next second, the main character throws the captain of the American team out the door. The young man approaches the captain of the guards and coughs loudly in order to wake up the ghost and attract attention to himself. The ghost opens his eyes and slowly comes to his senses. Being half asleep, he does not immediately realize that Linyu has come to him. The main character informs the captain of the guards that he wants to sign a contract and make an advance as soon as possible. The ghost thanks the young man for his sincere intentions and picks up the phone to connect with the prison warden. The main character believes that the prison warden is the most powerful ghost in this location. The captain informs the main character that the head of the prison is free at the moment and offers to immediately go to him. Kane tries to talk to the captain and Linyu, but they pass by and ignore the captain of the American team. The main character asks the American not to pester the ghost, telling him that the captain does not want to communicate with him. The captain of the guards says that he has been working in prison for a very long time, and he is tired of prisoners who are trying to beg for favors with the help of all sorts of cheap junk. Linyu changes the subject and tells the captain that in the women's section of the prison, one of the guards is not following his commands. The captain replies that this warden is not his subordinate, since the men's and women's sections of the prison work independently of each other. The ghost informs the main character that the women's department is under the control of the prison director. Linyu tells the ghost that the girls on his team are prejudiced and are often attacked by other prisoners. The captain asked the warden to ensure the safety of the girls, but she ignored his requests out of envy. The ghost is very upset about this and apologizes to the main character. Linyu approaches the prison director's office and is struck by an aura of terrifying power, which is very different from the aura of the ferocious ghosts the young man had dealt with previously. The ghost emits such powerful energy that it is physically difficult for the main character to approach the doors. Linyu finds the strength to resist the radiation and enters the prison director's office. The main character greets the ghost and says that he has long wanted to meet him. The director invites the main character to sit down and says that he is pleased to deal with serious clients. Linyu tells the ghost that the magic ore is of good quality, and their further cooperation will be mutually beneficial for everyone. The prison director praises the young man for his sincerity, saying that past clients always lowered the price, saying that his ore was of poor quality. Linyu places several stacks of banknotes on the table, informing the director that this is an advance and that he is counting on a long-term contract. The ghost is very surprised by the generosity of the young man. He knows some members of the Council of Another World, but they are all terrible, greedy people. The prison director reports that the contract was drawn up in accordance with its previous version, and asks the main character to familiarize himself with it. Linyu picks up the contract form and carefully, leisurely reads the terms. The contract presented directly involves the force of the prison rules, and if signed, Linyu will not be able to violate them in any way. The main character agrees to sign the contract, since the terms of the contract are transparent, and the price of the goods is acceptable. The prison director carefully examines Linyu's signature. He understands that it does not look like an official seal of the other world. He concludes that the guy has a personal seal. The director cannot shake the feeling that he has already heard about the main character somewhere, but but he cannot remember where and under what circumstances. The ghost makes the assumption that buying ore is not the main goal of the main character. He suspects that the guy has a hidden agenda. Lin Yu tells the prison director that he still has business in the outside world related to cooperation, and asks if the director has the authority to release prisoners. The captain answers. He says that the young man has been in the game long enough to understand that everything works according to the rules, including being in prison. Lin Yu says that he needs to leave the prison area because he needs to organize the work of his subordinates to transport ore. The captain advises the young man not to worry. He says that sooner or later the time will come when he will find himself in the outside world, and now he is organizing the removal of ore with the help of freed ghosts. The captain says that every month on the 15th, on the full moon, the ghostly gates open, and they release ghosts who have served their sentences. Lin Yu thinks about the captain's words. He realizes that he has time to complete his business inside the prison and prepare for the next step. The prison director raises an important question for the main character. A huge amount of energy is needed to break the rules of the prison. Lin Yu senses that the director wants to test his strength and abilities through cunning. Confident in his knowledge, Lin Yu talks about his ability to circumvent the prison rules, which surprises the staff. The director carefully studies the main character, and says that such abilities are available only to the leader of evil spirits, or to those who have been granted such powers by the spirits. The captain is a very powerful ghost, but even he cannot escape from prison. He believes that the main character is his chance for liberation, which should not be missed. The prison director applauds and suggests celebrating the start of cooperation. The ghost reports that he has excellent wine and skillfully pours it into glasses. The captain tells the director that Lin Yu gave this wine, which greatly surprises the prison director. Lin Yu tells the ghost that wine should be drunk not for profit but for health. He raises his glass and offers to drink for the ghosts. The prison director fully supports the guy, believing that they think in the same direction and are very similar. The ghost considers the main character a pleasant person and begins to regret that the guy has a limited prison term. Lin Yu says goodbye to the prison director and says that, being business partners, they will definitely meet again in the future. The main character believes that the prison director has enough strength and power to not limit himself to the rules of the prison. Lin Yu wonders what his chances will be if he tries to provoke the director in the future. Feeling colossal energy, the main character understands that the ghost, despite the restrictions by the rules, is very dangerous. Lin Yu thinks that even if he takes control of the prison director, he will be opposed by a clearly structured system, with a large number of opponents. The young man believes that he needs to prepare in advance for the decisive battle. Lin Yu calls Bai's secretary and asks the girl how things are going with the purchase of ore warehouses. Bai tells the young man that she bought 5 warehouses on the outskirts of the city, as well as one excellent building, which is located near the apartments of the Council of Other Worlds. In addition, the girl contacted the Chamber of Commerce and agreed with them to protect the warehouses. Bai has spent all the money allocated for the purchase of real estate and is very worried about it. Lin Yu tells the girl that this is not a problem. He hands her a thick wad of banknotes and says that this is her bonus. Bai tries to refuse the reward, explaining that it is unnecessary since she was only doing her job. The main character believes that it is necessary to reward his employees for a job well done. Bai tells the protagonist that money is not her true motivation. Lin Yu is pleased that his ghost can use the properties of ghost space to freely enter and exit the prison. Thanks to the patronage of the main character, the girl can violate the rules of the prison and she cannot be tracked. Lin Yu gives instructions to his secretary. The guy wants the first batch of ore to be delivered to the outside world tomorrow. The main character intends to bypass the prison rules with the help of Bai during the night release of ghosts. Lin Yu gathers the members of his gaming team for a meeting. The players thank the main character for the fact that they have been in the game for the 3rd day and are still alive. Hylan tells the main character that a high-ranking player from a foreign team died in prison. Wentian believes that the death of a high-level player is not an accident, or an accident. The main character is pleased with this news. He believes that the more foreign players die in the civil strife, the easier it will be for him to win the future battle. Lin Yu turns to Xiaoli and asks the girl to talk about her wound. Xiaoli tells the guy that there is no reason to worry, and her vision has already partially returned. The girl says that she feels great, and has already participated in yesterday's fights with her cellmates. Xiao Bai says that last night they took advantage of the situation and seriously injured one of the foreign players. The players say that the atmosphere among the participants is heating up. The main character believes that there is no need to prevent this. It is necessary to allow foreign players to kill each other. Bai believes that besides protection, the most important thing now is to find a way to escape from prison. Lin Yu informs his team that there will be a great opportunity to escape soon, as the prison gates will open on the 15th, an hour before midnight, to free hundreds of ghosts. Bai understands that they will only have 1 hour. The girl believes that they may have difficulties due to lack of time. Lin Yu will be preparing to escape in the next couple of days and will not be able to look after the girls. So he asks Bai to take over the protection of the female part of the team. Bai agrees with the protagonist's request and says that she will do her best. Lin Yu is in a cave with his friends. The guy watches as the players of the Korean team run towards him as fast as they can. The captain of the Korean team runs up to the main character and asks if he has anything to do with yesterday's incident. Lin Yu clarifies what happened yesterday. The players say that evil spirits broke the lock on the cell doors and attacked them. The main character believes that it was not in vain that he paid the ghost bandits, since the attack was their doing. Lin Yu explains to the captain of the Korean team that he shouldn't fantasize. The guy says that if he wanted to attack, he would do it openly. The captain of the Korean team does not believe the main character and believes that Lin Yu is involved in the incident. The Korean says that he did not intend to quarrel with the main character, and proposes to act together in the future. Lin Yu tells the Koreans that he knows that foreign players have joined forces to fight his team together. The captain of the Korean team makes excuses. He says that he did nothing wrong and the Americans are to blame for everything. He asks not to hold a grudge against him, and admits his mistake in choosing allies. The main character says that he is bound by obligations and cannot just start working with the Koreans, since he has entered into an alliance with the American team. The captain of the Korean team leaves, realizing that the protagonist's persuasion will not lead to results. The main character throws 2 packs of cigarettes at Wentian and asks him to inform the ghost bandits so that they will attack foreign players again in the near future. The main character informs the player that he bribed Warden Wu and suggests contacting him if any problems arise. The guy explains that there is nothing wrong with bribery, since to win you need to use various methods, including financial ones. The warden is a powerful ghost, but the main character believes that he will not be able to cope with hundreds of spirits in the upcoming event. Lin Yu intends to develop his spiritual power and prepare for the night procession of the spirits. He retrieves a dried-up lamp from the virtual storage. The magic lamp helps to improve and harden the player by using the energy of the corpses of high-ranking ghosts mixed with yin energy as fuel. The main character intends to test how effective this artifact will be in the remaining few hours before the decisive battle. A few hours after using the magic lamp, Lin Yu activates the scan. The money system informs him that his spiritual power has increased, and he is close to achieving the title of 4th-level Ghost Lord. Lin Yu believes that the time has come to go free. Today, a night procession of hundreds of ghosts awaits him. The prison director lined up his subordinates for instructions. He informs the guards that an important event is coming this evening. The guards are well acquainted with the rules of the prison. They assure that they remember what to do. The prison director orders the guards to monitor the ghost gates and not spare anyone who tries to escape, even if it is the advisor of other worlds, Lin Yu. The main character gathers his team for a meeting. The players joyfully greet their captain. Lin Yu informs the players that today is the last day of the mission, and during this meeting the final tactics must be developed. Thanks to provocations and bribery, Americans and Korean players have recently come to hate each other. Bai reports that the Japanese men's team and the American women's team have been completely destroyed, but the girl fears that foreign players will try to join forces at the last moment. The girl says that foreign players are aware of the upcoming night procession, and as soon as the ghostly gate opens, they will immediately try to escape. The newcomers believe that foreigners will not dare to attack them, because they know how powerful Lin Yu is. Xiaobai reports that the rules of the game contain hidden threats. If the player becomes stronger, the game may set stricter rules for him. The girl is ready to sacrifice her interests and development in order to protect newcomers from danger. Low-ranking players are very worried, realizing that foreign players will not have much difficulty in reducing the number of low-ranking opponents. Lin Yu calms them down, reminding them that they will overcome all difficulties and emerge victorious. Shangqing understands that in the final battle, they can become a tasty prey for foreign players, as many will want to earn extra points in the final game. Bai asks young people not to worry, assuring them that she and Lin Yu will protect them and help them develop faster in the game. Bai asks the protagonist if he has a plan to escape from the Yin Hell prison. Lin Yu shows the players a map and says that his subordinates have scouted out the location of all the gates that are located near the mine. The players' meeting is coming to an end, and Lin Yu finally wants to discuss one risky idea with his friends, hoping that young people will support it. Night falls. The main character and his team secretly move through the deserted streets. At the appointed time and place, they are met by the bribed prison warden. The warden asks the young people not to waste time and to follow him as quickly as possible. Their movement is stopped by the voice of the captain of the American team. Kane asks the young people where they are going at such a late hour. The main character answers the captain of the Americans. He says that the warden took them with him to settle a small matter. Kane demands to stop fooling around and reminds that it is already 10 o'clock and the ghost gates will open soon. The captain of the American team asks the main character how he received the privilege of leaving prison early. Linyu responds rudely to the American. He says that it is none of his business, and he shouldn't poke his nose into other people's affairs. Kane reacts angrily to the guy's words, reminding him that his team killed many foreign players for them. And now the main character is going to abandon his comrades in a difficult moment. After some consideration, Linyu allows Kane and his team to join them. The protagonist's team begins to be indignant. Linyu calms them down, explaining that now there is no need for unnecessary rumors. Besides, the American is right. They previously collaborated, and it would be ignoble to leave them here to die. At the same time, Kane is joined by the remnants of his team. Kane tells his players that Linyu is easily manipulated by moral principles. Players quickly move through the night streets. Kane looks around warily. The captain of the American team tells the main character that this road does not lead to the ghostly gate. Linyu explains that they are heading towards secret passages and tells the American not to be afraid, assuring that they will arrive there in 5 minutes. Players reach a secret passage and slowly approach the treasured door. Linyu orders the warden to open the doors immediately. The ghost in a hurry begins to look for the keys in his pockets. The warden opens the secret doors and tells the players they can go, congratulating them on this moment. The players, excited and wary, begin to cross through the gate, with Kane heading towards the exit with an important stride. The American team leader tells Linyu that he has a special gift for him. At this moment, a strange-looking ghost girl appears on the roof. Her eerie appearance radiates danger. The ghost girl launches a spear at the warden with lightning speed and jumps off the roof, intending to strike again. Linyu reacts instantly. The guy covers the guard and activates a magical energy field that protects them from the attack of the ghost girl. The main character, barely restraining his anger, turns to the captain of the American team and asks him what it all means. The young man did not expect such meanness from him. The captain of the American team laughs loudly and, smiling, says that this means that the main character and his team have come to an end, and that all their efforts were in vain. At this moment, Kane gives a sign, and the players of the Korean national team appear next to him, ready to attack. Linyu is surprised by the sudden appearance of the Koreans, and in bewilderment asks them how they could end up here, because he was confident in their neutrality. The captain of the Korean team says with a grin that they prepared in advance and had been watching the main character for several days, waiting for the right moment to strike. The main character, feeling the pain of betrayal, is very worried about his mercy, realizing that his reluctance to kill his opponents turned into a stab in the back. The captain of the Korean team disdainfully tells the protagonist that their survival is not due to his grace or merit, but only the result of their own strength and strategy. The main character understands that all the foreign players have united. The guy notices that there is also a Japanese team nearby, which causes him great surprise. Linyu, in bewilderment, asks the Japanese how they could unite with the Americans, since they destroyed almost their entire team. It seems incredible to him that they are now together. The Japanese woman answers calmly and coldly, explaining that in this world there are no eternal enemies, but only temporary allies, and only benefit matters. The main character, realizing the treachery of his opponents, feels the bitterness of betrayal and understands that in this cruel world, one cannot trust anyone, even those who previously seemed neutral. Foreign players think that enough talk is enough. They activate their energy fields and rush into a furious attack. The main character calls upon the ghosts of bandits for help. Their terrifying appearance makes enemies shudder. The ghost bandits respectfully call Linyu master and declare that they are ready to defend him and fight to the last. The main character with a grin informs the commander of the American team that he also has trump cards up his sleeve. The American understands that his insidious plan was known to the main character. He is sincerely surprised how the guy was able to guess about it. Linyu replies that there is nothing difficult in predicting the actions of a scoundrel who has no moral principles at all. The American, without losing confidence, tells the main character not to rejoice, because the evil spirits he summons are much lower in rank compared to those he can summon. The girls tell the main character that there is no point in talking further with the enemy, and the battle must begin. The girls call upon their ghosts, and 2 powerful spirits materialize above them, ready to fight. The captain of the American team considers the girls to be powerful masters, since they were able to summon spirits of the 5th and 6th ranks. This arouses his respect and fear. Xiaobai invites the American to fight them. She expresses doubts that he has the courage to withstand their power. Kane says that he would love to taste the blood of his opponents, but believes that it is better to let his spirits deal with them. The man intends to avoid unnecessary risks. The captain of the Korean national team also summons his contract ghosts. Two ghosts appear in the form of pretty girls who look deceptively harmless. Bae informs the main character that the enemy ghosts are very powerful, but she will do everything possible to gain time and allow the team to escape. Lin Yu confidently begins to move towards the American, inviting him to fight with him, and not with his weaker players. The guy shows his determination and readiness for battle. The captain of the American team tells Lin Yu that this time, he will definitely finish him off and summons his contract ghost demon. The main character takes out his Grave Eater spear from the virtual storage and uses it to strike the ghost demon. The ghost demon is a strong opponent. He dodges the blow and circles over the main character to find his weak point and deliver a fatal blow. Kane asks the main character if he is strong enough to resist his ghost. Then he takes out his sword and attacks the guy. During the forging of the Grave Eater's spear, the golden threads of the Ghost King were used, which gives the guy the opportunity to use the energy of a powerful ruler. The ghost dodges the main character's blow and tries to attack him from behind. The guy anticipates his actions and strikes with the Grave Eater's spear. The ghost is seriously injured, and the yin energy leaves him in a powerful stream. The main character intends to finish off the ghost of a demon, and an American rushes to the evil spirit's aid. Lin Yu hits Kane with a punch that knocks him several tens of meters into the air. During the fight between powerful players, destructive waves of yin energy fly in different directions. The guard reacts instantly. He places energy blocks around the players in order to protect them from the deadly energy. Kane tries to get to his feet. The man wipes the blood from his face and tells the main character that he leaves him no choice. A ghost demon materializes behind the American player, and the guy watches his approach in horror. The ghost attacks the young man, absorbing his spiritual energy, and the American screams in pain. Lin Yu is amazed by the meanness of the captain of the American team, who again betrays his comrades in order to earn a few points. A demon ghost is stalking the next player on the American team, intending to drain all the life force out of him. Lifting the American player high in the air, the ghost absorbs his life energy, becoming even stronger. Kane rises in the air, being next to his ghost. He tells the main character that he previously underestimated him. Now the men intend to fight at full strength. The American enters into an energetic symbiosis with his ghost, and tells the main character that he will definitely kill him, even if the price is merging with the demon. Lin Yu believes that the American is too confident in his abilities. The guy intends to destroy one of the worst representatives of humanity. The main character receives an energy boost from the King of Ghosts. He pushes off the ground and jumps high into the air. A moment later, the main character finds himself near the American captain and inflicts a fatal blow on him with the spear of the Grave Eater. The stricken American screams heart-rendingly. His lifeless body falls to the ground. The captain of the Korean team watches the death of an American. The man realizes that things are bad and tries to escape as quickly as possible. The players of the Japanese national team realize that they are in the minority. With the help of amulets, they build a protective field around themselves. This energy field, created with the help of amulets, does not pose any serious problems for Lin Yu. He calmly passes through it. The girl asks Lin Yu not to kill her. She reports that she is a member of a popular group and can earn a lot of money for the guy. The main character answers the girl. The guy says that he has not been interested in money for a long time. One of the girls intends to perform the seppuku ritual. She takes out a knife and rips open her stomach. The second girl is about to follow the example of her comrade in arms, and with trembling hands, reaches for the combat blade lying on the ground. Shunking informs Lin Yu that the captain of the Korean team has escaped, and it is urgent to catch up with him. The main character asks his friends not to worry and points to the ghost, Hylan, who has the ability to create illusions. The captain of the Korean team is very frightened. He tries to escape, believing that he is in an ominous place. An energy portal opens, from which the main character appears. He informs the captain of the Korean team that the man is wasting his strength. Lin Yu throws his bound captive ghost at the feet of the captain of the Korean team. The Korean begins to doubt the reality of what is happening. He thinks that the main character is again up to something and is manipulating him. Lin Yu reveals that the exit was just an illusion, and behind the door is the possession of his artifact. The captain of the Korean team cannot believe what is happening. He feels that a completely different aura of yin energy is emanating from the main character's weapon. The man realizes that the guy has enormous strength and owns an infinite number of high-ranking weapons, which is clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary player. The main character tells the Korean that he is just a simple third-rank ghost lord. The man doubts this, since the enemy's strength and his arsenal clearly exceed the stated level. Lin Yu initially did not want to kill anyone, but his opponents, for the sake of profit, decided to follow inhumane rules and drove themselves into a dead end. The main character frees the ghost of the captain of the Korean team and says that he can spend the last moments of his life with his master. The ghost hugs the captain of the Korean team and asks why the man abandoned him and ran away alone. The ghost turns from a pretty girl into a creepy, ugly creature and tells the Korean that he will not forgive him for this. Lin Yu teleports to his friends and tells them that the captain of the Korean team and his ghost are dead. The girls admire the cunning plan of the main character. The guy asks to stop praising him and says that without his team, he could not do anything. The warden asks Lin Yu if he really knows how to break through the ghost gate. The main character says that he intends to break through the ghostly gates, but cannot guarantee the protection and release of all the ghosts who have sworn allegiance to him. The ghosts believe that the main character has a high level of skill and enough energy. They decide to try to break through with him. 11 o'clock arrives. The ghost gates begin to open. Players feel the powerful streams of yin energy that they emit. A great procession of souls begins. Hundreds of ghosts rush to the opening ghostly gates. Lin Yu and his team players join the ghosts heading towards the gate. The guy informs the players that the ground rule is going into effect, and anyone who tries to escape will be considered trespassers. The main character realizes that the last task in the game is essentially a large-scale battle. He encourages his team and asks them to move towards the goal as quickly as possible. At the gate of the ghosts, guards are waiting, who strike the evil spirits with their whips, driving them away from the gate. The guards notice the main character in the crowd and demand to stop immediately, declaring that he has no right to leave prison, since he has not yet served his sentence. The main character responds to the guards that they are in vain trying to stop him, since he intends to break through the gate at any cost. One of the guards reports that he is obliged to follow the rules of the prison. Otherwise, he will not withstand the wrath and punishment of the guardian. Lin Yu realizes that the warden is afraid of the powerful forces that control the rules of the game. The guards invite the main character to fight them, considering it a great honor. Lin Yu takes out the Grave Eater's spear from the virtual storage and tells the guards to show everything they can do. The overseers are surprised by the rare, powerful artifact, seeing a weapon of this rank for the first time. Lin Yu smashes his spear into the Grave Eater, scattering the ghosts with a powerful blast of energy. Slowly, the guy walks past the defeated ghosts. The evil spirits say that he is worthy to be a member of the Council of Another World. On Lin Yu's way, the next enemy appears, the captain of the guards. He tells the guy that he has been waiting to meet him for a long time. The main character demands that the captain stop chatting and engage in a fierce battle. They both inflict numerous blows on each other, dispersing flows of energy in different directions. Bei plans to summon ghosts and use a spell to suppress the enemy's yin power. Xiaoli summons her ghost. The girl intends to focus on breaking through to the gate while strong players hold back the main enemy forces. Resisting the enormous pressure of yin energy, the team of players rushes to break through. The main character knocks the weapon out of the captain's hands and points his spear at him, forcing the ghost to admit defeat. Passing by the surrendered captain of the ghosts, the main character receives from him information about the next enemy, who will be the warden. The prison warden emits a terrifying red aura and materializes a huge warhammer in his hands. The main character decides it's time to use his contract ghosts and summons Delu. The warden and Delu rush at each other with ferocity, exchanging numerous blows and creating huge bursts of yin energy. The prison warden rejoices at the opportunity to fight such a powerful high-ranking ghost, since he has not had a worthy opponent for a long time. He is convinced that the main character is hiding his true rank, since the guy owns high-level artifacts and a ferocious ghost. Delu restrains the warden and orders his master to continue moving towards the gate, while he holds off the enemy. The warden tells Delu that he doesn't dislike him, but he will have to kill him according to the rules. Delu is pleased with the nobility of the enemy and responds to the head of the prison. The ghost believes that the strongest will win the fight. Kane slowly crawls out through the broken wall. He watches in surprise as the two powerful ghosts fight. The American captain managed to use the blood embrace technique, faking his death. The ghosts continue to exchange blows of enormous power. Their forces are equal, and so far no one can quickly win this fight. The warden is enjoying the battle and tells his opponent that he hasn't had this much fun in a long time. The captain of the American team cannot believe that the main character entered into a contract with such a creepy and ferocious ghost. Kane does not understand why the main character did not use Delu in the battle with him, and carefully hid the ghost until the last moment. There is only a short distance left to run to the ghostly gate. The players understand that liberation awaits them soon. At this moment, a huge energy explosion occurs, and a creepy guardian ghost appears at the gate. The guardian emits a huge amount of yin energy, throwing the ghosts hundreds of meters away from the gate. The main character is very surprised. He did not expect to meet such a huge and powerful ghost on his way. The girls look piercingly at their captain. Lin Yu tells them that he will try to defeat the ghost. The main character jumps high, intending to get to the head of a huge monster. At great speed, he approaches the head of the Guardian and points his Grave Eater spear at him. The Guardian strikes with his huge paw. The main character is thrown to the side with great speed. Lin Yu flies hundreds of meters away and crashes into the crowd of ghosts with force. The players rush to their captain. Lin Yu tells them that this ghost is very powerful. Xiaobai doesn't understand how the prisoners were able to get through the ghost gate if they were guarded by such a powerful guardian. The Phantom Guardian has not appeared in previous soul marches. He only comes when the rules are grossly broken. It seems to the main character that the Guardian's aura is familiar to him. He begins to guess that the powerful ghost appeared because of him. The newcomers from the Lin Yu team cry loudly and become hysterical. They believe that they will all die soon. Lin Yu tells his friends to calm down, assuring them that they have nothing to worry about. The main character states that no matter how powerful the Guardian is, he is only one, and there are many fugitives. The guy intends to hold back the ghost while the rest try to escape. Shaoli is very worried about the main character, realizing that he will be left alone with a powerful enemy. Lin Yu tells the girl not to worry, assuring him that he will be fine. Bei plans to change the direction of the dark energy emission to distract attention and redirect the movement of the ghosts. The girl informs the main character that she will stay with him in order to distract the Guardian and allow the others to leave. Xiaoli also wants to stay to help Lin Yu, but the guy tells her that her rank will not allow her to resist the powerful ghost. Xiaobai thanks the main character, hoping to meet him in the real world after completing the quest. Lin Yu expresses gratitude to the players for their trust and asks his friends to be careful. The protagonist's team rushes to the ghost gate. Xiaobai orders his ghost to activate the funeral staff. Bei redirects the energy of his ghost to protect players who are heading towards the gate. A powerful protective aura instantly envelops players from the protagonist's team. The Guardian delivers an energy blow of colossal force to the prisoners running towards the gate. Colossal force pushes defenseless players and ghosts away from the gate. The protective aura and spells of senior players allow the main character's team to continue their movement towards the gate. The Guardian intends not to miss a single prisoner, and continues to deliver energy blows to those running. Suddenly, the ghost notices that he cannot move his arm. He turns around and sees that Lin Yu has captured his arm with the help of the Pharaoh's armband. Kane doesn't understand the rules of the game. He believed that the most powerful ghosts would be rank 6 creatures. The captain of the American team is surprised at the courage of the protagonist, who is about to fight a powerful ghost. Lin Yu, using the Pharaoh's headband, tries to climb up to the ghost's head in order to deal him a fatal blow. The guy ends up on the Guardian's hand and quickly moves up to the monster's head. The Guardian believes that the main character overestimates his strength and calls him a pathetic worm. Lin Yu materializes magical cards, trying to use them to block the Guardian's movement. For a split second, the Guardian finds himself motionless. The guy jumps high and raises his spear to strike. At great speed, he approaches the head of the Guardian. A huge amount of energy is emitted from his Grave Eater spear. Lin Yu deals a powerful blow to the ghost. The huge creature loses its balance, and yin energy pours out of its body in powerful streams. The prison warden stops his duel with Delu. He strives to get closer to powerful streams of energy that he has never seen in his life. The huge Guardian falls to the ground with a roar. The American captain cannot believe that Lin Yu was able to destroy it. The ghost gate begins to close. Bei asks for forgiveness from the main character, and says that she needs to leave. Lin Yu has lost a colossal amount of energy. The guy is in terrible pain and is trying to get down from the keeper's head to the ground. The main character loses consciousness. The last thing he sees is a huge ghostly gate closing. The next moment, Lin Yu is tightly wrapped in a strong energy rope. In the remaining few seconds before the gate closes, Bai manages to drag the main character through the ghostly gate using an energy rope. Delu apologizes to the warden, explaining that he is forced to leave him to find his master. The warden looks at the ghostly gate and says that he will definitely meet with Lin Yu in the future. The huge Guardian regains consciousness. He holds his head and tries to get to his feet. The keeper lets out a hellish roar, after which he asks the warden why he didn't chase the fugitives. The head of the prison reports that he was engaged in the capture of a fugitive of the 6th rank. The Phantom explains that according to the rules, he must apprehend high-rank players first. So he switched to Kane, since Lin Yu was only a 3rd-rank player. A sign appears in the sky above the players, informing them that the game called Yin Hell Prison is over. Xiaobai happily runs up to her friend and reports that all the players on their team are alive. Xiaobai asks Bei why Lin Yu is not with her. The girl says that she did not see him, and does not know if he managed to get out. Bei says that the main character fought with the Guardian to the last, and fears that he was seriously injured. The young people are confident that the bloody inscription guarantees that none of the team died. The girls also believe that the main character is alive, and later they are going to find a way to get him out of prison. Xiaoli is unable to contain her heartache, and the girl falls to the ground and cries loudly. Bei tells players that it is time to teleport and return to the real world. The girl asks the players to immediately begin searching for the main character as soon as they find themselves in the real world. Lin Yu fell into a coma. His faithful ghosts are always near the bed and are very worried about him. Dingliang reports that Lin Yu's wounds cannot be healed since they were caused by the power of the rules. The ghost believes that in this case, they are powerless. The blacksmith explains that the guardian's body was the embodiment of the power of the rules. Dingliang only knows about this in general terms. He read about it in ancient books, where it is said that only the true masters of the spirit world can control the power of the rules. Bai does not understand how in this case the main character won the duel if he was opposed by an entity of this kind. The ghosts come to the conclusion that there is a great power within their master that can resist the power of the rules. Consciousness returns to the main character. His aura begins to glow with a bright red glow. Lin Yu is located in an underground dungeon, where yin energy circulates through countless corridors. The guy is shackled with heavy chains. The warden asks if the guy admits his guilt. Lin Yu regains consciousness. The guy does not understand where he is and how he got here. The warden takes out a red-hot brand from the oven and burns Lin Yu's chest with it. The guy sees a golden glow coming out of the brand, which quickly heals the wound. The warden reports to the commander that traditional methods of influence do not work on the prisoner. Lin Yu turns his head and sees that the guardian is sitting on a huge throne next to him. The ghost tells the guy that the interrogation is over for today. Lin Yu realizes that he cannot control his body and tells the guardian that he is innocent. The warden believes that the young man is lying. He orders the guy to immediately confess to what he has done and hits him with a whip. The keeper is convinced that the evil spirits in the area will forever remember the guy's dishonorable act. A huge ghost leaves the main character, saying goodbye, telling him that tomorrow will be the day of his death penalty. His soul will leave his body forever and will not be able to be reborn. Lin Yu opens his eyes and realizes that he is in his home, the words of the guardian still ringing in his head. The ghosts cannot contain their joy. They tell Lin Yu that he is at home and has regained consciousness after a short coma. Delu is very worried about the young man and cannot hold back her stingy tears. Lin Yu tries to concentrate and remember the chronology of events. The guy remembers his imprisonment and subsequent breakthrough through the ghostly gate. The monetary system congratulates the young man on completing the game and informs him that a powerful channel of energy flow has been opened for him. Lin Yu believes that the strange vision was just a very realistic dream, but the guy is worried that he still cannot get the strange sensations out of his head. Lin Yu asks the secretary how long he was unconscious. The girl says that more than 2 days have passed. Dingliang informs the main character that his body emits a golden glow that heals all wounds. Lin Yu looks at his hand carefully. The guy believes that the system has provided him with new abilities. The main character intends to get in touch with the players of his team as soon as possible. Lin Yu goes down to the first floor into the guest room. The guy is very surprised because he sees the players of his team in the room. The main character asks the young people what they are doing at such a late hour in his house. Xiaobai is dissatisfied with the guy's reaction. The girl says that they were knocked off their feet while they were looking for him, and instead of being happy and grateful, he asks strange questions. Bai knew that the players were Lin Yu's comrades, so the girl let them into the house. During the game, Hailun did not see the real appearance of the main character. He tells the guy that he did not expect that he looked so young. Lin Yu had no intention of revealing his appearance, but the surprise visit allowed players to see his true colors. Lin Yu believes that he has nothing to hide from his new friends. However, he wants to keep the fact that he is an orphan a secret. Bei asks the young man how he is feeling. The girl saw how Lin Yu was seriously injured in battle. The guy answers the girl. He says that his injury was minor and the wound has almost healed. Xiaobai reports that their team took first place in the rankings. And in addition, according to its calculations, more than 20 foreign players were eliminated. Lin Yu is not worried about the death of a bunch of scoundrels, but he is worried that the game encourages people to exterminate each other. Bei says that management is constantly conferring with leaders of other countries in order to find a peaceful solution to such a problem. Xiaobai suggests postponing difficult topics for later. The girl asks Lin Yu to be hospitable and give the guests a warm welcome. Lin Yu asks Delu to try to set a good table as quickly as possible so that the players can all celebrate the completion of the game well. Delu is an excellent cook and prepares a rich table in a short period of time. Xiaoli informs the main character of her intention to leave the dinner. She refers to the fact that it is late, and she has urgent matters. Lin Yu sees that Xiaoli is in a bad mood and invites the girl to take a walk. Xiaoli happily accepts the guy's proposal. The young people leisurely stroll through the night park. Xiaoli sees Lin Yu's face for the first time. The girl believes that he turned out to be even more handsome than she imagined. Xiaoli asks the protagonist for forgiveness for giving the phone number and his address to the team players. Lin Yu asks the girl not to worry, since she does not consider this a big secret. A little jealous, Xiaoli remembers Bei and Xiaobai. The girl thinks that they are both in power and are high-ranking spirit lords. Xiaoli asks the main character if Secretary Bai is his girlfriend. The guy says that the secretary is just his ghost under contract, and he has a purely business relationship with her. Xiaoli asks the young man which of the girls around him he likes. Such a question surprises the young man a little. The girl thanks Lin Yu for her constant care and help, remembering that the guy has been helping her since the very first quest. Lin Yu is happy to be of service. The guy asks the girl if she has her own yin energy weapon. Xiaoli says that she has not yet acquired a personal weapon. Lin Yu says that he has a large amount of rare materials and offers to turn to him if necessary. Xiaoli looks attentively at the main character, and once again thanks him for his help and care. Lin Yu tells Xiaoli that he treats her like his little sister, a statement that upsets her a little, as she expected a different answer. After a long feast, the main character sees off the players of his team and is going to have a good rest. Lin Yu falls onto a comfortable sofa and calls up the money system to familiarize himself with his characteristics. The money system reports that after passing the final test, Lin Yu is close to achieving the title of Level 4 Ghost Hunter. After this, the system reports receiving a new task, in which you need to purchase real estate in the world of ghosts, worth at least 50 million minbi. The main character intends to open a trading shop in the other world. He is thinking about how to arrange this. Lin Yu calls the secretary and tells her that he wants to open a trading post, asking if he needs a license and from which company. The secretary tells the main character that in the other world there is no law as such. There is only the power of rules that everyone follows. Bai reports that you can trade without a license, but you need to be prepared for the fact that someone might try to take over the store. The secretary says that most companies do business without a license, relying on authority. But with a license, the owner can use the power of the rules of the ghost world. The main character asks Bai how someone imprisons the spirits of violators without the law. She explains that prisons are maintained by powerful sponsors, and imprison not so much criminals as unwanted ones. Bai talks about how if someone goes against the basic rules of the ghost world, they will immediately be destroyed by the system of rules itself. Lin Yu understands that there is no concept of law in the other world. The guy has not yet learned the basic rule of the other world. The main character watches the secretary go. The guy understands that it will be difficult for the girl to run a business with magic ore, so he intends to hire low-ranking spirits for her in the near future. The guy hopes that Fujian and the rest of the spirits have already escaped from prison, and plans to contact them to offer them a job. Xiaobai calls the main character and tries to start a friendly conversation by asking about his health. Lin Yu replies that everything is fine with him and asks the girl what happened. Xiaobai talks about how strange events are increasingly happening in the country, and she is very busy with work. The main character suggests that the girl not beat around the bush and say directly that she needs help. Xiaobai says that an abnormal incident happened not far from the main character, and she wants him to return to duty and help the 9th Department. Xiaobai informs the main character that the investigation center guarantees an unusually high reward for completing the task. The guy is upset that the girl does not understand that he is not interested in money. The girl reports that a vampire has appeared in a small village nearby, attacking people, and the investigation center suspects that it is a ghost that feeds on blood. The main character was interested in this information. The guy believes that the captain of the American team is still alive. Xiaobai thanks Lin Yu for his understanding and support, saying that many lives are at stake and explains the details of the incident. The girl reports that the investigation center agrees to pay 5 million. The main character insists on a reward of 30 million. The girl agrees with the guy's terms. She gets up and begins to speak more emotionally, emphasizing the importance and urgency of the situation, and in the near future she promises to send the guy details of the incident. The main character is not interested in money. His main task is to stop the captain of the American team. Lin Yu walks through the deserted streets of a small town, wondering why the streets are so empty. The main character approaches the doors of an ancient house and knocks loudly, waiting for an answer. An old sick man appears in the window. He asks the main character why the guy came to him. Lin Yu reports that he is looking for the headman's house and that he is from Center Number 9, which is investigating crimes committed by a vampire. The headman greets the main character with a smile and invites him to enter the house. Stepping through the threshold, Lin Yu suddenly notices a huge number of coffins placed throughout the room. Lin Yu asks the headman about the reason for such a huge number of deaths. The guy wants to know if all the dead are victims of a vampire. The headman says that this is indeed the case. The village head turns to the main character. The man hopes that the young man will help the villagers. The headman shouts to his son and asks him to prepare tea. The guy in the wheelchair reacts strongly to this, as his father does not take into account his immobility. The main character refuses the treat, declaring that he came to find out details about the incident, and not to drink tea. The main character asks the young man to share information about the vampire. Linyu receives a rude refusal. The guy declares that he has not seen the ghost. According to rumors circulating in the village, the first person to see the vampire was a local night taxi driver. He and his brother assumed that the strange occurrences were related to grave robbers and went to the cemetery. At the cemetery, they found an open grave without a headstone, with an open lid and no body inside. The main character listens attentively to the elder's story. He is greatly surprised by the absence of a body in the dug grave. The elder tells the young man that the police investigation showed that the coffin was broken from the inside. The next day, a local drunkard was found dead in the village, completely lacking blood. The elder informs the main character that after this incident, people began to die one after another. The headman reports that now all the villagers are scared to death and rarely leave their houses. Linyu asks the man whose body was originally found in the dug grave. The elder replies that he does not know the identity of the dead man. This greatly surprises the main character. The guy suggests studying the chronology of events and using the method of elimination to find out who was in the dug grave. The elder reports that this may be a problem, since this is a new burial, and recently he has not recorded when and who was buried in the cemetery. Linyu persistently asks the elder to remember who has died in the village recently, which will help narrow down the circle of suspects. The elder's wife pours tea for the main character and asks the young man to help solve this problem as soon as possible. The elder's son is skeptical about the protagonist's skills. He tells his mother that such a youth will not be able to help them. The elder orders his son to keep his mouth shut and asks the protagonist to forgive him for his behavior. Linyu thanks the elder for the information provided. The man invites the young man to talk to the owner of the hotel, located on the outskirts of the village. The main character anxiously examines the numerous coffins and tells the elder that if he has any questions, he will return to him a little later. The man invites Linyu to count on his help and hope that the main character will find the vampire in the near future. The elder's testimony does not contain anything new, since the main character already knew all this. In addition, the young man found the elder's behavior strange. Linyu intends to interrogate another witness. The guy knocks on the door and says that he is from the investigation center number 9 and has come to look into the incident with the vampires. The woman behind the door reports that she knows nothing and adds that the master told her not to let strangers in so as not to destroy the protective seal. The main character declares that he is a detective of the 9th Investigative Department and presents his official ID. The woman lets the guy into the house and asks him not to step on the protective energy threads under any circumstances. The main character understands that the woman was deceived, since there are no seals or protective energy lines on the floor. The woman tells Linyu that the master installed protection on their house on the orders of the headman in order to scare away the vampire. The main character finds it suspicious that the headman hired a person to install protection, but did not use his skills in his house. Inside the room there is a man who saw the ghost of a vampire. The man tells the main character that he has been interrogated more than once, and he told everything. Linyu is worried about the man's sickly appearance and advises him to go to the hospital immediately. The woman says that under no circumstances will she let the man out of the house, because if he leaves the door, the vampire will immediately attack him and suck all the blood out of him. The man apologizes to the main character for his wife's behavior and explains that she has gone a little crazy after being attacked by a vampire. The man tells the main character that he and his wife were among the first to see the ghost of a vampire, and after some time, his wife's brother became a victim of the vampire. The main character asks the man if he told this story to the previous investigator. The man replies that he did not tell the investigator that his wife saw a vampire because he was worried about her and did not want the detectives to worry her again. The main character says that he understands the man and insists that he and his wife still need to go to the hospital. A man reveals that he has a chronic illness that cannot be cured. His wife hands him a cup of tincture and orders the man to drink it, as, in her opinion, it will maintain his health and protect him from vampires. There is a knock on the door. The man asks his wife to come to the door and see who has come. As soon as the woman goes to open the door, the man immediately pours the contents of the cup into the trash can. The main character thinks that the inhabitants of this village are a little strange. The man tells the guy that he has nothing more to say and asks the young man to leave his house. Strangers enter the room. A woman asks if the security seal installed on the house is still effective. The main character understands that the guests are Wentian and Hailun. Young people are known in the village as specialists in installing such protections. The guys are very surprised by Lin Yu's presence and ask what he is doing here. A man tries to drive away the young people. His wife calms him down and asks him to be polite to the masters. The man is convinced that the young people are scammers. He raises a cup to throw it at them. The main character quickly grabs the man's hand, preventing him from throwing the cup, and demands that the man calm down and stop the aggression. Wentian and Hylan, seeing a brewing conflict, say that they urgently need to go about business and calm the woman down, informing her that the protective seal is in perfect order. Lin Yu is also about to leave. Realizing that the man will not tell him anything else important, the guy decides to continue his investigation elsewhere. A man stops the main character and advises him to interrogate the owner of the hotel. He believes that her physique is very similar to a ghost. The main character goes out into the street, where Wentian and Hylan are waiting for him. Young people run up to him and ask how he ended up here. The guy reports that he is officially conducting the investigation on behalf of the 9th Department. The guys offer Lin Yu their help. Wentian and Hylan say that they learned about a monetary reward for investigating the mysterious case and immediately went to the village. The main character understands that there were other masters in the village who also investigated this incident. The young people confirm Lin Yu's thoughts, reporting that 3 or 4 people have already visited the village over the past 3 days. The main character asks Hylan what kind of seal he used in the witness house. The guy wants to know how it can help in the fight against the vampire. Hylan says that he used the abilities of his ghost, who copied the image of Delu. If the mistress of the house casts a spell, the illusion will immediately materialize and scare away the attackers. Lin Yu says that this method is unreliable, as it is not able to completely eliminate the threat, and is ineffective against spirits of the highest rank. The main character informs the young people that this incident is not at all simple, since the captain of the American team may be involved in the case. Young people cannot believe that the captain of the American team survived and made it out into the real world. Lin Yu believes that vampires can transform into humans, and Kane has the ability to enter into symbiosis with ghosts, which allows him to easily change his appearance and avoid death. The main character cannot be sure that Kane is dead. He believes that first he needs to find out everything, and only after that draw conclusions. According to information obtained during the previous investigation, victims only die at night due to severe blood loss. Lin Yu believes that people should cooperate with the investigation in order to get rid of the deadly threat as soon as possible. But locals are reluctant to make contact, and there is always a feeling that they are hiding something. The main character believes that the words of local residents should not be completely trusted, since their secrecy may indicate the existence of their own secrets and motives, which they prefer not to talk about. Lin Yu is about to interrogate the owner of the inn and asks the young people if they are ready to join the investigation. Wentian and Hylan understand what kind of housewife we are talking about. The young people report that the headman recommended that they rent a house from her. The guys approach the hotel gates, where they are greeted by a disgruntled hostess who constantly grumbles. Lin Yu asks the woman what happened, to which the hostess responds rudely by asking the guy who he is. The main character shows the woman his ID and explains that the 9th Department sent him to the village to investigate a vampire case. The woman is very surprised that such a young man is an official representative of the authorities. The hostess becomes more accommodating and turns the conversation into a more friendly form. She says that the young people arrived just in time, since she needs help cleaning up. A woman leads the young people into one of the rooms, where a dead ghost hunter lies on the floor, his body completely devoid of blood. Lin Yu carefully examines the corpse of the deceased hunter, and concludes that this is the work of that same vampire. The guy takes a small bell from the hands of a dead hunter. The monetary system reports the discovery of an ownerless weapon of a lower rank. Hylan reports that they moved in next to the dead hunter on the floor below, but the guys did not hear any suspicious sounds. Lin Yu asks the innkeeper how many craftsmen have checked in with her over the past week. The woman cannot answer exactly. She says that masters are often populated in groups, and therefore cannot give a clear answer. The main character asks where all these people are, whether they left or died in the hotel. The hotel owner cannot give a clear answer. Her speech is confusing and illogical. This makes the guy think that she is hiding something from the investigation. Wentian finds the situation difficult and asks Lin Yu if he has any guesses. The main character believes that everything that happened in this village is purely a conspiracy. It had previously seemed strange to the main character that residents hired craftsmen on their own. Despite the fact that Center Number 9 is conducting an official investigation, the guy believes that this place is just a trap for ghost lords. Lin Yu thinks that all these ghost lords, besotted with rewards, are just food for the local evil spirit. The blood of ghost lords is rich in spiritual power and is the perfect treat for a vampire. The main character believes that all residents of the village may be at one with the killer. including the craftsmen who were here before. Lin Yu decides that he shouldn't act directly and openly yet. He needs to hide and pretend that he doesn't know anything. The main character believes that when it is necessary to defeat cunning people, straightforward open actions are extremely ineffective. The guy intends to pretend that he is playing by someone else's rules, and only then, after waiting for the right moment, resolve the situation. Lin Yu intends to play to his strengths. The guy hands a thick wad of banknotes to the innkeeper and asks for a hotel reservation for the next couple of days. The innkeeper considers the guy's proposal. Lin Yu increases the rates and adds 4 times more money to the payment. Greedily grabbing money, the hotel owner intends to evict the guests from some rooms. Lin Yu asks her not to do this, explaining that he originally rented the hotel with guests in mind. The main character decides to call on as many masters as possible to speed up the completion of the investigation. The guy throws money into the air and announces an increase in the reward to 10 million. Wentian and Hylan still can't believe that the main character is a fantastically rich man. Lin Yu found out that the owner of the hotel accommodated exactly 10 masters. In addition to the dead man found in the room, 3 more hunters were missing. A pretty girl approaches the main character. She wants to register in the investigation and says that the center has never given such profitable tasks. Lin Yu invites the girl to quickly register and hands her the application form. The girl's name is Beta. Her family passes on the experience of fighting spirits from generation to generation, and finally she has found a way through which her abilities will be appreciated. The girl happily leaves the main character. She believes that the government will soon find out about her hidden talent. Night falls. Heavy torrential rain begins, and in the depths of the dense bushes, the eyes of a ghost vampire sparkle with bright light. The ghost knows that there are 4 spirit lords in the inn. 2 of them are rank 4. The evil spirit intends to drink their blood in order to fully restore its strength and rise to a higher level. The ghost's owner orders the vampire to be extremely careful, since the spirit lords are in one place and pose a real danger. The ghost says that there is no reason to worry. He pushes off from the ground and flies in the direction of the hotel. The werewolf ghost breaks the window and bursts into the room where Beta is serenely sleeping. The girl jumps up from her bed, takes out a battle fan and takes a defensive stance. Beta, with the help of her fan, concentrates a clot of energy and directs it towards the ghost of a vampire. The ghost easily deflects a powerful energy strike directed by the hunter using his battle fan. Beta summons her ghost, who appears behind her in the form of a grandmother. A huge vampire ghost approaches Beta. The girl sees that her ghost is scared, as it is faced with a powerful enemy. The vampire reaches out to Beta with his ugly clawed paw. The girl and her ghost call for help and try to escape. The girl reaches the front door and opens it. A throwing energy screw flies out of it and flies towards the vampire ghost. Lin Yu appears on the threshold. The ghost is very annoyed that the guy prevented him from dealing with weak opponents. Beta clings to the main character out of fear. The guy feels that Kane is involved in the murders. Lin Yu approaches the ghost vampire and asks him where his master is. The ghost realizes that he has no chance to resist the main character. He breaks the window and jumps out into the street. Lin Yu gives chase to the ghost. The guy orders Wentian to join the chase to find the spirit lord who is behind the vampire. A ghost vampire tries to hide in a cemetery. Young people continue to chase him in the pouring rain. The main character takes out a mirror of soul imprisonment from the virtual storage in order to track the ghost. Lin Yu is a little worried. The guy finds out that the ghost is returning back to the village. To Wentian's surprise, the main character suddenly turns around and tells the guy that they need to return to the village as quickly as possible. The mirror of the imprisonment of souls leads the young people to the house of the first witness to the murder. Lin Yu carefully peers into the mirror. He's surprised that it no longer reflects the aura of the vampire ghost. The main character bursts into the house. The first witness and his wife look at him in surprise. The man is very dissatisfied with the behavior of the young man. He says that even people from Center Number 9 are not allowed to break into his house in the middle of the night. Lin Yu asks the man if he just noticed anything strange, to which the witness replies that he didn't. The main character believes that the ghost vampire could not just disappear and thinks that he is somewhere nearby. The first witness and his wife tell the young people that they did not see anything and ask them to leave the house immediately. Lin Yu sees a cup of red liquid fall out of the woman's hands, and the guy smells a painfully familiar smell. Having fallen out of the woman's hands, the cup falls to the floor and breaks. Wentian informs the main character that there was blood in the cup. The main character slowly approaches the man and asks him if he is human. Lin Yu points a soul capture mirror at the man, from which yin energy is emitted in a huge stream. At the same moment, a huge ghost vampire appears behind the man. Lin Yu understands why the soul capture mirror could not immediately find the ghost. From the very beginning, the evil spirit was in symbiosis with the person. The man orders the ghost vampire to come back as soon as possible. Lin Yu takes out the Grave Eater's spear. The man tries to detain the young man to allow the ghost to escape. The main character points a spear at the first witness and tells him not to expect mercy, since he is an accomplice. A man is not afraid to die. Without the ghost of a vampire, he cannot live in this world. Only symbiosis with an evil spirit allows him to survive. Lin Yu deals a strong blow to the man with a spear, from which he flies to the side and falls unconscious to the floor. The main character looks at the broken window and realizes that the ghost has fled to his master. With the help of the Pharaoh's bandage, Lin Yu binds the man, sensing that there is only negative energy and decay in his body. The man is clearly not the master of spirits. He is just a slave under the control of a ghost. Lin Yu orders the woman tied up, intending to interrogate her later for more information. He throws the body of the captive first witness over his shoulder and goes out into the street. There the young people meet Hailun and Beta. The main character asks them how the patrol is going. Hailun reports that everything is calm in the village. He sees a tied-up prisoner on the protagonist's shoulder and concludes that the guy has caught the killer. Lin Yu says it's just a henchman and they have yet to catch the person behind all this. Beta is very surprised to learn that the main character is a player under the nickname Emperor. Lin Yu thanks Beta for his help and tells the girl that he will give her a reward a little later. The girl follows the main character and his friends with her eyes. She is impressed that Lin Yu is frighteningly strong, indecently rich, and at the same time still young. The girl runs after the main character and asks the young man to let her join his team. Lin Yu sits opposite the bound first witness, intending to interrogate him. The man says that the ghost vampire has left, but sooner or later he will return and finish off all the young people. Lin Yu asks the question, if the ghost is really so strong, why did he immediately run away as soon as he saw him? The first witness feels a terrifying aura emanating from the main character, and understands that the guy is stronger than his master. Lin Yu brings the bell to summon the spirits to the man's ear, and begins to gradually put him into a trance. The magical waves emanating from the bell fill the entire room and paralyze the man's will. Lin Yu asks who is behind the ghost. The man, unable to control his mind, he says that the village chief's son is behind everything. The first witness and his brother were going to tell the headman about the incident, however. As soon as the headman found out about it, he wanted to kill the first witness and cover up his tracks. A little later, the headman's son came to the man and told him that he was the owner of the vampire, after which he offered cooperation in exchange for getting rid of the disease. The ghost vampire bit the first witness and gave him the power to draw vitality from blood. The man agreed to a criminal conspiracy and resigned himself to the fact that he had become a monster in order to save his life. He understood perfectly well that this step would change him forever. But the fear of death turned out to be stronger than remorse. The main character knows that the first witness killed his brother, which drove his wife crazy, after which he began to deliberately lure the craftsmen to the hotel so that they could be devoured by the vampire. The man confirms this. He says that after becoming the ghost's assistant, he immediately went home and drank his brother's blood to weaken the disease. The young people learn that the wife of the first witness did not dare to go against him and began to carry out his criminal orders. The man says that she was afraid for her life and obediently followed all his instructions. Beta reports that she is glad that the criminal has been found and offers to deal with the other members of the bloody gang. The protagonist generates a throwing screw and asks the first witness if there is anything he wants to add to his words. The man says he won't say anything more and curses the young people. Lin Yu leaves the room. He expects success. The guy believes that they will succeed, because they are a single team. Lin Yu is confident that they can handle anything, be it secrets, collusion, traps, and other tricks of the enemy. Young people approach the elder's house and feel strong dark energy emanating from its doors, which foretells difficult trials for them. The ghost lords carefully move through the room. Hailun notices that there is no one in the house. Wentian says that something is wrong in the house. The guy feels that the spiritual power here is being suppressed by something. The main character becomes convinced that this house is a den of monsters. He realizes that the ghost living here is almost the same in rank as the ferocious one, and is capable of suppressing spiritual energy. Lin Yu did not think that the vampire ghost would be so strong. The guy invites his friends to wait outside. Beta is surprised that the main character is going to fight alone. The young people leave the room and say that Lin Yu is strong enough to handle it. Beta believes that Lin Yu needs her help since she is a talented spirit lord from a prominent family. The main character tells the girl that while he does not need her help, he asks her not to worry and to join the young people. Lin Yu enters the courtyard of a house in which there are a large number of coffins. The guy tells the ghost that he knows he is here and orders him to leave immediately. The main character believes that the ghost is in one of the coffins. The young man begins to open the wooden coffins one by one with his feet. From the coffin, a terrible-looking zombie attacks Linyu. The creepy creature rushes towards him, preparing to attack the main character with its crippled hands. Following him, the lids of other coffins open, and zombies slowly begin to crawl out of them. Terrible creatures, as if summoned from the darkness, rush towards Linyu. The main character is stunned by the number of dead. He realizes that the bloody gang has killed many more people than he previously thought. Linyu takes out the Grave Eater spear. The guy considers it a big mistake that the zombies intend to defeat him with a numerical advantage. Linyu thinks that disturbing the dead is not a good idea. The guy strikes the zombies and tells them that he will grant them eternal peace. The main character feels the Elder's son appearing behind him. He understands that his opponent is a 6th-rank spirit lord. The Elder's son laughs loudly, considering government officials to be cretins who always look down on and underestimate their opponents. The main character did not expect that it was possible to achieve such a rank without support from the authorities. The man claims that he achieved everything in life on his own. Without the help of social institutions, he is proud of his independence and perseverance, which allowed him to reach heights that many could only dream of. The Elder's son reports that in one of the games, he came across a powerful weapon endowed with a huge amount of yin energy. If a man uses a magical artifact and lies down in the place of a corpse, he can absorb surrounding energy and control the dead for his own purposes. He says that with the help of the artifact, he became a 6th-rank spirit lord, and repeatedly sent requests to the investigation center, hoping that he would be allocated a spirit, but he was constantly refused. The man accuses the center of the investigation that due to their greed and indifference, they did not provide him with a personal ghost, as a result of which he was unable to protect himself in the game and became disabled. Now he is content with his symbiosis with a ghost vampire who kills people and absorbs their blood, and he raises an army of zombies to realize his dark and sinister goals. The Elder's son believes that the government, due to its narrow-mindedness, has made a dangerous enemy for itself, although it could have gained a strong ally. The main character considers the man a scoundrel, because for the sake of his own benefit and selfish desires he ruined dozens of people. The man breaks down into hysterics. He says that no one cared about him when he was weak and begged for mercy, but now everyone is afraid of him. The Elder's son intends to use any means to become a powerful overlord. He considers people worthless, and despises them for their weakness and helplessness. The ghost rises into the air, holding his master. The man gloatingly informs Linyu that he will soon become food for his insatiable servant. With tremendous speed, he enters into an energetic symbiosis with the ghost, doubling his magical powers and preparing for a decisive attack. Turning to the ghost, he orders him to immediately attack, hoping to finish off Linyu once and for all. However, the ghost is in no hurry to attack the main character, which causes surprise and irritation in his owner. The man asks him what's the matter. Linyu calmly explains that the vampire ghost met an old friend, which is why he looks a little excited. The ghost, with alarm in his voice, informs his master that their opponent is a famous player named the Emperor. The Elder's son does not consider Linyu a dangerous opponent, because the guy is only a 4th-rank player. The main character informs his opponent that now he will show the real level of the Emperor in order to dispel all doubts and rumors. The man laughs loudly, believing that the figure of the legendary player under the nickname Emperor is greatly inflated due to the influence of the press and rumors. In response to this, Linyu calls Delu. A huge energy flash occurs, after which a powerful ghost appears behind the guy's back. The man carefully examines Delu and concludes that his opponent is a ferocious ghost. The vampire ghost is trying to move his master to a safe distance. The man still cannot understand how Linyu was able to tame such a ferocious ghost. Delu asks Linyu whether to destroy the opponents or take them alive. The main character asks the ghost to capture the enemies alive, to which Delu agrees and promises to be delicate, after which he delivers a powerful energy blow to the enemy. A huge column of energy rushes into the sky. The ghost vampire barely manages to dodge. The next energy beam hits the vampire ghost and its owner, illuminating the entire sky with a bright flash of explosion. The Elder's son begins to perform the ritual of sacrifice, creating a bright, bloody energy portal around himself. The man is trying to gather a large amount of energy to jump to the next level. Linyu believes that his opponent will not be able to escape this time. He takes out a deck of magic cards from the virtual storage and prepares for the final attack. The cards build a circle around the ghost floating in the air and block the energy portal. The man realizes that he needs to find enough blood to move to the next level. Otherwise, he will die in this fight. The ghost and his owner head towards the door, causing Linyu a little surprise. The guy thought that there was no one in the house. The elder's son approaches his parents. He sees excitement and concern in their eyes. They ask the man what is happening here. The elder turns to the main character. He demands proof of his son's guilt. Lin Yu points to the vampire ghost and asks the elder to turn around and see the evidence of his son's crime. The ghost extends its ugly paw towards the elder. The man asks his son what he is going to do. The man looks at his hands, realizing that at the moment, the main thing for him is survival. The ghost vampire begins to slowly strangle the elder, his son silently watching what is happening. The elder's wife, with tears in her eyes, looks at her son. She is completely helpless in this situation. Lin Yu decides not to interfere. The guy knows that the elderly were aware of all the events, and through their actions contributed to the death of innocent people. The main character carefully watches the energy portal, realizing that the forces of his opponents have increased, and they have united together. The elder's son thanks his parents, performing a terrible ritual. The man rises to the status of a 7th-level Ghost Lord. The monster approaches Lin Yu and says that now that he is a higher-ranked Ghost Lord, all games are over. In response to this, the main character tells the monster that he is beginning to irritate him greatly. Using her magic card, Lin Yu accurately directs it so that it flies past the ghostly creature, and momentarily blocks its movements. At this time, Delu approaches the ghost vampire and deals a crushing blow with his sword. The blow was so strong that the ghost was driven into the ground. Approaching the defeated enemies, Lin Yu expresses his gratitude to Delu for his mastery of the soul destruction technique. Using the pharaoh's headband, the protagonist securely fixes the vampire ghost to prevent any attempt to escape or resist. Baida is very surprised that the main character so quickly defeated a strong enemy and captured him alive. Lin Yu reads it as a misconception to consider the 7th rank to be the strongest in the ghost world. The main character's gaze is fixed on the body of the ghostly vampire. The guy is sure that the problem is finally resolved. Lin Yu wants to make sure that Kane is involved in what is happening, and begins interrogating the ghost. Lin Yu wants to find out from the ghost what happened in the prison during the mass escape. The ghost refuses to answer questions. The main character takes out a knife and says that in his case, he will not use the bell to untie his tongue. The ghost utters inarticulate sounds. The main character cannot understand a single word. Lin Yu calls Secretary Bai and asks the girl if she understands the ghost's language. The girl says that this is a rare ethnic language, and in order to understand the ghost, you need to conclude an agreement with him. Lin Yu is not eager to enter into a contract with a ghost, as he considers him a disgusting and vile creature. The main character remembers that the Wentian spirit is capable of understanding a wide variety of creatures. Lin Yu says that Wentian was very helpful and asks the guy to immediately help with the interrogation. Wentian summons his contract ghost, which is capable of translating rare languages. Lin Yu, with the help of the translator's spirit, learns that the vampire is asking to save his life. In return, he is ready to tell everything. The ghost reports that the captain of the American team was unable to escape and is now in a hellish prison. Lin Yu learns that the ghost was planning to go to America after escaping, and wonders what could have attracted him there. The ghost vampire explains that he is not a spirit of another world, but is inherited in a clan of vampires that is related to Kane. The vampire clan has deep roots not only in America, but also in Europe. Their main goal is to awaken the ancestor. In a small American town, men are talking about the captain of the American team. One of the men mentions that there has been no news from Kane for a long time, which is causing concern. An elderly man, turning to his interlocutor named Callan, tells him that the organization tried to contact all the American spirit lords who took part in the game, but all attempts were in vain. Colin reports that Kane brought a rank 6 ghost into the game with him, and he shouldn't have any problems. He is surprised that he hasn't received any information from Kane and his team yet. An elderly man hands Callan a phone on which a forum is open with messages that a player named Emperor has destroyed the American team. In a village attacked by a ghost vampire, a mass funeral of the murdered people takes place. Lin Yu is thinking about how to explain to people where the vampire ghost really came from and what is causing this tragedy. Xiao Bai tells the main character that now is not the right time to tell people about games and the spirit world, because this could cause even more fear and panic among the population. Lin Yu watches the people leaving the cemetery and agrees with the girl. He understands that now it is better for ordinary people not to know anything about the true horror behind these events. Lin Yu intends to fill the gaps in his knowledge in order to keep the situation under control and be prepared for new threats. Xiao Bai praises Lin Yu for being able to single-handedly take down a rank 7 hunter, and also finding out important information about the Kane clan. The girl notes that the vampire ghost is a good trophy because he has valuable information, and Lin Yu can profitably sell him to Investigation Center number 9. The main character tells the girl that he is not interested in money, but he does not want to keep the ghost for himself. Xiaobai asks the guy why he was bargaining for a reward if he is not interested in money. Lin Yu explains that he asked for 30 million rewards, only so that the government would think that he could not be pulled over for any trifle. The girl invites Lin Yu to tell him what he needs besides money, and promises to make every effort to ensure that the guy gets it. The main character thinks that it would be nice if the government gave him full access to the databases. This would make his work much easier. Xiaobai believes that the guy's wishes are difficult to fulfill, since outsiders are not given access to secret information, despite their merits and achievements. Lin Yu says that in this case he will keep the vampire ghost for himself, and Delu will prepare an excellent delicacy from it. The guy's words make Xiaobai think. Xiaobai promises to fulfill the guy's wishes. For this, she urgently needs to contact her management. The girl invites the main character to become an employee of the Investigation Center No. 9, in which case, he will have a good salary and full access to the databases. Lin Yu tells the girl that he is not going to join any official organizations. The players interfere in the main character's conversation. Beta reminds the guy that he promised a reward after the end of the mission. Lin Yu announces that he will split the reward among all players. Beta is entitled to 2 million minbi. The protagonist tells the players that they all deserve a reward, because they risked their lives and their skills helped him eliminate a serious opponent. Beta thanks the main character for the generous reward and invites him to visit his home. Wentian and Heilun are incredibly happy about Lin Yu's generosity. The young people say that the guy can turn to them for help at any time. After 2 days, Xiaobai calls Lin Yu and tells him that the government has given him official permission to access the databases for 3 days. The main character thanks the girl for her help. Xiaobai asks the guy if he will participate in the next game. Lin Yu intends to join the players, but in the next game he plans to complete the quest alone. Lin Yu sits down at the computer, and taking advantage of the fact that he has access to databases, studies secret materials about the next game. Thanks to this access, the main character learns a lot of useful information. For example, that in addition to the spirit lords who revealed their abilities in the game, there are also people who accidentally awakened their spiritual power in reality. The guy learns that many awakened ones have founded their own clans and pass on artifacts and spiritual contracts from generation to generation. The main character carefully studies data about the vampire clan that Cain belongs to. Lin Yu understands that the Cain clan is very powerful. It owns amulets that can summon powerful vampires. In addition, the clan has very serious connections around the world. The latest investigation gave the hero many useful things, one of which is a jasper pendant, which helps improve skills and abilities. Lin Yu intends to prepare well for the next game. For this, the guy is going to plunge into the world of horror. The main character is in a ghostly space and asks the money system how many points he has earned. The monetary system reports that there are 350,000 points on the balance, and invites the main character to use a prediction card. The prediction card reveals that the next game will take place in a cursed school called the Afterlife Moon. The location will be in a once densely populated city that has fallen into decay. A new quest begins, in which players must survive until the end of the final exams. The game system reports that there will be 6 players in this location. Lin Yu carefully watches the arrival of the hunters. The main character notices that one of the players has clearly already participated in the quests. The player informs the new players that they are very unlucky, since this game is quite difficult. Lin Yu tells newcomers that they acted rashly because they did not read more information after receiving the notification. The man is worried because he agreed to the game without studying its complexity. He did not expect that all this would be so real. Lin Yu says that the evil spirits in the location are real, and if the players anger them, it is quite possible that they will lose their lives. A frightened new girl turns to the main character, noticing his confidence and strength. She asks him for help in case of a difficult situation. Suddenly, Lin Yu slaps the girl. She is shocked by the guy's behavior and screams loudly. The main character tells her that her cute face will not help her out all her life, and here she will have to play by the rules if she intends to survive. Lin Yu believes that the players have already guessed what the rules will be since they are at the school, and informs the hunters that the slightest tardiness will result in punishment. The players, looking at their watches, realize that there are only 5 minutes left before the start of classes. They begin to get nervous and rush to class. A new girl approaches the main character. She respectfully addresses the guy and thanks him for his help. Lin Yu answers the girl. He says that there is nothing to thank him for yet, and wishes all players to survive the quest. There is a depressing atmosphere in the classroom. The teacher informs that there are only 15 days left until the final exams. The ghost teacher orders the headman to immediately distribute tests to once again test the students' knowledge. Lin Yu, carefully examining his classmates, he notices numerous scars and abrasions on their faces. The guy understands how difficult it will be to survive over the next 15 days. The class leader begins handing out test tasks. Linyu decides to immediately familiarize himself with their content. One of the test questions asks about the place of death, which infuriates one of the students. He throws the test on the table, angrily declaring that he does not see the point in such a strange question. At the same moment, the teacher throws a piece of chalk at the student with such force that it pierces his shoulder, causing him significant pain. The teacher warns that the rules must be strictly followed, and tells the student that if he breaks discipline again, she will destroy him. The students obediently lower their heads, demonstrating their submission to the teacher. The girl player notices traces of wounds on their faces and understands that the danger they face is real. The main character thoughtfully reads the test and understands why one of the students was so upset. The meaning of the question seems incomprehensible and confusing to him. Linyu gets up from his desk, deciding to attract the teacher's attention. His classmates watch his actions with caution and surprise. The teacher abruptly snatches the paper from the guy's hands. She doesn't believe that he answered the test so quickly. The ghost sees a blank piece of paper with 10,000 minbi inside. The teacher thinks this way of getting a test is strange, and tells the main character that this is a school, not a store. Linyu explains that he cannot answer this question, and says that he has let everyone down. As an apology, he decides to donate 10,000 minbi to make amends to those around him. His classmates are surprised by his actions, because they have never seen such a large donation at school. The teacher, deciding that the main character belongs to a rich family, not wanting to offend him, she agrees to accept the money, intending to use it for the benefit of the school. The ghost tells the guy that he forgives him for the first time since he is new. Linyu tells the teacher that there are many new students in class today who came with him, and asks her to explain the answer to the question. The teacher agrees with the guy's request, but warns that this will be the only time. The ghost writes the number 213 on the board, and tells the students that this is the answer to the test question. Linyu doesn't understand the meaning of the answer and wonders why it's just a prime number. The teacher asks not to bother yourself and orders you to just remember it, adding that all students do this. The ghost leaves the class. The teacher informs the students that classes are over for today. She asks them to study diligently, as there will be difficult tasks in the exams. One of the players tells the main character that today he saved the lives of the newcomers, because without his help they definitely would not have survived this stage. The main character assures the players that if they do not interfere with him, he is ready to continue helping them in the game. One of the players intends to meet the main character. He says that his name is Goodman, and he is the Lord of Spirits of the 4th rank. Goodman likes the Afterlife School of the Moon. He considers it a very mysterious location. The guy points out that they have limited time and suggests teaming up for joint actions. Linyu deftly snatches the pen from the guy's hands and suggests discussing the proposal after class ends. The newcomers agree to join the main character and declare that they are ready to follow his instructions. In the Investigation Center database, location statistics only appear after the successful completion of a mission. But the current mission has not been completed, so Linyu cannot find out how strong the spirits are in the school. Despite this, Linyu enjoys the quest elements, which involve solving riddles, fighting and spending, and intends to figure out the meaning of the number 213 soon. Lessons continue at school, and students are heavily loaded with information in the math classroom. One of the newcomers cannot withstand the atmosphere of psychological pressure, and climbs onto the ledge with the intention of jumping down. A ghost teacher warns a new girl that long nails are forbidden at school, and plans to tear them out. A hard day is coming to an end. The players gather in one of the classrooms. The girl player reports that she is in very severe pain after the teacher pulled out her nails. Goodman assures his classmates that these teachers are still good, and encourages them to thank God that they are even alive today. Goodman approaches the main character and says that classes are over. The guy wants to discuss further cooperation. Linyu agrees with the proposal and suggests going to the dining room to discuss all the details. The main character invites players to join them and shares information that the food in the cafeteria has rich yin energy, which helps awaken spiritual power. Linyu announces to his classmates that he will pay for dinner today, which makes them sincerely happy. Goodman does not understand why the main character invited the rest of the players. He knows that Linyu is not new to the game, and wonders why he is burdening himself with unnecessary obligations. Linyu replies that he is just a good-natured person and does not experience financial difficulties, so he is ready to help and please his comrades. Heading to the dining room, the main character thinks that spirits are increasingly beginning to invade reality, which causes him to feel anxious. Linyu walks into the cafeteria and orders 5 portions of sweet and sour ribs and a bowl of spicy tofu. At the distribution point, he is met by a tired elderly woman, a ghost, who who informs him that there is little food left, and there is not enough for everyone. The female cook holds out a tray of food. The girl tries to greedily grab it, but Lin Yu stops her and asks her not to rush. Lin Yu pulls out a $10,000 note from his pocket and hands it to the ghost cook. The guy refuses the change and insists that the plates be filled with decent food. Those around him are dumbfounded by the fact that the main character intends to pay $10,000 for dinner. The ghost carefully examines the banknote and is convinced of its authenticity, marveling at the pure yin energy emanating from the money. The cook's mood instantly changes. The woman becomes friendly and helpful, addresses the young people kindly, and fills their plates to the brim with food. The ghost intends to get to know the main character better and asks when he transferred to their school. The conversation is interrupted by the invasion of a group of ghostly hooligans. The leader of the hooligans declares that he knows that Lin Yu donated $10,000 to the school. Lin Yu responds rudely to the hooligans. He says that it is none of their business and it has nothing to do with them. The bully glares at the protagonist and demands that he give him 10,000 minbi, insisting that the money must be shared with everyone. Lin Yu considers this behavior to be gross extortion and asks the bully if he is afraid that management will find out about the violation of the rules. The ghosts let out a loud laugh, assuring that their group is known too well at school, and no one would dare complain about them. The hooligans continue to demand money from the main character. Lin Yu invites the ghost to come and take it. The ghost tries to grab Lin Yu, but the guy uses a painful hold, which drops the ghost to the floor. A bright aura flares up around the main character. Lin Yu asks the hooligans who else wants to try to take his money. The frightened ghosts quickly leave the room, promising to meet with Lin Yu when he is alone and without witnesses. Young players immediately surround the main character. They praise him for his courageous behavior. Goodman believes that there was nothing supernatural in this incident, as the bullies were low-ranking ghosts, and any experienced player could have dealt with them. Lin Yu advises players to be careful and avoid associating with bullies, and then invites them to sit down and discuss current affairs. Players decide that the final puzzle in this game will most likely be related to the final exams. They are trying to figure out the meaning of the number 213. One of the players suggests that it could be a class or building number. Lin Yu considers this version to be good, and suggests studying the administrative and academic buildings. The guy hopes for hints to appear in the near future. The main character suggests splitting into two groups and starting the search today. Goodman agrees with the proposal, and asks the players who wants to be on his team. Silence reigns at the table. All players express a silent desire to be on the main character's team. Goodman does not hide his irritation and says that he is the same rank 4 Ghost Lord as Lin Yu. The girl serves a glass of tea to the main character, and in a gentle voice asks the guy to take her to his team. Lin Yu divides the players into two groups and announces that his team will search the first training building for clues. Goodman and his group go to explore the second training building and propose to meet again tomorrow to exchange information. The newcomer asks his senior comrades about the curfew, since breaking it is a serious violation of the rules. Lin Yu asks young people not to worry and promises to take charge of this issue. Players slowly make their way to the student dormitory building, where the commandant's office is located near the entrance. Goodman tells the commandant that they just transferred today and asks where they should live. The ghost casually throws the keys to the guy and informs him that they will live in room 401. The players are very unhappy that 6 of them will have to live in one room, where there is no separation between boys and girls. Lin Yu hands the commandant a wad of banknotes. The guy says that he saw how the lights were not on at all on the upper floors. There were clearly a lot of free rooms, and he was just a little sick and was afraid of infecting others. The commandant carefully examines the banknotes. He realizes that they are real and imbued with a large amount of yin energy. The ghost puts the money in his pocket and tells the young man that it will be very bad if he infects someone. The commandant gives Lin Yu the keys and says that there are 2 free rooms on the top floor, after which the guy asks for a small favor. He wants the commandant not to inform the teachers that he will be going to the hospital to get medicine. The ghost tells the main character that today he is lucky, since he is kind today, and warns that such indulgences will only be today. The players are delighted with how easily the main character came to an agreement with the commandant. Lin Yu says goodbye to the commandant. The guy is convinced that the spirit world is much simpler than the real one. Despite many dangers, many problems can be solved more easily here. He checks his balance with the monetary system and thinks that everything in the world can be bought except life. Evening comes. The commandant announces a curfew to the students and strictly prohibits violating it, threatening to use violators as food in the kitchen. The girl player cannot believe that the meat dishes in the canteen can be made from such offenders. The main character approaches the girls. The guy reports that the food is saturated with the spiritual power of yin for this very reason. Following Lin Yu, Goodman appears in the room, The young people announce that it is time for a sortie. Linyu activates the pharaoh's headband. He asks the girl to calm down and collect herself, and says that they have little time left. The main character securely fastens the pharaoh's headband and goes downstairs with the player's girl. Linyu informs his team that they are heading to the first training building. He asks the young people to hurry up. Players enter the training building. Newcomers talk about the terrifying atmosphere reigning there at night. Linyu, using a map of the building, found out the closest road to room 213. The players' bodies are constrained by the eerie atmosphere reigning around. They are surprised at how calmly Linyu behaves. Young people enter room 213. Linyu orders the newcomers to carefully examine everything in the room and try to find clues. After some time, the players return to the main character and report that they did not find anything suspicious or worthy of attention. Linyu never expected that everything would be so easy. The guy believes that they still have 14 days left. The girl tells the main character that she needs to go to the toilet. She is very afraid and asks the guy to accompany her. Linyu realizes how difficult it is for beginners to complete the quest. He decides to accompany the girl so that she does not get into trouble and does not reveal the group. Young people move along an empty corridor. Linyu hears voices coming from behind the door. A gang of hooligans harass a student, extorting money and answers to test questions. Linyu overhears their conversation. The guy is very surprised that the student knows the answers to the tests. The girl explains that she is just a poor student from the suburbs. She wants nothing to do with the bullies and asks them to leave her alone. Linyu thinks it's time to intervene. The guy opens the door to the toilet with a strong kick. The hooligans look at the main character in surprise. The guy says that the world is a very small place. The bully is surprised by Linyu's appearance. He cannot believe that the main character dared to break the curfew. The leader of the hooligans begins to move towards Linyu. He says that he warned the guy not to get in their way. Linyu tells the ghosts that he does not intend to quarrel with them, but intends to kill them, and launches throwing energy screws at the bullies. Ghosts fall to the floor dead, as they are low-ranking creatures and are unable to resist such weapons. Linyu takes the soul cores from the dead ghosts. The guy approaches the girl and asks if she is okay. The girl thanks the young man for his help and says that the answer to the next test is 096. Linyu is pleased with the girl's behavior. He tells the ghost that she is smart and asks him to tell him what the answer means. The ghost says that she heard the answer from Sun Hao, but does not know its meaning or other details. Linyu asks the girl to introduce him to Sun Hao. The ghost reports that he has been missing classes for a long time, and she thinks that the guy will not see him until the end of the semester. The girl thanks Linyu again for helping her out, and advises the guy not to get involved with Sun Hao. The young man asks why the girl insists on this. The ghost reveals that Sun Hao is immortal. The main character is deeply immersed in his thoughts, thinking about immortality in a ghostly world. Previously, he asked his spirits about immortality, but the ghostly creatures do not have a clear understanding of this. Linyu believes that there should not be entities stronger than a person with a system in the school, since this school is located on the outskirts of the ghost world. The teacher tells the students that there will be another test today, the questions in which have been updated. The class leader understands that he will not be able to answer the new question. But in the last lesson, the main character told him how to get out of such a situation. The prefect raises his hand and tells the teacher that he is going to donate 50,000 minbi to the class. The ghost students believe that their prefect deserves respect, as few can rival his family's wealth. Linyu gets up from the table. The guy hands the teacher a piece of paper and reports that he has completed the task. The teacher cannot believe that the young man answered a new question in less than a minute. The class leader thinks that Linyu turned in a blank paper and hopes that the guy will receive a severe punishment. People around you find out that the answer in the test was correct. This greatly surprises them. The class leader considers this impossible, since during the entire existence of the school, no one could answer questions that they had never seen before. At this moment, the players get up from their seats and unanimously inform the teacher that they have completed the test. The ghosts of the girl look at Linyu with loving eyes. They cannot believe that such an omnipotent, rich and beautiful student has appeared at the school, who is also ready to help others. The class president can barely contain his anger, realizing that from now on he is no longer the adored class leader. The players listen intently to the eerie screams and screams coming from the corridor. They realize that these are the sounds of being hit with a ruler, which is used to punish students who fail the test. The ruler the teacher is using is not a simple one. It is a mid-rank yin weapon, and the average human body may not be able to withstand such blows. The girl looks at the main character, realizing that if it weren't for him, all the players would have been killed on the very first day of the quest. The dissatisfied class leader approaches the main character and intends to start a serious conversation. He asks how the young man knew the answer to the test. Lin Yu replies that he cannot disclose this information. The headman irritably hits the table with his hand and insists on immediately revealing the secret that helps deceive the teacher. Lin Yu maintains that it does not use fraud and demands that the village chief provide evidence of his accusations. The headman explains that local tests require students to find the answer through trial and error. They cannot be known in advance. The class leader feels injustice. He does not understand why the main character escapes punishment, while he, who always follows the rules, is subjected to them. The main character answers the class leader. The guy says that his problem is his lack of intelligence. He is only able to copy other people's ideas, like making donations. At this moment, ghost students enter the room. They are unhappy that the headman abandoned them and paid off their punishment with money. The headman replies that it is none of their business. One of the students is dissatisfied with the answer. He rudely pushes the ghost and declares that he is not worthy to be the headman, since he leaves ordinary students to their fate, paying off with money. Ghost students surrounded the main character, hoping to get answers to the test. The main character agrees to help, saying that students should support each other, especially here. The ghosts thank the protagonist and assure him that if they have answers in the future, they will be happy to share them with him. The class leader is very dissatisfied with how quickly the students went over to the side of the main character. The ghost turns to the headman. He says that he did not bring them any benefit. He only showed off his wealth, and now that Lin Yu is on their side, they no longer need him. The ghost student asks the protagonist not to share the answers with the class president, calling him a selfish bastard and mentioning that he never shares the correct answers to tests with them. The class president indignantly declares that their actions have gone too far and threatens to immediately complain to the teacher. The ghosts tell the main character that this is very bad, since the father of the class leader sponsors the school, and the management will certainly listen to him. Lin Yu reflects that even in the spirit world, not everyone can do without the patronage of an influential father. The main character and the teacher are in the office of the head of the Teachers' Council, waiting for him to complete his conversation on the phone. The head of the Teachers' Council ends the conversation. He promises the interlocutor to take all necessary measures and punish the perpetrators in the near future. The head of the Teachers' Council believes that getting along with sponsors will be more difficult than with the school director, and thinks that if this matter is left unattended, he may lose his position. The head of the Teachers' Council, named Guangzhou, carefully examines the main character. He says that the guy has not been at school for long, but has already managed to give him a headache. Lin Yu muses that Guangzhou is a weak ghost and doesn't even qualify as a ferocious spirit. Guangzhou reports that he was informed that the main character cheated on a test and organized bullying of a classmate. Lin Yu believes that you first need to understand the situation and not take the word of the class president. Guangzhou says that the class president told him that Lin Yu bribed all the students in the class, and therefore the testimony of fellow students cannot be trusted. Guangzhou asks the teacher what punishment, according to the rules, awaits a student if he spoils the atmosphere in the class. The teacher believes that you cannot believe the words of only one side, and asks you to make sure that the student really violated discipline. Guangzhou attacks the teacher, infuriated that the teacher doubts the words of the son of an influential sponsor. Guangzhou asks the teacher if she's tired of working at school, and suggests that she took a bribe from the main character. The teacher says that she did not take any money, at which point the main character comes forward, determined to protect the teacher. Guangzhou believes that his school does not need such spoiled students, and orders the protagonist to bring his parents immediately. The main character, looking straight into the eyes of the head of the Teachers' Council, reports that he is an orphan who has neither parents nor relatives. Guangzhou hands the young man a notice of expulsion and says that according to the rules, he is expelled from school. Lin Yu demands that the head of the Teachers' Council justify his decision and voice the rules to which he refers. Guangzhou tells the young man that he insulted the sponsor's son, and besides, he is an orphan and has no power or influence. The head of the Teachers' Council demands that the notice of expulsion be signed immediately. Lin Yu says that he is very sorry that Guangzhou does not care about justice. Lin Yu informs the head of the Teachers' Council that he left him no choice and calls upon the ghost Delu. Guangzhou reacts in fear to the powerful energy field that has arisen around the young man. A moment later, Delu appears behind the guy, who begins to grow to a huge size until he hits the ceiling. The teacher believes that Delu is a ferocious spirit. Guangzhou doubts her words and says that, most likely, this is a higher ghost who has lost his rank. Guangzhou fearfully bows to Delu and assumes that the ghost is the protagonist's guardian. Delu informs those present that he is not a guardian and says that Lin Yu is his master. Guangzhou cannot understand how the young man, being a rank 4 spirit lord, entered into a contract with such a powerful being. The head of the Teachers' Council examines the main character and his spirit. concluding that the guy is not so simple, since he subjugated the ferocious spirit, and, most likely, is a descendant of a powerful family. Delu reports that he heard about the claims of the head of the teacher's council, and demands confirmation of the information that his owner undeservedly received a test. Delu hits the desk hard and asks why Guangzhou decided to expel its owner without checking anything. Delu asks if this is a rule of the school, or if the management is engaged in arbitrariness. The teacher says that this school does not have such a rule. Guangzhou rudely demands the teacher to immediately shut up and not aggravate the situation. Lin Yu hits the head of the teacher's council on the shoulder and asks why he doesn't want to find out the truth. Guangzhou promises to immediately begin an internal investigation. The main character says that he cannot trust such a corrupt chairman to carry out the investigation. Lin Yu orders the leaders to be brought here immediately. Guangzhou follows the young man's order and leaves to fetch the director. A few minutes later, the school director appears in the office. He invites the main character to calm down and discuss the incident. The director bows to the young man and says that the head of the teacher's council was wrong and acted biasedly. He apologizes and is ready to compensate for moral damage. Lin Yu tells the director that he most likely changed his attitude only because he saw a fierce ghost behind him. The principal claims that he has always been a supporter of fair treatment for students and asks the young man what compensation he wants. Lin Yu requests that this matter be looked into properly, especially the allegations of fraud, as this is an insult. The guy demands that the entire investigation process be made public, from questions to the stage of checking the work, so that no one has any claims against him. The guy asks where teachers get questions for tests. The director replies that the questions are generated by a special yin weapon, and no one can influence this, and the question-answer format leaves no chance for those who like to cheat. The director announces that he is ready to publicly declare the protagonist's innocence. Lin Yu doesn't listen too closely to the director's words. He is more interested in how Sun Hao finds out the answers to the tests. The main character wants to prevent information about the Delu ghost from spreading beyond this office. The director says that you can rely on him. He asks the young man not to worry. He promises that no one will know about the ferocious ghost. Lin Yu believes that all questions are settled. He snaps his fingers and returns Delu to the ghostly space. The main character reports that he needs to return to class. The director says that he does not dare detain the guy any longer, and invites the teacher to escort the young man. The head of the teacher's council asks the director what he should tell the parents of the class leader. The director says that the young man asked not to disclose the information and asks Guangzhou to come up with a plausible story. Guangzhou promises to carry out the director's instructions. He believes that compared to the main character, the school sponsor is not that scary. When leaving, the director informs the head of the teacher's council that he can forget about the promotion this year. The director says that Guangzhou has greatly set up the school management. If the head of the teacher's council drags the management into such a story again, he will be fired and blacklisted. The director walks along a deserted corridor, repeating the name of the main character to himself over and over again. The ghost realizes that he has never heard of him before, and concludes that the guy came from afar, perhaps even from the central zone. The principal wonders why the young man is at school, and comes to the conclusion that the guy is on a secret mission. He recalls that the list of questions was updated, but the main character unexpectedly wrote the correct answer. The teacher accompanies Lin Yu on the way to class. The guy feels that now is the right time to find out the necessary information from her. The teacher suspected that Lin Yu was an unusual student, but did not expect that he was a rank 4 ghost lord with a contract with a ferocious spirit. Lin Yu sincerely apologizes to the teacher for all the trouble and misunderstandings caused. The ghost replies that this is the responsibility of teachers. She is glad that she followed professional ethics without causing any harm to the main character. The main character believes that now he can ask the teacher an important question. Lin Yu asks why such strange tests are being carried out at the Afterlife Moon School. The teacher says he has only been working here for 2 years, but knows that such tests have been carried out since the 70s. The Phantom admits that she herself does not understand the meaning of such questions. She says that she simply gives grades depending on the test results and punishes those who do not pass the exam. The main character considers this unfair, since many students will not be able to pass such exams. The teacher explains that the rules of the ghost world are often illogical, and those who ask too many questions may be punished. Despite this, the teacher believes that such a system develops willpower and increases the value of a diploma. Those who are able to graduate from school will be recognized as the best employers. Lin Yu tells the teacher that there are unusual rumors about the school. He asks if something unusual happened 15 years ago. The ghost informs the main character that there are many secrets at school. She strongly advises the guy not to delve into them. The teacher advises the guy to focus on getting the credit. Lin Yu says that he recently transferred and has no grades for the first semester, so the grades will be awarded unfairly. In order to score the required number of points, Lin Yu asks the teacher to provide him with answers every time the list is updated, and hands the ghost a thick wad of banknotes. The teacher looks at the huge amount of money and says that it is against the rules. Lin Yu intends to find a trick in the rules. He suggests calling it familiarization with the material before testing. And he suggests considering this as payment for additional individual lessons. This is the first time the teacher has seen such a capable student. She is sure that after graduation, the guy will have a successful career. Lin Yu enters the classroom, where he is happily greeted by other players. They are interested in how everything went. The class president is surprised that Lin Yu has avoided trouble again. He is going to remind the young people who his father is. Goodman sees the contented face of the protagonist and understands that the problem has been successfully resolved. Lin Yu heads to the doors and announces to the players that he plans to celebrate passing the test that evening. The class leader stops the main character and asks how he managed to avoid trouble this time. Lin Yu says the reason is because he didn't do anything wrong, and other than that, the school has very fair management. Lin Yu, accompanied by the players, walks along the school corridor. The ghost students joyfully greet the young people. The guy understands that there is no justice in the world of spirits. Even in an educational institution that should instill correct values, the law of the jungle applies. Lin Yu stands in the schoolyard under a bloody red sky. The guy realizes that every obstacle overcome makes him stronger and brings him closer to his goal. The main character carefully analyzes all the scattered facts, trying to collect from them a complete picture of what is happening. Lin Yu turns and resolutely heads towards the school building. Tonight the guy is going to inspect the administrative building. Night falls. A group of players carefully enters the administrative building. Lin Yu suggests first looking into the archives. An archive where all information about employees and students is stored can make their task much easier. The main character is determined to find the personal file of a student named Sun Hao. He believes that this will lead them to a solution. As players continue their thorough search, Lin Yu urges us to immediately report any findings that may be important. Lin Yu soon discovers a list of amendments to the rules for students, where student numbers are indicated. The guy happily tells his team that he found a mention of Sun Hao. The main character learns that Sun Hao entered the school 50 years ago, but his number is different from what was indicated in the test answer. One of the players tells the main character that the page with the required number is missing, and suggests that the dossier might have been lost. The main character categorically rejects this idea, claiming that student number 096 is a key figure in the quest, and someone deliberately hid the documents. 15 years ago, mysterious events occurred at the school that made it what it is today. The main character tells the players that the game wants them to find out everything, and sends hints in the form of tests. Suddenly the girl interrupts the main character, saying that she found something important. She picks up the letter and hands it to the main character, urging him to immediately look at the discovery, which, in her opinion, could be the key to the solution. The main character understands that this certificate of honor belongs to student number 096. Suddenly the front doors open and players hear the sound of approaching footsteps. Lin Yu orders everyone to scatter and hide in various corners of the archive to avoid detection and to avoid being caught. The director enters the archive at night and finds the sounds coming from there suspicious. The students wonder what could have attracted Principal Main to the archives at such a late hour, since the place is rarely visited even during the day. Lin Yu realizes that Principal Main has the rank of a fierce ghost, and if a conflict arises, it will not be easy to deal with. New players begin to get nervous. The main character takes out a magic mask from the virtual storage that can change his appearance. Lin Yu walks out into the open and Principal Main notices him and asks him what he's doing here. With the help of a magic mask, the main character completely changes his appearance, becoming unrecognizable. The director of Main, seeing the manager in front of him, is surprised and asks what he is doing in the archive at such a late hour. The magic mask allows Lin Yu to change his appearance so convincingly that he can deceive even high-ranking ghosts without arousing any suspicion in them. Main explains that he was worried about the safety of the test assignments for the final exams and decided to check everything personally. Lin Yu, in the guise of a manager, pats Main on the shoulder in a friendly manner and praises him for his responsibility and vigilance. He assures the director that everything is fine and advises him not to worry and to go and rest, since all the necessary checks have already been completed. The players look out from behind the shelf with personal files, sighing with relief. Lin Yu says that it's time to find office number 213. Lin Yu informs the players that, based on the available data, it is possible to formulate an approximate picture of what is happening. 15 years ago, student number 096 died in room 213. The main character asks the second group of players if they found anything. The girl replies that they carefully examined the third educational building, but did not find any clues. Goodman believes that the information found is already enough to pass this level of the game. Lin Yu is convinced that they should not be proud of the fact that they have advanced in the game's story, as greater difficulties await them ahead. The main character informs the players that the last 2 days have been difficult, so he invites the young people to have a good rest before the next tests. The girl asks the main character if they will go on reconnaissance that night. Lin Yu replies that no, since he needs to solve some of his business that cannot be postponed. The players are worried about the main character. They have a busy class schedule tomorrow, and the teacher may discover his absence, which will lead to problems. Lin Yu reports that all issues with the teacher have already been resolved, and she will not mind his absence. Players are amazed at how easily the main character solves problems, even with ferocious ghosts that seemed invincible to them. The ghost teacher gives Lin Yu a dismissal note. She says that she can only release him for 1 day, since the list of questions for the test has been updated again. Lin Yu is very surprised by this fact, since in the last few years such frequent updates have occurred for the first time, which seems extremely unusual to him. The teacher once again reminds the main character of the need to return on time, and not to forget about the additional tasks that he must complete. Lin Yu believes that the abnormally frequent updating of questions is due to his participation in the game. He understands that some important secret is hidden behind these tests. The main character decides to increase his powers, since this is the only way to complete this game and reveal all the secrets it holds. Lin Yu walks along a deserted city street, thinking about his upcoming plans. The guy calls his secretary Bai, and asks if she found out anything at his request. Bai says that over the past few days she has carefully studied the real estate market of this town, collecting all possible information. The young man learns that the most popular residential complex in the city is called Sunset of the Soul. It is located in an elite area and is popular among wealthy residents. The information provided also states that the construction of this complex was sponsored by one of the parents of a school student. Bai reports that the residential complex was recently put up for auction, and the price per square meter is only 15,000 minbi, which is a very good price for an elite area. Bai explains that the low price is due to the fact that the strongest spirits prefer to live separately, in large complexes with heavy security, which reduces the demand for less protected objects. Lin Yu decides to take advantage of the opportunity, and intends to buy a couple of complexes in order to complete the task of the monetary system. The main character is going to immediately inspect the new residential complex and make a final decision on the purchase. Lin Yu enters a real estate agency and confidently informs the manager that he intends to purchase a home. The manager invites the young man to go to the models and kindly asks which apartments he prefers. While walking down the hallway, Lin Yu suddenly notices the class president, who is complaining to his mother about Lin Yu's unfair treatment, which creates an unpleasant situation. The young man does not manage to pass unnoticed, as the class leader instantly meets his gaze, expressing obvious dissatisfaction and hostility. The class president, seeing Lin Yu, tells his mother that this is the person who constantly bullies him at school, and asks why Lin Yu is not in class. The class president's mother, angry about the situation, rudely scolds the agency manager, blaming her for letting Lin Yu into the premises. The manager replies that Lin Yu intends to buy a home, which greatly surprises the headman's mother, who considers him a petty swindler incapable of making serious purchases. Lin Yu calmly listens to all the insults and complaints addressed to him, maintaining composure despite the hostile attitude. The headman's mother angrily calls the guards and demands that Lin Yu be thrown out of the agency immediately. The woman is clearly trying to show her influence and strength. 2 ghosts enter the room, one of whom says that he is the developer of this complex. The class leader runs up to one of the ghosts, he calls him Dad, and says that his offender is present in the room, who constantly mocks him. The developer's name is Gunman. The ghost, remaining calm, says that he does not care about personal relationships. As long as the main character is his client, he will not allow him to be thrown out onto the street. The class president persistently asks Gunman not to trust Lin Yu, claiming that he is going to deceive him. The class president's father, doubting Lin Yu's ability to make a purchase, believes that a rank 4 spirit lord is unable to buy a house, and asks the manager what kind of car the young man arrived in. Lin Yu calmly replies that he came to the real estate agency on foot. The guy does not see any problem in this, and emphasizes that the method of transportation does not matter for completing the transaction. The mayor's father talks about the need to confirm solvency before purchasing real estate. With anger in his voice, The ghost demands that Lin Yu provide proof of his solvency. Gunman is very dissatisfied with the behavior of the headman's father, since according to the charter, checking accounts is not mandatory. He asks the ghost to be more understanding and not make life difficult for the young man. The ghosts object. They say that Gunman is too sentimental, and remind him that in the spirit world, people are no better than insects. Bai informs the main character about the strange value system of this family. The class president tells the main character that if he doesn't have money, he should leave the agency immediately. Lin Yu responds by saying that if he needs to prove his financial solvency, he can easily do it. The main character turns to the monetary system with a request to generate 15 million. Then he shows the received money to the ghosts present around him. The class leader has poor eyesight. It seems to him that the guy is holding only 50,000 in his hands. Unlike him, the other ghosts clearly see a significant amount of money in the hands of the protagonist. Lin Yu invites the class president to come up to him and check how much money he really has. The headman comes closer and is surprised to see that Lin Yu has in his hands the necessary amount to buy an apartment. After showing the money, Gunman's doubts disappear. What strikes him most is the million-dollar bills. Gunman takes a close look at the young man and realizes that there are powerful forces behind him. The headman's mother realizes that this amount of money can solve all their problems. The headman's father understands that this money is protected by the rules of the Bank of Heaven and Earth, so he can't just kill the guy and take the money. The class president's father generates an energy field around his hand and strikes his son. The headman falls to the ground with a crash. His father orders him to immediately apologize to Lin Yu. The headman shakes with fear and plaintively asks for forgiveness from the main character. Lin Yu understands that the ghost has a greedy soul, since for the sake of money, he is even ready to humiliate his son. The main character suggests stopping personal squabbles and getting straight to the point. The headman's father asks Lin Yu to choose any apartment in the complex and promises to find the best price for him. The young man reports that he believes his own eyes, and not the words of others, and wants to inspect the apartment on his own. Gunman invites the guy to follow him. The ghost assures that he will show everything and explain in detail. The manager watches closely as one of the richest people in the city ignores the village chief's family and personally sees off Lin Yu. The main character is in the unfinished building of a huge building. They are accompanied by the headman's father, who talks about the advantages of this complex. The ghost informs the young man that the construction will be completed in a month and a half. The main character carefully examines the walls and understands that the specified deadlines are unrealistic, and also draws attention to the low quality of the work. Lin Yu hears Ding Liang's voice, which tells the young man that this is really a shoddy job. The guy is surprised that his ghost blacksmith is so well versed in construction. Ding Liang says that this should be a must for a good craftsman, and explains that houses in the spirit world should protect against yin energy. The blacksmith adds that, despite the elite area, the cheapest materials are used here, and the work is done poorly. Lin Yu believes that there is no need to waste time, and asks to indicate where the most vulnerable spot in the building is. Ding Liang points to a support beam located near the main character. The young man walks up to the beam, generates a small amount of energy, and strikes close to the structure. Instantly, strong cracks begin to appear throughout the entire floor. The floor begins to shake, and the ghosts do not understand what is happening. The builders below run away in horror in different directions, as the unfinished building begins to gradually collapse. The ghosts instantly rush to the exit. Gunman orders the main character to leave the room immediately. A huge fragment of a concrete wall approaches Secretary Bai. The girl does not have time to react and jump to the side. Lin Yu rushes to her and activates the magic cards. The artifact instantly generates a protective field around them. The damage in the unfinished house becomes critical, and the building gradually collapses. Gunman and the class president's father manage to run out into the street. They hope that the main character is alive. A few minutes later, Lin Yu appears from behind the ramparts. The guy is holding Secretary Bai in his arms. Gunman understands that the young man's real strength is much higher than the 4th rank of a ghost lord. Even a ferocious ghost would have a hard time dealing with such a situation and remaining unharmed. Lin Yu, without hiding his indignation, makes claims to the developer, expressing dissatisfaction with the quality of the housing being built, and pointing out numerous shortcomings. Gunman asks the class president's father to explain why there are problems with the quality of construction, since he is the person in charge of this aspect of the project. The ghost, clearly worried, asks to be given a few minutes to find the construction foreman and get the necessary answers. Gunman, realizing the seriousness of the situation and not wanting to disappoint the young people, apologizes to the main character and his companion. Lin Yu, while remaining confident, says he cannot be intimidated by such small matters and expresses doubt that the developer chose reliable contractors to carry out such an important job. Gunman looks angrily towards the headman's father. He promises that those responsible will be brought to justice, and that all shortcomings will be corrected as soon as possible. Bai, observing the situation, understands that Lin Yu deliberately destroyed the building. She tries to figure out what the guy is up to and what his future plans are. At this time, the construction foreman, using an engineering tool, checks the strength of building materials to find out the reason for the destruction of the building. After some time, the foreman reports that the material of the floor slabs turned out to be of poor quality, which led to an uneven load and the subsequent collapse of the building. The headman's father is outraged by the unscrupulous work of the builders. He orders the problem to be immediately dealt with and threatens the workers with non-payment of wages if they do not correct the situation. One of the workers, feeling the injustice of the accusations, declares that the builders have nothing to do with the quality of the materials, since the suppliers were personally appointed by the headman's father. The foreman also mentions that the workers' wages have not been paid for more than 2 months and demands immediate settlement with the builders. The ghost rudely insults the builders, accusing them of unprofessionalism and negligence. Gunman intervenes. He orders the ghost not to shift responsibility to others and demands to tell about the origin and quality of the building materials. The elder's father tries to reassure the developer, explaining that he is experiencing temporary financial difficulties, but he hopes to resolve them in the near future. Gunman does not want to put up with negligence. He says that he will not pay for poor quality work, and insists that all construction standards are strictly observed. The headman's father orders the workers to immediately start doing the work according to the standards, otherwise they will not receive a penny. The worker calls the ghost a deceiver. He refuses to start work, and demands immediate payment of the debt for the last 2 months, threatening to reveal the whole truth. The ghost is outraged by the behavior of his subordinate, who, being much lower in rank, dares to speak to him in such a tone and make demands. The worker says he has nothing to lose and throws a measuring tool at the class president's father. The construction foreman declares that soon everyone in the city will know that the elite complex consists of crumbling houses of terrible quality. The headman's father, fearing the spread of such information, decides that the only way out is to eliminate the builders. He is going to keep the secret and continue to deceive buyers. The ghost believes that the only correct way out of the situation is to kill the foreman, as this will hide the truth and make it possible to sell even such ruins to unsuspecting buyers. The headman's father strikes the construction foreman, but suddenly realizes that Lin Yu has built a powerful protective energy field around the ghost. The ghost accuses the main character of involvement in what happened. He demands to pay 50 million and threatens with violence if the guy dares to tell anything. Lin Yu is not at all afraid of threats, and calmly declares that such methods do not work on him, hinting at the powerlessness of the ghost. The headman's father cannot hide his excitement and confusion. He does not understand how a rank 4 spirit lord can have such powerful power. The ghost asks Gunman to help him deal with the young man and the construction workers. Gunman reports that the main character is not to blame for anything, and all the blame for what happened lies solely with him. Gunman admits that he doesn't understand spirits at all, since he allowed such a vile ghost as the headman's father to conduct his affairs. The developer decides to brutally punish the headman's father, which leads the latter into a state of wild rage and hatred. A furious fight breaks out. Gunman delivers a powerful blow that throws the ghost aside, dropping him to the ground. The headman's father crawls up to Lin Yu and begs for mercy, saying that he is just a small businessman, and deception is an integral part of the ghost world. The young man is convinced that the ghost deserves to die, since his actions endangered the lives of other beings, and such behavior cannot be left unpunished. Lin Yu reminds that if the house collapsed after occupancy, it would have resulted in the loss of dozens of lives. The guy decisively declares that his generosity has been exhausted for today, and kicks the ghost. The ghosts nearby watch as the life force comes out of the headman's father. Gunman realizes that he has invested too much effort and resources in the sunset of the Soul Complex, and now that construction is frozen, he will lose all his investments. He realizes that the project he has been working on for decades will soon go bankrupt, and he will have no money left to live and support his family. Lin Yu asks Gunman if he would mind if the guy takes the soul of a defeated opponent, to which Gunman replies that in the world of ghosts, the trophy belongs to the winner. Gunman tells the main character that he can't bear to look at the destroyed building. The developer assures Lin Yu that there is no need to worry. He promises not to deceive his clients, and plans to sell the family property in a few days, and leave the city forever. Lin Yu asks the ghost not to worry, and says that there is no need to leave the city. He promises to solve the problem with the losses. The main character informs the developer of his intention to buy this property. The young man declares that he will purchase not just one house, but the entire elite residential complex. Builders learn that they will not be left to their own devices. Lin Yu believes that ordinary workers should not suffer because of vile ghosts. Lin Yu announces that from now on he will manage the construction and complete the construction of the residential complex on time. The construction foreman cannot fully believe that this situation was resolved in this way. Lin Yu asks the ghost how much the previous boss owes. The foreman reports 8 million minbi. The main character pays the builders in full and allocates an additional bonus of 2 million. The ghost is shocked by what is happening. He has never seen a 10 million minbi banknote in his life. The foreman is in no hurry to take the money from the young man's hands. Lin Yu asks the ghost what he doubts. The foreman tells the main character that construction is a complex craft. He wants to make sure whether the young man understands this. The ghost points to the destroyed building and says that just one oversight can lead to the collapse of the entire house. Lin Yu calls Dingliang. The ghost tells the young man that he can rely on him in matters related to construction. Bai's secretary tells the construction workers that they will now be led by a new, qualified supervisor. Gunman is wary of the fact that the main character has a ghost craftsman. He believes that this may somehow be connected with the collapse of the house. Despite this, the developer is grateful to Lin Yu for helping the guy bring the class president's father to light. Ding Liang reports that he has many talents, but without good quality materials, he cannot create anything good. Ding Liang claims that during construction it is necessary to use a material called silver heart, which strengthens the structure. Builders are shocked by this statement, since such material is a precious metal from which high-class weapons are made. Lin Yu hands the money to the construction foreman and asks the ghost again if he wants to work with them. The ghost understands that with such a boss, they will no longer have problems with salaries and agrees with the young man's proposal. Lin Yu informs his ghosts that from now on the foreman is his employee and asks to acquaint him with the affairs. The main character believes that Gunman has many questions about future cooperation. The guy offers to discuss them immediately. Gunman offers the young man to buy the luxury complex from him for 30 million minbi. Lin Yu says that such a price is unfair. The developer is reducing the price to 28 million. The main character tells the developer that he is ready to pay 50 million minbi for the complex, considering this amount to be fair. Gunman is very pleased with the price offered and says that he will immediately prepare a purchase and sale agreement. Secretary Bai hands the main character a contract. The girl reports that it was drawn up correctly and is transparent. Gunman carefully examines the signed agreement. The ghost learns that the young man's name is the Emperor. Lin Yu hands the banknotes charged with yin energy to the ghosts and asks them to count them. The ghosts congratulate the young man on the fact that ownership of the luxury complex now belongs to him. Gunman shakes the young man's hand and says that he is ready to continue to cooperate with him. Lin Yu leaves the office premises, finally saying that he will definitely contact the Gunman company again. At the moment, the ghost town is in decline. Gunman hopes that there will be more such rich buyers, and the city will begin to develop in the near future. Secretary Bai did not expect that the main character would buy an entire residential complex. She thought that the guy would get by with just one apartment. Lin Yu believes that by purchasing a luxury complex, he has the opportunity to gain a foothold in the world of ghosts. The ghost world is full of danger and opportunity, and a small abandoned town is the perfect place to start. Lin Yu looks closely at Secretary Bai, realizing that she is very capable, but the girl cannot break away, so more hands need to be involved in the matter. Lin Yu intends to start his path to fame in this town, make a name for himself, acquire new connections, and become a major figure. The monetary system informs the young man that he has been given a reward for completing the mission. As a reward, Lin Yu receives Spiritual Power Tincture, a high-quality magical drink superior to soul wine that enhances spiritual strength and knowledge. The guy demonstrates the Delu Tincture, explaining that it will help restore his strength and increase his levels. The ghosts are stunned by the aroma of the spiritual tincture, and their consciousness is filled with euphoria from the magical aroma of this liquid. Delu says that one sip of this tincture is enough for him to regain his previous rank. Lin Yu asks his ghosts how much they can drink. Ding Liang replies that their bodies can't handle a whole bottle, but half will be enough to become fierce spirits. The young man announces to his ghosts that today they will all raise their spiritual level together. At night, during the full moon, the main character and his ghosts climb onto the roof of a tall building and drink a spiritual tincture. Secretary Bai is the first to reach a new level. She was originally at the highest level of evil spirit, but now pure yin energy has helped her become a ferocious ghost. Delu tells Ding Liang that he must drink more than the girl so as not to lose to her. Lin Yu falls into a trance state, The guy feels how huge streams of yin energy permeate his body. The main character and his ghosts begin to emit a huge amount of yin energy. So as not to attract attention to themselves, the guy creates a disguise using magic cards. Lin Yu recently rose to the 4th rank. The guy hopes that with the help of spiritual tincture, he can jump to the 5th rank. Lin Yu is on the roof of a tall building. The money system informs the young man that his current rank is level 5 Spirit Lord. The monetary system also informs the main character about a new task. He needs to spend 100 million in such a way that his name remains in history. The main character's thoughts are interrupted by his contract ghosts, who rise to his roof. Lin Yu turns to his ghosts, wondering how much their abilities have improved since taking the potion. Secretary Bai and Dingliang reached the level of fierce spirits. Delu turned into a demon-level ghost. Before meeting the main character, Dingliang was just an average artisan. The ghost could not even think that he would one day reach the rank of a fierce spirit. The ghosts bow to the main character and thank the young man for the priceless gift. Lin Yu believes that taking care of ghosts is the responsibility of the owner. The guy invites the ghosts to stay with him if they want to thank him. Lin Yu tells the ghosts that with his new level, even the school manager is not afraid of him. The teacher hands Lin Yu a piece of paper and says that this is the latest question for the next test. In the test, you need to answer what the award was. The guy understands that we are talking about a certificate of honor that they found in the archive. The teacher is about to tell the guy the answer, but Lin Yu beats her to it and says that the answer is a reward for active participation in the life of the school. The teacher is very surprised. She cannot understand how the main character found out the answer to the test. Lin Yu is about to share the answer with his classmates. The guy reads that students should share knowledge with each other, because each of them should have the opportunity to graduate from school. Fellow students idolize the main character because he shared with them the answer to a difficult test. The student reports that she has not seen the class leader today, and assumes that Lin Yu suspended him from school. Lin Yu says that he did not touch the class president, which he cannot say about his father, with whom he had a nice conversation yesterday. The students believe that the main character is misleading them. They believe that Lin Yu is the main reason for the absence of the class prefect. Lin Yu approaches the players. The guy notices the anxiety on their faces and asks what happened yesterday. The girl says that she was very uncomfortable and scared, since the main character was not around. Goodman says they continued to investigate the dorm, but unfortunately found nothing. Lin Yu believes that tonight they will find out the truth. The guy makes the assumption that the library is the very place of death number 213. One of the students approaches the main character. He hands him a piece of paper and says that he was asked to pass a note. Players make fun of Lin Yu, believing that he received a love letter from a ghost. The author of the note persistently demands that Lin Yu stay after class. The guy understands that with his activities, he has attracted the attention of serious opponents. Goodman offers his help to the main character. Lin Yu thanks the guy and assures him that everything will be fine with him. He must go to meet him halfway alone. Lin Yu is looking forward to meeting a mysterious immortal guy named Sun Hao. At the appointed time, Sun Hao comes to Lin Yu. The ghost says that the guy transferred to school only 5 days ago, but has already settled in well. Lin Yu carefully examines the ghost and says that he too has already heard about him. Suddenly, Sun Hao becomes aggressive. He tells the guy that he will not ignore giving away free answers to all students. Sun Hao tells the young man that he knows who killed the 3 hooligans from the second group. The ghost did not give anyone the answer to the new test. He asks the main character how the guy knows the answer. Lin Yu replies that he is a very rich man, and it is not difficult for him to buy answers. Sun Hao reports that final exams are different from tests. Assignments are written right before the exam begins, and even teachers cannot know the answers in advance. In this situation, no one except Sun Hao can find out the answers to the tests. Sun Hao offers the protagonist respect and honor in exchange for a guarantee of passing the exam. Lin Yu is interested in the question of why Sun Hao knows all the answers to the tests. The main character believes that the reason is that the ghost was directly involved in the events of 15 years ago. Sun Hao is unable to control his rage. The ghost realizes that the young man knows too much. Sun Hao believes that no one has the right to pry into his affairs. The ghost generates an energy field and strikes Lin Yu. The main character easily deflects the blow, which causes genuine surprise in the ghostly creature. Lin Yu feels that since moving up to the 5th rank of Spirit Lord, it has become much easier for him to fight the ferocious ghosts. The main character redirects the energy of the ghost attacking him, resulting in a huge explosion that throws Sun Hao aside. The ghost's left arm is badly damaged, and he tries to use regeneration techniques to recover. Lin Yu is very surprised by the regeneration. The guy understands that immortal beings really exist in the world of ghosts. The guy intends to find out by what special rules such an anomaly occurs. Sun Hao smiles evilly at the young man. The ghost assures that such techniques cannot harm him. Lin Yu explains that he does not seek to become an enemy. He only wants to get answers to all the tests and understand the current situation. Sun Hao claims that the young man will not be able to bribe him since he has a ban on using money. Sun Hao glares at Lin Yu and declares that this time he will never reveal the answers to the tests to anyone. The main character is not at all upset by the ghost's answer. The young man says that in this case, he will find out everything himself. Sun Hao warns the guy that he knows all his steps ahead, including his intention to visit the library. The players stand at the entrance to the school library, exchanging views on the latest news and speculating about what's next. One of the group members does not understand why the main character cannot share with them the answers to the upcoming tests in advance. Goodman says players' lives depend on correct answers to the test, so answers should not be given out until Lin Yu personally verifies their safety. Goodman, despite collaborating with the main character, suggests discussing some nuances in advance to avoid misunderstandings in the future. The main character agrees that trophies and artifacts should be divided according to the rules of the game, where the trophies go to the winner. The library is a whole complex of premises. In addition to the reading room, it has its own laboratory, drawing rooms, and a dance hall. The man believes that room 213 should be on the second floor, but it is not on the building plan, which raises his suspicions and questions. One of the players suggests that perhaps the number on the door was changed because someone died in the room. Lin Yu decides to go up to the second floor and find out everything. Suddenly, the player's path is blocked by a huge wall that falls down, completely blocking the entrance to the stairs and blocking their path. Goodman, perplexed, asks what it could be, to which Lin Yu calmly replies that the area is sealed off by spirits. Beginners begin to feel fear, remembering the words of the teacher that such an area can only be formed by a high-ranking spirit or a powerful yin artifact. Suddenly, someone's hand touches one of the girls. She flinches and turns around to see who it is. The girl sees in front of her a strange-looking ghost who looks at her carefully, causing her even greater fear. The girl, unable to withstand the tension, strikes the ghost, throwing him aside with unexpected force. The ghost flies into the air, and suddenly a large, bright explosion occurs, blinding everyone present and filling the space with light. The main character carefully watches what is happening. He sees pieces of a mannequin falling to the floor. The guy understands that these were puppets controlled by yin energy. The number of such ghosts is limited only by the amount of yin energy used for manipulation. A huge number of cloned ghosts begin to materialize in space, which immediately surround the players, creating a dense ring around them. The main character uses magic cards, creating a powerful energy protection around the players. He intends to protect them from attack and give them the opportunity to navigate the situation. Protection built with the help of magic cards turns out to be extremely effective. Ghosts cannot penetrate inside the protective circle. Lin Yu explains to the players that somewhere nearby there must be a yin artifact that continuously creates these spirits. It must be found and destroyed. The main character orders each player to draw one card, explaining that they are a powerful weapon against the ghosts and will help them in defense and attack. Lin Yu tells the players that to expel the spirits they need to find and destroy a yin artifact. The guy suggests splitting up and as soon as possible finding room number 213, where the source of the problem may be hiding. Goodman, to his surprise, discovers that he cannot move. Since the magic card is blocking his movement, he in bewilderment asks the main character what is the matter. Lin Yu asks Goodman to stay with him and help him defeat the yin artifact, explaining that his skills and assistance will be necessary for the mission's success. Goodman has thoughts that the main character is afraid that he will be the first to find the artifact. In addition, the guy feels that Lin Yu does not trust him. Young people enter one of the rooms. Goodman reports that there is nothing here. Lin Yu asks not to rush to conclusions and offers to inspect everything carefully. Goodman notices a mirror in the room. The player suggests leaving the room immediately, since mirrors in the game are the most unpredictable objects. Lin Yu asks Goodman why he was scared, since the guy is a rank 4 ghost lord and acts like a rookie. Suddenly, Goodman sees cardboard ghosts begin to materialize behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly sets up a defense with magic cards and begins attacking the cardboard ghosts. Lin Yu tells Goodman that things are bad because he doesn't have enough strength to hold back the pressure of the ghosts. Goodman can't hide his surprise at these words. Lin Yu reports that there are too many ghosts. He cannot push them all away, and is forced to let a couple pass. Goodman understands that the main character is playing a game with him. The guy is pretending to be weak in order not to reveal his true strengths. The girl suddenly notices that Lin Yu's magic cards have stopped working. She watches in surprise as the cardboard ghosts stop their attack, turn around and leave. Goodman repels the attack of 2 cardboard ghosts, The guy reports that they are getting stronger. He says that he will not be able to hold out for long, suggesting that they retreat immediately. Lin Yu asks Goodman to stop fooling around. If they don't attack themselves, then the cardboard men won't attack back. The main character joins the main group of players, who immediately ask him about what is happening here. Lin Yu explains that the cardboard ghosts had no intention of attacking them in the first place. The guy suggests that there are two forces in the game. One, with the help of tests, leads players to a solution, and the other in every possible way prevents this. In other words, one force wants to reveal the truth, and the other seeks to prevent it. Lin Yu tells the players that the wall is an obstacle to a force trying to hide the truth, and the paper men are sent by the second force as clues. Goodman asks the protagonist why he didn't consult when he removed the protection from the players, noting that testing his guesses at the risk of the players' lives is wrong. Lin Yu assures that the players were completely safe, since the magic cards would instantly be activated for protection, regardless of his guesses. The main character believes that any player is capable of tearing apart a paper ghost, but Goodman chose to pretend to be a victim who is not up to this task. The guy accuses Goodman of cunning and a double game, claiming that he hid his true intentions. Goodman counters, saying that he was misunderstood. He was just nervous during the fight, and it was all just a misunderstanding. Lin Yu hopes that he will bring Goodman to light in the near future. Goodman asks the players if anyone has found room 213. The main character knocks on the cardboard man and tells the players that the paper ghosts will help them with this. Players walk along rows of paper ghosts and reach the toilet, which is located at the end of the corridor. The young people are surprised that room 213 is a toilet. Lin Yu goes inside the toilet room and sees a cardboard ghost standing in the middle. The ghost is holding a piece of paper in his hand. Lin Yu understands that he wants to show the players a drawing. 15 years ago, Afterlife Moon School was a prestigious educational institution. A girl named Shanoi came from the outskirts of the city to get an education. Her melancholic personality and outstanding talent made her stand out among the new girls, and at this time she was noticed by the school bully Sunhao. The girl did not reciprocate Sunhao's feelings, and over time his initial sympathy grew into hatred. Shanoi suffered bullying. She could not leave because she needed to finish school. Once Shanoi won a drawing competition, she received a certificate of honor and a top-class artifact from the hands of the heavenly ghost. Shanoi greatly underestimated Sunhao and overestimated the value of her artifact. Defeat in the battle cost her her life. The unexpected happened. The girl's soul merged with an artifact of a higher order and endowed it with intelligence. Now Shanoi, in the form of a ghost, seeks to convey the truth to the players. The main character realizes that in front of him is the same brush, donated by a heavenly demon, which contains Shanoi's soul, which has been dictating school tests for the last 15 years. Lin Yu notices that this artifact has a powerful protective seal, and in order to use it, this protection must be removed. Goodman understands that now is the right moment to take possession of a high-level artifact and use its incredible power. Goodman rushes towards the main character, trying to snatch from his hands a piece of paper with a picture of a magic brush on it. However, Goodman faces stiff resistance from Lin Yu, whose energy shield prevents him from snatching the magic brush image. Lin Yu tells Goodman that they have come too far in the game and his actions could destroy everything they have achieved. Goodman is confident that simply beating the game does not guarantee stable survival, and you need to take advantage of every opportunity to become stronger. The main character informs Goodman that he knows about his betrayal and defection to Sunhao. Goodman replies that his new ally has promised him not only success in his exams, but also a scholarship in the spirit world if he can retrieve the artifact from the library. The players are deeply outraged by the fact that Goodman betrayed them for money and personal gain. They consider his act unforgivable and base. Goodman states that the lives of the other players mean nothing compared to the benefit he can get. The guy believes that being a 4th-rank spirit lord, he is capable of winning the game on his own, without resorting to help or currying favor with the main character. Lin Yu reminds Goodman that at first he himself insisted on cooperation, and no one stopped him from realizing himself. Goodman answers that life does not stand still, and people change their point of view over time. Lin Yu does not understand how Goodman was able to achieve the 4th rank of spirit lords. The main character would have figured out Goodman sooner or later, even without the help of papermen. Goodman throws the enchanted magic seal in his hands and declares to the main character that he is not the only one who has trump cards up his sleeve. Using a magical seal, Goodman manages to break through the defense. He tries to grab a piece of paper with an image of an artifact. During the fight, Lin Yu managed to tear out half of the sheet with the image of the artifact. In addition, as a result of Goodman's attack, the protective seal was removed from the brush. The monetary system notifies the protagonist that the artist's brush has been discovered and binds it to its new owner. Goodman is surprised at how quickly the high-level artifact recognized its new owner. Goodman asks the main character to take his time and suggests finding a compromise solution that will suit everyone. The player claims that the events of 15 years ago are connected with the heir of the demon and are extremely confusing. And even if the players find out the truth, they will have no chance of passing the exam. Goodman explains that he had no choice. The guy asks to spare him, offering to spy on Sunhao in order to stab him in the back at the right moment. Linyu says that he gave the answers to the tests out of the goodness of his heart, but this does not mean that someone can abuse his trust. Goodman believes that the main character is too self-confident. The guy claims that his real opponent is not Sunhao, but the entire school. Goodman addresses the players, saying that he may still be useful in the final battle. Goodman believes that the main character will not be able to cope with his opponents only with a magic brush, since the Sunhao artifact is much more powerful. He reports that Sunhao owns a third-class artifact that follows the rules of the school. The main character replies that the rules of the school, in principle, do not particularly concern him. Goodman does not share Linyu's position, and believes that no one has the right to ignore the power of the rules, especially if they are generated by a high-ranking artifact. At some point in the conversation, Goodman realizes that the main character is a player under the name Emperor, and it becomes clear to him where Linyu got so much money. Goodman is jealous of the number of resources and connections the protagonist has. He is convinced that with such opportunities, it is easy for him to complete the game, unlike ordinary players who are often in danger of death. Goodman is not going to wait for possible destruction from Linyu. He swallows pieces of the page of the magic book received from Sunhao. The next moment, his body swells to enormous size, and bright rays of yin energy begin to burst out of it. A deafening explosion follows, its bright flash blinding all nearby players. Players are stunned by the unexpected ending of Goodman. Their faces also show anxiety and the realization that the game knows no mercy. Linyu does not want the rules of the game to apply to the real world. The guy hopes that the new spirit lords will become stronger and help him in resisting the effects of the game. Suddenly, the floor begins to vibrate violently under the players' feet, and a moment later they find themselves locked inside a magic cube. The monetary system notifies the protagonist that a high-ranking artifact called the Cursed Book has been discovered. The players believe that this is a punishment for breaking the rules of the book, and Goodman deliberately broke the rules with his suicide to take revenge on them. The players ask the main character what to do next. Linyu takes out a magic brush and waves it, declaring that he will destroy the wall. After a wave of the brush, the wall of the magic cube is destroyed, and the players see the school administration staff in front of them. Guangzhou is very surprised that the players were able to break the spell of the Cursed Book. The manager explains to him that this is not surprising, since one of the players has a ferocious spirit under his control. Guangzhou informs the players that their disgusting behavior is unforgivable, as they have repeatedly violated curfew, damaged school property, and even killed fellow students. Linyu calmly listens to the accusations of the head of the teacher's council and asks what he is going to do next. Guangzhou becomes furious and declares that such behavior is subject to severe punishment. According to the school's charter, this is at least expulsion. At this moment, the administration employees hear a voice that asks if they have enough strength to punish the main character. They see the contract spirits of the protagonist, led by Gunmon, approaching them. The ghosts emit a powerful aura and demonstrate their readiness to protect their master. The administration realizes that the spirits that Gunmon brought with him are ferocious ghosts. Guangzhou asks the ghosts what brought them here. He explains that they are just punishing a student who violated discipline. Guangzhou invites the ghosts to go to the dining room and discuss everything, but Gunman refuses and says that he has come to see his business partner. Secretary Bai and Ding Liang bow to the main character, expressing deep respect and apologize for being late. The school manager is surprised that the main character has several ferocious ghosts under his command. Guangzhou confirms that Linyu has at least 3 contract ghosts. Linyu tells the ghosts that they arrived on time, and with Mr. Gunman it will be easier for them to deal with the school management. The main character turns to Mr. Gunman and the foreman. The guy asks them to take care of the students from his course. The foreman reports that he is happy to help the main character and that the guy can always rely on him. The girl understands that on the day when Goodman defected to Sunhao, the main character met a local rich man. She is surprised by how differently people can look at the world around them. The school administration staff observes Linyu and Gunman's conversation, realizing that the guy is not an ordinary student. The school manager wanted to quietly get rid of the main character, but did not expect that he knew Mr. Gunman. Mr. Gunman asks the school manager what is going on here and why he is going to punish Linyu. Guangzhou reports that the young man grossly violated school rules, ignored the curfew, and killed several students. Gunman asks the head of the teacher's council what is more important, the rules of the ghostly world or the school charter. The school principal turns to the manager, stating that the general rules of the ghostly world are indeed more important than the school charter, and advises not to escalate the situation. Guangzhou is outraged by the director's words. He does not want to believe that the administration employees are afraid of the protagonist and his friends. Principal Main informs the manager that Mr. Gunman's daughter will soon be enrolling in school, after which he was going to invest 30 million minbi in the school. The school director believes that if the management does not take Gunman into account, he will lose an important sponsor. In addition, he tells the manager that Lin Yu is not as simple as it seems. The school manager tells the main character that he knows that the guy has acquired a magic brush. Lin Yu has nothing to do with the heavenly demon, and he is not interested in this conflict. After passing the final exams, he will leave school. The manager claims that the magic brush still belongs to the school, and the outstanding student Sunhao is suffering because of it, so no one can lay claim to this artifact. Gunman asks the manager what he is talking about with the young man. He begins to guess that the parties have a conflict of interest. The manager pushes Gunman away, stating that even the richest man in town cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the school. The manager intends to personally carry out the punishment. He informs the main character that he has broken too many rules, and, according to the school charter, he is entitled to a blow of yin power. Players are very worried about Lin Yu, believing that a blow from a demon-level ghost will kill the guy. Lin Yu fully agrees with the manager, stating that if he broke the rules, it would be fair to be punished. However, he requires compliance with the regulations, according to which serious actions are first considered by the Commission on Educational Affairs, and only then a verdict is made. Lin Yu asks the manager if the commission was even aware of this incident. Guangzhou responds that the commission is aware of the incident, and all punishments are decided by the board of directors. Lin Yu finds this strange since no one invited him to the board meeting. The school administration employees look at the main character in surprise, and the manager asks the young man what he means. The main character shows a document according to which he owns 15% of the shares of the Afterlife Moon School, and therefore he is a member of the board of directors. Gunman recalls that Lin Yu destroyed the father of the class prefect in a duel, and according to the rules of the ghostly world, the trophies belong to the winner. Since the prefect's father owned shares in the school, they became the property of Lin Yu. Subordinates ask the manager how it was possible that a student with a rank of no higher than 4 or 5 became a member of the board of directors. Lin Yu demands from the school manager a detailed explanation on what basis the punishment was imposed, without proper consideration by the Educational Affairs Commission. The main character understands that the administration did not convene the council and imposed punishment without the right to do so. The manager gives the order to the head of the teacher's council to convene the board of directors tomorrow morning to discuss the current situation. The main character asks if anyone has any questions and invites everyone to leave. The school manager can hardly contain his irritation, realizing that the young man is not as simple as he seems at first glance. The manager tells Guangzhou that he has already sealed the deceased woman's artistic brush once, and can do it again. The ghost intends to kill the main character even before the meeting of the board of directors begins. He gives the order to Guangzhou to gather all the people. The players congratulate the main character on his new position, and jokingly ask to receive credit retroactively, since he is now the director. Lin Yu tells the players that it is too early to rejoice. The director gave in only because he was poorly prepared today. The guy warns that a fierce battle awaits them tonight. Lin Yu hears someone shouting at him. The guy turns around and sees a guard approaching him. The security guard informs the main character that the director urgently calls him to his office for a serious conversation. Lin Yu is in the school principal's office. He is sitting at the tea table and trying to understand why the director invited him. The director non-stop praises the young man. The guy offers to skip this and asks him to speak directly why he called him. The director says that he entered the school because of the magical art brush. 15 years ago, a drawing competition was announced at the school, and he was one of the participants. Unfortunately, the director's drawing skills were average. He only took 3rd place. Shinoi took 1st, and received the most valuable artifact from the heavenly demon. The director says that a little later the girl disappeared without a trace, and misfortunes rained down on the school. The ghost knows that the school leadership appropriated a magical artifact in which he was personally interested, as it could significantly enhance his abilities. The director reports that he acted carefully, which allowed him to reach senior positions and become a shareholder. The main character begins to understand the motivation of the school principal, and intends to use this to his advantage. The ghost reports that in the near future he intends to take the position of school manager. This is extremely difficult, since the current manager is a powerful ghost, who has not only the rank of a demon, but also the support of 3 associates on the board of directors. The director says that Sun Hao is the grandson of the manager, and it was because of this bully that everything started. Thanks to the balance of the cursed book and the artistic brush, Sun Hao became immortal, and he doesn't care about ordinary ferocious spirits. The main character thanks the director for his openness. The young man likes the fact that the ghost says everything openly and does not beat around the bush. The director thanks the young man for listening carefully and appreciating his strengths. Lin Yu asks the school principal what exactly the ghost wants from him. The guy tries to understand what his plan is. The school director says that he is not interested in the powerful artifact. He only hopes that the board of directors, and in particular Lin Yu, will support his candidacy for the position of governor. Lin Yu believed that he would have to spend a lot of effort to control the school. The guy did not expect that everything would be so simple. The young man believes that as long as he is strong and rich, there will be no end to people who voluntarily agree to join him. The power of power will be relevant at all times. Lin Yu tells the school director that, as a shareholder, he cannot leave the school to such a ghost as the current manager. The young man says that words alone are clearly not enough, and takes out a contract form from the virtual storage. Lin Yu informs the ghost that after completing the task, he will leave this location, and if the ghost enters into an agreement with him, he will receive full control of the school. The school director believes that there is no need to doubt, since 3 fierce ghosts have already recognized Lin Yu as their master. In the world of ghosts, there is a very strange concept of freedom. Everyone is constrained by rules and restrictions. For the sake of future prospects, the school principal signs an agreement. The director hands over the contract to the young man and says that he will henceforth serve him faithfully. Lin Yu considers Director Main to be a far-sighted and prudent ghost who will definitely reveal all his talents in the future. The director informs the young man that even though the protective seals have been removed from the deceased woman's artistic brush, its full power has not yet been revealed. Lin Yu actually noticed that when he used the magic brush, he felt that the flow of yin energy was flowing somehow slowly. The director informs the main character that Shinoi's soul has merged with the magic brush, but she is still embittered, and this has affected the effectiveness of the artifact. The young man asks the director what he should do. The ghost suggests the guy ask the magic brush about it himself. Lin Yu holds a magic brush in her hands and realizes that a high-ranking artifact has intelligence. He can even feel her mood and pain. The magic brush asks the main character to find Shinoi's body. The guy promises to find the girl's body and bury her with dignity. Main sees how the young man respects even requests for artifacts. The ghost is sure that his contract spirits are no exception. Lin Yu informs his new ghost that he will soon deal with the school administration, and Main will be able to completely control the Afterlife Moon School. The main character only has to adjust his plans in the city and deal with the task from the monetary system. The school administration is in a dark night forest. The school director asks the manager if a girl named Shinoi is buried here. The manager confirms the director's guesses. He says that Lin Yu will look for the burial site, and their task is to wait for the young man here. The school manager announces that this time he will personally command the ghosts, and asks his subordinates to try to ensure that the main character does not return from here alive. After killing Lin Yu, the school manager intends to divide all his goods among his subordinates in accordance with their merits. The administration staff eagerly awaits the protagonist to destroy him and get rid of the threat he poses, hoping to divide his property and influence among themselves. Sun Hao believes that since Lin Yu touched the brush, he will definitely share the karma of its owner. After some time, the main character appears in a forest clearing, accompanied by his allies and ghosts. Gunman observes the surprised faces of the school administration staff and asks why they are not happy to see him. The school manager says that he is glad to see Gunman, but he is upset that the ghost was so stupid. Gunman, although he has not achieved great ranks, considers himself a good investor and is confident that he has bet on the right side. Gunman finds cooperation with the main character very promising. He sees how in just 2 days, the young man's ghosts have grown to the rank of ferocious. The ghosts realize that 2 valuable artifacts were involved for this, which cannot be bought for any money. Guangzhou tells his boss that he has a bad feeling. He remembers the ghost of Delu and fears that he has also risen to a higher rank. Sun Hao suggests checking this immediately and rushes to attack the main character. The ghost activates a powerful energy field and, under its protection, quickly moves towards Lin Yu. The main character believes that it is time to demonstrate Delu's new abilities. The next moment, Delu appears behind the main character and repels Sun Hao's attack without any problems. The ghost tries to escape from the capture, but the colossal strength of Dailu does not allow him to do this. Dailu easily pushes the enemy away from him. Sunhao flies to the side with great speed, raising clouds of dust and destroying trees and bushes in his path. On his way, Sunhao encounters a tree that stops him. The ghosts consider it a mistake to attack such a powerful enemy alone. Linyu realizes that if not for the immortality power of the cursed book, Dailu's blow could actually kill Sunhao. School administration employees develop their attack tactics, taking into account the ranks of the fighters. The school manager gives the order to his subordinates to begin the offensive, and the ghosts immediately rush into battle. Sunhao prepares for a direct confrontation with Dailu, forming an energy field for the upcoming attack. Sunhao says that he gave in before, but now he intends to show the full power of the cursed book. The main character watches with alarm as the pages of the cursed book begin to fly in front of him. Sunhao begins to cast a powerful spell that summons the power of the curse of spirits to use it against the main character and his allies. Linyu feels that there is a protective seal on the pages of the book that he cannot easily bypass. Sunhao informs the main character that the end has come for him, and even his high-ranking brush will not be able to withstand the cursed book. A moment later, the main character and his opponent find themselves inside a cube formed by a cursed book. Gunman is very worried about the main character. Secretary Bai assures that the situation is under control, and the first thing to do is deal with the opponents. The magic pen pierces one of the administration employees. The manager realizes that this artifact belongs to the director of Maine. The manager turns to the director and asks the ghost to explain what is happening. Maine explains to the manager that there is nothing wrong with joining the light side of the force. The manager calls Maine a fool who succumbed to the influence of a dubious person with a 5th magic rank. Maine knows the superintendent as an immoral being who indulges his desires and supports the abuse of students and their parents. The director tells the manager that his vile deeds and dark power have brought him no good, and his current master is 1,000,000 times better than him. The manager falls into a state of wild anger, regretting that he had put up with the director all this time, and directs a deadly energy beam towards the ghost. Maine smiles back and says that the manager's opponent will not be him, but a demon-level ghost. At this moment, the ghost of Dailu jumps out from behind the director and deals a powerful blow to the manager. The manager parries Dailu's blow and steps back. Dailu considers his opponent worthy, as he has enough strength and skill to withstand him. Maine wishes Dailu an easy victory and states that he intends to fight opponents that match his rank. A clearing in the night forest is illuminated by bright energy flashes. Ghosts use all their skills in a fierce battle. The school's governors use their full potential to contain Dailu's attack. Dailu warns the manager that he will greatly regret sealing the magic brush. The manager finds it increasingly difficult to repel the enemy's blows. He believes that if he is destined to die, he must accept his fate with dignity. Despite the presence of powerful ghosts in the main character, the manager hopes to win, since only Sunhao knows the answers in this game. Linyu hits the wall of the cube and realizes that he has no way to break through the magic seal placed on the walls. Sunhao informs the main character that he now knows the full power of the pages of the cursed book. Linyu informs the enemy that the magic brush is not his only weapon, and activates a portal to the virtual storage. To Sunhao's surprise, the protagonist retrieves the Grave Eater's spear from the portal, preparing for the next stage of the fight. Linyu asks the opponent what he thinks about who will win, the tip of the spear or the thin paper. Sunhao believes that the cursed book is capable of dealing with the protagonist's artifact. Linyu charges forward, delivering a series of powerful blows to his opponent, aiming to break through his defenses and deliver the finishing blow. Sunhao deflects the protagonist's blows and tells him that he is immortal and that the Reverend's methods will not be able to defeat him. The opponents run away, jump high into the air, and strike each other in a furious fight. Linyu realizes that the enemy is capable of deflecting his blows, and tries to find a weak spot to turn the tide of the battle. The main character understands that Sunhao is actively preventing his attacks through the pages of the book. The guy thinks that he is his weak spot. Linyu decides to test his hypothesis and launches a spear into a wall made of pages of a cursed book. Sunhao does not want to allow the main character to damage the pages of the book, and immediately rushes to protect them with his body, since his fate is inextricably linked with these pages. The spear flying out of Linyu's hands approaches Sunhao. The ghost feels the blow of the tip with his whole body. Every second brings him more and more suffering and torment. Linyu realizes the secret that Sunhao is hiding. His physical body is just a projection described in the pages of the cursed book. The ghost exists only thanks to this powerful artifact. And if the book is damaged, then Sunhao will come to an end. Linyu points his spear at Sunhao and tells him that his immortality is nothing more than an illusion that can be easily destroyed. Sun Hao believes that the main character will not be able to do anything with him, even though he has solved the riddle of his immortality. He is confident that Lin Yu will not dare to destroy a high-order artifact, and since they are one with the book, he is not in danger either. Sun Hao admits defeat and invites the main character to forget the grievances and begin to cooperate, in which case he allows him to freely use the pages of the cursed book and take the position of school manager. Lin Yu calls Sun Hao a stupid ghost and claims that he completely misunderstood the situation and did not understand anything. The guy tells the ghost that the cursed book is a second-class artifact and is not very rare. Sun Hao cannot believe that the main character intends to destroy the cursed book, which many ghosts and hunters are eager to get their hands on. Lin Yu has at his disposal a high-class weapon that needs to be constantly upgraded. He intends to sharpen the Grave Eater's spear on the pages of a book. The main character delivers a powerful blow to the wall of the cube. It instantly begins to lose energy and collapse. Sun Hao screams loudly in pain and horror, and his annihilation begins along with the book. The cube created by the cursed book begins to shake violently, and bright rays of yin energy burst out of it, illuminating everything around it. A huge explosion occurs and Lin Yu stands in the middle of the giant crater, realizing that the book actually deserved a second class, since it took a huge amount of effort to neutralize it. The school manager calls the main character a scoundrel. He demands that the book and Sun Hao be returned to him immediately, and without wasting a second, he rushes at the guy. Lin Yu invites the school manager to take the book from him if he needs it so badly. The main character and the school manager engage in a tough fight. Discharges of energy permeate the entire space around them. The school manager manages to snatch the cursed book from the hands of the protagonist. He confidently declares that no one dares to contradict him. At this moment, the ghost of Delu suddenly appears behind the school manager and raises his huge sword, preparing to strike a fatal blow. A blow of incredible force, accompanied by a blinding flash and a deafening roar, cuts the school manager in half. The administration staff cannot believe that their powerful boss, who had the rank of demon ghost, is now dead. Lin Yu loudly announces that the school manager has died, and asks the remaining ghosts if they intend to continue resisting. Administration employees are trying to escape from the battlefield. They are overtaken by Secretary Bai, who inflicts powerful energy blows on them, leaving them no chance of salvation. The girl is joined by Dingliang, determined to prevent any of the enemies from escaping. The protagonist's contract ghosts are ready for a merciless hunt. Main, who has been accumulating resentment and anger towards the head of the Teachers' Council for a long time, finally sees an excellent chance for revenge and acts without delay. The main character collects soul cores from ghosts defeated in battle, realizing that each of them can become a powerful source of power. One of the ghosts suddenly charges at Gunman, the man quickly generating energy fields around his fists, preparing to deal a crushing blow. Suddenly, the ghost falls to his knees and begs for his life, claiming that he has valuable information for Lin Yu that could change the outcome of events. The ghost informs the main character that he is the deputy manager. He begs for his life and promises to become a faithful servant. Lin Yu points the tip of the Grave Eater's spear at the ghost and declares that he does not intend to waste the contract on someone like him. Main asks the main character to give him the captured ghost if the young man does not need him. The captive ghost considers this offer worse than death and begs Main to remember that they have worked together for over 10 years. Main says the deputy has been humiliating and using him for 10 years, and now he wants the ghost to be in his place, feeling the same pain. The forced contract comes into effect. The captive ghost screams loudly from the intense pain he is experiencing. Lin Yu realizes that the ghost is now bound by a slave contract that can suppress his will, turning him into a puppet. From this point on, the captive ghost becomes a puppet of Main, who intends to keep him alive and use his work to run the school. The director demonstrates to the protagonist the possibilities of a slave contract, forcing the captive ghost to bow deeply and wish the winners a good day. Lin Yu believes that such a determined and cunning ally as Main can be safely handed over control of the Afterlife Moon School. The main character expresses his gratitude to Gunman and gives the ghost his share of the school's shares, seeing this gesture as a symbol of trust and recognition. Gunman, admiring Lin Yu's power, thinks that it would be unfair to bask in the rays of someone else's glory. Lin Yu persistently asks the ghost to accept the shares, and says that he hopes that the school will become even more influential and successful. The protagonist's team leaves the forest clearing, leaving behind the bodies of opponents killed in battle. Gunman shows interest in the protagonist's future plans, and asks the guy what he intends to do next. Lin Yu reports that it is necessary to find Shinoi's body, upgrade the deceased's artistic brush, and remove the bodies of defeated opponents. The monetary system reminds the young man that the task is still unfinished. and in order for his name to go down in history, he needs to spend 100 million. Lin Yu firmly states that the time has come to make a statement and invites gunmen to meet tomorrow at the board of directors to discuss further steps and strengthen their position. The next day comes, the ghost shareholders confidently walk into the conference room. One of the shareholders expresses his dissatisfaction with the school manager, claiming that the man is a useless employee, unable to manage affairs and deal with students. Dissatisfied shareholders enter the conference room with the intention of demanding an explanation and making a decision to remove the manager. The shareholders stop abruptly and look around the conference room in surprise. The ghosts see that the main character is in the manager's place, with Gunman and Main next to him. Lin Yu greets the school council members and invites them to the negotiating table. The shareholders, looking around in surprise, ask the young man what is happening here and where the school manager is. Lin Yu explains that the school's old manager has died, and today's school board meeting will be about a change in leadership. The faces of the council members reflect genuine surprise. They demand additional explanations from the young man. The ghost asks the young man to stop pranking them immediately, claiming that the school manager is the most powerful spirit in the school. The ghosts see that Gunmun is behind Lin Yu. They begin to understand that the situation is clearly not a joke. Gunmun introduces the main character to the council members, saying that it was this guy who dealt with the manager. Lin Yu sees that the council members do not believe him. To confirm his words, the guy shows the ghosts a magical artistic brush. One of the ghosts says that they really don't believe the young man, because a 5th-rank hunter is clearly not able to handle such a strong ghost as the school manager. Lin Yu realizes that the ghost talking to him is of ferocious level, and asks if he is strong enough to even scratch him. The ghost can barely contain his intense anger, intent on tearing the young man to shreds. The council members do not understand why Lin Yu provokes the ghost, because in terms of combat power it is much stronger than him, and this can lead to serious consequences. The ghost hits the table with all his might, telling the guy that he managed to piss him off. A bright red aura instantly flashes around the ghost, after which it rushes to attack the young man. Lin Yu gracefully waves his magic brush. At the same moment, a powerful energy block appears in the path of the ghost. The energy shield effectively reflects the enemy's attack and throws him to the far corner of the room. The council members are surprised to realize that Lin Yu, despite his low level, owns top-class weapons. The ghost intends to continue the attack, despite the guy's rare artifacts, believing that this is clearly not enough to kill the school manager. Lin Yu swings his magic brush again. The energy beam tightly wraps the ghost's body. It begins to shrink and break his bones. This causes horror among the council members watching the fight. The ghost is unable to resist the powerful energy and falls helplessly onto the table. Lin Yu asks him if he has any other questions. The ghost's mood changes dramatically. On behalf of the council, he thanks the main character for removing the previous manager and standing up for the rights of the students. Lin Yu removes the energy grip from the ghost and asks him to be more reasonable in the future, warning him of the consequences of such actions. The meeting of school shareholders begins. Lin Yu reports that the old manager is dead and a new one needs to be elected. Lin Yu informs participants that he currently owns 30% of the shares, and this places a certain responsibility on him. One of the ghosts says that he respects the guy's strength, but running a business and fighting are not the same thing. He emphasizes that the school manager bears a lot of responsibility, and that a new candidate must be approached very responsibly. Lin Yu understands the purpose of the school council's existence, primarily to control cash flow and make a profit. The guy believes that anyone who can earn as much money as possible by effectively managing the school's resources is suitable for the position of manager. The guy claims that he is here precisely so that each of the council members gets rich. The ghosts talk about how it's quite difficult to make money at a private school, explaining that until then, the school's entire policy was to confiscate rare artifacts from students and distribute them among shareholders. Lin Yu believes that in the world of spirits, power is everything, even in business. The guy understands that before ghosts were intimidated, and they did not dare to open their mouths, even if they did not agree with what was happening. One of the ghosts asks if Lin Yu has any cunning plan to bring the school out of the crisis that is getting worse every day. Gunman reports that serious reforms must be initiated to reverse the decline seen under the previous leadership. Gunman talks about how the real estate industry has only recently started to develop into the world of spirits, and he became rich by selling just a few houses. However, later the banking system collapsed, and the city faced a serious problem. Developers stopped making profits, and customers could no longer make payments. Gunman poured all of its energy and resources into a complex called Soulfall, intending to use revolutionary offset methods to resuscitate the economy. Lin Yu tells the ghost that sooner or later his plans would have failed anyway, because his idea was outdated and did not take into account all the nuances of the modern market. The ghosts are outraged by such remarks, as Gunman is the richest man in the city and has tremendous economic knowledge that has helped many in the past. Gunman informs the young man that he is very interested in his words, and asks him to share details and suggestions. The protagonist notes that the construction business in the city is focused on the housing needs of the elite, but other important needs remain unsatisfied. Lin Yu proposes to combine real estate purchases with benefits that can attract the elite and meet their broader needs. Gunman says this is the first time he's heard that real estate can provide additional benefits, and he doesn't understand what exactly it can offer to its clients. Lin Yu suggests thinking about a new project that will create a property that could meet the needs of all students in the city. A young man asks shareholders if they have ever heard of the concept of school districts, where housing is associated with educational and other prestigious institutions.